Song Shaoyan, after overcoming numerous obstacles, finally managed to secure a position in the quick travel department and was assigned to the cannon fodder division. He intended to pass his days idly. However, he soon realized something was amiss with these male protagonists. World 1. The Idle Song Shaoyan becomes a threatening gangster to the male lead over debt. Upon entering the narrative, he found himself coerced by the gang leader into taking scandalous photographs of the male protagonist. Although the pictures were captured, he inadvertently ended up with a handful of sunflower seeds, and the male lead regarded him as a lifesaver. After the truth unraveled, Song Shaoyan was confined in a dark room, where a man with a brooding expression yet eyes ablaze with fervor enveloped him in an embrace. Ayin, if you wish to take photos, how about I accompany you for a lifetime? Chapter 1. Must an idle gangster also be confined in a dark room? 1. In a dim alley, a group of colorful-haired ruffians encircled a frail youth, mocking him relentlessly. Look at you now. The leader of the gang kicked the nearly unconscious boy's leg, their laughter echoing through the alley. A faint crackling sound emanated from nearby. Don't blame me. Your gambling father owes money and refuses to repay it. The crackling continued. The ruffian's temple throbbed, and he struggled to contain his anger. If it weren't for your looks, which could fetch some cash, the crackling persisted. Unable to endure any longer, the ruffian bellowed, "Who is cracking seeds? Show yourself." Hiding among the gangsters, Song Shaoyan glanced around, clutching a handful of sunflower seeds, feigning ignorance. However, the other ruffians would not let him off the hook. They all stepped back, forcing Song Shaoyan to the forefront. As the gang leader turned to him, Song Shaoyan opened his hand, full of seeds, and tentatively offered, "Boss, would you like some?" The ruffian inspected the plump seeds and felt inexplicably that they tasted better than those bought from outside. This thought lingered in his mind, prompting him to grab a handful and crack one open, his eyes lighting up. "You." He pointed at Song Shaoyan. "Not bad, not bad. You know how to treat your boss well." Thus, the task of taking provocative photos will be entrusted to you. Song Shaoyan. "No, that's not how the script goes." The ruffian disregarded Song Shaoyan's thoughts, seizing all the seeds from his hand and patting his shoulder. "I have high hopes for you. Once this task is accomplished, reward shall be yours." With that, the gang departed, leaving only Song Shaoyan and the male lead, Gu Qingji, in the dim alley. Indeed, Gu Qingji was the male lead of this world, while he was merely a cannon fodder character dispatched by the Quick Travel Bureau. With the Bureau overflowing, especially the villain and supporting roles divisions, the prominent figures had all flocked there. Those like him, who merely sought a cushy position for retirement, were relegated to the cannon fodder division. The cannon fodder division had little workload and minimal points, yet remained indispensable, which was why he ended up here. As he pondered, Song Shaoyan crouched down and poked Gu Qingji's arm, which felt bony. Gu Qingji was far too thin. What kind of alluring photos could the gang leader possibly want to take of someone so emaciated? The audience, especially the wives of the protagonists, were quite discerning. Song Shaoyan scoffed inwardly, casually pulling out a sunflower seed to crack. The sound of cracking echoed continuously in the shadowy alley. Gu Qingji was roused by the noise. The incessant cracking of sunflower seeds was akin to the static of an old black and white television, pulling him from darkness and forcing him to confront this more torturous, jarring sound. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a youth squatting beside him, engrossed in cracking seeds. The boy had fair skin, yet his lips, which moved with fervor, glowed a striking crimson, remarkably beautiful. The boy was so focused on his seeds that he seemed oblivious to Gu Qingji's awakening. Gu Qingji averted his gaze. He only remembered being assaulted by a group of ruffians and faintly recalled something about provocative photos. But now, the ruffians had vanished, leaving only the youth before him. So, did he save him? Gu Qingji subtly pressed his lips together. At that moment, Song Shaoyan noticed he was awake and exclaimed in delight, "You're finally awake." He thrust the sunflower seeds into Gu Qingji's hands. "Now that you're awake, let's take some photos." Once the photos were taken, his task would be complete, and he could return to his slumber. Song Shaoyan retrieved his phone, switched to the front camera, and leaned closer to Gu Qingji. With his right hand holding the phone, he raised his left hand in a peace gesture. "Look at the camera, Gu Qingji's eyelashes fluttered. Instead of following the boy's instructions, he lowered his gaze to the youth. The boy was slightly shorter than him, and now that he was crouched down, leaning towards him, his delicate, pale collarbone unexpectedly caught Gu Qingji's eye. Yet, the boy remained oblivious. With a soft click, Song Shaoyan captured a photo that he didn't bother to check the image, shoving his phone back into his pocket as he reached for his seeds. Looking down, he noticed the seeds were stained with Gu Qingji's blood. The bright crimson was glaring, exuding a strong metallic scent. Song Shaoyan hesitated. Just a handful of seeds, given to the male lead. It's no big deal. Reassuring himself, Song Shaoyan felt his eyes grow slightly moist. Those were his hard-earned seeds, taken by the gang leader, now gifted to the male lead. The Quick Travel Bureau never mentioned that cannon fodder should surrender their snacks. Feeling a pang of heartache, Song Shaoyan clutched the small white creature in his consciousness, squeezing it tightly. Busy system, host. Song Shaoyan patted the small white creature in the void. It's nothing. While he lamented the loss of his seeds, Gu Qingji slowly tightened his grip on the sunflower seeds. They still bore the warmth of the boy's hands, mingling with his cold blood, dense and sticky. Gu Qingji noticed the boy's slightly reddened eyes, opening his mouth to speak, but the loss of blood rendered him voiceless. Yet he couldn't help but think, was the boy's teary gaze due to his injury? He was so kind. Gu Qingji raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing the corners of Song Shaoyan's eyes. Struggling to utter two words, he managed, "Don't cry." Song Shaoyan. He jumped his feet. "You're the one crying. Your whole family is crying. So what if he lost a few snacks?" He didn't care. Anyway, the task was completed, and the male lead wouldn't die. This cannon fodder could just find a cozy spot to wait it out. Song Shaoyan shot a glare at Gu Qingji. "You owe me a handful of seeds, and I'll be keeping track of that. Make sure to pay me back." After saying that, he glanced outside the alley, noticing the sky was darkening. Without further hesitation, he hurriedly made his exit. Gu Qingji watched Song Shaoyan's retreating figure until he vanished from view, then slowly lowered his gaze, opening his palm. Each sunflower seed was plump. Despite being stained with his blood, they still emitted an enticing aroma. Gu Qingji picked up a seed, placed it in his mouth, chewing the shell and swallowing it whole. In a moment of daze, a warm current seemed to surge from his stomach, spreading throughout his limbs and body, gradually enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Gu Qingji sensed something amiss, his gaze fixed heavily upon the sunflower seeds in his hand. "Will you let me live?" he murmured softly, the flickering flame in his dark pupils flaring up suddenly. A faint smile slowly graced his lips. "Tio live," he resolved to embrace life fully. Chapter 2. Do the idle delinquents deserve confinement? 2. Before dusk, Song Shaoyan hastily returned home. After flinging himself onto the bed, he patted his chest. "Fortunately, I made it back before nightfall." He gently caressed the small white creature beside him. "Let us see where my offline node lies." The system promptly responded, "Host, your offline node is 2 years hence." The male protagonist has harbored resentment towards those ruffians who had taken compromising photographs of him. Thus, after achieving success, he imprisoned them in a club. "Host, you perished during your resistance when your head struck the wall." Song Shaoyan felt a measure of satisfaction regarding his demise. Dying from a wall impact is rather commendable, not at all disgraceful, though a tad unfortunate. Acceptable, indeed. It seems that the leisurely role is still the most favorable. It is worth the effort I expended to rise above the masses, haha. As he continued to stroke the small white creature, he remarked, "Little White, you are fortunate to accompany me." Little White replied, "Host, the cannon fodder division has the least points. As a newly minted system, Little White envied other systems that could earn thousands of points from a single task. In contrast, even a flawlessly executed task in the cannon fodder division would yield only a mere 100 points. Not to mention that achieving perfection is a feat reserved for only the most extraordinary individuals. With a tiny sigh, Little White inquired, "Host, how many points can we possibly earn?" Song Shaoyan pondered for a couple of seconds, stroking his chin. "At least 1 point. That is sufficient for survival." After offering a few words of consolation to Little White, he lightly tapped his meager savings. As a hamster, Song Shaoyan delighted in hoarding supplies. Were it not for that individual's trickery prior to his entry into the cannon fodder division, his savings would not have dwindled to merely 2 pounds of sunflower seeds. The mere thought of that person made him grit his teeth in frustration. He was resolutely opposed to the individuals from the antagonist division. After mentally chastising that person once more, Song Shaoyan drifted contentedly into slumber. In the middle of the night, Song Shaoyan suddenly awoke, his mind hazily recalling something important. He reached for his phone, locating the ruffian leader's WeChat, and sent over the photos he had taken earlier that day. Exhausted, he did not scrutinize the images closely and promptly fell back asleep. Meanwhile, in a bar, the ruffian leader stared intently at the received photo, stroking his chin. In the image, a delicately featured youth nestled against the frail, sinister young man. The youth beamed radiantly, even making a peace sign, while the slender young man averted his gaze, his long lashes casting a soft shadow over his eyes, concealing the light within. Had it not been for the disheveled state of the young man's clothing, a result of a prior altercation, the photograph could easily be mistaken for a display of affection. The ruffian leader furrowed his brow, recalling that he had instructed his subordinates to capture compromising images. "Who is this? Is he capable?" inquired a nearby subordinate. Leering with a smirk, the ruffian leader cast a glance at the subordinate, recalling his preference for men. Given the subordinate's evident fascination with the photo, it was indeed a compromising shot. The ruffian leader felt reassured. He tucked the photo away and kicked the subordinate, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Our primary objective is wealth. Do you comprehend?" He has no inclination towards men. Should Gu Qingji find himself upon his bed, he would surely be kicked off. What man finds wealth appealing? It's merely this little brother, whose mind is consumed with lustful thoughts. The gang leader cast a warning glance at the little brother before resuming his drinking. He possesses a photograph of Gu Qingji. He cannot fathom that he would default on a debt. As a petty thug, Song Shaoyan engages in 3 principal activities each day: meandering at home, wandering the streets, and trailing behind the gang leader. Regrettably, today the gang leader seems to have overlooked him, failing to notify him to accompany him in collecting protection fees. Thus, Song Shaoyan could only meander through the streets, purchasing local specialties to store in his modest warehouse. His little warehouse is quite capacious and is directly bound to his soul. Even if he departs this world, the contents of the warehouse shall accompany him. Naturally, this applies solely to inanimate objects. Were it not for his status as a petty thug, with only a couple of hundred yuan to his name, he would yearn to fill his warehouse to the brim. With a tinge of regret, Song Shaoyan withdrew his gaze from the skewers, hands in pockets, strolling leisurely along the snack street. After a few minutes, he beheld a familiar figure, Gu Qingji. He stood beside a frail, middle-aged woman, head bowed, rendering his expression indistinct. Together, they tended to a crepe stall. Yet before their stall stood no patrons. Other stalls brimmed with customers, while theirs appeared conspicuously out of place amidst the bustling snack street. Song Shaoyan felt a slight pang of hunger in his stomach. Approaching, he barely glanced at Gu Qingji. "Annie, what kind of crepe is this?" Gu's mother, seeing a customer at last, promptly replied, "Pickled vegetable crepe. All made by my own hands. I guarantee the ingredients are fresh." Song Shaoyan cast a discerning glance. Based on his extensive culinary experience, he surmised the crepe would be delectable. "How much for one?" Gu's mother replied, 5 yuan each. Satisfied, Song Shaoyan nodded. "All right, I'll take one." Gu's mother, brimming with excitement, swiftly began to prepare the crepe for him. Standing beside her, Gu Qingji's eyelashes fluttered, his head bowed heavily. He recognized him, the youth who had rescued him. He was strikingly handsome, so much so that it rendered Gu Qingji's own insecurities timid. "Xiaoji, we have a customer." "Help your mother." Gu's mother's voice echoed in Gu Qingji's ears. He snapped back to reality, only to realize that the previously empty stall was now teeming with a queue of customers. Before he could ponder, Gu's mother urged him once more. Suppressing his confusion, he began to assist her. This engagement lasted 2 hours. In such a brief period, they had sold 2,000 yuan worth of crepes. Had they not run out of ingredients, they could have sold even more. This was the most prosperous day for Gu Qingji since he could remember. After closing the stall, Gu Qingji pressed his lips together and quietly inquired, "Mother, what transpired?" Gu's mother chuckled, It was that handsome young man. He claimed our crepes were delicious and said he would help us promote them on some platform. Gu Qingji was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of disorientation. It had been a long time since he had witnessed his mother smile. His father's gambling addiction had fragmented their family, leaving his mother to bear the burdens of the household, toiling day and night, her hair graying significantly. Xiaoji, are you familiar with Indo? Mother expressed her desire to download the app for a look. Gu Qingji came to his senses and nodded in agreement. All right. He assisted his mother in downloading Indo, and quite inexplicably, he ended up downloading it on his own device as well. Upon entering this short video platform, he was met with content bordering on inappropriate, causing him to frown slightly. Just as he contemplated uninstalling it, a crisp voice resonated from the phone after a simple swipe of his thumb. Family, this pickled vegetable pancake is absolutely delicious, the youth proclaimed, taking a hearty bite, his cheeks puffing up like a little hamster. Gu Qingji, compelled by an impulse, found himself having already pressed the like button. Chapter 3. Do leisurely delinquents also face confinement in the little black room? 3. Song Shaoyan casually posted a video of himself eating pancakes, without any expectation of it garnering much attention. To his surprise, his phone vibrated incessantly throughout the night, becoming an annoyance that prompted him to silence it. In doing so, he inadvertently missed the gang leader's message summoning him to collect protection fees. By the time Song Shaoyan checked his phone, it was already the following afternoon. The fees had long been collected, and since he hadn't attended, he naturally missed out on his share. Gripping his chest in frustration, he lamented, "Oh, my precious money. Had I known, I would have kept the volume on. But why had he muted it in the first place?" Scratching his head, he vaguely recalled posting a video on Indo. Upon opening the app, his phone momentarily lagged. After 2 seconds, it returned to normal, revealing that his casual video from the previous night had astonishingly received 1 million likes. Curious, he ventured into the comment section, where the most upvoted comment read, "I declare this is the most hamster-like human I've ever seen eating pancakes." Song Shaoyan was taken aback. That was close. I almost revealed the truth. To evade any potential discovery, he promptly uninstalled Indo. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought. Little did he know, among the 99 private messages awaiting him, one from a user with a pitch-black profile picture and the nickname Ching simply stated, "Thank you." Having removed Indo, Song Shaoyan shifted his attention to browsing videos on C Station. The beauty of idleness lay in the fact that one could log off after merely traversing 3 keynodes. Content with his current lifestyle, he found himself irresistibly captivated by the short videos. However, this tranquil existence was soon interrupted by the gang leader's message. "Tonight, go find Gu Qingji to collect the money. Make sure to dress more intimidating." Staring at the message for a couple of seconds, Song Shaoyan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Dress intimidatingly? He decided to don a gold chain. Though not genuine, the copper-esque color bore a resemblance to gold. Thus he opted for a copper chain. As for his attire, he resolved to wear something as outlandish as possible. Once he finished dressing, Song Shaoyan stepped outside, sauntering forward with a casual demeanor, his hand tucked into his pocket. If any passerby dared to glance at him, he shot them a menacing glare. He was, after all, a small-time delinquent, not someone any ordinary person could provoke. With this swagger, he meandered to the snack street, where the gang leader and his cohorts awaited him. He skillfully blended into the group of delinquents, anticipating the leader's command. The ruffian leader sensed that most of the members had gathered and cleared his throat. "Listen well, our primary objective this time is to acquire money. As for everything else, heed my cues, understood?" The young ruffians chorused their agreement, with Song Shaoyan lazily blending in among them. With one hand shoved into his pocket, he followed the ruffian leader towards a snack stall owned by Gu Qingji and his mother. Unlike the previous days of solitude, a long queue now formed in front of the crepe stall. The ruffian leader swaggered over, but before he could utter a word, he was halted by a burly man beside him. "What do you think you're doing? Can't you see we are all lined up here, trying to cut in?" The man glared fiercely, flexing his biceps intimidatingly. Others quickly chimed in, "Exactly. I've been waiting for an hour, and I dare anyone to cut in line. Where's the decency? Hurry up and queue." Someone raised a phone, aiming it at the ruffian leader. "Everyone look, There's an audacious one trying to cut in. The ruffian leader retorted. There's strength in numbers. It's just a line, isn't it? I'm here to cue. With a wave of his hand, he led his gang to the back of the line. Song Shaoyan remained among them, responding lazily. They ended up at the very end, nearly exiting the snack street. The line moved at a snail's pace, and the impatient ruffian leader soon grew restless. Damn it, why is the business so booming here? One of his subordinates agreed. Indeed, the business is thriving. But boss, if this continues, Gu Qingji will have the money to pay us back, right? The ruffian leader pondered this and realized it was indeed a valid point. However, with such a lengthy queue, he certainly lacked the patience to wait. He stroked his chin, his gaze scanning over his subordinates. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. You come here. He pointed at Song Shaoyan, the one with the gold chain. Song Shaoyan glanced left and right, uncertain, and asked, Boss, are you calling me? Indeed, the ruffian leader replied, lifting his chin. Go and ask Gu Qingji for money. Song Shaoyan touched the chain and responded, Boss, this is a copper chain. The ruffian leader paused momentarily, realizing, true, you wouldn't have the funds for a gold chain. A copper chain will suffice. Go ask Gu Qingji for money. Scratching his head, Song Shaoyan knew he couldn't contradict the boss as a subordinate. He nodded in agreement, understood. Boss, by the way, how much does Gu Qingji owe us? 100,000, the ruffian leader declared arrogantly, revealing that his gambling father had lost that amount at the casino. If I were his son, I would have already crippled him for daring to gamble. Song Shaoyan reflected on the storyline and shook his head in disapproval. To suggest that the ruffian leader could not become the protagonist was an understatement. The protagonist employed far more ruthless methods. However, his head shake stood out conspicuously among the nodding subordinates. This only fueled the ruffian leader's anger further. What are you shaking your head for? Hurry up and demand the money. Damn it, making me wait in this heat. If you don't retrieve the money today, you'll be queuing up every day for it. The gang leader, with a voice resonating with authority, threatened those around him, causing the people in front to turn their heads in his direction. The gang leader, who was exceedingly concerned about his image, shot a glare at Song Shaoyan. Hurry up, I'll be waiting for good news at the bar. After issuing the task, the gang leader departed, accompanied by his entourage, leaving Song Shaoyan to stand in line alone. He remained unperturbed, casually placing one hand in his pocket as he waited. However, the individuals ahead frequently glanced back at him, seemingly eager to speak. Song Shaoyan, tugging at the copper chain around his neck and recalling his own status, glared back fiercely. What are you staring at? Never seen a little thug wearing a gold chain before? The face of the person in front flushed a bright red. I've never seen one so handsome. The individual murmured. Do you want to cut in front of me? I can give you my spot. Song Shaoyan was taken aback. Is this really happening? No. I cannot be deceived by the allure of immediate gain. There must be some trickery behind this request to cut in line on such a hot day. I want to go, he replied, maintaining a vigilant demeanor. I'll stay right here. The individual's face reddened further, mumbling something under their breath. Good boy. Chapter 4. Do idle thugs also get sent to the black room? 4. Song Shaoyan, oblivious to the murmurs of the person ahead, continued to wear a fierce expression. Don't look at me. Stay in line. The individual quickly responded. All right, don't be angry. After saying this, he turned away, though he occasionally couldn't help but sneak a glance back at Song Shaoyan. Growing bored while waiting, Song Shaoyan pulled out his phone and began scrolling through short videos. Surprisingly, time flew by while he was engrossed. Before he knew it, it was his turn. What do you want? Gu Qingji's slightly hoarse voice drifted into Song Shaoyan's ears. He swiftly tucked his phone away, adjusted his expression, and looked up with a fierce demeanor. I want you to repay your debt. He tapped the table. 100,000 quickly. Gu Qingji recognized him, his eyelashes fluttering slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Could you wait a moment? Song Shaoyan glanced back at the line behind him, contemplating. You can run from the monk, but you cannot escape the temple, he thought, determined to stay put, convinced that Gu Qingji wouldn't elude him. This idea crossed his mind in an instant, and he huffed softly. Let us start with a pickled vegetable pancake. Waiting is fine, but I can't wait on an empty stomach. Gu Qingji chuckled softly. All right. He skillfully prepared a pickled vegetable pancake for Song Shaoyan. As Song Shaoyan reached for his phone to pay, Gu Qingji stopped him. It's on me. Song Shaoyan shot him a suspicious glance. Is the male lead really this generous? No. He must be intimidated by my fierce appearance. After all, I'm a creditor now. He surely wants to appease me. Satisfied, Song Shaoyan nodded. Fine, I see you're sensible. He took the pancake and settled nearby to eat. As he enjoyed his food, he savored each large bite, chewing slowly, causing his cheeks to puff out like a little hamster. Someone recognized him and discreetly captured the moment, uploading it to a popular short video platform. The moment it was uploaded, the vast data from the audio platform was instantly pushed to those nearby. Consequently, the queue at the pancake stall grew longer and longer. As night descended, Song Shaoyan gritted his teeth and rubbed the little white fluff in his mind. How infuriating. It's already dark, yet the male lead's business is thriving. The little white fluff replied, Host, should we wait? Of course we must wait. I'm afraid of the dark. Song Shaoyan exclaimed. Not only must we wait, but I also intend to threaten Gu Qingji to take me home. The male lead will hold a grudge against you. The fluff warned. He despises being threatened. That S of no consequence. After all, we're all destined to die. What does it matter if he bears a grudge this time? They waited until the early hours of the morning, and finally, the stall was devoid of customers. Seeing this, Song Shaoyan hurried over, extending his hand with a fierce tone. Return my money. Gu Qingji gazed at the youth before him, amusement flickering in his eyes. The boy was extraordinarily handsome, particularly those exquisitely beautiful eyes, now glistening with a hint of mist, evoking a sense of vulnerability. Are you tired of waiting? Gu Qingji's voice held a slight rasp. I apologize for my oversight. Song Shaoyan was taken aback. Don't say such unnecessary things. He suspected Gu Qingji was merely trying to placate him. He was determined to reclaim that money. 100,000. He beckoned with his finger. Either pay up or... In truth, he had no leverage over Gu Qingji. After all, he was the male lead, and as a mere cannon fodder, he could not shake the male lead's halo. Nonetheless, he intended to issue his threat. Gu Qingji acquiesced, retrieving his phone to open the WeChat QR code. Song Shaoyan looked puzzled. What are you doing? I'm transferring money to you via WeChat, Gu Qingji explained. How can I transfer without adding you as a friend? Song Shaoyan considered this, realizing there was a degree of logic to it. In this age of electronic payments, few carried 100,000 in cash. They quickly added each other as friends, and Gu Qingji lowered his gaze, initiating the transfer. Large transactions required surname, so he naturally inquired, What's your surname? Song. Song Shaoyan glanced at him, astonished that the male lead could earn 100,000 so swiftly. He was indeed worthy of his title. Gu Qingji entered his surname and noted that the last character of his name was Yen. Seemingly casual, he asked, What is your full name, Song? Song Shaoyan. Song Shaoyan waved his hand. Remember that name. You'll need it for revenge. Once the male lead avenged himself and brought him to the club. A simple bump on the head would suffice for him to complete his mission in this world and depart in peace. As Song Shaoyan calculated his own little scheme, he confirmed the money had arrived, letting out a satisfied hum. At least you're somewhat perceptive. Gu Qingji replied with a soft mmm. The debt of gratitude he owed was indeed minimal. A mere 100,000 seemed far too little. Unfortunately, his earnings were currently scant, or he might have offered more. Gu Qingji's hand, resting at his side, gradually clenched as buried thoughts began to surface once more. He possessed a remarkable talent for programming. Had it not been for his graduation project being claimed by his advisor, resulting in his expulsion for plagiarism, he might have already been working at a prestigious company. After dropping out of school, that gambling-addicted father fled, leaving behind a small family already burdened with troubles. Gu Qingji toiled daily for their livelihood, gradually forgetting his own talent and dreams. However, due to a video featuring a young boy, their pancake stall's business flourished like never before, earning a remarkable 200,000 in just a week. It seemed he had regained the courage to pursue his dreams. Gu Qingji pressed his lips together, his mind swirling with thoughts. At that moment, Song Shaoyan boldly declared, I have waited for you until now. You must take me home. He was determined to conceal his fear of the dark from the male lead, wanting to appear more arrogant and threatening. Gu Qingji raised his gaze, his eyes glimmering. All right. His slender frame appeared to shiver slightly in the cold night breeze. Song Shaoyan was quite satisfied with the effect of his threat, noticing the male lead's visible tremor. "I want to tidy up the stall first," Gu Qingji murmured. "Can you wait for me?" Song Shaoyan nodded, urging, "Hurry up." Gu Qingji swiftly packed up the stall and then turned to Song Shaoyan. "I will take you back." Song Shaoyan lazily yawned and provided an address. Gu Qingji paused for a moment upon hearing it. It turned out they lived in the same building. How serendipitous. An unprecedented feeling blossomed within him. Gu Qingji looked at the boy, whose eyes were slightly tinged with sleepiness, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Let us go home." Song Shaoyan cast a puzzled glance at him, sensing something unusual, but unable to pinpoint what was odd. Overcome by drowsiness, he simply nodded. "Home, home." As Gu Qingji walked beside him, their shadows elongated and seemed to intertwine. Chapter 5. Do idle delinquents also get locked in the darkroom? Upon returning home, Song Shaoyan fell asleep instantly, completely unaware that Gu Qingji had stood at his doorstep for quite some time. Only when silence enveloped the room did Gu Qingji turn and ascend the stairs. He lived on the 6th floor, a small attic space, while Song Shaoyan resided on the 2nd floor in a regular apartment. There was still a considerable gap between them. When Gu Qingji returned home, his mother was still awake. Seeing him, she approached with concern. "Have you thanked him?" Gu Qingji pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Noticing her son's unusual quietness, Gu's mother sighed and began to ramble. "Thanks to him, our snack stall business has improved so much. We're earning more than before. If only your father were here." "Mom," Gu Qingji interjected. "He's become a gambler. A person consumed by gambling is no longer human. I have no father like him." Gu's mother's lips quivered as she wished to say something, but her words halted upon seeing her son's slightly swollen hands. Gu Qingji's expression was cold, and his words carried a certain harshness. "Do not mention that person again. Consider him dead." His mother's face grew awkward as she softly acknowledged his request. Gu Qingji was acutely aware of his mother's timid nature. Thus he felt compelled to speak with utmost seriousness. "Recently, someone had approached me demanding repayment for his gambling debts and had even inflicted harm upon me. If you wish to see me perish, feel free to reach out to him." Gu's mother quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "No, no, no, do not contact him." "Gu Qingji, why did you not inform me of this sooner?" He cast a glance at her, remaining silent. His mother lowered her head, letting out a heavy sigh. Gu Qingji then took out his phone and transferred some money to her. As he gazed at the balance on WeChat, his thumb caressed the screen, as if he had made a resolute decision. He spoke slowly. "Mother, I wish to give it another try." His mother was taken aback, but soon her eyes sparkled with delight. "Very well, I support you." She was aware of her son's considerable talent with computers. Had he not been wronged, he would undoubtedly be holding a respectable job by now. "You focus on your endeavors while I keep an eye on the stall." Gu Qingji shook his head. "I will work during the day and accompany you to the stall at night." His tone bore an air of authority, leaving his mother momentarily speechless. As she looked at her son, she sensed a shift in him, a subtle transformation. If Song Shaoyan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the protagonist's aura was beginning to manifest. From this day forth, the path to dominance was set to unfold for him. However, Song Shaoyan was not there. He remained in his room, blissfully asleep, indulging in a delightful dream. In his dream, he had flawlessly completed his task, and even in death, his posture was so graceful that he could easily earn a perfect score. Lost in his reverie, he couldn't help but smile, only to wake up abruptly. Upon awakening, Song Shaoyan felt a bit dazed. He blinked and gazed at the familiar ceiling, feeling frustrated. "I haven't finished the plot yet." He had been fully prepared to earn his points. Taking a deep breath, he vigorously rubbed the small white fluff ball. "Xiao Bai, I've completed the stage where I threatened the protagonist for repayment. What is the next stage?" Xiao Bai responded, "Host, the next stage occurs in a month, when the protagonist's app design secures investment. Out of jealousy for the protagonist's success, you will steal an embarrassing photo from a gang leader and send it to the media. As a result, the protagonist's reputation will suffer and the investment will plummet from 10 million to 1 million. Song Shaoyan nodded thoughtfully. "Does the protagonist know it was me who sent it?" Xiao Bai replied, "The protagonist is unaware, which is why he later sent all of you ruffians to the club." Song Shaoyan understood. The protagonist preferred to err on the side of caution rather than let anyone slip through the cracks. Truly, The protagonist was ruthless, stretching luxuriously. Song Shaoyan said, "All right, I comprehend the situation. I shall wait a month before sending out the photo." Although there was a slight deviation in the plot, he had taken the embarrassing photo himself and did not need to steal it from a gang leader. It saved him some effort. Counting the days on his fingers and assessing his savings, he rubbed his chin. "Xiao Bai, it seems I'm nearing the end of my financial means." Xiao Bai inquired, "Host, what do you intend?" "I must devise a way to earn some money." Song Shaoyan turned over and removed the copper chain from around his neck, placing it aside. He rummaged through his wardrobe and finally found a white short-sleeve shirt and a pair of relatively decent jeans. After changing, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. "Xiao Bai, I look rather handsome, don't I?" Xiao Bai responded, "Are you planning to work at the club, host?" Song Shaoyan playfully tapped Xiao Bai. "What are you saying? Do I seem like that kind of person?" He retorted as he stepped outside. "If I start working at the club early, how would the male lead coerce me into going? Wouldn't that be a bit too enjoyable for me? Silly." Working at the club was out of the question. He intended to find a job at a milk tea shop first. Shaking milk tea was easy enough. He had plenty of strength and could indulge in milk tea freely. What could be more perfect? After wandering around, Song Shaoyan, thanks to his striking looks and obedient demeanor, managed to secure a position at the Mi Bing Shui Chung milk tea shop. The shop was not far from his residence, just a 10-minute walk. With 6-hour shifts and a monthly salary of 3,000, it perfectly aligned with Song Shaoyan's needs. However, on his very first day of work, he encountered a dilemma. The boss scheduled him for the evening shift, meaning he wouldn't finish until 10 o'clock at night. By then, the sky was utterly dark. At 10 o'clock, with everyone else gone, Song Shaoyan sat in the brightly lit shop, staring into the pitch-black void ahead, his teeth clenched. He lived in a lower-income area where streetlights were scarce, and even the few that existed provided insufficient illumination to dispel the darkness. Wrapping his arms around himself, he wore a troubled expression. The choice between sleeping in the milk tea shop or braving the oppressive darkness to return home posed a significant challenge. He glanced back at the bright, yet unyielding milk tea shop and pursed his lips. "I made my decision," he declared to Xiao Bai. "I will threaten the next passerby to take me home." With that, he straightened his posture, exuding a sense of justified determination. "I'm a small rogue. Small rogue should engage in rogue-like activities." He fixed his gaze ahead, determined not to miss anyone who might walk by. However, 10 minutes passed in which the area in front of the milk tea shop remained deserted, devoid of any passers-by. Just then, the shop's lights flickered and dimmed abruptly. Startled, Song Shaoyan stood up. "What is happening?" Xiao Bai replied, "Host, it seems there is going to be a power outage here tonight." Without a second thought, he spotted someone walking past the shop and nearly sprinted to grab the person's arm. Chapter 6. Even a casual rogue might end up in a dark room. Song Shaoyan's voice trembled slightly. "Take me home." Gu Qingji was taken aback to encounter Song Shaoyan here, momentarily halting his steps. "All right," he replied softly, turning to grasp Song Shaoyan's wrist. The delicate wrist felt smooth, akin to fine silk. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Song Shaoyan looked up at Gu Qingji, surprise flickering in his eyes. "Gu Qingji? What are you doing here?" Gu Qingji's voice was slightly hoarse. He had returned to gather some materials from the stall, having fortuitously passed by this place. Song Shaoyan had not anticipated such a coincidence. But the milk tea shop had lost power, rendering it impossible for him to return. The surrounding darkness made it utterly unthinkable for him to walk alone. The only viable solution was to have the male protagonist escort him home. After all, he intended for the male lead to harbor resentment towards him. And now was an opportune moment. With this thought, Song Shaoyan straightened his posture. "Since you are here, you shall accompany me home. Otherwise, bathed in the faint moonlight." Gu Qingji observed the pale visage of a youth before him and began to speculate. "Are you afraid of the dark?" Song Shaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are the one afraid of the dark. Your entire family is afraid of the dark." A slight smile graced Gu Qingji's lips, as he felt a rare moment of respite amid the weighty burdens of life. An unprecedented sense of calm and joy enveloped him, softening his voice considerably. "Yes, I am afraid of the dark. So, shall we return home together?" With a light snort, Song Shaoyan acquiesced. The two walked side by side, with Song Shaoyan tense and constantly glancing around, fearful that something might leap from the shadows. In contrast, Gu Qingji strolled leisurely, as if the darkness were nothing more than the ordinary. Gu Qingji successfully escorted Song Shaoyan home. The old house lacked soundproofing, and he could hear the boys' jubilant cheers from the doorstep. A flicker of amusement crossed Gu Qingji's eyes as he reached for the doorknob, still warm from the boy's touch. Only when the night's chill extinguished that warmth did he withdraw his hand and ascend the stairs. The dim light in the stairwell elongated his shadow, casting an enveloping gloom. Song Shaoyan transferred the 100,000 yuan he had obtained from Gu Qingji to the gang leader. The gang leader was exceedingly pleased and even distributed red envelopes to each of his subordinates. As a diligent member of the gang, Song Shaoyan received a substantial sum of 500 yuan. The gang leader did not routinely collect protection fees, typically venturing out twice a week. With luck, he could secure enough funds for a week. If fortune was lacking, he would have to work overtime. Fortunately, luck had been on their side lately, and they had been able to collect some money each time. However, due to his work at the milk tea shop, Song Shaoyan had not accompanied the gang leader for the past 2 collections, thus missing out on his share. He had 2 evening shifts each week, and as familiarity bred comfort, he would threaten Gu Qingji to take him home each time his shift ended. Gu Qingji complied, dutifully coming to escort him whenever threatened. Song Shaoyan was certain that Gu Qingji must harbor extreme disdain for him. Once he eventually exposed the photographs, Gu Qingji would undoubtedly wish to eliminate him. Yet he could not perish. His deadline was 2 years away, and thus Song Shaoyan had prepared to go on the run for a while. On yet another evening shift, Song Shaoyan skillfully opened WeChat and sent Gu Qingji a message. "Little cat wields a whip JPG. Come pick me up, or else humph." Not knowing what threat to utter, he decided to start with a couple of humphs. The response came almost instantaneously. "Okay." Song Shaoyan, satisfied, tucked away his phone, anticipating Gu Qingji's arrival. At precisely 10 o'clock, Gu Qingji appeared at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Song Shaoyan approached, slightly lifted onto his toes, and patted his shoulder. "Well done, punctual as always." Gu Qingji looked down at the rosy-cheeked youth, a wave of tenderness sweeping through him. "Ian, I have some wonderful news to share with you." Song Shaoyan lazily yawned, speaking as they walked. Gu Qingji nodded, following him outside. "I've designed a small program." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Shaoyan paused, feigning indifference as he inquired, "What kind of program?" Gu Qingji offered an explanation, but Song Shaoyan, not quite grasping it, waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, I don't understand." Gu Qingji chuckled softly. "It's all right. I've secured a substantial investment." A sudden jolt of anxiety struck Song Shaoyan. Oh no, life had been too comfortable. He almost forgot to follow the plot as progression. Shouldn't he sell the photos to the media? Gu Qingji gently grasped Song Shaoyan's hand. "Ian, if I succeed, can I?" His mind swirled with countless thoughts. Yet at that moment, words lodged in his throat. Unable to escape, Song Shaoyan, preoccupied with the narrative, barely registered Gu Qingji's words and replied nonchalantly, "Sure, whatever you say." After all, he was planning to escape, so what did it matter? Gu Qingji was taken aback by the swift agreement, his heart swelling with joy. Was Ian fond of him as well? In that instant, it felt as if his heart might leap from his chest, surging forward to offer all its sincerity to the youth. Gu Qingji inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the excitement and elation within. "Once I sign the contract tomorrow, may I treat you to a grand meal?" The mention of tomorrow set alarm bells ringing in Song Shaoyan's mind. Was he supposed to contact the media tonight? It seemed he would have to flee by tomorrow. He nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the statement. Gu Qingji's eyes sparkled with deeper delight as his hand, hanging by his side, tentatively brushed against Song Shaoyan's hand. Noticing no resistance, he gently entwined his fingers with the youth's. Warmth radiated from their palms, like a soothing current coursing through his heart. Life seemed to be aligning beautifully for him, a sensation he had never experienced before. "Ian," he whispered, as if calling out to his beloved. Song Shaoyan glanced at him, a peculiar feeling washing over him. There was something oddly off about the male lead. Fortunately, they had arrived home, and he shook off Gu Qingji's hand. "I'm home. Goodbye." With that, he opened the door and returned to his abode. As the door closed behind him, A deeper smile graced Gu Qingji's face. Ian was bashful. How endearing. Chapter 7. Do idle rascals also face confinement in the darkroom? 7. Inside his room, Song Shaoyan picked up his phone and contacted marketing accounts on Weibo. After sending off the photos, he promptly deactivated his Weibo account, ensuring no one would recognize him, and then uninstalled the app. Tomorrow, one can only await the scandalous revelations about Gu Qingji from those marketing accounts. After executing his plans, Song Shaoyan reclined upon his bed, absent-mindedly caressing the small white bundle. Little White, do you think what I'm doing is rather unprincipled? He mused. Little White responded, Are you referring to sending the male lead's scandalous photo to the media? Song Shaoyan acknowledged with a nod. Yes. Little White reassured him, It's all right. The male lead will also send you to a disreputable establishment. Song Shaoyan conceded that's a valid point. We, the malicious cannon fodder, ought to partake in such nefarious deeds. With the burden of guilt lifted, Song Shaoyan swiftly tidied a few garments and resigned from his position at the milk tea shop. He subsequently procured a train ticket for the following morning, preparing to flee. August 9th was a day that Gu Qingji would never forget. On this day, the mini-program he developed secured an investment of 10 million. It was also the day a photo of him and Song Shaoyan unexpectedly surfaced on Weibo. In the image, the clean and handsome youth beamed radiantly at the camera, while he himself, with his head slightly bowed, appeared disheveled, bloodied, and with eyes downcast, resembling a wicked dragon coveting the youth. The sudden emergence of the photo left him utterly unprepared. In the conference room, the investors also beheld the image. Surprisingly, one of them inquired with a smile, Is that your little boyfriend? Gu Qingji momentarily froze, a faint blush creeping to his ears. Not yet, as he had yet to formally confess. He could not be considered a boyfriend. The investor, astute and perceptive, discerned the implication in his words and reflected nostalgically, Youth is indeed splendid. This incident stirred considerable commotion on Weibo, with suggestions aplenty. Gu Qingji pressed his lips together and rose to his feet. I understand this matter may impact your esteemed company. I apologize. As he turned to depart, the investor called after him, Wait. This situation is not as dire as you might think. I actually admire your attitude. Your mini-program is indeed commendable. I can allocate an additional 10 million in investment. I look forward to our further collaboration. After signing the contract, Gu Qingji strolled home with an unprecedented lightness in his step. He had already envisioned that once Ian accepted his confession, they would rent a spacious abode together. He would establish his own company, allowing Ian the choice to work or not at his leisure. They would remain together forever, harboring such delightful thoughts. Gu Qingji knocked on the door of Song Shaoyan's residence. The gentle rapping echoed, yet silence greeted him in return. Has he not awakened? Gu Qingji murmured softly, glancing at his phone. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Was Ian still asleep? After waiting a while longer, with dusk approaching, he hesitated but ultimately sent a message to Song Shaoyan. Ian, I'm at your doorstep. However, upon sending the message, he was met with a shocking red exclamation mark. Gu Qingji's pupils constricted, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. The phone slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground with a thud, yet he remained oblivious, pounding relentlessly on the door. Ian, Ian, Ian. Suddenly, the door swung open. What is all the noise about? The door was opened by an elderly man, his demeanor rather imposing. Are you the young man from across? He scrutinized Gu Qingji from head to toe and, perhaps finding him quite presentable, softened his tone slightly. This morning, he had set off with a suitcase in hand. Gu Qingji clenched his hands, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Did he say where he was going? The old man shook his head. No, he didn't mention it, but I could tell the young man seemed quite cheerful. Cheerful. Gu Qingji mulled over the word in his mind, countless thoughts swirling. Why had he blacklisted himself? Could it be that Ian had found a boyfriend? At that moment, Gu Qingji was unable to seriously contemplate how that photo had surfaced on Weibo. The panic of losing Song Shaoyan rendered him devoid of rational thought. He stood there, solitary as smoke. The old man seemed poised to speak again, but, seeing the dark expression on Gu Qingji's face, which conveyed an air of unapproachability. He muttered a few vague complaints and shut the door. Silence enveloped the corridor once more, the empty staircase mockingly reflecting his naivety. Gu Qingji pressed his hand against the door, his dark pupils deep and unfathomable. The phone that had fallen to the ground glimmered faintly, casting a mocking light upon the red exclamation mark. The dying rays of the sun streamed through the narrow window, bathing Gu Qingji in a hue reminiscent of blood. In the desolate stairwell, the sound of heavy breathing reverberated clearly. 2 years later, at TI Airport in the capital city, Song Shaoyan stretched languidly, yawning. The capital remains as bustling as ever. Be cautious, host, Xiaobai cautioned. The male lead might have already tracked your whereabouts. Song Shaoyan dismissed the concern, saying, No need to worry. He will undoubtedly send me to the club. By the way, should I first meet up with the gang leader? He wondered how things had been for the gang leader in the 2 years that had passed. Playing with his phone, Song Shaoyan declared, Let us go home first. The house gifted to him by the system had remained unaddressed. Once he passed away, it would be reclaimed by the system. He hadn't returned in 2 years, and it was likely that a thick layer of dust had settled inside. Hailing a taxi, he relayed his home address to the driver. Upon hearing it, the driver's tone was laced with an indescribable envy. You're so young and already working there. I hope my son can work in such a place in the future. Song Shaoyan was taken aback. Was the employment pressure already so severe? Even working in a common area had become something to aspire to. He had merely spent 2 hours playing games with Xiaobai in the System S space. The passage of time outside differed from that within the system. He anticipated that in just 2 years, the job market in the capital would become so daunting. Thankfully, he had secured a position in the quick transition department. Otherwise, he would likely have been scrambling for work. With a sigh of introspection, he engaged the driver in light conversation. Before long, the taxi came to a halt in a luxurious commercial district. Song Shaoyan thought, wait, something seems off. The driver, still smiling, announced, We've arrived. The fare is 110 yuan. Song Shaoyan silently activated the navigation system, glancing at the screen to confirm that it indeed displayed his home address before settling the fare. He alighted from the vehicle, still somewhat dazed. The once humble neighborhood had undergone a remarkable transformation, replaced by imposing office buildings brimming with technological sophistication. Adjacent to it lay an entertainment plaza, a stark contrast to the area he once knew. Chapter 8. Do idle delinquents also face confinement in the black room? 8. Concerns began to gnaw at Song Shaoyan regarding whether his residence still existed. Surely, it hadn't been raised by those detestable developers? He quickened his pace towards what he remembered as home. To his astonishment, amidst the array of modern edifices, he spotted the 6-story apartment building still standing. Although its exterior showed signs of wear and it appeared utterly out of place, it remained intact. Upon seeing his old home, he exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it had not been demolished. Otherwise, he might have owed the Quick Travel Bureau an entire property. With a sense of ease, he strolled leisurely towards the entrance. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, someone was reporting his whereabouts. Yinsher Group, top-floor conference room. High-ranking officials, typically elusive in public, were gathered here for a crucial meeting regarding next year's strategic plans. At such a critical juncture, all mobile devices were switched off. Even monumental matters had to be postponed. Just as the executives were deeply engrossed in their discussions, a melodious ringtone unexpectedly pierced the atmosphere. Tension gripped the room as concern for the owner of the phone began to rise. It was well known that Gu Qingji, the authoritative figure of Yinsher Group, was notorious for his ruthless methods. His ability to transform a once deteriorating corporation into its current stature in a mere 2 years attested to his formidable prowess. Someone had violated Gu Qingji's established rules, and it was feared that they would be absent from the group henceforth. As speculation circulated among the attendees, the ringtone abruptly ceased. Then, Gu Qingji's voice resonated within the conference room. He has returned? The conversation on the other end of the line was inaudible, but the typically composed man suddenly rose to his feet, declaring, "Keep watch over him." After uttering this phrase, Gu Qingji hung up, casting not a glance at the assembled executives, but simply stating, "The meeting is postponed." The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, none aware of the unfolding drama. After a prolonged silence, one cautiously inquired, "Who is he?" The answer remained elusive to all, save for Gu Qingji, who had already departed. He had returned, the heartless youth who had abandoned him and severed all ties 2 years prior. For the past 2 years, Gu Qingji had been in relentless pursuit. Yet no matter the lengths he went to, the boy had seemed to evaporate into thin air, leaving no trace. But now he was back. Gu Qingji's mind was consumed by this revelation, his expression growing increasingly somber. In the small, dilapidated room, Song Shaoyan was astonished to discover that not a speck of dust marred the interior. Moreover, everything remained precisely as it had been before he left, unchanged in any respect. Song Shaoyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaobai, your system is quite impressive. It even includes cleaning services." Xiaobai replied, "Host, that seems not to be the case." Song Shaoyan affectionately ruffled Xiaobai's fluffy form, disregarding its response. "I will first contact the gang leader to inquire where he has been collecting protection fees lately. In the coming days, I'll familiarize myself with him, and then I shall await Gu Qingji's vengeance." He had already envisioned the splendid attire he would don on the day of his descent into the underworld. In high spirits, Song Shaoyan ordered takeout and began messaging the gang leader, "Boss, where have you been collecting protection fees recently?" Downstairs, a black Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the shabby building. The rear window was slightly ajar, providing a clear view of the entrance. Gu Qingji sat in the back seat, his gaze intensely fixed on the front door, lost in thought. At that moment, the driver's phone vibrated. After a brief hesitation, the driver spoke up, "Boss, it's a message from Mr. Song." As the words left his mouth, the temperature in the car seemed to drop a few degrees. Gu Qingji's expression turned frigid, his eyes glinting with an icy chill. "Ian?" His low voice resonated within the confines of the vehicle. The driver shuddered, promptly handing his phone to Gu Qingji. Upon taking the phone, Gu Qingji saw a WeChat message from the boy with the cat avatar. "Boss, where have you been collecting protection fees recently?" A cold smile slowly crept across Gu Qingji's lips. He had returned, yet the first person to send a message was not him. The mere realization of this filled him with a surging tide of jealousy that nearly engulfed him. Clutching the phone tightly, the veins on his hand stood out as his thumb dutifully typed a response. "You're back." The reply came swiftly, "Yes, yes. Boss, I've thought it over, and I'd still like to follow you for a prosperous future. Do you think you could take me along next time you collect protection fees?" Gu Qingji lowered his gaze, his fingertips gently tapping. After sending the message, he turned to the driver in the front seat. "Wang San, starting today, you will be collecting protection fees for the Yen Group. Do you understand?" Wang San nodded vigorously, not daring to contradict his boss. 2 years ago, he was an ignorant thug, but now he was different. The boss, having put aside past grievances, had hired him as a driver with a monthly salary of 100,000. Why would he still need to collect protection fees? The earnings from collecting fees were meager, and one had to constantly monitor those paying to prevent them from being bullied by other thugs. Now he only needed to drive, and with a monthly income of 100,000, how could he even consider going back to collecting fees? Young Song, no, Mr. Song, was truly perplexing. Why was he still preoccupied with the matter of protection fees? Wang San swallowed hard, uncertain why the boss had made such a statement. But he knew there must be a reason behind it. He cast a discreet glance at Gu Qingji in the back seat, his heart racing with apprehension. Did the boss know that the unsavory photo from 2 years ago was taken by Mr. Song? In a dilapidated little house, Song Shaoyan awaited notification from the former gang leader regarding the collection of protection fees. During this process, the male protagonist would inevitably discover their scheme. Driven by a profound desire for vengeance, he would subsequently ensnare them, selling them off to a club. All he needed to do was to ensure they sustained a head injury during their resistance. Once assured of the correctness of this procedure, Song Shaoyan delightfully indulged in takeout. Having been away for 2 years, he found that the quality of takeout in the capital had indeed improved. For just 20 yuan, he could relish a feast comparable to that of a 5-star hotel. Truly, life in a big city was competitive. Downstairs, Gu Qingji received a lunchbox. Inside was grayish rice adorned with a few delicate slices of roast duck and a couple of vegetable leaves. Gu Qingji glanced at it, his brow furrowing. Was this the kind of takeout that Ian consumed? His assistant, position ahead, timely interjected, "Boss, the roast duck meal you requested has been dispatched by the delivery person." Gu Qingji replied nonchalantly. After a brief pause, he suddenly added, "Have them send up a cup of pearl milk tea as well." Just say it was an oversight on the vendor's part. He recalled that Ian had a fondness for pearl milk tea. As his thought crossed his mind, Gu Qingji's expression darkened once more. Why should he care about what Song Shaoyan liked? It was he who had cast him aside and blocked him. What right did he have to be so concerned? Since ascending to power, Gu Qingji had seldom experienced such intense emotions. He retrieved an outdated phone, long relegated to his pocket, and unlocked it to access the sole application, WeChat. There was only one pinned friend. The glaring red exclamation mark was conspicuous even without being clicked. Yet, Gu Qingji, in a masochistic manner, chose to delve into it, allowing the crimson hue to engulf his vision. In a shabby little house, Song Shaoyan heard a knock at the door. Puzzled, he called out, "Who is it?" "Hello. I am the delivery person from earlier. I forgot to bring you a cup of milk tea, and I'm delivering it now." Song Shaoyan responded and opened the door, revealing the very same delivery person. He took the cup of milk tea, stating, "I don't recall ordering milk tea. It's a complimentary gift from the vendor." The delivery person explained. Song Shaoyan nodded thoughtfully and expressed his gratitude. The delivery person soon departed, and Song Shaoyan closed the door, glancing at the milk tea. It was indeed his favorite pearl milk tea. The vendor was quite generous. Understanding that the vendor's kindness was likely aimed at garnering a favorable review, Song Shaoyan took a photograph and awarded a 5-star rating, particularly thanking the vendor for the complimentary pearl milk tea. After submitting his glowing review, he finally savored the delightful drink. Before long, he received a message from the gang leader. "Collect protection fees from the Yen Corporation tonight." Song Shaoyan's eyes brightened. Had word come so swiftly? The gang leader was indeed thriving, managing to collect from a major corporation. Song Shaoyan casually searched for information on the Yen Corporation. 2 years ago, the group underwent a change in leadership, leading to the abrupt cessation of all previous business ventures under the new ruler, who has since devoted considerable efforts to the development of new enterprises. Today, it stands as the largest internet conglomerate in the country, with an extensive array of subsidiaries. Curiously, the group's president has never made a public appearance. Coincidentally, the headquarters of the Yin Group is located nearby. Song Shaoyan drew back the curtains and immediately spotted the towering edifice that loomed in the distance. The words Yin Group were prominently displayed at the top of the building, exuding an air of grandeur. He too resided in a luxurious abode, where the sight of such a colossal corporation greeted him each morning. Shaking his head, Song Shaoyan pulled the curtains closed and sent a message to the gang leader. Collecting protection fees was something he was quite familiar with. Downstairs, Gu Qingji stared at the single-character good displayed on his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. After 2 years apart, what would you do, Ian? As night quietly descended, the outside world was ablaze with light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were still daytime. Song Shaoyan had been lying in bed for some time, unable to fall asleep. Had he not glanced at his phone to see it was already 8 in the evening, he would have thought it was still early. Rising from his bed, he opened the curtains once more. Goodness, the Yin building resembled a colossal, radiant bulb, shimmering in the night sky. Truly, a formidable enterprise. With everyone burning the midnight oil, Song Shaoyan mused. Just then his phone vibrated beside him. It was a message from a gang leader. Time to collect protection fees. Initially, Song Shaoyan had a fear of the dark, contemplating feigning sleep to avoid going out for the collection. However, the unusual brightness outside dispelled his fears, and he felt no trepidation. Thus, he replied to the gang leader, tidied himself up, and stepped outside. At the back entrance of the Yin building, Song Shaoyan found the gang leader. Noticing the absence of any underlings, he curiously inquired, "Boss, are we the only 2 collecting protection fees?" Wangsun wiped the sweat from his brow, nearly bowing before the young man before him. Yes, yes, he mumbled, though he was listening intently to the commands of his boss through his earpiece. Unaware of any abnormalities, Song Shaoyan remarked, "Boss, your audacity seems to be growing bolder." Just the two of us daring to collect fees from the in-group? That takes some guts. Wang San chuckled awkwardly. A directive came through the earpiece, prompting Wang San to clear his throat loudly. In a moment, someone will exit through the back door. We'll collect the protection fees right here. Understood? Upon hearing this, Song Shaoyan promptly affirmed, understood. Not long after, the back door swung open from within. A young man clad in a black shirt emerged, the bright lights illuminating his figure entirely. It was then that Song Shaoyan clearly recognized the individual they were about to confront. Gu Qingji, the male protagonist. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Shaoyan's eyes. What a coincidence. No wonder the gang leader had been swiftly dealt with by the protagonist. It turned out he had walked right into their trap. Song Shaoyan cast a sympathetic glance at the gang leader. Wang San stood rigidly beside, scarcely daring to move. Song Shaoyan, observing the gang leader's stillness, felt a flicker of understanding. This was a test of his robbery skills, to ascertain their proficiency. He cleared his throat and strode forward, extending his hand. Robbery, he declared menacingly. Pay up the protection fee, swiftly. Gu Qingji's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the youthful figure was reflected in his obsidian pupils. He had envisioned their reunion countless times. Perhaps he would come to plead in a state of disarray, or he might have found a beloved, exuding affection. He had tortured himself with myriad possibilities day after day. Yet, he had never anticipated that the young man would act in a coy manner. Though he uttered demands for the protection fee, his eyes sparkled with clarity devoid of menace, and his voice carried a hint of tenderness. Gu Qingji knew he ought to confront him about his abandonment 2 years prior, to humiliate him publicly. Yet, his body betrayed his reason. How much? He heard himself ask. Song Shaoyan turned to glance at the gang leader, silently inquiring about the sum. However, at that moment, Wang San dared not raise his head and thus failed to catch Song Shaoyan's gaze. Song Shaoyan had no choice but to turn away, contemplating for half a second before boldly declaring 1,000. Gu Qingji softly acquiesced and retrieved his phone. Casually, he remarked, I'll transfer you via WeChat. Oh, Song Shaoyan replied, pulling out his phone and opening WeChat. Go ahead and transfer. Gu Qingji placed his phone before Song Shaoyan, allowing him to clearly see the glaring red exclamation mark. You've deleted me as a friend, he said, his voice tinged with a husky undertone, revealing a hint of grievance upon closer inspection. Song Shaoyan glanced at the red exclamation mark and slapped his forehead. I forgot. He added Gu Qingji back as a friend, noticing he was still using an old phone. After a moment's hesitation, he proposed, how about 100? It seemed improbable that the protagonist had not yet found success, still clinging to such an outdated device. Chapter 10. Do the idle small-time delinquents also face confinement in the little black room? Gu Qingji lowered his gaze, a subtle smile curving his lips at those words. He transferred 1,000 to Song Shaoyan, murmuring, no need. Song Shaoyan scratched his head, asking, why are you still using such an old phone? He glanced up at the towering Yin Corporation building. Do you work here? You must be quite wealthy. Moreover, being the protagonist, it was inconceivable that he lacked funds. Had something gone awry? Gu Qingji tucked away his old phone, his voice calm. It's merely nostalgia. Song Shaoyan suddenly realized. So that was it, true to form. The protagonist's nostalgia was distinctly unique. Instantly, Song Shaoyan was no longer troubled. After all, the protagonist must harbor resentment towards him. New grievances and old enmities alike would soon lead him to the club. With a smile, Song Shaoyan patted Gu Qingji's shoulder. Keep up the good work. Strive to get yourself into the club. Ha ha. Gu Qingji's pupils darkened, as reason and surging emotions waged a relentless tug-of-war within him. The intertwining of abandoned resentment and regained joy stirs the latent possessiveness buried deep within his heart. He did not inquire about his whereabouts over the past 2 years, nor did he prevent him from departing after collecting the protection fee. Gu Qingji stood silently in place, watching as Song Shaoyan's figure faded from his line of sight. Beside him, Wang San's shirt was drenched with sweat, and he dared not breathe. Gu Qingji spared not even a glance at Wang San and proceeded along the path taken by Song Shaoyan. It was not until he reached the foot of the residential building that he halted. Song Shaoyan's home was on the second floor, and the lights had already illuminated, allowing him to vaguely discern his silhouette through the window. Gu Qingji quietly observed until the light on the second floor dimmed, at which point he withdrew his gaze. Above, Song Shaoyan pulled the covers over himself and languidly yawned. Ah, the overtime at the big factory is truly excessive. It's so late, yet the lights are still blazing. Fortunately, I've landed a cushy job. Little by interjected, but host, the points for a cushy job are few. Song Shaoyan rubbed Little Bai's plush form. Fewer points. So be it. If it comes to dire straits, we might resort to robbery. Someone still owes me points. Little Bai asked, host, who is it? Song Shaoyan replied lazily. A pervert. Unless absolutely necessary, we won't seek him out. As long as I can safely log off, I'll secure at least 10 points. Rest assured I will survive. Lost in conversation, Song Shaoyan soon drifted into slumber. He dreamt vividly of being sent to a club. Upon arrival, he accidentally bumped his head on the table and logged off, earning 10 points due to the comical nature of his demise. He couldn't help but chuckle at this thought. Unbeknownst to him, every movement within his room was transmitted to Gu Qingji's phone via a miniature camera. In the stillness of the bedroom, only Gu Qingji's heavy breathing could be heard. The anguish and hatred intertwined, while affection spread amidst possessiveness. For several consecutive days, Song Shaoyan remained idle at home. The gang leader contacted him twice regarding the collection of protection fees, but he declined. He had no genuine intention of collecting fees. He merely sought to assert his presence before the gang leader to let the protagonist know they were allies. Moreover, he had recently robbed the protagonist, who was undoubtedly seething with animosity towards him. He simply needed to wait for the log-off. Counting the days, Song Shaoyan did not wait for the protagonist to send him to the club. Instead, he found that Gu Qingji had moved directly across from him. Upon returning, he noticed that the building seemed sparsely inhabited. With Gu Qingji now residing opposite him, he felt a twinge of unease. What was the protagonist up to? As he pondered this, there came a knock at the door. Standing at the threshold, Song Shaoyan peered through the peephole to find Gu Qingji waiting outside. Just then, Gu Qingji lifted his gaze and locked eyes with him through the door. In that fleeting moment, Song Shaoyan felt as though Gu Qingji could see him through the peephole, causing his heart to skip a beat. Who is it? He asked, feigning ignorance. As soon as the words fell, Gu Qingji's slightly hoarse voice resonated from outside the door. Gu Qingji. He articulated his name with deliberate clarity, seemingly wishing to ensure that someone within the room comprehended it fully. Song Shaoyan opened the door and, upon seeing Gu Qingji standing outside, chuckled heartily. What a coincidence. You moved right across from me. He scratched his head, tilting his body to invite him in. Gu Qingji responded with a soft acknowledgement and stepped inside. Every corner of the room was profoundly familiar to him. During the 2 years of Song Shaoyan's absence, he had wandered in here countless times. He had personally cleaned every inch of this space. It is no exaggeration to say that Gu Qingji was even more acquainted with this place than Song Shaoyan himself. He approached the sofa and turned to look at Song Shaoyan, who still lingered at the doorway. Are you not going to close the door? Song Shaoyan sensed an oddity about Gu Qingji, though he couldn't quite place what was peculiar. Following his words, he promptly closed the door, moved to the sofa, and took a seat, gesturing for Gu Qingji to join him. Sit down, won't you? Gu Qingji remained silent for a moment before finally taking a seat. The two sat facing each other, and a brief silence enveloped the room. Song Shaoyan scratched his head, noticing Gu Qingji's reticence, and decided to take the initiative. Are you here to settle scores? Gu Qingji's gaze darkened, so he was aware of the resentment he held for being abandoned. How could he dare to appear before him, knowing this? Even more audaciously, he broached the subject. Gu Qingji's eyes grew increasingly cold. Since you know, why did you leave? The words hovered on his lips, but were swallowed back forcefully. After several seconds of waiting and seeing no intention from Gu Qingji to complete his thought, Song Shaoyan boldly speculated. Undoubtedly, Gu Qingji harbored hatred towards him. The scandalous photos had been taken by him and subsequently leaked to the media. Moreover, he had fled, leaving Gu Qingji with no means for revenge. Now that he had returned, Gu Qingji must be curious as to why he had come back. After all, Having fled, there was no necessity for him to return. Following his daring conjecture, Song Shaoyan broke into a smile. Of course, I came back to see you. He crossed his arms, surveying Gu Qingji up and down, letting out a soft huff. How could I know you were doing so well now if I hadn't returned? How could I disconnect? Naturally, I had to come back. A glimmer of darkness flickered in Gu Qingji's eyes. He had never been able to decipher him. 2 years prior, he had seemingly taken 100,000 from him and was expected to thrive, yet he had to work in a milk tea shop out of fear of the dark. When he had clearly told him that he had secured investment and could lead a good life, he had cruelly abandoned him. He felt like a pitiable puppet, manipulated in someone else's palm. Just like now, he could easily use wealth and status to suppress him, could compel him to regret his departure. Yet unexpectedly, the words slipped from his lips uncontrollably. Now that I am wealthy, can we be together? Chapter 11. Do idle delinquents also get locked in the darkroom? Before he could finish his thought, Song Shaoyan interrupted. How much do you have now? Song Shaoyan felt a genuine curiosity regarding the male protagonist's wealth. After all, the narrative he had encountered provided no insight into the extent of the protagonist's assets. As a mere malevolent foil in the story, he was simply a pawn in the protagonist's quest for closure. With anticipation etched across his face, Song Shaoyan gazed at Gu Qingji, who sat across from him. Fingers interlaced, thumb pressing against the web of his palm, lips tightly pressed together. A considerable sum. So substantial that I am unaware of the precise amount, Gu Qingji replied, his tone laced with a hint of weariness. In the past, he had meticulously accounted for every cent. Now, money had become merely a string of numbers, a notion that left him quite indifferent. If you wish to know, I could arrange for an accounting. Song Shaoyan cast a puzzled glance at Gu Qingji and quickly waved his hands dismissively. Never mind, I was merely inquiring. After all, the protagonist's wealth cannot possibly pertain to me. It was unnecessary to delve into the details. Gu Qingji responded with a subdued Song Shaoyan studied the enigmatic figure before him, pondering the true purpose behind the meeting. Was it a test of his connections? Despite the protagonist's formidable nature, he had yet to attain omnipotence. Perhaps he too harbored doubts about Song Shaoyan's alliances. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to take the initiative. In the silence, Song Shaoyan lowered his gaze, his long lashes fluttering slightly. Gu Qingji, are you doing this intentionally? Gu Qingji paused, his thumb resting against the web of his palm, his voice carrying a husky undertone. You are aware, then? He had deliberately chosen to sit opposite him. Merely observing him from afar through surveillance was insufficient. He yearned for more. Song Shaoyan did not anticipate Gu Qingji's swift acknowledgement, which only solidified his suspicions. He pressed his lips together, his hands resting on the sofa, slender, pale fingers caressing the fabric, his index finger tapping lightly. Indeed, I am an orphan. I worked tirelessly to acquire this apartment. For you to effortlessly settle across from me is rather excessive. Gu Qingji was engulfed by the term orphan. As if pricked by 1,000 needles, a deep ache swelling within him. So, he was an orphan. This apartment, purchased with 10,000 of his hard-earned money, was a testament to his struggle. It was no wonder he continued to work at the milk tea shop after receiving the funds. Past uncertainties seemed to crystallize in that moment. Yet, Gu Qingji remained perplexed as to why he chose to depart. Slowly lifting his gaze, Gu Qingji's cool eyes now brimmed with earnestness. It was not effortless. I endured torment day and night, persevering until the moment I could stand before you under the guise of a neighbor. Song Shaoyan was momentarily taken aback, the odd sensation within him intensifying. Little by, do you find the protagonist somewhat peculiar? Little by, host, I am uncertain. Song Shaoyan, forget it, you little fool, what do you understand? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. As he prepared to log off, the protagonist's strangeness would soon cease to concern him. Song Shaoyan furrowed his brow slightly, raising his head with a hint of defiance, arms crossed over his chest. Why so meticulous over purchasing a house? No wonder he was asked by the boss to pay protection fees. With a disdainful hum, he believed his tone to be menacing and his words rather excessive. However, to Gu Qingji's ears, they sounded more like concern and playful affection. It suggested his discomfort with Wang San demanding protection fees. implying that his previous association with Wang San was not by choice. Gu Qingji felt a softening in his heart. "It's my fault," he murmured softly. He had a multitude of questions for him. For instance, why did he refer to Wang San as the boss? And why 2 years ago did he sell the photographs to marketing accounts? Gu Qingji was not naive. After the impulsive moment, reason reclaimed its dominion. That photograph from years ago was captured by Song Shaoyan, and only he could have sold it to the marketing accounts. Had it not been for the fact that the investor's partner was also male, that investment would have been utterly terminated. He could not comprehend why he had acted in such a manner. Deep down, Gu Qingji harbored a vague answer, yet he was reluctant to ponder it further. Opposite him, Song Shaoyan was taken aback by Gu Qingji's misinterpretation. Was the narrative not unfolding correctly? Shouldn't the male lead have erupted in rage, slamming the door and threatening to send him to a club? Why was he now apologizing? With a sliver of doubt lingering in his mind, Song Shaoyan tentatively spoke. "Aren't you angry?" Gu Qingji's eyes darkened, his voice growing more hoarse. "Angry? How could I not be?" Not only was he angry, but he was also filled with a sense of regretful hatred. Yet, amidst all this, he was more concerned about another matter. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Gu Qingji fixed his gaze intently on Song Shaoyan, scrutinizing every subtle expression on his face. Song Shaoyan appeared bewildered. What? He thought he had misheard. Gu Qingji, undeterred, repeated the question, even slowing down his speech. This time, Song Shaoyan comprehended. Huh. He looked utterly perplexed. A boyfriend? What a joke. How could a malicious cannon fodder like him have friends? Wouldn't he die immediately after making one? He waved his hands repeatedly. No, I don't have that. Gu Qingji's tense body finally relaxed somewhat. Yin has no boyfriend. But then he recalled another question. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Song Shaoyan replied, no. Looking utterly speechless. What kind of question is that? Have I been rendered foolish by your words? Gu Qingji's lips curled into a slight smile, and his body visibly eased. A faint joy danced in his brows, as if a knot in his heart had been untied. He responded softly. Song Shaoyan's mouth twitched, completely oblivious to the male lead's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Song Shaoyan stood up. I'm going to sleep. You should head back. He directly urged him to leave. Gu Qingji rose, his voice now imbued with a touch of tenderness. Please rest well. After saying this, he actually departed. As the door to the room was closed from the outside, Song Shaoyan plopped down onto the sofa, picked up his phone, and sent a WeChat message to the gang leader. Boss, when shall we trouble Gu Qingji again? By the way, do you know how Gu Qingji's gambling father is faring? Outside the door, Gu Qingji, holding Wang San's phone, caught sight of the message Song Shaoyan had sent. He lightly tapped the screen twice with his fingertips. Soon, Song Shaoyan received a message from the leader of the gang. When do you want to go? He.S. dead. 2 WeChat messages answered his 2 questions. Song Shaoyan stared at the words, he.S. dead, stroking his chin. It seemed the plot had deviated somewhat. Chapter 12. Do the idle thugs also get locked in the darkroom? In the original storyline, Gu Qingji's gambling father was supposed to have been orchestrated in a prison by him. Enduring relentless bullying from other inmates, he emerged mentally unstable. Ultimately, Gu Qingji would send him to a psychiatric hospital, rendering him a useless shell for the rest of his life. However, now the gang leader unexpectedly informed him that Gu Qingji's father had died. This was rather divergent from the anticipated narrative. Song Shaoyan rubbed his little white dumpling, calling Little White. Host, I am here. Song Shaoyan relayed his discovery to Little White, then inquired. This deviation in the plot won't hinder my mission completion, will it? Little White. Host, I will report this immediately. Song Shaoyan nodded and patted the little white dumpling. Go ahead. Little White swiftly departed to report, leaving Song Shaoyan with idle time to message the gang leader again. Boss, what about your little brothers? Gang leader, on vacation. Song Shaoyan. Even small-time thugs get vacations now. Do I have a holiday? Gang leader. How many days off do you want? Song Shaoyan stroked his chin, fingers typing rapidly on the screen. Boss, I don't need a holiday. I'm quite diligent. Gang leader. Cat patting JPG. Song Shaoyan stared at the sticker sent by the gang leader, an inexplicable chill running down his spine. He shuddered. The boss was rather peculiar, even using cat stickers. Fearing more cat stickers might follow, Song Shaoyan hesitated to message the gang leader again. Meanwhile, in the study, Gu Qingji noticed that Song Shaoyan had ceased messaging and began to attend to his work. Time slipped by quietly, and soon it was evening. The surroundings were brilliantly illuminated, casting a bright glow around the small residential building. Only the second floor remained lit, while the other floors were engulfed in darkness. Unbeknownst to Song Shaoyan, the residents of the entire building had long since moved out. Now, only he and Gu Qingji remained. The building was eerily quiet, save for the occasional sound of Song Shaoyan expressing frustration at a lost game, which reached Gu Qingji's ears. He resembled a shadowy voyeur, lurking in the darkness, observing Song Shaoyan's life. Gu Qingji gazed at the screens filled with surveillance footage, his fingertip gently caressing the image of Song Shaoyan's face. Ayan. Suddenly, Song Shaoyan sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Who is thinking of me?" At that moment, Little White's voice echoed in his mind. "Host, I have returned." Song Shaoyan laughed. So, it was Little White thinking of me. He set his phone aside, stretched languidly, and pondered in his mind. "What's the situation?" Little White replied. "The main system indicates that this minor plot does not affect the host. Host, you are merely a pawn, having little impact on the male lead. As long as you log off on time, you will earn points." Song Shaoyan relaxed. "I knew this idle role would be easy. A deviation in the plot won't pose any significant issues. However, this male lead is rather peculiar. I've returned for several days. Yet he has yet to drag me and the boss to the club." Song Shaoyan complained to Little White, then glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. He should head to bed. He shrugged off his shirt and lazily rose to take a shower. He tossed his shirt onto a nearby chair, revealing his fair skin to the air and, inadvertently, to Gu Qing. Gu Qing's pupils constricted, and he quickly averted his gaze. Upon closer inspection, a faint blush seemed to tint his ears. The sound of water from the surveillance indicated that the person who had just shed his shirt in the bedroom had entered the bathroom. Gu Qing took a deep breath and slowly turned his head back. He had not installed cameras in the bathroom, despite his overwhelming fascination with the youth's body. Yet, he was unwilling to invade such privacy, although in this moment it felt quite invasive and perverse. Gu Qing's gaze darkened, and his hands, previously resting on the table, silently clenched. The surveillance video revealed that the youth, who should have been in the bathroom, suddenly emerged. Oddly, he mumbled, "Where's my newly purchased shower gel?" As he stepped out of the bathroom, utterly bare. Gu Qing's body stiffened, and it felt as if his breath had momentarily ceased. The bright lights in the bedroom illuminated the youth's skin, making it appear almost luminescent. He seemed to have just showered, droplets glistening on his body. Particularly, his hair was wet, with water droplets cascading down to his delicate collarbone, flowing downward. Gu Qing felt his throat dry, his body immobilized, as he could only watch the droplets descend. In that moment, he felt as if he were one with those droplets, absorbing the essence of the youth. They glided over his flat abdomen, and then with a soft plop, his nosebleed fell onto the documents, staining them crimson. Yet, Gu Qing remained oblivious, his eyes fixated on something. It was not until Song Shaoyan returned to the bedroom with the newly acquired shower gel that Gu Qing regained control of his body. Hastily grabbing a tissue to staunch the flow of blood from his nose, he stared at the white ceiling, his heart racing. The vivid imagery from moments ago replayed incessantly in his mind. A warmth spread through him, the scene like a spell, swirling in his thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Gu Qing managed a bitter smile. It seemed that tonight, the flow of blood would not cease. After Song Shaoyan had a refreshing shower, he enjoyed a deep slumber, only to be awakened by the enticing aroma of food. Confused upon waking, he exclaimed, "Little White, did you cook?" Little White replied, "Host, I cannot cook." Song Shaoyan sluggishly acknowledged this, propping himself up and sniffing the air. The delightful scent seemed to waft in from outside. He hastily tidied himself up and, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of food, made his way across to the opposite side. What could possibly smell this delightful? He murmured to himself, swallowing hard. Little did Xiao Bai mention that the male lead could cook so exquisitely. Yet, he could never bring himself to shamelessly ask for a meal. A fleeting sense of regret crossed Song Shaoyan's eyes as he turned to head home and order takeout. Just as he pivoted, a sudden realization struck him regarding his current identity, a petty thug. What was wrong with a small-time hoodlum seeking a meal? This was a matter of key performance indicators. After all, with this thought in mind, Song Shaoyan resolutely turned back and began to knock on the door. Gu Qingji, if you possess the skill to cook such delectable dishes, you should also have the prowess to open the door and let me have a taste. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open from the inside. Gu Qingji stood within, an apron tied around his waist. A stark contrast to his typically frosty demeanor. Song Shaoyan felt a twinge of apprehension, yet maintained an air of bravado, puffing out his chest and wearing an audacious expression. What harm is there in asking for a taste of such delicious food? Gu Qingji responded with a soft acknowledgement, his gaze briefly flickering past Song Shaoyan's waist. He was acutely aware of the allure concealed beneath that loose, short sleeve. The enchanting scene from last night resurfaced in his mind, prompting Gu Qingji to hastily step aside. "Come in," he uttered, turning towards the kitchen, though the faint blush creeping up his ears seemed to betray something more. Chapter 13. Do idle little thugs also get locked in the darkroom? Song Shaoyan remained oblivious to the blush on Gu Qingji's ears, utterly enraptured by the enticing aroma of the food. He hadn't anticipated that the male lead would so readily allow him to come in and share a meal. Truly, the male lead was remarkable. His ability to endure was unparalleled. Were he in the same position, he would never permit someone he despised to dine with him. Lost in thought, Song Shaoyan unknowingly approached the kitchen door. Inside, Gu Qingji was busily engaged, elegantly flipping a pan with a single hand, showcasing the finesse of a seasoned chef. Unable to restrain himself, Song Shaoyan applauded. "Impressive," he praised, knowing full well he could never master such culinary skills. Gu Qingji glanced at him, his voice low and sensuous. "Please take a seat. It will be ready shortly." Song Shaoyan absent-mindedly touched his ear, feeling an inexplicable itch, perhaps a result of the male lead's enchanting voice. He sluggishly acknowledged, stealing a few more glances at Gu Qingji before finally stepping outside. A few minutes later, Song Shaoyan gazed at the table laden with dishes, astonishment etched across his face. "Did you make all of this?" Gu Qingji, seated across from him, replied with a quiet affirmation. Song Shaoyan gave a thumbs up, impressed. Gu Qingji, wielding chopsticks, lowered his gaze in silence. Unbothered, Song Shaoyan picked up his chopsticks and began to indulge. After satisfying his hunger, he slumped back in his chair, languid and unwilling to move. Meanwhile, Gu Qingji busied himself clearing the dishes, the sound of washing dishes soon echoing from the kitchen. Song Shaoyan lifted his gaze toward the kitchen doorway, blinking gently. He yawned, his exquisitely beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. What Gu Qingji saw upon emerging from the kitchen was a captivating scene. The boy's eyes misty, with a few tears at the corners, strikingly beautiful and utterly enchanting. Gu Qingji's Adam's apple rolled gently. Again, he approached him, casting a shadow over Song Shaoyan. With his eyes half closed, he tilted his head to look at Gu Qingji. The backlight obscured his expression, yet it did not hinder him from asking, "Have you finished washing the dishes?" Gu Qingji replied softly, observing his own silhouette completely enveloping the youth, a strange sense of satisfaction rising from within. At that moment, it felt as though he had monopolized the boy. Under this shadow, the youth wholly belonged to him. A subtle smile graced Gu Qingji's lips. "Are you tired?" His voice, laced with a hint of seductive rasp, made Song Shaoyan's ears tingle. He raised a hand to touch his earlobe, giving it a gentle squeeze. The originally fair lobe turned a crimson hue, as if it might bleed. Yet, Song Shaoyan felt nothing amiss and nodded lightly, his voice tinged with sleepiness. "I'm a bit tired." He leaned back against the chair, his body languid, and yawned. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingji seized the opportunity to ask, "Shall we lie on the sofa for a while?" Song Shaoyan yawned again, the carbohydrates truly intoxicating him. He was genuinely feeling weary. "All right," he replied. Just as he intended to rise, he noticed Gu Qingji bending down. In the next moment, his entire body was lifted into the air, cradled in Gu Qingji's arms. "Song Shaoyan." The sofa was merely a couple of steps away from the dining table. Before he could utter a word, Gu Qingji had already placed him on the sofa. The soft cushions intensified his drowsiness, and Song Shaoyan lost all desire to inquire further, closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep within 3 seconds. Gu Qingji stood quietly beside the sofa, the overhead light casting a strong shadow over him and enveloping Song Shaoyan in darkness, where countless tendrils seemed to dance around the boy. After a long moment, Gu Qingji slowly knelt down, leaning forward, inching closer to Song Shaoyan. Warm breaths mingled with a faint scent of pine wafted in the air, an essence belonging to the youth. Gu Qingji's atoms apple-rolled again, and he felt a rush of warmth. A fire ignited within, swiftly coursing through his limbs, leaving him in a state of chaotic disarray. His breathing quickened as he fixated on Song Shaoyan's slightly flushed lips, his gaze deepening. A voice within him clamored incessantly, his body no longer governed by reason. Lowering his head further, the warmth between their lips was intoxicating. Gu Qingji's pupils dilated, a surge of malevolent thoughts arose, and reason could no longer suppress the overwhelming desire. What began as a gentle caress morphed into an insatiable need, unwilling to cease even when lips were bruised. He fell entranced, or perhaps he had long since succumbed to madness. In his heart, he repeatedly called out a yin, as if those 2 syllables could quell the dark thoughts that had taken root in the shadows. Song Shaoyan seemed to stir uncomfortably in his sleep, letting out a soft whimper. Gu Qingji's body stiffened, and reason returned. He abruptly released his grip, his large hand pressing against the ground, his chest heaving with rapid breaths. Gradually, amidst the hurried gasps, he regained his composure. After a soft sigh, Song Shaoyan fell back into a deep slumber, entirely unaware that Gu Qingji had kissed him. Meanwhile, Gu Qingji gazed quietly at the peacefully sleeping Song Shaoyan, his obsidian pupils swirling with ominous desires. Song Shaoyan enjoyed a remarkably restful sleep, not awakening until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Consequently, he seized the opportunity to scrounge another dinner. This time, he had wised up. After finishing the meal, he made a swift exit, determined not to linger for even a second longer. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt a persistent ache in his mouth. Upon returning home, he glanced in the mirror and noticed some swelling. "These autumn mosquitoes are truly vicious," he muttered, staring at his slightly swollen lips. He dismissed the thought, applied a touch of lip balm to alleviate the swelling, and then began to contact the gang leader. Having already mooched 2 meals off the male protagonist, he had yet to be summoned to the club. This pace was far too sluggish for his liking. In order to expedite his departure from the game, Song Shaoyan resolved to take the initiative. "Boss, does Gu Qingji know about the scandalous photos?" This time, there was no immediate response, as before. However, Song Shaoyan was unconcerned. At this hour, the boss might very well be enjoying dinner. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Qingji lounged on the sofa, his gaze narrowing as he perused Wang San's phone. Scandalous photos? A realization dawned upon him, and he swiped upward. Wang San had not developed a habit of deleting chat records, and since he had been using this phone continuously, Gu Qingji effortlessly scrolled to the top of the messages. One by one, he read through them, mostly concerning Wang San's attempts to collect protection fees from Song Shaoyan. It wasn't until 2 years ago that Song Shaoyan had sent that photo to Wang San. Gu Qingji's fingers tapped lightly against the screen, his expression darkening. He should have anticipated this. Ian was not his savior. He was merely one of the thugs. The truth he had been reluctant to confront over the past 2 years lay bare before him in that moment. Like a dagger, it pierced his heart, leaving his already wounded soul bleeding profusely. Suddenly, the overhead lights flickered and dimmed. In the darkness, Gu Qingji unexpectedly chuckled. Chapter 14. Do even idle thugs get locked in a darkroom? The abrupt darkness startled Song Shaoyan, causing him to glance anxiously outside. The once brightly lit building had succumbed to shadows, plunging the entire area into darkness. Fearful of the dark, Song Shaoyan wrapped himself tightly in his blanket, his body trembling slightly. "Xiaobai, Xiaobai," he called out in his mind. Xiaobai promptly responded, "Host, I am here." Song Shaoyan's long lashes fluttered as he pressed his lips together tightly. "I'm feeling a bit scared." He had always harbored a fear of darkness, needing a light even while sleeping. But now, as all the lights went out, the surrounding gloom enveloped him and dread crept in, causing him to lose even the semblance of a smile. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Song Shaoyan's body jolted, and he dared not utter a word. Soon, the knocking ceased. He bit his lip tightly, cocooning himself within the blanket. The darkness heightened his senses, even with the bedroom door separating him from the outside. He could hear footsteps approaching. His pupils contracted, and he hurriedly poked at the Xiaobai entity in his mind. Little White, there are ghosts. Little White quickly checked host. This world has no ghosts. Song Shaoyan trembled. I heard footsteps. Little White, it seems to be the male lead. Before the words could finish, Song Shaoyan's blanket was suddenly pulled away. At that moment, he was too frightened to heed Little White's words, clutching his head with both hands. His voice laced with a sob. Don't eat me, woo woo woo. With a click, the flashlight illuminated Song Shaoyan. He froze, looking up to find Gu Qingji standing by his bed, holding a bright flashlight. As he stood behind the light, only a faint glow reflected on his face. Strangely, Song Shaoyan felt that Gu Qingji's complexion appeared quite dire. Yet, the light instilled him with courage. He leaned forward, softly asking, Gu Qingji, why are you here? Unbeknownst to him, he presented a pitiable sight. The long lashes were damp with fear, his beautiful eyes misted with tears. His voice carried a hint of a sob. So unlike his usual self, even softened somewhat. In the darkness, he seemed to have shed all sharp edges, revealing his inner softness to Gu Qingji. No one could resist such a Song Shaoyan, let alone Gu Qingji. He tightened his grip on the flashlight, the veins on the back of his hand subtly visible, hinting at a certain desire. I came to see you, he said in a low voice, his gaze fixated on Song Shaoyan's slightly swollen lips. His eyes darkened as he stepped closer. The light brightened further, completely illuminating Song Shaoyan. Song Shaoyan blinked gently. The presence of light eased his fear somewhat. He began to ponder why Gu Qingji was there. He remembered locking the door. How did Gu Qingji manage to enter? It seemed Gu Qingji had guessed his thoughts and spoke up. I have a key to your house. Song Shaoyan. Huh? He exclaimed, bewildered. Gu Qingji raised his hand, gently caressing Song Shaoyan's face, his thumb softly tracing his lips, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Did you not notice that this building only has the two of us since you returned? A sense of foreboding surged within Song Shaoyan. The thumb pressed against his lips felt cool, making him question if Gu Qingji was truly human. He instinctively wrapped himself tighter in the blanket and tentatively asked, Are you really Gu Qingji? You're not a ghost trying to deceive me, are you? Gu Qingji chuckled softly, the sound resonating through his chest, sending shivers down Song Shaoyan's spine. Ayin, if I weren't Gu Qingji, who else could I be? Who do you think of in your heart? Shadows flickered in his eyes, gradually engulfing their entire depths. Song Shaoyan felt increasingly uneasy. The male lead before him was far too strange. Was he perhaps dreaming? Stealthily, Song Shaoyan pinched himself, the pain jolting his body, and he inadvertently cried out, It hurts. Not a dream. It would be better if it were. The male lead's expression appeared quite ominous. He cast a furtive glance, and at that moment, Gu Qingji retrieved a somewhat antiquated mobile phone from his pocket. Although the model was rather old-fashioned, it was not the one previously owned by Gu Qingji. Just as Song Shaoyan was engulfed in confusion, Gu Qingji had already opened WeChat. Flipping through his conversation history with Wang San, Song Shaoyan focused intently, his pupils constricting sharply. This phone belonged to the notorious gang leader. Could it be that today he was conversing with the male protagonist? And what of the gang leader? Had he already been sent to the club by the protagonist? If the male lead were to discover that the indecent photographs were taken by him, and that he had sent them to marketing accounts, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Did this mean he could soon log off? Song Shaoyan's eyes sparkled with renewed courage. He slightly lifted his chin and let out a soft hum. Indeed, the photographs were taken by me, and I sent them to those marketing accounts. If you seek revenge, then come at me. Closing his eyes, he braced himself for the male protagonist's impending assault. However, after a prolonged wait without any pain, he could not help but open one eye. only to find Gu Qingji standing there, unmoving, prompting him to speak. "Can you refrain from hitting me?" Gu Qingji chuckled, a mix of anger and amusement in his expression. "Ian, how dare you?" Gu Qingji pressed his lips, the slight pain indicating the strength of his hold. Song Shaoyan furrowed his brow, his eyes shimmering with a striking crimson hue, a blend of fear and grievance. Confused, he opened his eyes to gaze at Gu Qingji. With his gaze lowered, Gu Qingji spoke with a hint of coldness. "Since you were aware that I would seek revenge, how dare you reappear before me? Having deceived him initially and then abandoned him, why return after having left? How could he be so audacious?" Song Shaoyan suddenly understood. It was this very doubt that troubled the male protagonist. If he were in Gu Qingji's shoes, he would not have dared. Yet he was now a malicious pawn, destined to log off and earn points. Though his role was ostensibly trivial, tasks must still be completed and points must be acquired. Thus, returning was a necessity. With a soft huff, Song Shaoyan taunted, "If you have the capability, then exact your revenge. Hurry and send him to the club. I shall immediately knock my head and log off. Why should I not dare?" He continued to provoke Gu Qingji. "If you possess the ability, then go ahead and retaliate against me." Before he could finish his sentence, his lips were silenced. "Song Shaoyan! Ah! Help! His first kiss! That scoundrel Gu Qingji!" Song Shaoyan raised his hands, attempting to push Gu Qingji away, yet he was embraced tightly at the waist, deepening the kiss. After the kiss, Gu Qingji cradled the weakened Song Shaoyan in his arms. "Since Ian desires revenge so much, how could I possibly disobey?" He lowered his head, appearing submissive, yet exuding a commanding presence. "For being so obedient, should Ian not reward me?" Chapter 15. Do even idle delinquents deserve to be locked in a dark room? Song Shaoyan was left utterly bewildered. Were it not for the slight weakness in his body, due to lack of oxygen, he would have leapt up to slap the male protagonist. What does it mean to be obedient? What constitutes a reward? Had the male protagonist lost his mind? Song Shaoyan hastily called out for Xiaobai in his mind, but after a lengthy pause, he received no response. With gritted teeth, he resolved to fight alone, glaring fiercely at Gu Qingji. "Do as you wish. I need not endure such humiliation." Beneath Gu Qingji's gaze, a tumultuous current surged, revealing a hint of brightness amidst the darkness. Humiliation? He pondered these words, savoring them like fine wine. Undeterred, Song Shaoyan met Gu Qingji's eyes directly. "What else can you do?" Gu Qingji's gaze fell, his large hand encircling Song Shaoyan's waist. His palm rested on the delicate curve of Song Shaoyan's waist, as if a mere increase in pressure would leave that tender skin bruised. This, he thought, should constitute true humiliation rather than the act of kissing his lips. This was Gu Qingji's first kiss, sweeter than he had anticipated, yet more ill-timed than he could have imagined. It should not have happened this way. Yet the alluring thoughts that surfaced in his mind overtook his reason, rendering him a vessel of desire. He acted beyond his control. Gu Qingji pressed his lips tightly, wanting to apologize, but halted upon meeting Song Shaoyan's frustrated and angry gaze. A sense of grievance welled up within him. He had deceived him, abandoned him, betrayed him. Even if it were indeed humiliation, so what? This was his burden to bear. Gu Qingji's eyes darkened, his voice lowered. "Ian, how naive you are." His thumb gently caressed Song Shaoyan's slightly swollen lips, his Adam's apple bobbing subtly. If this constituted humiliation, what then could true humiliation be? A faint smile graced his lips as he leaned closer, his mouth nearly brushing against Song Shaoyan's ear. Song Shaoyan shivered slightly, a flush creeping up to his ears. Perhaps the heat from Gu Qingji's breath was too intense. He felt an unexpected warmth on his cheeks. Yet, what did the protagonist mean by this? True humiliation must be delivering him to a club to be trained by those wicked individuals. Was the protagonist hinting that if he offended him further, he would send him to such a place? Truly, he was the protagonist speaking in riddles. Relaxing, Song Shaoyan thought, this was indeed how the plot unfolded. He tilted his head back slightly, his fair neck illuminated under the flashlight's beam. Show me what true humiliation looks like. Mere words without action are meaningless. He let out a soft huff, brimming with righteous indignation. The smile on Gu Qingji's lips deepened. He merely leaned closer, gently biting down on Song Shaoyan's earlobe. A teasing nibble. Song Shaoyan was taken aback, his mind momentarily blank. Suddenly, the flashlight dimmed, plunging the entire room into darkness. In an instant, Song Shaoyan felt a surge of fear. Almost instinctively, he dove into Gu Qingji's embrace, wrapping his arms around his, burying his head against his chest. "Turn on the light. Turn on the light. Turn on the light," he chanted, his fingers tensing as he clutched the fabric of Gu Qingji's shirt. With considerable force, he heard a pop as all the buttons of Gu Qingji's shirt flew open. In a moment of distraction, Gu Qingji found himself with one arm wrapped around Song Shaoyan's slender waist while the other supported him on the bed. The two soon shifted their positions, with Song Shaoyan lying back and Gu Qingji half kneeling above him, casting his silhouette entirely over him. In the veil of night, their faces remained obscured, yet the heavy breaths exchanged in the darkness spoke volumes. Song Shaoyan blinked softly, sensing his fingertips grazing something. Was it Gu Qingji's abdominal muscles? They felt remarkably firm. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch them. In the dimness, Gu Qingji let out a muffled groan. "Ian," he murmured, catching Song Shaoyan's wandering hand, seemingly amused. "Are you afraid of the dark?" Song Shaoyan replied quietly, "Yes, but those abs." He discreetly compared his own, finding them disappointingly flat. Maintaining a sculpted physique required daily visits to the gym, a commitment he lacked. Thus, he had chosen to forego the effort altogether. As he momentarily drifted into thought, a faint light illuminated the bedroom. Gu Qingji's phone. "I have already contacted the person in charge." Gu Qingji's voice was hoarse. "They will call in 10 minutes. Song Shaoyan edged closer to the source of light, offering a soft acknowledgement. He dared not urge Gu Qingji to leave. Doing so would plunge him into true fear. In this dilemma, he subtly inched nearer to Gu Qingji. Noticing his movements, Gu Qingji casually shifted his phone aside. Following the light, Song Shaoyan inadvertently leaned against Gu Qingji's thigh. The proximity intensified, and with his weight pressing down, he found himself perilously close to Gu Qingji's sculpted abdomen. With a button popped loose, Gu Qingji's shirt fell open, releasing an unmasked warmth. In the meager light, Song Shaoyan beheld the six-pack abs, graceful lines, exuding strength without being ostentatious. He bit his lip, turning his head away, fearful that a single glance might ignite a pang of envy so fierce he would be compelled to bite down in frustration. How infuriating it was to see someone with such enviable muscles. The darkness stretched time, making it feel interminable, yet the anticipated phone call had yet to arrive. The stifling silence enveloped him, leaving him breathless. Biting his lip, he broke the stillness. "Gu Qingji, what have you done to the boss?" It seemed the underworld leader's phone now rested in the protagonist's hands, suggesting that his fate was grim. Inwardly, Song Shaoyan lit a candle for the underworld boss, continuing his reckless path. 2 years ago, it was indeed I who captured your unflattering photograph. But that was because your gambling father owed us money. His words grew more fervent. If blame is to be placed, it should fall upon your father. I merely sought payment for services rendered. Gu Qingji listened quietly, his right hand gently tracing Song Shaoyan's back. The youth was slender, suggesting his life had not been easy over the past 2 years. Yet, his body radiated warmth, a heat that penetrated even through the fabric of his sleepwear, igniting a warmth in Gu Qingji's cold heart. Lowering his gaze, he felt his throat constrict slightly. "Again, that photograph is truly stunning." Song Shaoyan's voice, filled with bravado, paused momentarily. "Huh?" He twitched his ears. "Stunning? Oh, yes. It's an inappropriate picture, so it must be beautiful. After all, the male lead is quite handsome. It would indeed be strange if such a picture weren't appealing." Song Shaoyan nodded eagerly, affirming its beauty. "My skills are quite commendable, aren't they?" "MHM," Gu Qingji replied softly. A yin captured it splendidly. Chapter 16. Do the idle little rascals also face confinement in the small dark room? Song Shaoyan could not discern whether Gu Qingji was truly angry. Logically, the male lead ought to be upset, considering that inappropriate picture had circulated throughout the internet. Had it not been for the sudden leak of that photo 2 years ago, he might have advanced further in his career by now. Yet, Gu Qingji's tone was remarkably calm, so calm that it rendered any hint of anger undetectable. As Song Shaoyan pondered this, Gu Qingji spoke again. I genuinely admire that photograph. At this moment, Song Shaoyan was certain that Gu Qingji was indeed not angry. In fact, he seemed somewhat pleased. He attempted to sit up, but Gu Qingji pressed him down against his thigh, leaving him no choice but to remain prone. Gu Qingji's lips curled slightly, his voice deep and alluring. So, was that photograph willingly sold to the marketing account by a yin? He emphasized the word willingly. Song Shaoyan hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. It was voluntary. He recounted the words that Xiao Bai had shared with him. I was envious of your earnings, so I sought to ruin you. Indeed, he was such a small-minded individual, consumed by jealousy. Therefore, he eagerly anticipated the male lead's retribution. Hoping to be taken to the club, Song Shaoyan gazed at Gu Qingji with a hint of expectation. Regrettably, the darkness concealed his expression. Night instills fear, yet it also cloaks malevolence, much like the gaze Gu Qingji cast upon Song Shaoyan. Beneath the calm exterior lay a profound and eerie darkness, thick with sinister thoughts that could not bear the light of day. Gu Qingji had never realized that a yin harbored such sentiments, jealousy over his success, leading him to wish for his downfall. But why, then, had he initially recorded that video and shared it on Douyin to extricate himself from his predicament? Had it not been for that Douyin video 2 years ago, perhaps he would still be languishing in a shadowy corner, enduring torment. A sense of confusion arose. A yin is jealous of me? Song Shaoyan nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. You are handsome, tall, with abs, and you earn money. Anyone would be envious of you. He counted on his fingers. As for me, well, I suppose I'm decent enough. I'm shorter than you, earn little, and have no abs. By the end, Song Shaoyan's tone was tinged with blatant jealousy. He was genuinely envious that the male lead possessed such beautiful abs. Thus, he truly harbored jealousy for the male lead. Song Shaoyan raised his head, grinding his teeth as if to express his displeasure. I envy your success, which is why I handed the photograph to the marketing account. If you wish to hate me, then so be it. Gu Qingji lowered his gaze, a flash of insight crossing his mind. Is your departure due to? Song Shaoyan looked at him puzzled. Of course, it's because I'm afraid of your retaliation. He stated with unwarranted confidence. I have ruined your investment. You must not kill me. As Song Shaoyan revealed the reason for his departure 2 years ago, Gu Qingji was unexpectedly struck by a sense of absurdity. Beneath those tranquil eyes lurked the faintest hint of impending doom. If that were the case, why return now? He articulated each word with clarity, allowing the doubts and pain of the past 2 years to swell within the darkness. Song Shaoyan felt a twinge of conflict. He could hardly admit it was merely because his time offline had not yet expired. Just as he contemplated concocting an excuse, the overhead light suddenly flickered to life. Illumination flooded the entire bedroom, casting light upon Song Shaoyan's heart. He sprang up abruptly, forcefully pushing Gu Qingji away. Why should I explain my presence? With the light now illuminating the room, fear dissipated. He had no intention of meekly answering Gu Qingji. He was now a venomous pawn, destined to engage in wicked acts. With his arms crossed over his chest, Song Shaoyan scrutinized Gu Qingji from head to toe. His gaze lingered on Gu Qingji's exquisite abdomen for a few moments before he cleared his throat. My home does not welcome you. Leave at once. Gu Qingji regarded Song Shaoyan with calm eyes. Under the light, the youth's skin appeared pale, his lips slightly swollen, and his beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of mist. The youth's words were sharp and caustic, yet undeniably beautiful. It seemed as though all light converged upon him, drawing even the faintest glimmer from the surroundings. Thus, Gu Qingji found himself compelled to draw nearer. With one hand propped on the bed, he grasped Song Shaoyan's delicate wrist, his thumb caressing its midpoint before suddenly pressing down. Not welcome? In this oppressive atmosphere, he surprisingly laughed. Who was it that threw themselves into my embrace just moments ago? Song Shaoyan averted his gaze, looking up at the ceiling and then down at the floor, deliberately ignoring Gu Qingji. I want to listen. He shook his head, insisting, I'm going to sleep now. Please leave my home quickly. Otherwise, I shall call the police. Gu Qingji's deep-set eyes studied Song Shaoyan for several seconds. Song Shaoyan feigned ignorance, glancing left and right, and let out a large yawn. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, enhancing his allure. Gu Qingji released his grip on Song Shaoyan's wrist and stood up. His tall silhouette cast a broad shadow, enveloping Song Shaoyan entirely, though it was merely a fleeting moment. Once Gu Qingji withdrew, Song Shaoyan reclined back on the bed, pulling up the covers, and lazily yawned once more. Do not turn off the lights. Just close the door behind you. Thank you. He was genuinely fatigued. The earlier darkness and fear had kept him alert, but now that he relaxed, drowsiness washed over him. After exchanging just a few words, Song Shaoyan tilted his head and fell asleep. Seeing that he had truly drifted off, Gu Qingji sighed softly. He bent down, gazing at Song Shaoyan's slightly swollen red lips for a moment before gently kissing his forehead. "Good night," he whispered, turning off the main light and leaving only the bedside lamp aglow with a warm, yellow light. As the door to the room closed softly, Song Shaoyan's eyelids fluttered, and he sank deeper into slumber. For several consecutive days, this area inexplicably experienced power outages, particularly during the night. Whenever the lights went out, Gu Qingji would, as if rehearsed, rush over with a dilapidated flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. Strangely, upon his arrival, he would remain silent, merely staring, which sent shivers down Song Shaoyan's spine. After a few days of this unsettling routine, Song Shaoyan began contemplating the idea of relocating. "Xiaobai, does the system reimburse moving expenses?" Xiaobai replied, "Host, it does not." "Ah, indeed, the idle position lacks such financial leeway," he sighed. Propping his chin with one hand, he took a sip of his milk tea. "Why hasn't the male lead sent me to the club yet?" "Host, it should be soon." Song Shaoyan raised an eyebrow. "By the way, Xiaobai, why didn't he respond to me last time I called?" After a moment of thought, Xiaobai answered, "Host, I believe I was inadvertently blocked by the automatic shielding system." Song Shaoyan mused. It's clear that this newly minted system has its quirks. "I merely hugged the male lead that day, and I got blocked." He shook his head lightly, engaging in casual conversation with Xiaobai. As they chatted, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. "If the male lead isn't sending me to the club, I can go on my own." Chapter 17. Do delinquent little rascals also get locked in the darkroom? Feeling exceedingly clever, Song Shaoyan set aside his milk tea and immediately grabbed his phone to conduct some research. Let us first ascertain which clubs are somewhat disreputable, preferably those that don't require membership for entry. Xiaobai remained silent. As he searched, Song Shaoyan reveled in his ingenious idea, feeling like a genius. As night quietly descended, a line of luxury cars lined the entrance of the Yusei Club, an uncommon sight. Rumor had it that the president of the Yin Group would make an appearance here, drawing a considerable crowd. Ever since the leadership change, the Yin Group had not only rebranded, but also flourished rapidly. Those who once scoffed at it now found themselves backtracking, eager to curry favor with the esteemed individual. However, this individual was notoriously discreet, seldom making public appearances or attending private gatherings, not even business banquets. This left many at a loss as to how to approach him. Nonetheless, whispers of the esteemed figure's presence at the club tonight prompted many to flock there. Although the chances of an encounter were slim, the mere possibility was enough to entice them. A partnership with the Yin Group promised untold wealth and fortune. Numerous acquaintances crossed paths at the entrance, exchanging knowing glances that silently acknowledged their shared intentions for being there. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they dispersed. In the restroom on the first floor of the club, Song Shaoyan was adjusting his uniform. After extensive searching, he had yet to find a venue that met his criteria. Fortunately, the Yusei Club had suddenly begun hiring temporary staff. Without hesitation, he applied and was accepted, perhaps due to the manager's favorable impression of his appearance. Following a brief training session, he was promptly ushered into action. Rumor had it that many prominent figures would be in attendance that night, necessitating the hiring of temporary staff to serve drinks. Song Shaoyan was indifferent to the details of serving drinks. His primary focus tonight was to log off. "Xiaobai, shortly I will provoke a drunken, lewd man. Then I will conveniently fall, striking my head on the corner of the table. What do you think?" Xiaobai paused for 2 seconds. "Host, I have discovered that logging off requires the male lead to be present." The male lead must witness your successful retaliation to alleviate his resentment. Song Shaoyan replied, "Is it really that troublesome? Then I shall send a message to Gu Qingji." He took out his phone and, with a swift tap of his fingers, sent the message. In the office of the CEO of Yin Group, Gu Qingji was engrossed in handling the backlog of documents. Suddenly, his phone chimed beside him. With a calm demeanor, he picked it up. Upon seeing the sender's name, a flicker of emotion rippled through his tranquil gaze. He opened WeChat and read the message from Song Shaoyan. "I'm at the Yueshi Club. Care to join?" Gu Qingji furrowed his brow. "A club? What kind of place could that be? Why would I go there and even invite him to join?" He drummed his fingers lightly on the table and, without much contemplation, replied, "Sure." He stood up, and his assistant promptly inquired, "Boss, shall I prepare a car?" "No need." Gu Qingji replied nonchalantly, "I'll drive myself." The assistant acknowledged and went to retrieve the car keys. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of the Yueshi Club, the manager wore a serious expression, pointing at a young man with dyed yellow hair, berating him. "What do you want me to say? This nephew of mine is not only incompetent, but today he got drunk and boasted that the president of Yin Group will be coming here tonight. Who does he think he is? Why would that person ever come here? To make matters worse, this rumor has spread, and now half the business circle of the capital is here. If they discover that the esteemed guest will not appear, I can hardly bear to think of the consequences. You will go home tomorrow. I cannot accommodate such a high-maintenance guest." The young man with yellow hair was about to retort, but fell silent under the manager's glare. Tonight, the Yueshi Club was particularly lively. Every private room was fully booked, and even the lobby on the first floor was packed with patrons. Glasses clinked, and it felt less like a club and more like a grand commercial banquet. Song Shaoyan stood in a corner of the lobby, observing the crowd for signs of drunkenness. He needed to time his encounter perfectly. As time passed, the guests gradually sensed something amiss. Those present were astute individuals, and some had already guessed that the esteemed guest would not show up. Yet, others clung to hope, thinking to wait a little longer. At that moment, Song Shaoyan had identified his target. The young man with yellow hair at the inner table appeared thoroughly intoxicated, his face contorted with distress, as if he had been provoked. Such individuals are prone to impulsiveness when agitated. Perfect. He was the one. Song Shaoyan adjusted his attire and took purposeful strides toward the young man. As he drew near, the young man erupted loudly. "Damn it. I refuse to return to that backwater. If only I could discern who disseminated the news." Song Shaoyan nodded in satisfaction. Tipsy enough to hiccup and babble incoherently, even uttering some profanities, truly a prime candidate for a shameless encounter. He bent slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Sir, would you care for a drink?" The young man with yellow hair squinted, barely able to comprehend the words of the exceedingly handsome youth before him. His intoxication made it difficult to hear clearly, yet the lad's striking beauty assured him that sweet words were surely being spoken. His pretentious nature resurfaced, and with a sly grin, he reached out to grasp Song Shaoyan's hand, only to have it deftly evaded. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. "You mother!" Before he could finish, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Even the young man with yellow hair sensed something amiss. A striking gentleman clad in a black suit stood nearby, his expression icy, fixated intently on him. The atmosphere grew oppressive and frigid, constricting his senses, allowing a flicker of clarity to penetrate the haze of his intoxication. It was Gu Yi. A murmur rippled through the crowd, awakening them to the realization that Gu Yi had indeed arrived. Some attempted to approach him, but were deterred by Gu Qingji's frosty gaze. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Gu Qingji strode forward with purpose, directly towards Song Shaoyan. Upon noticing Gu Qingji, Song Shaoyan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The male protagonist's arrival was perfectly timed. All he needed to do was feign being shoved by the yellow-haired youth and inadvertently strike his head, thus gracefully exiting the scene. The mere thought of his impending departure brought a genuine smile to his face. Gu Qingji, catching sight of that smile, hesitated momentarily. Casting a sidelong glance at the yellow-haired youth, his aura darkened, prompting him to quicken his pace. Seizing the opportunity, Song Shaoyan aligned himself with the corner of the table, positioning the back of his head against it and leaning backward. Points were on the way. Chapter 18. Do the idle thugs also face confinement in the little black room? Gu Qingji's pupils constricted, as if time itself had slowed in that very instant. The youth's form loomed larger in his vision, while the surrounding objects appeared suspended in stillness. He reached out, yearning to grasp something, yet the cool air eluded his touch. Gu Qingji sensed something amiss, or perhaps he was entirely oblivious. His mind went blank in that fleeting moment. His body instinctively lunged forward, seizing Song Shaoyan's wrist with fervor, pulling him close. Yet, at that moment, the youth's strength surged, drawing them both downward. As Song Shaoyan's head neared the sharp corner of the table, Gu Qingji, disregarding all else, shielded him with his own body, enveloping him in his embrace. However, gravity would not easily relent to their reckless abandon. A resounding thud echoed as Gu Qingji's head collided with the table's edge, a metallic tang of blood spreading through the air. Panic erupted in the hall. Some called for a doctor, while others dialed for an ambulance. Gu Qingji, gazing down at the dazed expression of the youth he cradled, gently brushed his hand against his face. "Ian," he murmured, his voice a whisper of weakness. "I truly adore you." The astonishment etched upon the youth's face was palpable. Gu Qingji couldn't help but smile foolishly. How could he bear to seek revenge on him? He adored him deeply. Even if he abandoned him, it mattered not. As long as he returned to his side, he would forever remain here. Gu Qingji gripped Song Shaoyan's hand tightly, and in his hazy consciousness, only one thought persisted. He would absolutely not release Yan's hand. The ambulance arrived swiftly, and the doctors rushed in with a stretcher. Yet, the unconscious Gu Qingji clung desperately to Song Shaoyan's hand, and despite the efforts of 3 doctors, they could not pry them apart. Song Shaoyan, still somewhat dazed, noticed the doctor's struggle and spoke up. "I will go with you." His mind was slightly chaotic, and he simply followed the doctors onto the ambulance. Upon reaching the emergency room, his hand remained intertwined with Gu Qingji's. The doctors were busily attending to the situation, while Song Shaoyan gazed at Gu Qingji's pale face, momentarily lost in thought. It seemed he had just heard something incredible. Did the male lead just confess to him? Surely, the male lead had lost his mind. Otherwise, how could he possibly express such feelings? Unable to comprehend, Song Shaoyan continued staring at Gu Qingji. The rescue was successful. Gu Qingji had survived. However, Song Shaoyan received some rather unfortunate news from the doctor. Gu Qingji had struck his head, resulting in a concussion, and there was a hematoma pressing against his nerves. He might not regain consciousness in the short term, and even if he did wake up, memory loss was a possibility. The doctor glanced at Song Shaoyan with sympathy as he delivered this news. "You are his beloved, are you not? It will be difficult for you to care for him during this time." Song Shaoyan wished to protest, but before he could voice his dissent, the nurse called the doctor away. He had no choice but to swallow his retort, bowing his head to gaze at the comatose Gu Qingji, gently poking his cheek with his fingertips. "Have you lost your mind?" he murmured, half asking and half answering himself. "It seems you have. The doctor said you have concussion. He also mentioned you might forget things when you wake up. So, your mind must indeed be broken." As he spoke, Song Shaoyan's eyes suddenly brightened. Of course, the male lead must have hit his head to confess to him. He thought as much. How could the male lead possibly have feelings for him? After all, he was merely a malicious pawn. With this realization, Song Shaoyan immediately relaxed. Although he had been unable to log off that night, he now understood that he could not simply run off to the club to strike his head. He would have to wait for Gu Qingji to awaken before seeking another opportunity. Song Shaoyan pressed his lips together lightly, praying for Gu Qingji to wake up soon. Time passed quietly, and before he knew it, Song Shaoyan had dozed off beside the bed. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the hospital room, Gu Qingji, lying on the bed, fluttered his eyelashes and slowly opened his eyes. The unfamiliar sight of the white ceiling momentarily bewildered him. He hesitated for a second, sensing someone nearby, and turned his head slightly. Upon seeing Song Shaoyan resting by the bedside, Gu Qingji felt his heart race. A voice seemed to echo in his mind. "Wife," he murmured softly, his eyes growing brighter. He appeared to have forgotten many things, but he had not forgotten his wife. He still remembered his beloved. Gu Qingji gazed intently at the peacefully sleeping Song Shaoyan, quietly awaiting his wife's awakening. In a state of drowsiness, Song Shaoyan sensed someone observing him. He raised his hand to massage his sore neck while slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing Gu Qingji's unwavering gaze, he exclaimed with delight, "You're awake?" Gu Qingji nodded emphatically. "Yes, dear, have I worried you?" "Quite a bit. But wait, what did you just call me?" Song Shaoyan replied, realization dawning upon him as he appeared astonished. He pointed himself. "Did you just call me?" "My dear," Gu Qingji reiterated, his voice brimming with excitement and joy. Song Shaoyan responded with confusion. "Old wife?" He instinctively leaned back in shock, but fortunately, Gu Qingji grasped his wrist, preventing him from falling. Furrowing his brow, Gu Qingji cautiously inquired, "Did I upset you, my dear?" Before Song Shaoyan could respond, Gu Qingji lowered his head, his tone filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, my dear. I cannot recall what I did to make you angry. Please, do not be upset with me." Song Shaoyan thought, "This is disastrous." The male lead's mind has truly become muddled. He struggled to clarify, "I am not your wife." He retrieved his phone and opened a photo taken 2 years prior. Pointing to it, "I am the villain who sent this photo to a marketing account, causing you to lose investment opportunities." Gu Qingji stared at the photograph, his ears turning slightly red. "You look so beautiful." The youth in the picture flashed a peace sign, his smile radiant. "So sweet. I like it so much. Is that what you meant by sending this photo out?" Song Shaoyan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I took it and I also sent it." Gu Qingji's ears flushed deeper. Publicly revealing this matter should have been his responsibility, not hers. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. "Are you angry because of this?" Song Shaoyan nearly fainted from the overwhelming frustration. "This is only making things worse. I am not the male lead's wife." He attempted to explain again, but Gu Qingji's conviction was unyielding. Noticing Song Shaoyan's troubled expression, he grasped his hands firmly, his resolve unwavering. "I am sorry, my dear. It is my fault. I should have made this public first." "Enough," Song Shaoyan declared, exasperated. Chapter 19. Do delinquent youths also get locked in the darkroom? Though Gu Qingji had lost his memory, his body had developed a certain instinct. He found his phone, scrolled to his assistant's number, and dialed. "Immediately announce my relationship with my wife." On the other end, the assistant hesitantly responded, "Boss, who is your wife?" This question caused Gu Qingji to furrow his brow even more tightly. He hadn't anticipated that his pre-amnesia self had concealed this so thoroughly that even his assistant was unaware of who his wife was. He promptly hung up, his expression growing increasingly grave. "It is all my fault, my dear." He sincerely apologized, nearly kneeling in contrition. "I am not." Song Shaoyan attempted to resist once more. However, Gu Qingshi appeared to have firmly convinced himself that he was her husband. After offering his apologies, he picked up his phone and dialed his assistant. The sole purpose of the call was clear. He intended to convene a press conference immediately to announce his wife. Song Shaoyan, standing nearby, felt his lips twitch in disbelief. At this critical moment, he seized Gu Qingshi's phone with determination. "Do not heed him," he exclaimed, promptly hanging up the call and clutching the device in his grasp. Turning to face Gu Qingshi, this matter should remain undisclosed for now. It was futile to attempt an explanation. He could only momentarily distract the male lead. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingshi's expression dimmed slightly, a hint of sorrow flickering across his features. The term wife lingered unspoken in the air, and he hesitated to inquire further, as though the answer might be unbearable. An instinctive warning echoed within him, rendering the question unvoiced. As Song Shaoyan's mind raced, a multitude of thoughts converged in an instant, prompting him to speak nonsensically. "I have enemies. If they discover my whereabouts, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. We would both be in danger." Gu Qingshi's attention was indeed captured by this declaration. He grasped Song Shaoyan's hands tightly, nodding earnestly. "Rest assured, my wife, until we resolve this enmity, I shall ensure no one learns of your location." A sense of unease washed over Song Shaoyan. Something fell amiss. Yet the urgency of the situation compelled him to dismiss his doubts. Since he was fabricating a story, it was vulnerable to scrutiny, and he refrained from saying anything further that might provoke suspicion from Gu Qingshi. He offered a few vague affirmations, withdrew his hands and patted Gu Qingshi's shoulder. Take good care of your injuries. As he began to rise, Gu Qingshi's voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, reached him. Will my wife not keep me company? He lowered his head slightly, his eyelashes fluttering, and a rare vulnerability graced his pale countenance. Song Shaoyan was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed the male lead in such a fragile state. Even when pressed into debt and subjected to scandalous photographs, Gu Qingshi had never displayed such an expression. This compelled him to turn away, speaking softly, I shall see if there is anything to eat. At this, Gu Qingshi's face brightened with a smile. I know my wife is the best. Song Shaoyan, pinching his ear, chose not to dispute Gu Qingshi's words. Once Song Shaoyan departed, Gu Qingshi's smile faded, and he picked up his phone again, dialing his assistant. Investigate who my wife's enemies are. Assistant. The assistant promptly inquired, Boss, who is your wife? Gu Qingshi enunciated each syllable with precision. Song, Shao, Yen. The assistant suddenly understood, replying, Understood, boss. After ending the call, Gu Qingshi stroked the screen of his phone with his thumb, his gaze heavy with contemplation. Moments later, a slow smile emerged on his lips. Wife. Chapter 20. Must even the idle rascals be confined to the darkroom? Song Shaoyan made his way to the hospital cafeteria, purchasing a small bowl of congee before heading back. While waiting for the elevator, he poked at the little white dumpling. Little white? The male lead has lost his memory and mistaken his wife. What should we do? After a considerable pause, Little White responded, Host. I have already reported this to the main system, but there has been no reply yet. Song Shaoyan stroked his chin. Indeed, it seems to be a leisurely position. It has taken so long to respond. Yesterday, upon the occurrence of an incident involving Gu Qingji, he instructed Xiao to report the anomaly here. To his surprise, a whole day has elapsed without any response from the main system. It is evident that the idle departments are not held in high regard. Let us observe the situation for now, Song Shaoyan remarked. Could you inquire if we might still accrue points under these circumstances? Having even a single point would be beneficial. Xiao promptly replied, Understood, host. I shall report again. After exchanging a few words, the elevator arrived, and he stepped out, making his way towards Gu Qingji's hospital room. The door was closed, and faint voices could be heard from within. Leaning in closer, Song Shaoyan overheard snippets of conversation. So many documents? No wonder his wife was upset. It must be due to his preoccupation with work and neglecting her. Why is there also an international meeting to convene? Can't you handle these trivial matters? What purpose do I have in employing you if you cannot manage? It is precisely because of your incompetence that my wife is angry with me. The more he listened, the more unsettled he became. Gu Qingji's casual reference to wife was so natural that it nearly led Song Shaoyan to believe he truly was his spouse. If this continued, others would certainly misconstrue the situation. He hastily knocked on the door. A slightly subdued voice from within called out, Enter. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, Gu Qingji's eyes brightened upon seeing him, his voice lifting in pitch. Wife. Song Shaoyan, rubbing his arm and placing the congee on a nearby cabinet, retorted, I am not your wife. He felt compelled to contest this assertion. 5 assistants stood neatly to the side, their heads bowed in unison, too fearful to raise them, lest their boss direct his ire at them. Yet, even without lifting their gazes, Gu Qingji cast a cold glance their way. He was well aware of their unreliability. Otherwise, his wife would not still be upset. Pressing his lips together, he refrained from unleashing his frustration in front of her, instead stating in a deep voice, You may proceed with your work. The 5 assistants quickly exited. With their departure, Song Shaoyan turned back to Gu Qingji, reiterating, Did I not tell you that our relationship must remain undisclosed? A hint of guilt flickered across Gu Qingji's face. Wife, I apologize. It was unintentional. He lowered his gaze. They are my assistants, and I place considerable trust in them. However, I have lost my memory and cannot be certain if any among them harbor ill intentions. Rest assured, if they speak out of turn, I shall. A glimmer of menace flashed in his eyes. Song Shaoyan's lips twitched slightly. He had merely concocted an excuse to placate Gu Qingji, yet he took it to heart. He sat down, propping his chin on one hand. Has the doctor visited? Gu Qingji nodded, affirming the visit had occurred. What did the doctor say? Song Shaoyan glanced at his head, inquiring about the resolution of the contusion within his brain. Most importantly, when would he regain his memory? He was eagerly awaiting the end of this ordeal. Gu Qingji shook his head. The doctor did not specify. As he spoke, he took the initiative to grasp Song Shaoyan's right hand. My dear wife, I seem to have forgotten the events that transpired between us. Are you feeling very saddened by this? I apologize. Song Shaoyan hastily interrupted Gu Qingji. No, I'm not sad. Once your memory returns, you might regret the words you uttered today. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Qingji took over the conversation. I will not, regardless of what occurs. I shall not regret my current sentiments. His tone was resolute, his eyes reflecting emotions that Song Shaoyan found inscrutable. She slightly tilted her head, responding in a dry manner. Oh, a brief silence enveloped the hospital room, soon shattered by Gu Qingji. Dear wife, the doctor has informed me that after a couple more days of rest, I will be able to be discharged. I have entrusted my work to my assistants. Shall we go out and enjoy ourselves? He wished to make amends, to provide her with the finest experiences. Before his amnesia, he must have been overly consumed by work. Now, he sought to compensate for it. Song Shaoyan replied vaguely. Let us discuss it later. She needed to await a response from the main system to determine their course of action. Gu Qingji seemed to perceive her hesitation and did not press her further. Very well, he acquiesced quickly, his expression gentle. When Song Shaoyan stood before him, it appeared as though he could see only her. Even in his state of amnesia, he could feel his heart racing, each cell in his body seemingly declaring its fervor for her. Gu Qingji pressed his hand to his chest, contemplating. He must have adored his wife profoundly before losing his memory. Indeed, she must love him dearly in return. Chapter 21. Do idlers and delinquents deserve confinement? Song Shaoyan accompanied Gu Qingji for the entire morning. After lunch, she took her leave. She needed to return and converse with Xiao Bai regarding their current predicament. Upon returning to her modest abode, Song Shaoyan quickly engaged Xiao Bai in discussion. Xiao Bai, has there been any response from the main system? Xiao Bai replied promptly. Host, the main system has stated that you merely need to log off. Song Shaoyan pondered. Is there no specific time I must log off? Xiao Bai confirmed, indeed. As long as you log off, you will earn 10 points. A sigh of relief escaped Song Shaoyan. As long as she could accrue points, it was acceptable. She could forego the points for herself, but Xiao Bai's daily energy operations required them. 10 points were sufficient to sustain several worlds. It appears the main system is quite understanding, she mused, a radiant smile gracing her face. I've devised an excellent plan. Currently, Gu Qingji has amnesia and perceives me as his wife. If I were to deceive him and abandon him now, he would surely harbor immense resentment upon regaining his memory. Thus, I could successfully log off. The more she contemplated this approach, the more viable it seemed. She clapped her thigh in determination. That settles it. I shall first learn the ways of a rogue. Song Shaoyan picked up her phone and began searching. How to be a rogue. The web presented numerous responses, from which she selected a few that appeared credible. 1. Speak sweetly, but act otherwise. Shower her with empty promises while neglecting serious matters. 1. Establishing a goal, whether it is monetary gain or emotional manipulation. If one seeks money, they should consistently request it from the other party. If one desires to toy with emotions, they must navigate multiple relationships simultaneously. 2. Song Shaoyan contemplated these suggestions, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He was certain that juggling multiple affairs was beyond his capabilities, yet the pursuit of money was a realm in which he excelled. Collecting protection fees was merely another form of soliciting funds. After all, realizing this, he recognized himself as a nefarious character, a rascal. Having clarified his objective, Song Shaoyan deliberately purchased some fruit and made his way to the hospital. 3. Despite being in the hospital, Gu Qingji was still engrossed in work. However, upon Song Shaoyan's arrival, Gu Qingji set aside his tasks. Darling, you've come, he greeted, causing Song Shaoyan to pause momentarily. He felt that if he continued to hear the word darling, he would soon become immune to it. With a subtle bite of his lip, he placed the fruit on the counter. I brought you some fruit. For Gu Qingji selected an apple and began to peel it with a fruit knife. Song Shaoyan took a seat, observing his graceful movements and the absence of any fatigue etched upon his brow, causing him to blink gently. Gu Qingji, I'm out of money. He directly requested funds. This fruit costs 100, plus my escape fee, totaling 1,000. 5. Gu Qingji handed the peeled apple to Song Shaoyan, a smile gracing his lips. I have a secondary card. You can use it freely. Song Shaoyan, taken aback, responded, What? It's that simple? No, it must be a trap. He took a large bite of the apple, his cheeks puffing out. No. I want you to transfer the money via WeChat. I don't trust that secondary card. 6. Without hesitation, Gu Qingji complied and transferred a sum to Song Shaoyan. Preoccupied with his apple, Song Shaoyan failed to notice the amount transferred and simply accepted it. Now that's more like it. A smile spread across his face. You're wonderful, darling. Love you. 7. Sweet words are easy to utter. They're merely recitations from script. A glint of cunning sparkled in Song Shaoyan's eyes, oblivious to the shadow that flickered across Gu Qingji's gaze. Beneath the surface calm of his eyes, turbulent currents stirred, concealing unfathomable depths. After a brief silence, Gu Qingji slowly replied, I love you too. His voice carried a hint of raspiness, reminiscent of an antiquated bellows. 8. Song Shaoyan continued his flow of endearments. It's wonderful to have you. You're truly remarkable. The hospital room was filled with Song Shaoyan's sweet nothings, leading an unknowing observer to believe a romantic scene was unfolding. In reality, Song Shaoyan was merely indulging in apple slices while uttering these affectionate phrases. 9. Once he finished the apple, Song Shaoyan wiped his mouth, feeling that he had accomplished his task for the day. I must return now. Gu Qingji raised his gaze, a hint of grievance seemingly concealed within his brow. Can't you stay a little longer? He grasped Song Shaoyan's hands, warmth radiating from his palms. I remember nothing. Only you. 10. After losing his memory, the world was alien to him. Even when engaged in work, his body responded instinctively, yet he still perceived the world around him as unfamiliar. Only when his wife remained by his side could he find a semblance of security. Song Shaoyan struggled for a moment, realizing the grip was far too tight to escape, and reluctantly acquiesced. Very well then, I shall accompany you a while longer. He settled down, picking up his phone to scroll through short videos. Gu Qingji found no disturbance in the noise. Instead, he quietly gazed at him, exuding an aura of bliss. He had never experienced such a tranquil moment, as if his wandering heart had finally reached a safe harbor. For several consecutive days, Song Shaoyan stayed in the hospital with Gu Qingji. Of course, he refrained from asking for money. After all, to play the scoundrel, financial resources were indeed essential. A week later, Gu Qingji was cleared to leave the hospital. His physical condition was not grave, but the congealed blood in his brain remained a mystery as to when it would dissipate. As for his memory, its restoration was even more uncertain. Song Shaoyan secretly hoped for Gu Qingji to regain his memories swiftly, allowing him a smooth exit from the situation. However, despite Gu Qingji returning to the company to manage affairs, there were no signs of memory recovery. Each day, Song Shaoyan resorted to begging for money and sweet-talking Gu Qingji. Gu Qingji boldly moved into his home, justifying it with the notion that a married couple should reside together. Were it not for the fact that this residence was provided by the Fast Travel Bureau, Song Shaoyan would have contemplated selling the property to live in a grand villa. Nevertheless, considering his imminent departure, he found solace in the comfort of his own space. One night, while Gu Qingji remained at the company for a meeting, Song Shaoyan lay in bed with all the lights aglow. The bright illumination illuminated the pathway below, allowing him to see each passerby clearly. Suddenly, the sound of a vehicle drew his attention. His eyes brightened as he rose and approached the window to look down. Gu Qingji seemed to have indulged in a bit of alcohol that evening, opting not to drive himself, but rather to be chauffeured home. At first, Song Shaoyan paid little heed, but when he spotted the driver exiting the vehicle, he froze in disbelief. The driver was none other than the notorious gang leader. Rubbing his eyes and scrutinizing the scene closely, he confirmed he was not mistaken, and his mind spun in confusion. The gang leader was Gu Qingji's chauffeur? What could this possibly mean? Hadn't Gu Qingji avenged himself against the gang leader and even seized his phone? Yet, Song Shaoyan was certain he could not be mistaken, which only deepened his astonishment, as if something beyond his comprehension had unraveled. He stood at the window, frozen in contemplation, when footsteps approached from behind, followed by Gu Qingji. Enveloped in the warmth of alcohol. "Wife," Gu Qingji murmured, nearly whispering into Song Shaoyan's ear. His embrace was fervent and intense, completely enveloping Song Shaoyan, leaving him no room to struggle. Despite Gu Qingji frequently calling him wife during these days, he had never embraced him before. Their hand-holding was also a rarity. Thus, when this embrace enveloped him, Song Shaoyan's already dazed mind became even more bewildered. "You!" Song Shaoyan turned, tilting his head back. Bright lights cascaded upon the two individuals, illuminating their faces. Gu Qingji was indeed inebriated, his gaze unfocused as he squinted at Song Shaoyan. His lips, once tinted a natural hue, now bore a rosy blush due to the effects of alcohol, bestowing upon Gu Qingji an allure not typically present. His eyelashes fluttered gently, and his large hand playfully pressed against the soft flesh of Song Shaoyan's waist. "You smell delightful, my dear," he murmured, inching closer. The warmth of his breath enveloped Song Shaoyan's face, intoxicating him further. Gu Qingji's cool lips brushed against his cheek, a fleeting touch. In response, Song Shaoyan slapped Gu Qingji's face. "Gu Qingji, regain your senses," he commanded, gripping his shoulders with a fierce expression. "How did the notorious ruffian become your chauffeur?" Despite Gu Qingji's hazy state, Song Shaoyan could not suppress his curiosity. Gu Qingji, perplexed, replied earnestly, "My dear, what ruffian are you talking about?" He gestured to himself, "Me?" Song Shaoyan waved his hand dismissively. No, he had forgotten that Gu Qingji was currently suffering from amnesia, even if he were to speak the truth in his drunken state. It was unlikely to be coherent. Gu Qingji wrapped his strong arm around Song Shaoyan's slender waist, while his other hand gently caressed his face. Somehow, his slightly rugged thumb found its way to Song Shaoyan's lips. The latter's lip color was faint, a barely noticeable blush on ordinary days. Yet now, under Gu Qingji's touch, that subtle tint deepened to a soft pink. The alcohol magnified the desires that lay dormant within. Thus, beneath the radiant lights, Gu Qingji leaned down and, much to Song Shaoyan's astonishment, pressed his lips against his. However, this was no mere kiss. It was a tentative advance, a dance of entanglement. The overwhelming presence of the dominant figure enveloped Song Shaoyan, suffocating him, almost stealing his breath away. Indeed, the depth of the kiss left him breathless. Song Shaoyan felt his legs weaken, only to be firmly embraced by Gu Qingji. "You're still so shy, my dear." Gu Qingji's voice was low and sultry, whispering into Song Shaoyan's ear, sending a tingling sensation through him. He breathed heavily, the corners of his eyes reflecting a beguiling allure. Song Shaoyan bit his lip, feeling powerless, even his voice laced with an undertone of suppressed desire. "You scoundrel," he chastised, glaring at Gu Qingji. Unperturbed by the reprimand, Gu Qingji merely laughed. "Yes, I am a scoundrel, and you, my dear, are a little darling." Song Shaoyan thought to himself that had he possessed more strength, he would have slapped him across the face already. Turning his head aside, he let out a soft huff. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. Once your memory returns, you'll realize just how despicable your actions are." The thought of Gu Qingji regretting his current behavior made Song Shaoyan chuckle. "You'll have a lot to answer for." Gu Qingji's eyelashes quivered as he softly replied, "Even if I don't recover my memory, it doesn't matter. I am acutely aware that my wife is the most significant person in my life. The rhythm of her beating heart, the fervor coursing through her veins, and the desires swelling within my heart at this very moment all convey this truth. While her intellect may be capable of deception, her body remains an unwavering testament to her feelings." Gu Qingji mused that he must love his wife dearly. The intoxication mingled with desire surged within him, prompting him to embrace her more tightly. "Wife," he murmured softly, leaning in her neck, his warm lips delicately grazing Song Shaoyan's skin. A shiver coursed through Song Shaoyan's body, startled by the sensation. Yet, before he could utter a word, the warmth traveled to her collarbone. Clad in an oversized nightgown, its buttons ask you. Her collarbone was easily accessible to Gu Qingji's advance. Gradually, he moved downward until Song Shaoyan abruptly pushed him away, tugging at her nightgown. "You're drunk. Go to sleep." Gu Qingji sat there in a daze after being pushed away, his expression somewhat vacant. He seemed taken aback that Song Shaoyan would reject him. Or perhaps the depth of his inebriation had dulled his reflexes considerably. He gazed at Song Shaoyan, the darkness of his pupils reflecting her figure. Light entered his eyes, yet seemed to be absorbed by the surrounding shadows. There was no glimmer of brightness in those eyes, akin to the darkness that enveloped the room. He appeared profoundly intoxicated, his expression growing increasingly dazed. However, his large hand, which had once embraced Song Shaoyan, remained unyielding. Despite the emptiness in his arms and his eyelids growing heavy, Gu Qingji's lips parted slightly as he mumbled something incoherent. Curious, Song Shaoyan leaned closer to listen. "Wife, I love you so much," Song Shaoyan replied. "It would be better not to hear that." He patted Gu Qingji's shoulder. "Sleep now." He jested. "I love you too." Gu Qingji comprehended this sentiment, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he obediently lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Song Shaoyan exhaled in relief. He poked the little white creature within his consciousness. Little white, when will the male lead regain his memory? Gu Qingji had kissed him while intoxicated today. What might happen next time? A drunken person can act on impulse. After waiting a few seconds without a response from Little White, Song Shaoyan's lips twitched. It seemed he had been silenced by the system once more. The main system appeared to treat Little White rather well. After indulging in his thoughts for a while, Song Shaoyan lazily yawned and succumbed to slumber. Once he fell asleep, Gu Qingji reached out and pulled him into an embrace, nuzzling into the crook of his neck, murmuring, "Wife, good night." The night remained illuminated until dawn, when the surrounding lights finally dimmed. Chapter 23. Must even the idle delinquents be confined to the darkroom? On the day of the autumn equinox, in the office of the president of the Yin Corporation, Wang San wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His whole body hunched over, his complexion ashen. "Boss, I told you everything I know." To this day, he could not comprehend the man who had once intimidated him for debts, Gu Qingji. The youth who had been cornered in the alley by them had somehow evolved into a figure shrouded in enigma. Wang San remains perplexed by how events have unfolded. Clearly, in the past, Gu's father was burdened with substantial debts. How then did Gu Qingji transform such a dire hand into a favorable one? Wang San harbors an inkling that it somehow relates to Song Shaoyan. Yet upon contemplation, he perceives only a veil obscuring the truth. His recollections of Song Shaoyan are scant. He merely knows that this young man, an orphan, though loyal, possesses a timorous spirit. Even the act of taking an inappropriate photograph was beyond his courage, as he could not bring himself to strip Gu Qingji of her clothing. The thought of that photograph sends a shiver through Wang San, and he cautiously speaks. "Boss, it was I who instructed him to take that picture." Perhaps stirred by a memory, he lowers his gaze, nearly burying his face in his chest. The young man had once offered him some sunflower seeds, which were surprisingly delectable. Wang San only vaguely recalls their taste. Yet he now ponders how he entrusted such a significant task to Song Shaoyan for the sake of a few seeds. Perhaps he was simply youthful and reckless then. He muses, oblivious to Gu Qingji's suddenly altered expression. "Sunflower seeds," he murmurs as fleeting images flit through his mind. His wife, it seems, had also given him some. A voice echoes within his consciousness, whispering something. Those few seeds were the most delicious he had ever tasted, without exception. In that moment, he yearned to truly live, not for himself, but for the boy who had saved him, despite the misunderstanding that lay between them. Memories long lost surge forth, flooding Gu Qingji's mind. He braces himself against the table, his lips paling, brow furrowing tightly. The atmosphere feels suffocating and constricted. Wang San senses an invisible pressure enveloping him, rendering him breathless. With a sudden thud, he kneels. "Boss, I was young and foolish. I implore you, spare me." He bows his head fervently, the sound of his supplications echoing within the office. It is not until blood begins to surface on his forehead that Gu Qingji's voice, cold and devoid of emotion, breaks the silence. Understood. Wang San dares not defy Gu Qingji, disregarding the pain in his forehead as he hastily retreats. Gu Qingji, head lowered, gazes into the depths of his thoughts. At that moment, the phone beside him brightly illuminates, revealing a message from Song Shaoyan. When will you return? Gu Qingji picks up the phone with his right hand, his thumb gliding across the screen. His eyes, dark and profound, reflect the screen's light, casting shadows in their depths. Soon another message appears, I'm hungry, accompanied by an image of a sprawled cat. Gu Qingji's fingertip lightly taps the screen, replying with 2 words, soon. It seems he has recalled something, yet simultaneously forgets it all. After a full minute, he softly murmurs, wife, I shall be home shortly. His conviction remains unaltered. Whether in memory or oblivion, one truth stands resolute. A yin is his wife, his singular treasure. Chapter 24. Do idle rascals also deserve to be locked in a dark room? In a dilapidated room, Song Shaoyan languidly stifled a yawn. He had grown so indifferent that he couldn't even muster the energy to order takeout, instead awaiting Gu Qingji's return to bring him a meal. Gu Qingji was affluent, and each repast he brought back was delectable, which Song Shaoyan relished. During such moments, he found himself wishing that Gu Qingji's amnesia would linger a little longer. Of course, at other times, he yearned for him to regain his memory swiftly. Regrettably, nearly a month had passed, and Gu Qingji still called him wife incessantly. Truth be told, he was becoming accustomed to it. Song Shaoyan raised his hand to pinch his earlobe while perusing Weibo. Suddenly, a piece of gossip piqued his interest. Was someone exposing a certain tycoon for patricide? Song Shaoyan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A tycoon? Who could it be? He clicked on the post and began to indulge in the unfolding drama. Upon entering, he discovered that others were equally engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. Not a fan of apples. A tycoon? Who is it? Curious sister, let us highlight the key points. Jing City, a rising business mogul over the past 2 years. Entertainment gossip. I have a hunch about who it might be. Wazati had said he inherited his adoptive father's company. Little Fairy. ISNT, that adoptive father's still alive? He tweeted just a few days ago. Pity the porridge, returning to the gossip. One can only say the blood of capitalists is tainted. Tisk TSK. Bean milk, who? Who are you all talking about? Song Shaoyan found himself growing increasingly anxious. Who on earth could it be? Could the gossip not be more straightforward? Just as he was about to pull his hair out in frustration, the bedroom door swung open. Wife, I'm back. Gu Qingji's voice resonated. At that moment, seeing him return, Song Shaoyan waved him over. Come help me figure out who this is. Gu Qingji approached, and, as he settled down, Song Shaoyan handed him the phone. Since you're in business, can you discern who this tycoon might be? Song Shaoyan's curiosity was genuine. In this era of law and order, who possessed the audacity to commit such a heinous act? Surely, they would be incarcerated. Gu Qingji lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the various speculations on Weibo. A series of images flashed through his mind, causing his brow to furrow gradually, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid as his chest rose and fell violently. Song Shaoyan leaned in closer, tilting his head to observe him. Your reaction suggests you know who it is. Who could it be? Gu Qingji tightly gripped the phone, his lips pressed into a thin line. Noticing his pallor, Song Shaoyan's eyes suddenly brightened. Have you recalled something? Have you regained your memory? Gu Qingji lifted his gaze, and for a fleeting moment, a shadow flickered across his dark pupils, only to be swiftly concealed, akin to a raindrop falling onto a tranquil surface, creating ripples before settling back into serene stillness. He stared intently at Song Shaoyan, meeting his gaze. His lips parted slightly, no? Gu Qingji's eyelashes trembled gently, as if beset by guilt or shaken by a profound revelation. In his eyes, the image of the youth reflected back, in the presence of those bright, clear orbs. Even guilt seemed unforgivable. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. I was suddenly reminded of certain scenes, trivial, yet seemingly pivotal moments in his life. Like ink splattered on a blank canvas. They were both vivid and profound. My wife had given me some sunflower seeds. Gu Qingshi clasped Song Shaoyan's hand, the warmth radiating from their fingertips thawing his heart. which had long succumbed to the chill of despair. In an instant, a smile flickered in Gu Qingshi's eyes. Those sunflower seeds were my lifeline. Song Shaoyan tilted his head slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Indeed, those seeds could be deemed a lifesaver, for he had pilfered them from someone. For an individual in good health, consuming those seeds might merely be a delightful experience. However, for someone gravely injured, they could be a matter of life and death. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a single seed was akin to a legendary elixir. Initially, he had disdainfully discarded the seeds, tainted by Gu Qingshi's blood. Yet, reflecting on Gu Qingshi's current state, he realized that consuming the seeds would surely invigorate him. It was no wonder the protagonist had hurriedly set up a stall. The credit belonged to those few seeds. Yet, Song Shaoyan could not accept this accolade. As a malevolent pawn, he could not engage in actions that contradicted the narrative. Thus, he hastily dismissed the notion. They are merely a few ordinary seeds. Gu Qingshi replied softly, almost inaudibly, so Song Shaoyan could hardly discern his words. Before he could inquire further, he found himself enveloped in Gu Qingshi's embrace. Gu Qingshi buried his head in the crook of Song Shaoyan's neck, where his unseeing gaze betrayed a profound, almost obsessive possessiveness. Not merely the seeds, he emphasized, nearly to the point of obsession. Upon hearing this, Song Shaoyan immediately countered, "They're just seeds." He patted Gu Qingshi's head. "Be good, don't overthink it. He was merely a wicked pawn, certainly not the savior of the protagonist." Sensing Song Shaoyan's underlying concern, Gu Qingshi murmured in acknowledgement. The bright lights illuminated the two, seemingly radiating clarity. Yet beneath the shallow shadows lurked a treacherous, viscous darkness, wild yet expertly restrained by its master. Noticing Gu Qingshi's silence, Song Shaoyan's heart began to race. Surely, the protagonist wasn't still brooding over the seeds? No, he must divert his attention. Grabbing his phone, Song Shaoyan refreshed Weibo. The latest comments popped up. Is it GQZ? He fixed his gaze on the pinyin, shaking Gu Qingshi's shoulder. Quick, look. Someone has revealed the initials of that person. Goji Berries? Gao Qizhuan? Gao Qiangzhuang? He speculated, a flash of realization igniting in his mind. Gu Qingshi? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Gu Qingshi. Wasn't he the abbreviation for Gu Qingshi, GQZ? This ruthless capital magnate was Gu Qingshi? Song Shaoyan suddenly recalled asking Gu Qingshi about his father before. He had replied that he was dead. Did that mean he was the one who killed him? A cold sweat broke out on Song Shaoyan's brow. At that moment, Gu Qingji slowly lifted his head, his deep, dark eyes resembling an indescribable black hole, seemingly intent on devouring all the light within the room. He fixed his gaze upon Song Shaoyan, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "It is I." Song Shaoyan silently extricated himself from his embrace, retreating towards the corner. Gu Qingji's smile remained unchanged. "Is my wife afraid of me?" Before Song Shaoyan could respond, he continued, "It is only natural for my wife to fear me." However, he paused, and a tempest suddenly surged within his otherwise tranquil eyes. "It pains me that my wife understands me through others." He abruptly seized Song Shaoyan's ankle. The delicate, fair skin of his ankle appeared fragile under his strong grip, as if it could shatter with the slightest touch. Song Shaoyan shuddered, a glimmer of moisture surfacing in his exquisitely beautiful eyes. The pain radiating from his ankle made him vaguely aware of the situation, prompting him to call out in his mind, "Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai." The male lead seems to have turned abnormal. Yet, Xiao Bai, having been muted, remained silent. After waiting a few moments without receiving a reply, Song Shaoyan surmised that Xiao Bai had once again been confined by the system. That wretched main system certainly treated Xiao Bai far too well. It seemed that any minor infraction warranted confinement. Lost in thought, Song Shaoyan momentarily forgot that Gu Qingji still held his ankle. Only when a shadow loomed over him did he regain his senses. He realized he had been cornered, with Gu Qingji now on the bed, half kneeling. With one hand gripping his ankle and the other braced against the cold wall, he completely enveloped Song Shaoyan in his embrace. Compelled to look up at him, Song Shaoyan's eyes unexpectedly glistened with unshed tears. "You." Gu Qingji's eyes flickered. "Is my wife afraid of me?" Or is she afraid of the version of me that others describe? Song Shaoyan yearned to inquire if there was any difference between the two. Yet he instinctively felt that such a question would likely provoke Gu Qingji further. Thus, he merely blinked, attempting to feign innocence. However, Gu Qingji had no intention of letting him off easily. Why does my wife not respond? Are you too frightened to answer? Song Shaoyan thought to himself that the male lead was indeed rather unsettling. Yet, recalling that this person was currently in a state of amnesia, he found a flicker of courage. He straightened his chest slightly and let out a soft huff. Who said I was afraid of you? He spoke the most fearsome words in the most pitiful tone, akin to a kitten wielding its tiny paws. Utterly harmless, yet undeniably endearing. Chapter 25. Must even the carefree delinquents be confined? Gu Qingji chuckled softly. His grip on Song Shaoyan's ankle tightened slightly, causing the fair skin to blush quickly. The warmth spread across Song Shaoyan's skin, soon reaching his neck. He was compelled to look up at Gu Qingji, his face reflecting defiance. His beautiful eyes seemed to ask, "What now?" Yet, he refrained from voicing this question, as he did not wish to truly provoke the somewhat unsettling male lead. At this juncture, Gu Qingji spoke again. "It is well that my wife is not afraid," he murmured, drawing Song Shaoyan closer. "I have forgotten much," he explained softly. "This information is false. I shall uncover the truth." Song Shaoyan, only gradually realizing the explanation regarding the paternal murder incident on Weibo, nodded gently and spoke softly. "I understand." He prodded Gu Qingji's heart lightly with his index finger, his voice tender. "Will you regain your memory?" Gu Qingji lowered his gaze, his throat subtly moving. "I do not know. I only vaguely recall some fragments. Perhaps it will be soon." Song Shaoyan let out a quiet sigh of relief, murmuring, "That is good." A flicker of shadow passed through Gu Qingji's eyes. He refrained from probing into why Song Shaoyan anticipated his memory recovery, instead stating calmly, "Regardless of how my memories return, you will forever be my wife." Song Shaoyan replied, "That may not necessarily be the case." Internally, he silently countered. After all, the male lead had previously harbored a deep resentment towards him. He responded vaguely, lowering his eyelashes, a hint of mist glistening in his eyes. Perhaps the overhead light was too glaring as he slightly squinted. In that hazy glow, Gu Qingji's figure appeared increasingly vivid. Strangely, Song Shaoyan found himself glimpsing the silhouette of someone he knew in Gu Qingji. He blinked involuntarily, scrutinizing again, but found nothing. It seemed he was overthinking. He reassured himself silently. His stomach grumbled, prompting him to abandon his curiosity and declare, "I am hungry." Gu Qingji remained still, merely gazing at him calmly. Yet, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a faint chill emanating from his pupils. Despite his amnesia, the aura that deterred strangers appeared to have intensified. However, there was a trace of tender affection in his brows, luring one into the depths of his gentle trap. After a brief silence, Gu Qingji released his grip on Song Shaoyan's ankle and retreated slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I brought food. Wife, let us eat together." Song Shaoyan eagerly nodded. Yes, yes, together. This topic could finally be set aside. He hastily rose from the bed, disregarding the slight opening of his collar. His exquisitely pale collarbone flickered before Gu Qingji's eyes, vanishing in an instant. As Gu Qingji observed Song Shaoyan's retreating figure, he felt a certain void within him being filled. The desires he had pursued for so long seemed to materialize at that moment. Although he had forgotten what he sought after his amnesia, he felt content. At least for this moment, he was satisfied. Gu Qingji stood and exited the bedroom, joining Song Shaoyan for a meal. Meanwhile, the incident involving the capital tycoon and the paternal murder gradually gained traction on Weibo, as if there were unseen forces propelling the narrative. Some had already speculated the identity of the tycoon, resulting in a discreet decline in the Yin Group's stock on Monday. Gu Qingji dispatched individuals to investigate the puppeteer behind the scenes, as well as to look into the circumstances surrounding his father's death. Fortunately, prior to his amnesia, he had not concealed this matter, allowing for a straightforward inquiry. When the truth of the situation was laid bare before Gu Qingji, he finally comprehended why the youth in his memories had taken those so-called indecent photographs of him. After Gu Qingji's amnesia, he beheld that photograph for the first time. In the image, a youthful boy flashed a radiant smile while forming a peace sign with his fingers. The dim, golden twilight cascaded upon his visage, yet did not convey a sense of despair. Rather, it exuded a fervent vitality. Beside him, however, a trace of blood adorned his face, some of which had already congealed into a viscous, dark hue. It was a grotesque sight, reminiscent of demons in the depths of hell, where even the blood coursing through one's veins seemed tainted by sin. The softly drooping lashes cast a faint shadow, subtle, yet becoming his predominant tone. That obscure and inscrutable gaze settled upon the pure and passionate youth, akin to a ravenous wolf lurking in the darkness, coveting its prey. Greed, devoid of comprehension, transformed into primordial evil. This could hardly be deemed an indecent photograph. Yet, anyone who laid eyes upon it would inevitably feel a flicker of allure. For the boy captured in the image was undeniably dazzling. That scorching, incandescent vitality was something the monstrous beings, concealed in shadows, could never attain. They could only hurl themselves towards that light in the darkness, akin to moths drawn to a flame, regardless of the peril, time and again casting themselves into the abyss. As Gu Qingji gazed at the photograph, an epiphany struck him regarding his affection for Song Shaoyan. No one could remain indifferent to such a fervent and impassioned youth, especially those like him, who resided in darkness. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Gu Qingji delved into the incident surrounding the so-called indecent photo leak from 2 years prior. The records indicated that he had secured substantial investment for a project, and on the day he met with the investors, the scandalous image was unveiled on Weibo. While loving the same sex is not a sin, there are still those who harbor discontent and disdain. The exposure of the photograph had a profound impact on him. Fortunately, the investor in question, the head of the Yuan family conglomerate, also had a same-sex partner, perhaps out of mutual understanding. The investor increased his investment in Gu Qingji and regarded him as a foster son. That same year, he assumed control of the Yuan group. As the pages of the records turned, certain images began to resurface in his mind. Gu Qingji slowly furrowed his brow, bracing himself for the onslaught of memories. The office was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Gu Qingji's somewhat labored breaths. Time slipped away, and soon even those breaths faded into silence. On Weibo, the parricide case suddenly took a turn. Media outlets reported that Gu's father had accumulated significant gambling debts and had abandoned his wife and children. After Gu Qingji took over the Yuan group, his father returned, demanding money, and upon failing to obtain it, resorted to kidnapping Gu's mother to coerce him. Fortunately, Gu Qingji alerted the authorities, successfully rescuing his mother and subsequently incarcerating his father on charges of kidnapping and extortion. However, the father, who had been consumed by gambling and debauchery, succumbed to illness in prison 6 months later. The media also presented evidence, including the police report number from that time and the incarceration records. Although some details were redacted due to confidentiality, the general truth of the matter was discernible. The reversal came swiftly, with numerous marketing accounts and media outlets sharing and expressing their opinions. Discussions on Weibo remained fervent, yet the stocks of the Yuan Group began to rise. This signifies that the public has placed their faith in the evidence, believing in the truth of the matter. As Song Shaoyan perused the reversal of events on Weibo, he nodded thoughtfully, reflecting, "It appears the male lead is not as heartless as I had imagined." He poked the little white dumpling in his mind, pondering, however, this twist must surely have been orchestrated by Gu Qingji. Otherwise, the marketing accounts would not have reacted so swiftly. Suddenly inspired, he sat upright, musing, "Little White, do you think he has regained his memories?" Little White replied, "Host, why not test him?" Song Shaoyan nodded. "That is precisely my intention." He stroked his chin, contemplating how to probe Gu Qingji. As night fell and the lights illuminated the surroundings, Gu Qingji returned home, immediately spotting Song Shaoyan seated on the sofa. He quickened his pace, addressing him affectionately. However, Song Shaoyan looked at Gu Qingji with suspicion. If Gu Qingji had truly regained his memories, he would not refer to him as wife, would he? Perhaps he has yet to recover his memories. In the midst of his thoughts, Gu Qingji had already settled beside him. naturally taking his hand and resting it in his palm. "Did you miss me today, my dear?" Without waiting for Song Shaoyan's reply, he continued, "I missed you terribly." His voice lowered, tinged with a husky quality. The affection in his gaze was almost palpable, leading Song Shaoyan to abandon his probing intentions. Given such a display, he must not have regained his memories. With a light hum, Song Shaoyan responded, "I missed you too." Sweet nothings were to be exchanged, for otherwise his efforts in wooing would be in vain. After a flurry of endearments, Gu Qingji visibly brightened. Once he had successfully cheered him up, Song Shaoyan managed to procure a considerable sum of money from him, depositing it into his own little treasure trove, nodding in satisfaction. In a few days, he planned to indulge in some shopping, stashing it all away. Engrossed in the endeavor of filling his little stash, Song Shaoyan remained oblivious to the fervent, almost obsessive love swirling in Gu Qingji's deep, dark eyes. "Wife, you belong to me. Only to me." Chapter 26. Do idle ruffians also deserve confinement in a dark room? Song Shaoyan held no doubts about Gu Qingji. He gently patted his back, speaking softly. "I saw the clarification on Weibo. His death had nothing to do with you. You have done remarkably well." Gu Qingji responded with a low, affirmative murmur. The clarification was his directive, although he could have chosen not to intervene. While the stock of the Yin Group had declined, the overall market remained stable. Moreover, he had established a completely independent company a year ago, operating under the guise of competition with the Yin Group. No one would suspect him as the mastermind behind it. He was well prepared for any eventuality. Even if the Yin Group faced repercussions, he could still provide his wife with the finest life. His motivation for clarifying the matter stemmed from a desire to prevent any misunderstandings. He simply wished for his wife not to perceive him as a callous and unfeeling individual, despite the truth being otherwise. Gu Qingji embraced him tightly, murmuring, "I know my dear will believe in me." A slight smile graced his lips. "You are truly adorable." Song Shaoyan felt a sudden chill run down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. The male protagonist was growing increasingly peculiar. Song Shaoyan had yet to relocate, remaining nestled in the modest abode provided by the Quick Transmigration Bureau. Curiously, Gu Qingji had never suggested moving either. Were it not for the certainty that Xiao Bai was exceptionally well hidden, Song Shaoyan might have suspected that Gu Qingji had discovered Xiao Bai's existence. After all, how could Song Shaoyan, the president of the Yin Group, forsake a grand villa to reside in this dilapidated little house? Consequently, he had yet to engage in any antics with Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai had repeatedly assured him that there was no chance of being discovered, even leveraging the main system's credibility as a guarantee. Only then did Song Shaoyan feel at ease. His favorite pastime was to conspire with Xiao Bai against the male lead. For instance, today the male lead had taken it upon himself to cook, producing a delectable meal. Just a few days prior, the male lead had unexpectedly returned with fresh flowers, claiming to have learned the art of floral arrangement, intending to beautify the shabby little house. The male lead's myriad of peculiar actions exuded an air of oddity, yet Song Shaoyan could not quite pinpoint the source of the strangeness. Thus he spent his days conspiring with Xiao Bai. On this particular day, as he was joyfully plotting with Xiao Bai, he inadvertently glanced downstairs and caught sight of the gang leader. Today, the gang leader was not in a car, but rather clad in a black suit, scanning his surroundings with an unsettling demeanor. Intrigued, Song Shaoyan promptly stepped outside. Beneath the large tree, Wang San swallowed nervously. Ever since he had admitted to the scandal involving the indecent photograph, the boss had instructed him to take a break. Although his salary continued to be paid, anxiety gnawed at him. He had heard about Gu's father's demise, and as someone who had once navigated the underworld, Wang San was skeptical of the claim that it was due to illness. Surely, Gu Qingji had a hand in it, albeit shrouded in embellishment. This notion filled him with trepidation, as he feared it might signify the onset of Gu Qingji's retribution. Thus, he had discreetly come to seek out Song Shaoyan while Gu Qingji was absent. The issue, however, was that the entire residential building was under surveillance by Gu Qingji, and entering the hallway would instantly reveal his presence. Only the area near the large tree was a blind spot, which was why he had been waiting there, hoping for an opportunity. Yet, after 2 hours of waiting, Song Shaoyan had yet to descend. This prolonged wait caused cold sweat to bead on Wang San's forehead. Just as he hesitated about taking a risk, a hand suddenly clapped his shoulder. Wang San's body trembled, instinctively believing it was Gu Qingji's man. He dare not turn around, muttering repeatedly, "Boss, I was wrong, I'm sorry," nearly sinking to his knees. "What are you doing here?" Song Shaoyan's voice rang in Wang San's ears. Wang San's pupils dilated as he swiftly turned around. Upon realizing it was Song Shaoyan, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Finally, I've been waiting for you." He reached out to grasp Song Shaoyan's hand, but abruptly halted mid-motion. Realizing something, his body trembled, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand. "The boss hasn't made things difficult for you, has he?" Song Shaoyan surmised that the boss referenced by the gang leader was indeed Gu Qingji. Although he has yet to comprehend how the ruffian leader became a subordinate of Gu Qing, he distinctly recalls that upon his return, the ruffian leader had summoned him to collect protection fees from Gu Qing. Song Shaoyan vocalized his confusion, prompting a change of expression in Wang San, who opened and closed his mouth several times before finally exhaling a sigh. "I was hired by Gu Qing as a driver 2 years ago," he revealed, still puzzled as to why Gu Qing had chosen him for this role. Was he not concerned about the possibility of a deliberate car accident? The thought sent a chill through Wang San, and by the time he regained his composure, cold sweat had already soaked his clothing. Song Shaoyan was equally astonished. 2 years ago? When was that? Wang San ruminated, his expression growing increasingly grim. "It must have been after your departure. I heard that the boss received substantial investment and even acknowledged the former head of the Yin family as his godfather." Unaware of these developments, Song Shaoyan felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Wang San's account. Truly, he was the protagonist of this tale. Such a grand opportunity. And then? "Why did you insist I accompany you to rob Gu Qing?" Wang San's face darkened further at the recollection. "It was the boss's directive. He saw the message you sent me." Suddenly enlightened, Song Shaoyan realized that the protagonist had noticed his message to the ruffian leader, confirming his return, and sought to ascertain whether he remained a mere petty criminal. After all, if the leader could turn over a new leaf, perhaps he too had done the same, leading Gu Qing to reconsider his desire for revenge. With this thought in mind, Song Shaoyan patted his chest, relieved that he had indeed accompanied the ruffian leader in the robbery. Gu Qing, knowing he was still a slacker living off protection fees, must have loathed him. The more he pondered this, the more convinced he became, unable to suppress a chuckle. "I see now. Well done, leader, haha." Wang San regarded him with uncertainty, clearly bewildered. "Aren't you driven mad by the boss?" Song Shaoyan shook his head in denial. "Not at all. Why would you say that? I feel fantastic, better than ever." Wang San found such claims utterly incredulous. Song Shaoyan appeared more deranged than ever. After a moment's hesitation, recalling his own affairs, he spoke up. "Since you call me leader, I shall acknowledge that bond. Previously, I never shortchanged you on protection fees. This time, I find myself in a bit of trouble. Could you perhaps speak to the boss on my behalf?" "I merely wish to fulfill my role as a driver and support my wife and child with my wages." Song Shaoyan pinched his earlobe, feeling inexplicably warm, likely due to Gu Qing's thoughts lingering on him. This notion flitted away as swiftly as it had come. "It's pointless to speak with him," Wang San asserted matter-of-factly. "He is being somewhat kind now due to his amnesia. Once his memories return, he will surely seek to destroy me. After all, he has been deceived by sweet words for quite some time." Wang San's eyes widened in surprise. "The boss has already regained his memory?" Song Shaoyan responded with confusion. Wang San felt somewhat apprehensive, sensing that he may have misspoken. However, having already committed his words, he felt as though an arrow had been loosed and could not be recalled. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "I heard from Assistant Wang that the boss has regained his memory and has advised us to exercise caution in our recent endeavors." Song Shaoyan, still reeling from the shock, was taken aback when the ruffian leader added, "Everyone says that whispers in the ear are the most effective. Can you help me with a whisper to persuade the boss to reinstate me?" Song Shaoyan's lips twitched, although they shared the same bed. He doubted his whispers would hold any weight. Wang San, incredulous, assumed Song Shaoyan was reluctant to assist him and promptly knelt down. "Please, I beg you." Startled, Song Shaoyan hurried to lift Wang San up. "Do not beg me just yet. First, explain how you came to know that I could whisper in someone's ear." In other words, how did the ruffian leader know that he shared a bed with Gu Qingji? Wang San was at a loss for alternatives, so he decided to answer whatever Song Shaoyan asked. The boss harbors deep feelings for you. If you return, he will surely not let you go. Song Shaoyan thought he had misheard and dug at his ears. What? Deep feelings? Is it not long-standing resentment? Is it he who is mad? Or is it the ruffian leader? Wang San immediately refuted, impossible. The boss's feelings for you are undoubtedly love. Even if it were hatred, it would stem from love. Song Shaoyan replied, very well, the ruffian leader has indeed lost his mind. Gu Qingji is the male lead. How could he possibly fall for a malicious cannon fodder like me? Chapter 27. Do reckless ruffians also get locked in a dark room? Song Shaoyan once again dismissed the ruffian leader's notion. He waved his hand dismissively, impossible, impossible. Seeing his disbelief, Wang San gritted his teeth and spoke up. If you don't believe me, you can ask him directly. As Song Shaoyan noted the ruffian leader's certainty, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Could it be that the male lead harbored some feelings for him? But that seemed too strange. Impossible, he reiterated. You must be mistaken. Wang San was genuinely anxious. Having already offended the boss, he dared not imagine the repercussions of further antagonizing Song Shaoyan, especially given the boss's vengeful nature. He immediately raised 3 fingers and swore, I swear, the boss absolutely loves you. If you were to entice him, he would undoubtedly respond. The body does not lie. Song Shaoyan mused, though this method is crude. It carries a certain validity. The body indeed does not deceive, but to entice the male lead his lips twitched in response, and he refrained from addressing the ruffian leader. The ruffian leader appeared anxious. At that moment, his phone rang. He glanced at it, his expression shifting dramatically. Without even bidding farewell, he cast a hurried glance at Song Shaoyan and swiftly departed. Standing beneath the great tree, Song Shaoyan watched the ruffian leader's hasty retreat, deep in thought. He inadvertently looked up, only to be taken aback. Standing here, one can clearly see the silhouette of him through the window of his bedroom, effortlessly observing his activities within. A peculiar sensation flickered across Song Shaoyan's heart. He withdrew his gaze and returned home with a somewhat heavy step. Shortly after his arrival, Gu Qingji came back, bearing dinner, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Song Shaoyan sat beside the dining table, resting his chin on one hand, intently watching him. Gu Qingji inserted a straw into the milk tea he had brought and presented it to him, speaking softly, Darling, have some milk tea. Song Shaoyan glanced down, leaned forward, and took a generous sip. The milk tea, laden with sugar, spread a cloying sweetness across his palate, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. Yet, this minor gesture did not escape Gu Qingji's notice. His large hand resting on his thigh tightened imperceptibly, causing the smooth fabric of his trousers to crumple under the pressure. His gaze darkened slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of raspiness. Do you not like it, dear? Song Shaoyan nodded, indicating that today's milk tea was a touch too sweet. He pushed the drink forward, pondering for a moment before speaking. Gu Qingji, is there anything you are concealing from me? Gu Qingji pressed his lips together, remaining silent for 2 seconds before slowly shaking his head. Song Shaoyan could not help but chuckle. Are you certain? The male lead certainly did not harbor affection for him. Had he truly cared, he would not dare deceive him. It appeared that his overthinking had led him astray. Song Shaoyan had merely sought to prod further, yet was taken aback by the drastic change in Gu Qingji's demeanor. As if the world were coming to an end, his expression grew exceedingly grave. I'm sorry, he uttered, his voice gravelly. Song Shaoyan's previously relaxed heart tightened once more. Why was the male lead apologizing so suddenly? Fear began to creep in. He silently leaned back against the chair, crossing his arms. Gu Qingji averted his gaze, unable to meet Song Shaoyan's eyes. There is something I deceived you about. Today, when he discovered that Wang San had sought out Ian, his heart had been thrown into disarray. Now, this sense of anxiety seemed to have found its anchor, weighing heavily within him. He understood that Ian had learned the truth. I'm sorry, he murmured, eyes shut, almost as if trying to shield himself from the reality. I have regained my memories. Though surprised, Song Shaoyan found it within himself to accept this revelation. having already been astounded earlier today by the gang leader. Just as he was about to inquire further, darkness suddenly enveloped him. An unprecedented wave of dizziness crashed over him. He widened his eyes, staring at the blurred figure of Gu Qingji before him, shock coursing through his veins. He barely uttered a word when the darkness struck him like a heavy blow, and he promptly lost consciousness. Song Shaoyan felt as though he had been trapped in a long, protracted dream. In this dream, an annoying mosquito buzzed incessantly by his ear, persistently biting at his lips until he felt they were swollen. He attempted to swat the mosquito away, but it was far too cunning, evading his attempts at every turn. Ultimately, it was his mounting frustration that roused him from slumber. Upon awakening, the first thing he did was touch his lips, discovering that they were indeed swollen. Not only was it swollen, but it also bore a slight sting. Indeed, a mosquito had bitten him while he was asleep. Song Shaoyan puffed out his cheeks, and fragments of memories flashed rapidly in his mind. Wait, it seemed he hadn't simply fallen asleep. He appeared to have lost consciousness. Gu Qingji. As Song Shaoyan attempted to rise and confront Gu Qingji, he immediately felt a restraining force at his ankle. Looking down, he discovered a golden chain wrapped around it. A golden chain? Leaning closer, he tugged at the chain, pinching and biting it. With his years of experience in appraising treasures, he concluded that this chain was undeniably genuine. Moreover, it was clear that it had been meticulously designed, exuding a remarkable beauty. The other end was tightly bound to the foot of the bed, shackling him in a manner reminiscent of fetters. The inner circle was crafted from soft material, ensuring it would not harm his skin. Song Shaoyan pondered whether he could somehow take this golden chain back to his little vault. Suddenly, with a click, the door swung open from the outside. He instinctively looked up to see Gu Qingji clad only in shorts, his pale skin appearing even colder under the lights. A shiver ran down Song Shaoyan's spine. What do you intend to do? Gu Qingji strode toward him with long strides. Although a gentle smile graced his lips, Song Shaoyan felt chill. He trembled slightly, crossing his arms over his chest. At that moment, Gu Qingji had reached the foot of the bed, propping himself up with one hand, bending down, and leaning closer to Song Shaoyan. "Ian," he murmured, accompanied by a heavy sigh. "I love you so much." As he professed his affection, his lips lightly brushed against Song Shaoyan's. Song Shaoyan thought, this sensation must be from that wretched mosquito. The male lead had certainly gone astray, daring to steal a kiss while he lay unconscious. Now he was even professing his love. Song Shaoyan's mind buzzed, as if the entire world had turned upside down. Yet, Gu Qingji offered him no time to react, plunging deeper into the kiss. Overwhelmed, Song Shaoyan found himself gasping for air, oblivious to the fact that Gu Qingji had already climbed onto the bed, and he himself was left entirely unclothed. As warmth enveloped him, spreading throughout his body, he lost all rational thought. Caught in the tumultuous waves of Gu Qingji's fervent affection, he was utterly consumed. In a haze of confusion, a singular thought occupied Song Shaoyan's mind. Could I take the golden chain with me? He heard Gu Qingji's low laughter beside him. All right. With that promise, Song Shaoyan blissfully fainted. Though the male lead had gone astray, he had indeed secured the golden chain. Chapter 28. Do even carefree delinquents deserve to be confined in a dark room? For several consecutive days, Song Shaoyan found himself in a state of foggy consciousness. He only remembered waking up to Gu Qingji kissing him. Each time he was kissed, he would faint again, only to be awakened by yet another kiss. The bedroom was brightly lit, and even outside seemed devoid of night. Everything was illuminated, leaving no room for his fears to manifest. Song Shaoyan lost track of time until one day when Gu Qingji received a phone call, seemingly concerning a matter of utmost importance that required his presence, compelling him to leave. As Gu Qingji departed, Song Shaoyan finally managed to connect with the ever-silent Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai lamented, "Vu, host, the mosaic is terrifying." The despair in Xiao Bai's voice tugged at Song Shaoyan's heartstrings. He gently patted the little bundle. There, the mosaic is far preferable to perpetual silence." "What are you saying?" "Host, I can't hear you. I've been blocked." "Nothing," Song Shaoyan replied, his lips twitching slightly. Once this world comes to an end, I shall lodge a request with the Quick Transmigration Bureau. How could they impose a mosaic on Xiaobai? If such a situation arises again, I shall simply let you watch a drama. Pausing momentarily, he swiftly added, no, that absolutely shall not happen again. The host is wonderful. Host, when do you plan to die? I remember the main system stating that my demise would signify the completion of my mission, Song Shaoyan mused. Can I not die naturally? Or perhaps wait until the male lead passes away first? Xiaobai appeared puzzled. But host, you are merely a minor cannon fodder. Song Shaoyan nodded. I used to think that way as well. Yet in these past few days, through a haze of consciousness, he often heard Gu Qingji express his affections. He learned many things previously unknown to him. For instance, Gu Qingji believed him to be his savior. Additionally, the viral video he had inadvertently shared had brought substantial business to his snack stall, alleviating his financial woes. Furthermore, 2 years prior, he had intended to confess his feelings to Gu Qingji once he secured the investment. Without him, Gu Qingji would meet his demise. Although Gu Qingji appeared to be a successful individual, he had been undergoing therapy with a psychologist. Even now, he harbored an intense desire for death. Song Shaoyan understood better than anyone the implications of the male lead's unnatural death for a small world. Therefore, the male lead must not die. Reassuring Xiaobai, he stated, let us not die just yet. I will accompany him for a few more years. As for his reward, it would undoubtedly be that golden chain. After resolving the affairs of the corporation, Gu Qingji visited the psychological therapy room one last time. In the dimly lit chamber, the psychologist spoke gently. You may take him out for a walk. Gu Qingji intertwined his fingers and shook his head. He will run away. I cannot bear the cost of losing Ian again. The psychologist sighed softly. Gu Qingji was the most resolute yet hardest to persuade patient he had encountered. Over the past 2 years, his self-destructive tendencies had intensified, and recently, he had exhibited a pronounced inclination towards self-harm. Despite employing all his knowledge, the psychologist found himself unable to ameliorate Gu Qingji's condition. Realizing that the psychologist could not resolve his issues, Gu Qingji rose to his feet, casting a shadow over him. This is my final visit here, not as a path to redemption, but as a march toward destruction. In a small, shabby room, Song Shaoyan sat cross-legged on the bedboard. Gu Qingji had confiscated his phone, leaving him with no means of entertainment, forcing him to amuse himself by tearing toilet paper. After tearing a piece of tissue paper and arranging it into a large character on the bed, the door swung open. His eyes brightened as he lifted his head, directing a radiant smile towards Gu Qingji, who had entered. You're back. Having resolved to accompany the male lead, he was determined to fulfill that promise. Gu Qingji paused, a flicker of gentle surprise igniting in the depths of his gaze. Ian? He took a hesitant step forward, incredulous. The bedroom remained unchanged, yet in that moment, Gu Qingji felt as though he had stepped into Song Shaoyan's world. The faint sense of estrangement that once lingered, the feeling that Ian belonged to another realm, evaporated. His Ian seemed genuinely present beside him. Gu Qingji's eyes reddened, a blush creeping to their corners. He hurried to stand before Song Shaoyan, repeatedly raising his hands as if to embrace him, yet hesitating, fearful that this bliss might be an illusion. Observing Gu Qingji's indecisive movements, Song Shaoyan chuckled softly. Have you been too reckless these past few days, now afraid to even embrace? Gu Qingji gazed at Song Shaoyan, his breath slowing, almost unable to believe his eyes. The sensation of being drawn into Ian's world, of finally being acknowledged, sent tremors through every fiber of his being. For the first time, Gu Qingji felt like a profoundly timid person. He dared not shatter this beauty. Whether real or illusory, he was paralyzed by fear. Cowardly and greedy, he found himself confronted by the exquisite Ian. His chest burned with fervor, a searing heat. Ian, he murmured his name, infused with timid affection. Song Shaoyan patted the bed and sat down. Gu Qingji's body acted faster than his thoughts, plopping down firmly to press the character into place. All right, Song Shaoyan said, considering the male lead's madness, I shall overlook it. With a soft hum, he took the initiative to embrace Gu Qingji, gently patting his back with a tender voice. It's okay. even though I don't love you. As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Qingji's eyes reddened further, an overwhelming despair wrapping around him as if he might perish at any moment. Yet, Song Shaoyan merely patted his shoulder, met his gaze earnestly, composed his expression, and continued. I don't understand what love is, but I care about you a little. He pointed to his heart. Although you've been rather excessive these past few days. If something were to happen to you, it would ache. Gu Qingji stared at Song Shaoyan in disbelief. Song Shaoyan spoke earnestly once more. So, would you be willing to teach me? Although I may never learn what love is. After all, human love is too complex for a little hamster like me. Gu Qingji was enveloped by immense joy, responding without a moment's thought, I would. This was undoubtedly a promise far superior to would you marry me? For he would be the one to teach Ian the essence of love. Warm tears slipped from the corners of Gu Qingji's eyes, and he could not fathom why he wept. Yet he understood that he was lost in the fierce vitality of Song Shaoyan, both ruthless and tender. Like a moth drawn to a flame, he would perish but never regret. Chapter 29. Do idle rascals also deserve confinement in the darkroom? Gu Qingji is a person who profoundly lacks a sense of security, which compelled Song Shaoyan to invest considerable time in comforting him. Fortunately, he adorned his ankle with a golden chain. Had it been silver, he would undoubtedly have turned hostile. Yet, in light of the golden chain, Song Shaoyan earnestly endeavored to learn how to love Gu Qingji, despite his meticulous nature. Each day, he insisted on hearing I love you numerous times. Although Gu Qingji never explicitly coerced him into uttering those words. Song Shaoyan's comprehension of love was rather superficial and nebulous. Even if Gu Qingji were to grow old and pass away, it seemed he had yet to genuinely fall in love with him. Gu Qingji had never pressed him for such a declaration. He merely clasped Song Shaoyan's hand gently, his sightless eyes reflecting the visage of Song Shaoyan. Good night, he softly murmured, embracing his light as darkness descended. Song Shaoyan gazed at the seemingly slumbering Gu Qingji, raising his hand to touch his heart. How peculiar, he whispered to himself, feeling a twinge of discomfort. However, this fleeting unease was swiftly overshadowed by the delight of the golden chain tucked away in his small repository. He bent down to envelop the sleeping Gu Qingji in his arms, responding with a smile, good night. In a careless moment, he leaned back, his head striking the edge of the table. Just as the narrative had dictated, he met his demise upon colliding with the corner. Though the duration was longer than he had anticipated, he ultimately exited the realm. Upon returning to the void, Song Shaoyan first assessed the state of his golden chain. Once assured it resided safely in his small repository, he turned his attention to the little white orb floating before him. Xiao Bai, how many points did I earn from this mission? Host, you have earned 10 points. Song Shaoyan's eyes brightened slightly. Not bad, not bad. I actually received 10 points. He had assumed that after such a prolonged absence, he would only have accrued 1 point. Excellent. Xiao Bai, we now possess 10 points. Feel free to use them. Xiao Bai responded with excitement. Thank you, host. Song Shaoyan, feeling a bit languid, stifled a yawn. What's my ranking now? A transparent leaderboard materialized in the air. The first name gleaming in gilded letters. 10. Song Shaoyan lingered on X for a moment, clicking his tongue before scrolling downward. Finally, he discovered his name at the 666th position. This number is rather auspicious, he remarked. For an idle role, this ranking is quite commendable. He closed the leaderboard and poked at the little white orb. When is the next mission? Receiving the task now. Host will enter the new mission world in 3 seconds. Song Shaoyan queried, silently pondering. As the 3 seconds elapsed, he felt darkness envelop him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It seemed the sound of a clock hanging on the wall roused him from slumber, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in a dimly lit room, reclining in a comfortable armchair. Before him sat a man clad in a camel-colored coat. The man, donning gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of cultured sophistication. Perhaps noticing his awakening, the man spoke with elegance. Today's therapy session has concluded. Song Shaoyan gently blinked and responded with a slow, drawn-out "oh." He rose to a sitting position, his feet meeting the firm floor beneath him. Unable to resist, he tested the ground with a few cautious steps, finding it surprisingly sturdy. Such thoughts flitted through his mind momentarily. "You seem to be in good spirits today," a man suddenly remarked. Song Shaoyan blinked slowly once more, replying that he was doing all right. His mind felt somewhat blank, as if someone had wiped away his memories. Rising to his feet, he softly expressed his gratitude before leisurely making his way out. Once outside the room, it dawned on him that this was in fact a psychological clinic. Was that person just now a doctor? "Xiao Bai, please tell me what I need to do in this world." He called out to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai swiftly responded. "Host, in this world, you must be hypnotized by the male lead until you completely lose your sense of self, ultimately compelled to leap from a building to your demise under his hypnotic suggestion." Song Shaoyan. Is the male lead in this world truly so malevolent? TSK. An evil world? Within the vast cosmos, there exist 3,000 grand worlds and 3,000 smaller realms, while most dwell in a state of chaotic neutrality. Some are indeed steeped in malevolence. The protagonists of these wicked worlds often possess exceedingly vile traits, and a mere misstep could lead to their untimely demise at their hands. Yet, there exists a fate far worse than death in the eyes of the protagonist. Song Shaoyan wrapped his arms around his shoulders. "Leaping to my death seems acceptable. At least I want to be confined in a laboratory for experimentation. Am I currently in a state of hypnosis?" Xiao Bai clarified. "Host, you are undergoing your second treatment session at the male lead's psychological clinic, retaining your sense of self." Song Shaoyan pondered. "How many treatments must I undergo before I can exit this realm?" Xiao Bai hesitated for a moment, appearing somewhat troubled. "Host, this determination lies with the male lead. You may exit once he issues the command for your suicide." Song Shaoyan nodded in comprehension. "I understand." He adjusted his down jacket and exhaled a puff of warm breath. Winter had recently set in, and the chill in Beijing was particularly biting. The first snowfall had blanketed the ground, forming a thick layer that crunched beneath his feet. As he stepped onto the snow, it rose to his ankles. Amused, he stomped a few more times, trudging through the thick snow, oblivious to the figure observing him quietly from the window of the second-floor consultation room. Upon returning to the residence provided by the Quick Transmigration Bureau, Song Shaoyan found that his assigned identity in this world remained that of an orphan. Having grown up in an orphanage, he had only completed junior high before ceasing his education, taking on various odd jobs and living in perpetual poverty, with his finances peaking at a mere 1,000 yuan at times. As a result, the small rental unit he occupied was scarcely more than a dozen square meters, encompassing the kitchen and bathroom. His bedroom could barely accommodate a bed, leaving no room for a sofa or desk. Fortunately, the space was quite clean, sparing him the effort of tidying up. Accepting his circumstances, Song Shaoyan lay back on his bed and picked up a second-hand mobile phone he had purchased for 50 yuan, checking to see if anyone had sent him a message. As soon as he pressed the unlock button, a resounding mechanical female voice echoed throughout the room. "Unlocked." Song Shaoyan rubbed his ears. Indeed, this ancient device was known for its volume. Not only was the sound loud, but the font was also remarkably large, appearing as if it could be read from 2 meters away. He scrolled through the messages and contacts, discovering only 2 messages from a contact named Good Doctor. P Street, XX number. This afternoon at 2:30. Song Shaoyan surmised that this good doctor must be the male protagonist. Xiao Bai. What is the male protagonist's name? Chapter 30. The Poor Soul Under Hypnosis. 1. Xiao Bai quickly presented the name before Song Shaoyan's eyes. Pei Shu. He pronounced the name with a slight click of his tongue. It was quite a pleasant name, albeit belonging to a villainous male lead. The task in this world was simpler than the previous one. He merely needed to succumb to hypnosis, lose his sense of self, and ultimately leap from a building. There was no difficulty whatsoever. Song Shaoyan decided to take it easy, even too lazy to ponder how he had managed to afford Pei Shu for psychological therapy. After the snowfall, the capital grew even colder. The shabby rental did not have heating, forcing Song Shaoyan to layer upon layer of clothing for warmth. At that moment, he began to reminisce about the grand villa from his previous world and Pei Shu's psychological clinic, where the heating was abundant. One could enter wearing just a short-sleeved shirt without feeling cold. It had been 3 days. Why hadn't Pei Shu sought him out for treatment yet? Gritting his teeth, Song Shaoyan contemplated bothering Pei Shu when his ancient device chimed once more. You have new messages. He hurriedly picked up his phone to find a message from Pei Shu. This afternoon at 2:30. Song Shaoyan quickly sprang to his feet. Although it was only 12 o'clock, who said couldn't he arrive early? Wrapping himself in layers, he set off for Pei Shu's psychological clinic. The weather was overcast, hinting at another impending snowfall. The warm breath he exhaled transformed into a cloud of white mist in the frigid air, lingering for a considerable time before dissipating. Stepping onto the thick snow, he arrived at the clinic's entrance. He stomped his feet to shake off the snow from his shoes before ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the consultation room, he knocked gently on the door. Dr. Pei, I have arrived. There was a brief pause inside, followed by the sound of footsteps. The door opened quietly, revealing Pei Shu with a gentle voice. I have another patient. Could you please wait outside for a moment? Song Shaoyan rubbed his hands, which had turned red from the cold, and exhaled a puff of warm air. It's freezing outside. His voice trembled slightly. Dr. Pei, may I come and wait? I promise I want to speak. He raised his hand to gesture for silence. Pei Shu noticed his slightly swollen fingertips, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a faint light. Guomin. He stepped aside, allowing Song Shaoyan to enter. Song Shaoyan treaded lightly, obediently seating himself on the nearby sofa. In the recliner across the room sat a large man in sportswear with his eyes tightly shut, presumably under hypnosis as well. The dim, warm lighting in the consultation room made it impossible to resist lowering one's guard. Even the clock hanging on the wall holds significance. Song Shaoyan merely cast a glance before retracting his gaze. After all, they were all mere pawns in this game, and none should gaze upon the others. The consultation room was considerably warmer than the outside, and clad in layers of heavy clothing, he began to discreetly shed his garments within minutes of sitting down. Meanwhile, Pei Shu was quietly conversing with a hypnotized, burly man, while Song Shaoyan fervently struggled with his clothes. The sound of fabric rustling resonated clearly in the hushed atmosphere of the consultation room. Pei Shu paused his psychological suggestions, patiently awaiting the completion of Song Shaoyan's disrobing. First came the outermost layer, followed by a knitted sweater, shirt, thermal undershirt, and then another shirt. 10 minutes elapsed, and the pile of clothing on the sofa had grown to a small mountain. Yet Song Shaoyan still had not finished. Even Pei Shu, usually so composed, found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at Song Shaoyan, adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, and spoke in a gentle tone. Have you moved your wardrobe here? At that moment, Song Shaoyan was in the midst of removing his second-to-last piece of clothing. Hearing Pei Shu's inquiry, he instinctively replied, no. He draped the penultimate garment beside him, revealing only a worn, faded short-sleeve shirt underneath. Just as Pei Shu assumed he had completed his disrobing, Song Shaoyan bent down to remove his trousers. Pei Shu snapped his fingers, lifting the hypnotic suggestion from the burly man. The man awoke, looking bewildered, clearly unaware of what had transpired. Pei Shu then spoke. Today's treatment is concluded. You may leave now. His tone bore a hint of coldness, contrasting with the gentleness he had exhibited in front of Song Shaoyan. The burly man, with a dazed expression, seemed to have lost much of his sense of self as he stood up and began to exit. As he passed by Song Shaoyan, his steps faltered. Song Shaoyan was locked in a struggle with his knitted pants, which were quite tight. One strand had come undone, and he hesitated to tug at it, fearing that a single pull might unravel the entire garment, which would be quite regrettable as he could scarcely afford to replace them. Observing Song Shaoyan's predicament, the burly man's expression sharpened with a flicker of clarity. Suddenly, he bent down, pressed one hand against the loose strand, and with the other hand, deftly yanked at the pant leg, successfully removing the knitted trousers. Song Shaoyan's eyes lit up. Thank you, big brother. The burly man, crouching there with the mismatched trousers in hand, suddenly remarked, he once bought me a pair of knitted pants. Song Shaoyan hesitated for 2 seconds before tentatively responding. How about I sell them to you for 50 yuan? The burly man produced a 100 yuan note and handed it to Song Shaoyan, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you. The burly man, clutching the trousers that seemed so out of place with him, stood and departed. Song Shaoyan gazed at the 100 yuan in his hand, then turned to Pei Shu, unable to restrain himself. Dr. Pei, he is quite wealthy. Pei Shu adjusted his glasses, and a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes beneath the lenses. Interesting. He had induced the patient to forget his beloved. Yet it was unexpected that a mere pair of knitted trousers had loosened the grip of his hypnotic suggestion. Truly fascinating. Have you finished undressing? Pei Shu inquired, patting the recliner before him. Once you're done, come here. Song Shaoyan shook his head. Not yet, just a moment. He began to shed his denim jeans, thermal pants, and autumn trousers, ultimately ending up in nothing but a pair of summer shorts, which finally elicited a smile from him. Dr. Pei, I'm ready, he announced, rising to his feet and hopping slightly. It's quite warm here. Clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, he felt no chill. If only his modest rental could have heating. Dr. Pei glanced at the pile of clothing heaped on the sofa and gently invited, if you like. You are welcome to come here anytime. Absolutely. Song Shaoyan nodded eagerly and swiftly made his way to the lounge chair, obediently settling down. Dr. Pei, you truly are a good person. Dr. Pei smiled warmly, neither confirming nor denying the sentiment. Now, let us commence today's treatment. Song Shaoyan blinked gently, yet before he could respond, he felt as though a veil had suddenly descended over his mind. His consciousness blurred momentarily, instinctively wandering through the hypnotic realm created by Dr. Pei. In the consultation room, Dr. Pei observed the dazed Song Shaoyan, gently assisting him to recline, the softness emanating from his palm, imbued with a hint of warmth, prompted Dr. Pei to glance down. The short-sleeved shirt, somewhat worn and faded, was on the shorter side. As he lay back, the hem of his shirt rose, and Dr. Pei's large hand inadvertently brushed against the skin at his waist, delicate and warm, akin to fine silk. Chapter 31. The hypnotized young innocent to Dr. Pei's index finger caressed that tender skin lightly. As if nothing had transpired, he withdrew his hand. The dim lights in the consultation room cast a soft glow on Dr. Pei. A gentle narrative began to unfold as he initiated the treatment for the day. Song Shaoyan's consciousness was engulfed in chaos. He felt as if he were lying atop soft, white clouds cradled by gentle hands. A warm, soothing voice resonated in his ears. You are very happy now. You trust Dr. Pei the most. Song Shaoyan did not resist Dr. Pei's hypnosis. He allowed his consciousness to be guided. He surrendered completely, his awareness drifting. In the dimly lit consultation room, Dr. Pei observed the obediently sleeping youth, delicately stroking his face. Good boy. Behind the lenses, his eyes remained tranquil, seemingly unaffected by the charming youth. Outside, snow had begun to fall at some unknown moment, the flakes accumulating on the window, forming a veil of mist that obscured the view into the consultation room. The sound of the clock's ticking was distinctly audible, while the cascading snowflakes appeared to freeze time itself. A cup of hot tea was placed on the table, steam rising slowly into the cold air. Dr. Pei picked up the teacup, taking a sip. The tea leaves were abundant and dense, lending a slightly bitter taste to the brew. Dr. Pei swallowed lightly, his gaze settling on Song Shaoyan. The rising steam fogged his lenses, and he set the cup down, casually removing his glasses. His narrow, somewhat merciless eyes were now fully exposed, and the gentle demeanor he once possessed seemed to dissipate, replaced by an indescribable wickedness. With a hint of pathological fervor hidden between his brows, he elegantly wiped the lenses, making not a sound throughout the process. Only when the glasses were spotless did he don the gold-rimmed frames once more. The tea beside him had grown cold, its flavor intensifying with a subtle bitterness wafting through the air. Pei Shu switched off the nearby recorder and softly snapped his fingers. Song Shaoyan felt a flash of light in his mind, awakening him instantly. His long lashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. After a moment's pause, he sat up and looked towards Pei Shu. Thank you, Dr. Pei. I feel much better. Pei Shu nodded gently, responding with warmth. Do you remember what you promised me earlier? Song Shaoyan blinked innocently. Pei Shu, unperturbed by his apparent forgetfulness, reiterated kindly. You need to assist me in organizing some materials to offset my consultation fee. Understanding dawned upon Song Shaoyan. He had suspected Pei Shu was not a philanthropist. It turned out he was expected to work off his debt. Without hesitation, he beamed. Now I remember, Dr. Pei. Do I need to organize the materials now? Pei Shu picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip, and then spoke gracefully. Yes, I need you to organize the materials today. He glanced at the clock. I finish work at 5. You have 2 hours to arrange everything. Song Shaoyan promptly stood up, exclaiming, all right. He noticed the files laid out neatly on the desk. Though they had yet to be formally categorized, his task was to classify and organize them properly. He quickly set to work, while Pei Shu leisurely sipped his tea and read from the sofa across from him. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, it was 5 o'clock. Stretching his arms, Song Shaoyan placed the last document in order. Doctor, I have finished organizing. MHM. Pei Shu closed the black leather-bound book in his hands. You may leave now. Song Shaoyan swiftly acknowledged this without protest. After all, his task in this world was simple, to await hypnosis. As he understood it, he merely had to follow the male protagonist's instructions. He was quite content with this idle role and took some time to don his thermal clothing before departing. All while Pei Shu observed him with a slightly exasperated expression. Once he had left, Pei Shu rose and returned the black book to the shelf. He then approached the desk, examining the well-organized materials as he flipped through a couple of pages. The files were arranged excellently. Yet such proficiency was beyond what one would expect from Song Shaoyan. How had he, with only a middle school education, managed to accurately identify and classify the content? Primarily in English and German? The lenses glimmered slightly, and a flicker of intrigue passed through Pei Shu's eyes. How fascinating. What he had anticipated to be a dull period had unexpectedly transformed into a delightful surprise from a boy he had previously deemed uninteresting. He found himself increasingly eager to witness when Song Shaoyan would lose his sense of self under his hypnosis. He longed to see him with vacant eyes, devoid of individuality. That would surely be a wondrous sight. Pei Shu's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, as if he had already savored the fruits of victory. For an entire week, Song Shaoyan visited the psychological clinic daily for treatment, while assisting Pei Shu with organizing materials. After a week had passed, he patted his head and couldn't help but express his concerns to Xiao Bai. Why do I feel that this male lead is inadequate? His hypnosis seems to have no effect on me. His routine remained unaffected. He continued to eat and drink as usual. Xiao Bai, what should I do? Is my mission destined to fail? Xiao Bai quickly reassured him. Host, that one tea happened. The male lead simply hasn't exerted his full potential yet. Once he does, everything will be fine. Pondering this, Song Shaoyan stroked his chin. That makes sense. His data is rather complex. Where else could he find such inexpensive labor? If not with me? With this reasoning, he gathered his resolve, adjusted his clothes, and stepped outside. He found himself a job as a human backdrop in a live streaming room, earning a daily wage of 100 for 4 hours of work, which sufficiently covered his daily expenses. He insisted on working during the day, as he was reluctant to venture out into the darkness of night. Today marked the second day of his employment, and he arrived early at the live streaming room. This particular space was dedicated to interactive gift giving, and there were 4 other streamers alongside him. Each of them possessed distinct styles, but shared the common trait of good looks, enhanced by filters. He overheard the control center mention that these 4 individuals were being heavily promoted by the company, with potential aspirations for the entertainment industry, thus currently engaging with the audience. His sole responsibility was to stand with his back to the viewers, waiting for the control center to entice them into gifting. The interviewer had remarked on his appealing silhouette, noting his slender waist and pert posterior, which were believed to pique the audience's curiosity. Song Shaoyan felt indifferent to this. His goal was merely to secure his 100 yuan. As the live stream commenced, he stood with his back to the camera, listening as the control center announced, "Thank you, Gue, for the lovely flowers. Our PK has officially begun. If you wish to see someone turn around, cast your votes for them." The flowers were designated for handsome number 1, charming number 2, and so forth, with Song Shaoyan as number 5, receiving votes through small floral tokens. However, as the boss had informed him, even if he were to win, he would not be permitted to turn around. They would secretly suppress his votes to maintain their narrative. Essentially, all he had to do was contemplate in silence. The warmth of the heating in the live streaming room was quite sufficient. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, he felt no chill. Gazing at the wall before him, he began to drift into a stupor. The voices of the control center and other streamers fluctuated around him, all of which he chose to ignore as he immersed himself in his thoughts. In the streaming room, the youth stood with his back to the camera, his figure elegantly poised. Though the short sleeve was oversized, its faded hue rendered it somewhat transparent. His slender waist was fully exposed to the audience, emanating an air of innocence and vulnerability, as if to plead for their votes, evoking both sympathy and curiosity among many viewers. The dazzling effects of the small ball flower flickered continuously, and the vote count swiftly soared to 5,000. At that moment, a wealthy patron generously bestowed an additional 6,000 votes upon the charming contestant. As the PK time approached, a user by the name of Dai unleashed a spaceship worth 100,000. Thanks to my father for the spaceship, the central control exclaimed excitedly, nearly toppling the table in his fervor. Song Shaoyan, startled by the outburst, soon heard the central control announce Dai's golden words emblazoned across the screen. Look at number 5. Song Shaoyan paid it no mind. After all, the boss had assured him that someone would eventually undermine his votes. Just then, the central control shouted again, number 5. Father wants to see you. Song Shaoyan was perplexed, realizing the male lead's hypnosis had indeed taken effect, as he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Chapter 32. The Hypnotized Little Victim. 3. Song Shaoyan remained utterly still, even straightening his back. He calculated the time until his shift ended. Just 2 more minutes, and he would be free. The stage manager, noticing that number 5 had yet to move, grew anxious. This was the benefactor, and one could afford to offend anyone but the benefactor. In that moment, the stage manager forgot the earlier instructions from a boss, as their salary was also tied to the live broadcast donations. To secure a share of the profits, the stage manager raised their voice. Number 5. In his mind, Song Shaoyan silently counted down 1 more minute. The music blared deafeningly, and the stage manager's voice resonated through the microphone, reaching the audience's ears. The barrage of comments in the live stream urged number 5 to turn around, as viewers reveled in the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, the user named Dai sent yet another spaceship soaring across the screen. The myriad of effects obscured the entire display, rendering the comments indecipherable. The expressions of others in the live stream were a tapestry of emotions: envy, astonishment, jealousy, and more. Yet, the figure of number 5 stood resolutely against the camera, his posture straight as a warrior unyielding to the allure of wealth. The more he resisted, the more it stirred the baser instincts within humanity, compelling this defiant warrior to submit to the allure of money and the primal greed that lies at the heart of human desire. Behind the screen, countless viewers breathed heavily, their passions ignited by the lavish gifts appearing. The comment section erupted with cries urging number 5 to turn around, as if they were ensnared in a collective frenzy. After being ignited by the extravagant gift effects, the desire intensified as they fixated on the youth with his back turned to the dazzling display. The stage manager shouted for number 5, but was met with silence. Song Shaoyan counted down 3, 2, 1, and as he reached 1, he stepped to the right, preparing to exit the scene. At this moment, the stage manager called out, "Number 5, where are you going?" Song Shaoyan slightly turned his head, but did not halt his steps. "I'm off work," he replied with refreshing candor, like a thunderclap shattering the mirror that bore the weight of desire. Some remained unconvinced, speculating that this was a new trick, and the comment section buzzed with chatter. "What is this new game? How intriguing. Playing hard to get? I admit, number 5, you've captured my interest. Number 5 is so handsome, even with just a profile view. He is exquisite. Lick, 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 I'm going wild." Song Shaoyan did not glance at the comments, nor did he linger in response to the stage manager's inquiry. As he spoke, he sauntered out, languidly stretching his limbs. The white shirt crept upwards slightly, revealing a delicate strip of pale waist, dazzlingly fair. There was a fleeting pause in the comments. Unbeknownst to Song Shaoyan, he exited the modest livestream room, stifling a yawn. Today, 100 yuan in hand. Inside the livestream, the moderator was taken aback by Song Shaoyan's abrupt departure. He felt a surge of anger, yet pursuing him was not an option now. Hastily, he checked the fan leaderboard, only to discover that the top fan, Dai, had already left. A wave of disappointment washed over him, mingling with a hint of resentment towards Song Shaoyan. If only Song Shaoyan had turned around, perhaps he could have retained his patron. Alas, the moderator swiftly composed himself, uttered a few words, and then closed the live stream. He promptly reported the incident, emphasizing Song Shaoyan's lack of initiative. Consequently, that evening, Song Shaoyan received a message from his boss. "I'll give you a raise. Next time the moderator tells you to turn around, do so." Song Shaoyan glanced at the message, stroking his chin. "How much?" The boss replied, 50. Song Shaoyan retorted, "Boss, you are quite miserly." It seemed the boss underwent a prolonged mental struggle, taking a full 10 minutes to respond. 100. No more. Satisfied, Song Shaoyan replied, "Okay." 200 day was ample for his indulgences. After all, he wouldn't be lingering in this world for long. Once the male lead compelled him to take his own life, he could log off. He stretched again and opened the chat history with Pei Shu. Pei Shu had been on a business trip for the past 2 days, so they hadn't met, and he hadn't gone there to organize materials. Their conversation had stalled 2 days prior. "I'll be on a business trip for 3 days, returning on Friday." He did not respond to this message. But now with time to spare, he replied, "All right then. Dr. Pei, come back soon." This world was tedious, and he was eager to log off. In Haishur, a city famed for its opulence and extravagance, the vibrant lights painted the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. In the brightly lit conference room, Pei Shu appeared relaxed, casually reading the words on the documents before him. At that moment, the phone screen on his left suddenly illuminated. Pei Shu paused, glanced at the screen, then returned his gaze to finish reading the document, placing it down lightly. The CEO had already implanted psychological suggestions for them. Sitting beside him, Ji Xianchuan promptly offered the prepared bank card, thanking Dr. Pei for his remuneration. Pei Shu accepted the bank card without hesitation, casually picking up his phone to open WeChat. Upon seeing the message from Song Shaoyan, a subtle smile graced his lips. At this juncture, Ji Xianchuan cautiously inquired, "Dr. Pei, are you certain this will truly work?" Before Pei Shu could respond, he hastily added, "I'm not doubting your abilities. I simply noticed that others say hypnotists usually have a medium." Pei Shu cast a fleeting glance at him. "Mr. Ji, the more one knows, the swifter the demise." He averted his gaze, his fingertips lightly tapping on the screen. "You should consider yourself fortunate that my mood is amiable today." Rising to his feet, he did not spare Ji Xianchuan a second glance before turning to leave. Once Pei Shu had completely exited the grand conference room, 3 individuals emerged from a concealed chamber nearby. They swiftly assessed the condition of those under hypnosis, their expressions grave. "Mr. Ji, their hypnotic state is profound. We are unable to reverse it." Ji Xianchuan's demeanor shifted from the earlier obsequiousness to one of solemnity. "Investigate whether Pei Shu has recently encountered any fortuitous events." The individuals acknowledged his command, and Ji Xianchuan took up his phone, sending a message to a contact named Elder Brother. "Elder Brother, Pei Shu has successfully hypnotized them. In the absence of any supplementary tools aside from tables, chairs, and documents in the grand conference room, Pei Shu had astonishingly achieved hypnosis. Truly, he was deserving of the classification as an SSS-level dangerous individual." Ji Xianchuan recalled the incident 2 years prior when Pei Shu had been embroiled in an attack. By the time the police arrived, the assailants were all deceased. Subsequent investigations concluded that the attackers had all died by suicide, in unison and by the same means. Apart from Pei Shu, there were no survivors. The mere recollection of that scene sent a chill through Ji Xianchuan, a coldness rising from the depths of his being, rendering even the overhead lights to appear frigid. Chapter 33. The Poor Soul Under Hypnosis. 4. Pei Shu returned to the capital a day earlier than Song Shaoyan had anticipated. On the very day of his return, he instructed Song Shaoyan to organize some materials. Song Shaoyan hurried over, and after neatly arranging the documents, he did not forget to subtly suggest to Pei Shu, "Dr. Pei, will I be receiving treatment today?" Pei Shu perused the book in his hands, lifting his gaze upon hearing the question, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his glasses. "Are you eagerly anticipating the treatment?" Song Shaoyan nodded vigorously. "Indeed I am. Every time Dr. Pei concludes a session, my mind feels remarkably unburdened. After being brainwashed to the point of emptiness, one naturally feels lighter, Song Shaoyan silently critiqued in his mind, yet maintained an outward show of enthusiasm. Dr. Pei, may I have treatment today? Pei Shu closed the book, aligning his index and middle fingers, lightly tapping the chaise lounge beside him. Come, seat. Song Shaoyan promptly approached and obediently settled down, placing his hands on his knees like a student awaiting a question from the teacher. Pei Shu did not rush to hypnotize Song Shaoyan. Instead, he inquired, "Have there been any interesting occurrences lately?" Engaging in mundane conversation, he asked about his recent circumstances. Song Shaoyan recounted his part-time job and how his employer had given him a raise. He concluded by saying, "Dr. Pei, I can now earn 200 a day, which means I can afford the treatment fees." A faint smile graced Pei Shu's lips as he lightly tapped Song Shaoyan's fingertips. "Do you know how much I charge for an hour of treatment?" Song Shaoyan honestly shook his head. He truly did not know. After all, Pei Shu had never asked him for payment before. Pei Shu chuckled softly, pressing his fingertip against the alabaster back of Song Shaoyan's hand and tapping twice. Song Shaoyan tilted his head slightly. 2,000 an hour? The male protagonist is indeed quite costly. At another zero, Pei Shu's voice remained gentle. Song Shaoyan was struck with astonishment. How much? 20,000 an hour? Why not resort to robbery? No, even thievery wouldn't yield such profits. Indeed, the male protagonist of this sinister world was extraordinary, exhibiting a certain conscience, not exploiting the impoverished. Pei Shu appeared quite pleased with Song Shaoyan's reaction, retracting his hand. "Not everyone can accept my treatment, can they?" Song Shaoyan nodded, feeling as though a thin veil of mist had enveloped his mind. It seemed he had once again succumbed to hypnosis. Yet, curiously, this time he retained a flicker of awareness. He gazed at Pei Shu, bewildered. A faint smile played on Pei Shu's lips as he casually removed his gold-rimmed spectacles. His elongated eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly assessing the artistic creation he had meticulously sculpted. "I am currently engaged in a research project." Song Shaoyan slowly blinked. His body felt sluggish, and even his thoughts moved at a languid pace. Nevertheless, he heard Pei Shu's words and endeavored to ponder them. Who suffers more from a lack of love, the wealthy or the poor? Pei Shu's voice was gentle, akin to recounting a splendid fairy tale. "The loveless rich sought me first, and I found you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized your solitude and yearning for affection. You harbor resentment towards this world." His voice momentarily halted before continuing smoothly. "Yet, you also possess a love for this world. Is it hatred that breeds love, or love that transforms into hatred?" Song Shaoyan gently blinked. Amidst the haze of confusion, he discovered his voice. "The research project. Is there a conclusion?" His speech was deliberately slow, as if time itself had come to a standstill within him. He wrestled with time, which rendered his utterances unusually distinct. Pei Shu gently grasped Song Shaoyan's hand. There was indeed a conclusion. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. "I have suddenly lost interest in this research." Song Shaoyan's long lashes quivered softly. The light was bright, yet it formed dizzying, colorful halos in his vision. Enveloped in the darkness of the halo, his mind felt as though it were gradually deteriorating. Thought became a luxury. He could only proceed in accordance with Pei Shu's words. "Why?" Song Shaoyan heard his body emit such a sound. Pei Shu conversed with him as though they were engaged in casual chatter. "Because I have discovered something far more intriguing." Cool fingertips brushed against Song Shaoyan's cheek. Amidst the chaos, he distinctly sensed the chill emanating from that touch. Pei Shu's nails were well-groomed, and the contact on his face was not painful. Yet at that moment, Song Shaoyan could not discern whether it was Pei Shu's hypnosis that dulled his perception of pain, or if there was simply no pain to begin with. He was acutely aware that he was being hypnotized, yet he could not extricate himself from Pei Shu's hypnotic trap. Half awake and half dazed, he struggled without escape, compelled to follow Pei Shu's will. "What?" Song Shaoyan's voice was faint, tinged with a sense of dullness. Pei Shu lowered his head, his cool lips brushing against Song Shaoyan's earlobe. Then, Song Shaoyan heard the whisper of the devil. "You harbor hatred for Pei Shu." Upon awakening from his slumber, Pei Shu became the person whom Song Shaoyan loathed most in this world. The insinuation had been made, piercing directly into Song Shaoyan's heart. Darkness descended unexpectedly, enveloping him entirely. His consciousness was consumed, plunging into obscurity. That night, Song Shaoyan roused from his dreams. The familiar surroundings left him somewhat bewildered. He recalled being in Pei Shu's consultation room. How had he returned home? Had Pei Shu hypnotized him into coming back? With a languid yawn, Song Shaoyan prodded the small white creature in his mind. Did Pei Shu hypnotize me? The small white creature replied, Indeed, host, in this world, you have been hypnotized. Song Shaoyan queried, But I have forgotten what he hypnotized me about. Do you remember? The small white replied, Host, I was silenced during your hypnosis. Raising an eyebrow, Song Shaoyan remarked, Was that also silenced? The main system truly lacks humanity. Yet, it was true that the main system was never human. With little hope from the small white creature, he had to ponder alone. He vaguely recalled Pei Shu mentioning themes of hatred and love. Could it be that he had been hypnotized into loving him? Truly, he was the protagonist of an evil world, quite perverse indeed. However, it was odd that he had completely forgotten the contents of Pei Shu's hypnosis. Surely, Pei Shu was not incompetent. Shaking his head, he dispelled the thoughts swirling in his mind. After a night of contemplation, he ultimately concluded that Pei Shu had indeed hypnotized him into loving him. If that were the case, he must now act as though he were in love. Song Shaoyan composed a message filled with sweet words and sent it to Pei Shu early in the morning. Good morning, Dr. Pei. For some reason today, I suddenly find myself missing you. Perhaps it's because the weather is so splendid. In the consultation room, Pei Shu read the message from Song Shaoyan. Glancing out the window, he saw the storm raging outside, thunder and lightning, wind and rain. Splendid weather? Pei Shu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, responding with a message. The weather is indeed quite nice. On a rainy day, it was most suitable for vanquishing evil. Chapter 34. The Hypnotized Little Poor Thing. 5. By the time Song Shaoyan saw the reply, it was already noon. After sending the message, he had indulged in another nap. And upon awakening, the rain had ceased, with the sun shining brightly outside. A truly lovely day. He tidied himself up and eagerly headed to work. His boss had increased his salary, and now he was obliged to heed the commands of the stage manager, who required him to turn around at their behest. However, the stage manager harbored resentment towards him, not having called for him to turn during several live streams. The previous wealthy patron, Dai, had also not appeared in the live room, and although gifts had been sent to room 5, they were overlooked by the stage manager. Oblivious to the stage manager's ill intentions, Song Shaoyan remained indifferent to the petty grievances directed towards him. After standing for 4 hours and earning 200 yuan, he sent another message to Pei Shu. Good evening, Dr. Pei. My appetite has not been great tonight. I believe it is because I have not seen you all day. As Song Shaoyan read his own message, a shiver ran down his spine. How utterly cheesy. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, closed WeChat, and prepared to indulge in a hearty meal. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he leisurely opened WeChat. Pei Shu had sent a message. Come to my place at 8 tonight. Song Shaoyan stared at the 4 words 8 tonight for a full minute before deleting the message and shutting down WeChat in one swift motion. Going out night? Impossible. Utterly inconceivable in this lifetime. At 8 o'clock in the evening, inside the treatment room, the clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, while fragrant mist rose gently beside the rockery. The dim yellow light cast a shadow over Pei Shu's enigmatic eyes. The corridor was eerily silent, and the street lights outside shone quietly, casting no illuminating shadows. The clock continued its relentless march forward. Yet, Song Shaoyan did not appear. It was not until the midnight chimes resonated that Pei Shu let out a low chuckle. Those who harbor resentment often delight in delivering a slap, followed by a sweet date. Though, it was indeed Song Shaoyan who had initially offered a sweet date. Those insipid honeyed words lay quietly in the WeChat conversation, while the surrounding emptiness felt like a stinging slap to him. Quite intriguing. Pei Shu was not angered. Rather, he felt an unprecedented thrill. His Adam's apple bobbed lightly. Would love stem from hate, or hate evolve from love? Recently, Song Shaoyan's behavior had left him perplexed. Fortunately, he had ample time to play this game with him. Having enjoyed a good sleep, Song Shaoyan was awakened by a knock at the door around noon. He lazily rose to answer it. Standing at the entrance was a stern-looking man in a black suit, who, upon seeing him, promptly stated his purpose. "Hello, Mr. Song. I would like to discuss Dr. Pei Shu with you." A flicker of surprise crossed Song Shaoyan's eyes, but he nonetheless stepped aside to let the man enter. "Please have a seat. I will change my clothes." He gestured for the man to sit, then went to the bathroom to retrieve shirt. While he changed, Ji Jingchuan scrutinized the small rental apartment. As per his investigation, Song Shaoyan lived in poverty. The apartment contained nothing beyond the essentials. The narrow bed, barely 1.2 meters wide, seemed cramped for an adult man, yet it was kept tidy, indicating that its owner frequently tidied up. The only chair in the room was adorned with floral paper, likely a gift from a purchase. A strange sensation passed through Ji Jingchuan. This Song Shaoyan appeared somewhat different from his investigation. How could someone who despised life adorn a chair with floral paper? Lost in thought, Song Shaoyan emerged from the bathroom. Ji Jingchuan introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Song Shaoyan waved a hand dismissively. "I presume Mr. Ji has conducted some investigation into me?" Ji Jingchuan did not conceal the truth and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we have conducted an investigation on you." Song Shaoyan raised an eyebrow. "We? Does Ji Jingchuan have backing? What brings you to seek me out?" He did not believe he was of any interest to investigate. A mere pawn, devoid of family, friends, or distinction, leading an ordinary and transparent life, he was hardly worth the scrutiny. Thus, he speculated that this group must have investigated him while looking into Pei Shu. As for the reasons behind the inquiry into Pei Shu, Song Shaoyan had a vague suspicion and awaited validation. At this moment, Ji Jingchuan spoke up. "You are receiving psychological treatment from Pei Shu." Song Shaoyan nodded, unreservedly acknowledging the fact. "Indeed, I'm undergoing treatment with him. In modern society, it is not uncommon for individuals to face psychological issues. This is not something to be ashamed of." Since Ji Jingchuan had inquired, there was no reason for him to conceal anything. Ji Jingchuan seemed taken aback by his candor, pausing momentarily before revealing his purpose for visiting. "Our investigation has led us to discover that you are the only ordinary person receiving treatment from him." To label him as an ordinary person felt somewhat exaggerated. One glance at the modest, 10-square-meter room made it evident how challenging life had been for the strikingly handsome youth before him. Yet, the more Ji Jingchuan observed, the more perplexed he became. Pei Shu's treatment fees were exorbitant, with each session costing no less than $1 million. Song Shaoyan did not seem to possess the means to afford such an expense. Nevertheless, Pei Shu had chosen to treat him. Ji Jingchuan sensed he had stumbled upon a potential breakthrough in uncovering Pei Shu's misconduct, prompting his visit. Song Shaoyan, too, was forthcoming, sharing all that he knew. In a languid tone, he added, "Perhaps Dr. Pei is curious about the differences between the affluent and the impoverished. I must have been fortunate to catch his attention." Ji Jingchuan fell silent. Fortunate? To be singled out by Pei Shu could hardly be described as mere luck. Ji Jingchuan's gaze grew complex. He could discern that the youth held Pei Shu in high regard. How would he react if he were to learn that Pei Shu was the sole survivor of the assault incident from years past? Noticing Ying Kun's prolonged silence, Song Shaoyan cleared his throat. "Mr. Ji, is there anything else?" Returning to the present, Ji Jingchuan took out his phone. "Shall we add each other on WeChat? We can keep in touch. If you notice anything unusual about Pei Shu, please contact me immediately." His suggestion seemed quite straightforward. Song Shaoyan did not hesitate and quickly added Ji Jingchuan on WeChat. However, he scarcely absorbed the implications of Ji Jingchuan's words. He was merely a pawn. Even if he detected something amiss with Pei Shu, he could not possibly inform Ji Jingchuan. After Ji Jingchuan departed, Song Shaoyan dutifully sent Pei Shu some sweet nothings. Soon receiving a response, "Come to my place." Observing that the weather was pleasant outside, he replied with a simple okay and stepped out. However, upon reaching Pei Shu's consultation room, the sky darkened abruptly. Heavy clouds loomed overhead, casting a shadow over the surroundings. Song Shaoyan pressed his lips together, glancing up at the sky as his feet met the ground. The motion-activated lights flickered on, illuminating the dim stairwell. Satisfied, he ascended the stairs and arrived at the consultation room, knocking gently on the door. "Dr. Pei, I have arrived." Chapter 35. The Pitiful One Under Hypnosis. 6. A soft voice, carried by the howling wind, reached Pei Shu's ears as he flipped through the pages of his book. He paused his hand and spoke lightly, "Come in." As the door was pushed open from the outside, the mingling light from inside and outside blended together, casting a glow upon Song Shaoyan. The illumination was both faint and clear, accentuating the youth's graceful posture. Noticing the dim lighting in the room, Song Shaoyan promptly turned on the light with a decisive click. "Dr. Pei, reading in such dim light is detrimental to your eyesight." He casually shut the door. "Should we commence with treatment or organize the documents first?" Pei Shu gradually raised his gaze, his slender eyes behind the lenses narrowing slightly. He sought to uncover any resentment in Song Shaoyan's eyes, yet all he found was an expanse of openness. There was no trace of hatred, nor any sign of affection. "Treatment it is then." He closed the book in his hand and set it aside. "Come, take a seat." Song Shaoyan obediently approached, his hands resting on his knees, his body slightly leaning forward. He harbored tender feelings and deliberately edged closer to Pei Shu. "Dr. Pei, you seem a bit different today," Pei Shu casually remarked. "In what way?" "You appear somewhat more handsome than yesterday." Flattery flowed effortlessly from his lips. Truly, he was impressive. Song Shaoyan silently commended himself. Pei Shu inquired, "Where did you learn that?" Nonchalantly, Pei Shu removed his glasses and placed them on the nearby table. His narrow, often lazily drooping eyes sparkled with a hint of light at this moment. "What transpired today?" Song Shaoyan's expression grew somewhat dazed. The sensation of being hypnotized returned. He had to admit that Pei Shu's hypnotic technique was remarkably effective. In mere moments, he found himself entranced without even realizing the medium of this hypnosis. Fortunately, he was not overly curious about it. He surrendered to the soothing influence, relaxed his body, and began to speak slowly. "I met Mr. G." Pei Shu displayed no surprise, continuing the conversation as if engaging in casual banter. "What are your impressions of him?" Song Shaoyan pondered slowly. "He appears to be an elite. His suit is quite dapper." Pei Shu lowered his gaze, taking hold of Song Shaoyan's hand, playing with it in his palm. "What did he say to you?" Song Shaoyan did not withhold the truth. Recounting Ji Jingchuan's words, Pei Shu's lips curved slightly, a mysterious glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Are you afraid of me?" Song Shaoyan shook his head slowly. He remembered being hypnotized in a loving Pei Shu. Who would fear the one they love? Not afraid. He felt the coolness of Pei Shu's palm, a stark contrast to the warmth of his own. He blinked slowly, a hint of moisture glimmering in his exquisitely beautiful eyes. It seemed he felt a touch of grievance at Pei Shu's question, which undermined his sense of trust, mingling with a slight fear born from the discord in his heart. Ultimately, the moisture overflowed, transforming into a single tear that hung at the corner of his eye, reddening the area alluringly. Pei Shu gently tapped his palm. So fragile. It was unclear whether he referred to the reddened rim of Song Shaoyan's eyes or his easily discernible tender heart. A tear glistened on the long lashes of Song Shaoyan, trembling with each blink, before falling with a soft plop onto Pei Shu's hand. It was shockingly warm. Pei Shu's hands had always been cold, and when that drop of warmth landed, it startled the skin beneath, causing it to quiver. Heat surged to his heart, and Pei Shu abruptly released Song Shaoyan's hand. As darkness descended as anticipated, Song Shaoyan felt the hypnotic power of Pei Shu intensifying. A faint smile graced his lips as he succumbed to slumber with ease. He sensed Pei Shu's growing impatience, convinced that he would soon be able to log off. For several consecutive days, each time he visited Pei Shu's therapy room, he awoke in his own cozy bed. It took merely 5 days to transition from confusion to a comfortable routine. Upon waking once more in his familiar surroundings, Song Shaoyan lazily turned over and poked the little white creature nestled in his consciousness. "Little White, why hasn't Pei Shu issued the suicide command yet?" Little White replied, "Host, I am uncertain." Song Shaoyan playfully squeezed the little white creature. "Indeed, I cannot rely on you. Pei Shu is quite peculiar, hypnotizing me daily without any real inquiry, merely asking what I've done that day. What could he possibly do? Just indulge in food, drink, play, and work? Perhaps the time has not yet come." He found an excuse and sent Pei Shu a message filled with sweet nothings. "Good afternoon, Dr. Pei. The weather may be gloomy today, yet I still find myself thinking of you. After sending the message, he lazily rose to attend to his work. In the therapy room, Ji Jingchuan sat with his eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed as he resisted Pei Shu's hypnosis. However, this struggle lasted but 3 seconds before he deflated like a punctured balloon, slipping into a daze. Having successfully hypnotized Ji Jingchuan, Pei Shu did not pry into any secrets, but instead perused the book in his hands. At that moment, his phone screen illuminated and he glanced at it, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the display. The back of his hand, near the webbing of his thumb, began to faintly warm. It was merely a drop of tear that had scalded him, yet his body seemed to remember, igniting a burning sensation each time the memory resurfaced. Pei Shu lowered his gaze, and the image of Song Shaoyan, entranced in hypnosis, inexplicably came to mind, his eyes vacant, tears brimming. It was not as if he had merely been hypnotized. It felt more like his soul had been ravaged. Even so, deep within those eyes, there remained a flicker of fervent stars, much like the wild grass that sprawls across the earth, easily trampled, yet eternally resilient. Pei Shu lifted his gaze once more to Ji Jingchuan, now ensnared in a hypnotic state, and a profound sense of boredom washed over him. These individuals, even after undergoing anti-hypnosis training, were still utterly vulnerable, effortlessly losing their minds and souls. Unlike Song Shaoyan, Pei Shu closed the book in his hands, releasing Ji Jingchuan from hypnosis. As Ji Jingchuan emerged from the darkness, fragments of memory surged into his mind, his body trembling slightly. Just as he contemplated whether Pei Shu intended to end his life, he heard the latter say, "You may leave." Ji Jingchuan looked on in confusion. Pei Shu's expression was indifferent, the gold-rimmed glasses obscuring his eyes, rendering his emotions unreadable. "Inform those behind you." Pei Shu's voice was icy. "Do not return to test me." Though his tone was calm, it sent chills down Ji Jingchuan's spine. Pei Shu had known all along. The sense of dread magnified within him, the shadows left by repeated hypnosis resurfacing at that moment. Ji Jingchuan dared not linger, rising swiftly to exit. With hurried steps, he stumbled momentarily, yet dared not glance back, allowing the light to withdraw from his presence as he stepped into the dim staircase. Pei Shu lightly averted his gaze. "Open WeChat and send a message to Song Shaoyan. How much do you miss me?" Chapter 36. The Hypnotized Pitiful 1-7. He awaited a response that never arrived. Instead, the evening brought forth another sweet whisper. "Good night, Dr. Pei. Sweet dreams, thinking of you secretly." Pei Shu gazed at the empty consultation room, a faint smile gracing his lips. This little deceiver had become increasingly perfunctory. How could someone as astute as Pei Shu fail to recognize the almost mechanical sweetness in Song Shaoyan's words? Yet, the more he observed, the more his curiosity grew. Why would Song Shaoyan, who harbored resentment towards him, willingly utter such endearments? Was it to confound him, or perhaps to tempt him with sweetness, only for him to discover bitterness within once he took the bait? His intrigue blossomed within him. Pei Shu tucked away his phone and opened the file marked with Song Shaoyan's name. The file revealed a boy without parents, raised in an orphanage. After completing middle school, he had worked odd jobs, yearning for love, yet having never experienced it. A boy raised in the muck was destined never to sprout wings, instead becoming mired in the filth, desperately pleading for affection from every passerby. Even the slightest kindness would suffice to lead him into peril. Yet, Song Shaoyan, Pei Shu's lashes fluttered slightly, and the image of those tear-filled eyes resurfaced. They revealed the days of being hypnotized, the deep-seated grievances laid bare, and the fear of the dim surroundings. Yet, there was no yearning for love. The boy did not crave his affection, nor did he long for anyone's love. This was inconsistent with the psychological profile of those raised in such an environment. Song Shaoyan was an exception, an unparalleled anomaly. Pei Shu closed the file and fed it into the shredder. As the pages were reduced to fragments, a soft laugh echoed in the consultation room. The words of Song Shaoyan lingered, tender yet enigmatic. Song Shaoyan sensed a significant problem, an exceedingly grave one. Having been in this world for a month, aside from issuing him a hypnotic command to love him, Pei Shu had taken no further action. despite his compliance with the hypnosis. During this time, he harbored no suicidal thoughts and relished his meals, feeling an unusual happiness. 200 a day was barely sufficient to satiate his appetite. His joy was boundless. It was precisely because of this that he recognized the gravity of the situation. He hardly resembled someone on the verge of collapse. This could not continue, for he needed to accumulate points to help Xiao by acquire a new home. Thus, Song Shaoyan resolved to take the initiative. He sent a message to Ji Jingchuan, arranging a meeting. On Saturday at noon, in a private room, Song Shaoyan met with Ji Jingchuan. In just a few days, Ji Jingchuan appeared considerably more disheveled. In stark contrast to his previous elite demeanor, Ji Jingchuan sat opposite, unshaven and rugged, exuding an air of dishevelment. Noticing his less-than-ideal state, Song Shaoyan took the initiative to speak. "Mr. Ji, if you're feeling unwell, we can postpone our discussion." Ji Jingchuan shook his head. "I'm fine," he replied, rubbing his temple, though he admitted that his mental state had been lacking lately. Song Shaoyan nodded in understanding, sensing that those entangled in this wicked world were seldom quite sane. Ji Jingchuan adjusted his mindset. "Mr. Song, what prompted your visit today?" he inquired, a flicker of anxiety tightening in his chest. "Is there an issue concerning Pei Shu?" "Not exactly," Song Shaoyan smiled. "I have some personal curiosities." "What might those be?" Ji Jingchuan asked. "It pertains to Dr. Pei," Song Shaoyan replied, lowering his gaze slightly, as if a hint of blush graced his ears. "I love Dr. Pei, and thus wish to know about his past." Ji Jingchuan's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment, questioning if his hearing had betrayed him. "What did you say?" He leaned forward, hands braced on the table, his chest heaving with suppressed shock. "You truly mean to say you love him?" he echoed incredulously. Song Shaoyan maintained a serene demeanor. "Indeed, I love Dr. Pei. After all, he has been hypnotized by Pei Shu, so if blame is to be assigned, it should rest with Pei Shu. I simply wish to learn about Dr. Pei's past. I've sent him numerous sweet nothings recently, yet it seems he struggles to comprehend them." Ji Jingchuan slowly swallowed, taking a considerable time to regain his voice. "Why you?" he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Song Shaoyan patiently awaited his reaction, then smiled warmly. "Mr. Ji, you must have conducted some investigation into Dr. Pei. Could you share why he captures your attention?" Ji Jingchuan's gaze grew complex, caught in a web of uncertainty about whether to trust this seemingly harmless youth. He found it hard to believe that anyone could harbor affection for Pei Shu. Those who knew him understood the true nature of the devil he embodied. Who would fall in love with a demon, let alone profess to love him? Ji Jingchuan fell into contemplative silence. Song Shaoyan, sensing the underlying tension, ventured, "What heinous acts has he committed?" Ji Jingchuan slowly shook his head. Song Shaoyan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Did he commit murder or arson?" Ji Jingchuan again shook his head. "What then has he done to invoke such vigilance from you?" Ji Jingchuan's mind momentarily faltered. Indeed, what had Pei Shu done to instill such fear? 2 years prior, Pei Shu had been ensnared in a violent incident. The assailants were ruthless, taking a significant number of hostages, Pei Shu among them. Song Shaoyan listened intently as Ji Jingchuan recounted the chilling memory. Those individuals were merciless, broadcasting live as they tortured their captives. Thankfully, the stream did not circulate widely. They arranged the deceased hostages in grotesque displays, photographing them and disseminating the images online. The event had profound repercussions, prompting the higher-ups to demand my brother's utmost efforts in solving the case. However, when we finally located the whereabouts of those murderers, they were all deceased. Ji Jingchuan paused momentarily, engulfed in a brief silence. Song Shaoyan sipped his hot tea, allowing the rising steam to envelop his eyes in a hazy veil. Opposite him, Ji Jingchuan appeared to extricate himself from some harrowing memory, his voice quivering slightly. They all succumbed to suicide, contorting their bodies into the shape of the word death. Their arms and legs were broken by their own hands to form that letter. The gruesome and terrifying scene was one that Ji Jingchuan would not forget for decades. Song Shaoyan quietly set down his cup of tea. As expected of the protagonist in this malevolent world, his ruthlessness is truly remarkable. Was it Dr. Pei who hypnotized them, compelling them to take their own lives? Though posed as a question, it bore the tone of a statement. Ji Jingchuan nodded slowly and heavily, then shook his head. We can only speculate. Chapter 37. The Poor Soul Under Hypnosis. 8. Song Shaoyan's lips twitched slightly. This is merely speculation? He surveyed the scene with clarity. Only Pei Shu remained alive, and those murderers were not foolish enough to willingly choose suicide. At that moment, Ji Jingchuan continued. We questioned Pei Shu. He claimed he fainted and was unaware of the events. Song Shaoyan raised an eyebrow. Did you believe him? We have no evidence, Ji Jingchuan replied, his demeanor considerably calmer now. Song Shaoyan drawled. So your ongoing surveillance of Dr. Pei is to gather evidence? Ji Jingchuan nodded and shook his head. If he were to harm innocent civilians, we would be obligated to bring him to justice. Song Shaoyan refrained from pressing further. He surmised that this innocent civilian referred to himself, as he had been eliminated on Pei Shu's orders. As for what would transpire after his elimination, he was left in the dark. As a mere pawn, he could not grasp the entirety of the narrative. He only knew the events leading up to his own downfall. The trajectory of this world and its subsequent developments remained a mystery to him. Having obtained the answers he sought, Song Shaoyan picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Mr. Ji, you should eat as well, he urged enthusiastically. Ji Jingchuan did not touch his chopsticks. He lacked appetite and merely sipped his tea. Before long, the tea had grown cold. He set down his cup, noticing how Song Shaoyan relished his meal, and furrowed his brow slightly. Don't you find it repulsive? Song Shaoyan looked up, puzzled. Repulsive about what? About what I just mentioned, Ji Jingchuan replied. Song Shaoyan waved his hand dismissively, not particularly. Well, to be honest, there's a hint of nausea, haha. But this meal costs 500. I would need 3 days' earnings to recoup that amount, so I must eat to make it worthwhile. Ji Jingchuan hesitated. You previously mentioned your love for Pei Shu. May I inquire what it is that you love about him? This question caught Song Shaoyan off guard. What did he love about Pei Shu? He bit his chopsticks, somewhat troubled. I love him, I suppose, because he enjoys reading, haha. Pei Shu flipped through his books daily, though it was unclear what he was actually reading. Ji Jingchuan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by such a simplistic reason. He furrowed his brow more tightly, faintly sensing that something was amiss. However, unable to pinpoint any specific anomaly, he suppressed the peculiar feeling within him. Before long, Ji Jingchuan departed, leaving Song Shaoyan to indulge in a sumptuous feast, thoroughly savoring every morsel. When he approached to settle the bill, he was informed that Ji Jingchuan had already taken care of it, which delighted Song Shaoyan immensely. Indeed, there are still many good people in this world, he mused. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he leisurely made his way to the treatment room. He resolved to provoke Pei Shu to irritate him, hoping to hasten his impatience towards him. That way he could log off. At 1:15, Song Shaoyan knocked on the door of the treatment room. It seemed Pei Shu had anticipated his arrival, lightly uttering a prompt to enter. Song Shaoyan pushed the door open and, without needing further invitation, obediently settled into the treatment chair. Feeling somewhat drowsy, his eyelids drooped slightly. Yet, recalling that he had matters to attend to, he suppressed his weariness and composed himself. Dr. Pei, I heard something today. Pei Shu closed the book in his hands and gently raised his gaze. His elongated eyes behind the lenses narrowed slightly, but returned to normal almost instantaneously. The lenses reflected the dim lighting subtly, concealing the darkness that flickered deep within his eyes. Maintaining an expressionless demeanor, his voice remained soft. What is it? Song Shaoyan lazily reclined, resting his hands behind his head. Already fatigued, lying down only intensified his drowsiness. Gazing at the light above, he seemed to perceive circles of illumination blooming around the source. While aesthetically pleasing, it was undeniably hypnotic. He let out a tremendous yawn, his voice laced with a hint of lethargy. It's about the incident 2 years ago when Dr. Pei was embroiled in an attack. His fatigue was overwhelming, rendering his voice soft and feeble. Instead of making a statement, it resembled a playful whine. Pei Shu displayed no sign of surprise upon hearing this. His expression remained unchanged. Even the curve of his lips showed no alteration. Nonchalantly, He pinched the arm of his glasses, inquiring, "What did you say?" Song Shaoyan pondered slowly. His mind felt clouded, struggling to discern whether it was Pei Shu's hypnotic influence or the excessive carbohydrates he had consumed that left him in a haze. In any case, his cognitive abilities had significantly slowed. After a full minute, he finally managed to articulate, "Dr. Pei is remarkable, able to command those assailants to take their own lives." A faint smile graced Pei Shu's lips, and a cool fingertip, unbeknownst to him, brushed against Song Shaoyan's palm. He gently caressed it, inscribing something within that tender hand. "I was unconscious at the time, unaware of what transpired." Song Shaoyan blinked slowly, his voice soft and slow. Oh, drowsiness enveloped him. Yet another force tugged at his consciousness. In a state of hazy awareness, he caught Pei Shu's murmur. "Are you afraid of me?" Song Shaoyan could not recall his own words, only knowing his mouth opened and closed in a daze. He vaguely understood that a beloved one should never harbor fear. The darkness pulled him down, and he succumbed to sleep. Pei Shu gazed at the slumbering Song Shaoyan, momentarily taken aback. This is the first time someone has slept so peacefully under his hypnosis. Pei Shu did not disturb Song Shaoyan. Instead, he took his left hand and casually played with it in his palm. After a while, perhaps feeling bored, he picked up the Bluetooth headset nearby and wore it. Subsequently, he operated his phone and played a segment of surveillance audio. The voices of Song Shaoyan and Ji Jingchuan echoed in his ears. Pei Shu listened quietly, and when he heard Song Shaoyan casually declare his love for Dr. Pei, a warmth surged inexplicably in his heart, akin to being unexpectedly scorched by a furnace in the snowy winter. Though it brought warmth, it also instilled a sense of unease. Such fortunate events should not befall him. He ought to be stained with filth from the mire, trudging step by step out of his own muddy path, rather than witnessing a lotus bloom in a place where it ought not to flourish. Pei Shu abruptly cut off the audio, his gaze heavy. He stared at the peacefully sleeping Song Shaoyan, his throat gently constricting. Is love born from hate? He had commanded him to hate, yet Song Shaoyan professed his love. Love that blossoms from hatred is not pure, yet it is sufficiently entwined, at least under this dim light. Pei Shu could not help but acknowledge a flicker of compassion for the young man. He lowered his head, pressing his index finger against the palm of Song Shaoyan. With a bit of force, the tender flesh subtly flushed pink. Even so, do not deceive me. Chapter 38. The hypnotized little pitiful when Song Shaoyan awoke. He found himself still in Pei Shu's consultation room. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through him, and he instantly sat upright. Outside, darkness had fallen, with only the faint glow of street lights struggling to illuminate the rugged path. "Dr. Pei?" Song Shaoyan tentatively called out, yet received no response. The room was dimly lit, with only a lamp near the window casting a feeble glow. The light was so dim that shadows crept into the corners, borrowing the scant light. Song Shaoyan rose and made his way towards the lamp. His body trembled slightly, and only when he settled beside the lamp did his quivering fingers return to normal. The consultation room was eerily silent, save for the rhythmic ticking of the clock hanging on the wall. Supporting his face with his hands, Song Shaoyan gazed at the lamp's faint illumination, momentarily lost in thought. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. His ears perked up, and he raised a hand to press the lamp switch. The light dimmed abruptly before brightening again, slightly more luminous than before. Song Shaoyan quietly exhaled in relief. Glancing towards the door, "Dr. Pei?" The footsteps paused, and then the doorknob turned gently. With a soft click, the door was opened from the outside. Pei Shu stood silhouetted against the light, quietly observing Song Shaoyan amidst the darkness. He merely lingered at the threshold, his voice gentle. "What did you wake? Just now?" Song Shaoyan replied honestly. "I can't find my phone. Dr. Pei, have you seen it?" "Your phone is out of battery," Pei Shu replied, pulling out his own phone from his pocket. "I couldn't find a charger that works for it. Nowadays, phones come in various types." Yet Song Shaoyan still clung to his outdated model. Heavy as a brick, one could scarcely discern whether the floor cracked or the phone shattered upon impact. When Song Shaoyan discovered his phone was intact, he chuckled, "I cannot afford a better phone, and besides, I have grown fond of this one after many years of use. Finding a charging cable is quite the hassle. I apologize for troubling Dr. Pei." Pei Shu remained motionless, enveloped in darkness, his gaze serene. Song Shaoyan caught only a fleeting glimpse of Pei Shu's silhouette before averting his eyes. The darkness was too profound for his liking. "Dr. Pei, may I stay here tonight?" he inquired, reluctant to return to the oppressive gloom outside, resigned to the prospect of imposing on Pei Shu's hospitality. He glanced at the desk lamp before him, marveling at its beauty. In the shadows, Pei Shu observed him, his eyes glimmering. "There is no bed here." Song Shaoyan pointed towards the recliner. "I can sleep there. If necessary, I could even lie down right here." Tentatively, he added, "Dr. Pei, could you possibly turn on the light?" Pei Shu paused momentarily, then reached for the switch near the door. The overhead light blazed brightly, illuminating the entire room. Song Shaoyan visibly relaxed, even managing a cheerful smile towards Pei Shu. "Are you heading home, Dr. Pei?" Pei Shu took a step forward, handing his old mobile phone to Song Shaoyan. "I am preparing to leave." Song Shaoyan tucked the phone into his pocket and grinned, "Wishing you a smooth journey." Pei Shu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, his hand resting on the table, fingers poised together, tapping twice. This subtle yet assertive gesture stood out starkly in the dark, an unusual display of dominance from Pei Shu. Sensing something, Song Shaoyan's long lashes quivered. "You cannot sleep here." Pei Shu's voice was gentle, yet beneath it lay an undertone of coolness. "You must either leave or—" "I choose the latter." Song Shaoyan interjected hastily. There was no way he would leave alone. He would stubbornly remain in this place. He propped his chin on his hand, his gaze flickering. The light fell softly into his eyes, stirring a glimmer of anticipation within him. Pei Shu suddenly chuckled lightly. "What makes you so bold to select the latter option?" "I am resolute. I choose the latter," Song Shaoyan insisted. How could traversing the darkness alone be more frightening than sharing the path with another? He had faith in that. Pei Shu appeared even more amused, a touch of mirth gracing his usually gentle features. "You may come home with me." He presented the second option, anticipating the wide-eyed surprise from Song Shaoyan. Pei Shu's mood seemed to brighten, but his tone bore an air of finality. "Since you have made your choice, do not regret it." Song Shaoyan was taken aback by the unexpected invitation to accompany him home. After a brief moment of hesitation, he nodded slowly. "All right, I will go with you. Having company is certainly preferable to facing the darkness alone. But do remember to turn on the lights." He offered a cautious reminder. Pei Shu's eyes flickered, a hint of unspoken meaning passing through them before vanishing. He murmured something softly, though Song Shaoyan did not catch it. Yet, he paid it no mind. Standing upright, he adjusted his clothing, straightening his back. "Dr. Pei, I am ready. Let us depart." His demeanor did not suggest a return home with Pei Shu, but rather resembled that of a gallant soul facing imminent peril. Pei Shu observed him thoroughly as he guided Song Shaoyan out of the treatment room. The corridor was dimly lit, which heightened Song Shaoyan's apprehension. He cautiously took a step, unconsciously grasping the hem of Pei Shu's garment with his left hand. Pei Shu glanced back at him. With his head bowed, Song Shaoyan did not meet Pei Shu's gaze. His entire being was tense, each step akin to traversing a treacherous landscape. He followed Pei Shu closely until they reached the car, at which point he exhaled a sigh of relief. He turned on the interior lights and obediently fastened his seatbelt. "Dr. Pei, I am prepared." Pei Shu, seated in the driver's seat, grasped the steering wheel with one hand, his glasses reflecting a warm glow. He remained silent, starting the vehicle and driving into the obscurity. The distance from Pei Shu's residence to the treatment room was not far, merely a 5-minute drive. Contrary to Song Shaoyan's expectations of a grand villa, Pei Shu resided in a modest 2-bedroom apartment. Although the community was upscale with complete amenities, the occupancy rate was surprisingly low, perhaps due to an abundance of affluent residents. Curious, Song Shaoyan glanced around and noticed that only 2 households occupied Pei Shu's building. The entire edifice was remarkably quiet, their breaths echoing in the stillness. As Song Shaoyan stood at the entrance, he observed Pei Shu pouring a cup of hot water and placing it on the coffee table. "Come, take a seat." Only then did Song Shaoyan step forward towards the sofa. After sitting down, he lifted the cup and took a sip. "Doctor, may I sleep on the sofa tonight?" He had noticed that there was only one master bedroom, and the other room appeared to have been converted into a media room, complete with a projector, suggesting that Pei Shu likely watched films there. This left him with limited options for sleeping arrangements. Sleeping on the sofa was certainly preferable to the floor, prompting him to voice his request. However, Pei Shu calmly declined. No. Song Shaoyan paused, his hand still holding the cup. He bit his cheek softly and replied in a subdued tone. All right, sleeping on the floor is acceptable. He was not particular. Pei Shu pointed towards the media room. You can sleep there. Turning his head, Song Shaoyan could see a comfortable recliner within that room. It appeared invitingly soft. Lying there to sleep would be quite agreeable. All right. A smile brightened his face as he readily agreed. He set the cup down, no longer interested in drinking, and made his way to the media room. He plopped down onto the recliner, which enveloped him in its softness, and he sank into its embrace. Feeling lazily drowsy, he stifled a yawn, only to notice a shadow cast before him. He looked up to find Pei Shu standing in the doorway, backlit, rendering his expression indistinguishable. The light coalesced behind him, obscured by his presence, leaving him draped in a cloak of profound darkness. Suddenly, Song Shaoyan found himself less fatigued. Dr. Pei, why are you standing at the door? Come in and have a seat. He warmly invited, as if this place were his home. Pei Shu stepped forward, standing beside him. Just as Song Shaoyan was filled with confusion, a sudden flash appeared on the wall before him. The light brightened, revealing a familiar live-streaming room. Song Shaoyan. He recognized this live-streaming space as the one where he worked part-time. In the screen, he stood straight with his back to the camera, motionless, resembling a mannequin. Clearly, this live broadcast was not from today. But how did Pei Shu know he was involved in this? No, it was normal for Pei Shu to know. This person might have gleaned information while hypnotizing him. The screen displayed scenes of others singing and dancing, accompanied by the familiar voice of the host urging for tips. He was merely a backdrop, silent throughout. After watching for a while, Song Shaoyan felt perplexed. Dr. Pei, so you enjoy watching these live streams? He remarked. I thought only some foolish and wealthy people would watch such things, haha. Pei Shu adjusted his glasses, perched on his nose, his fingertips slightly raised. This live stream is quite intriguing. Song Shaoyan curiously inquired, what makes it so interesting? Pei Shu pointed at the image of Song Shaoyan's silhouette. Song Shaoyan touched his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. Haha, so Dr. Pei is interested in me. His ears seemed to flush slightly. Actually, I'm quite intrigued by you too. Sweet words flowed effortlessly from his lips. I seem to have developed a fondness for you, Dr. Pei. Despite the sweet words, his tone lacked any genuine affection. Pei Shu narrowed his eyes slightly, as if sensing something. At that moment, the screen displayed a scene where he was requested by the host to turn around. At that time, he had been busy finishing work, ignoring the host, merely turning his face slightly. Such a well-behaved face, Pei Shu commented. Song Shaoyan stroked his chin, non-committal. Although he was a mere supporting character, this face belonged to him. Thus, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging Pei Shu's discerning eye. Pei Shu chuckled softly. Why not show your face? Song Shaoyan let out a soft gasp. Pei Shu continued. I've tipped you 200,000. Why not reveal yourself? Song Shaoyan. That father figure is you? He thought someone had taken on such an ostentatious and juvenile name, only to realize it was Pei Shu. Pei Shu's brow slightly furrowed. Not father. He bent down, grasping Song Shaoyan's wrist, opening his palm. His cool fingertips traced something delicately. Song Shaoyan scrutinized closely, discovering it was the letters DIE. Wasn't that just father? The host hadn't been mistaken. He blinked gently, looking up at Pei Shu. Pei Shu saw the confusion in his eyes, and the smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to hold a hint of exasperation. Death. Song Shaoyan suddenly understood. So it was the English word for death, not father. He thought to himself, how could Pei Shu have chosen such a flamboyant and juvenile name? He flexed his fingers, feeling a slight itch in his palm. After breaking free from Pei Shu's grasp, he shook his right hand. Haha, I don't know many characters. I thought it was my father. MHM. Pei Shu replied indifferently. He was aware that the boy had only completed junior high school before discontinuing his studies. He refrained from mentioning the name again, and instead posed the question anew. Why don't you turn around? Song Shaoyan answered with remarkable honesty. Because the boss said, I don't need to turn around. I earn 100 yuan for 4 hours. No need to turn. However, after that day, The boss raised my salary, so now I make 200 yuan a day. If the stage manager tells me to turn, I will. Pei Shu lowered his gaze, the long lashes casting shadows that obscured the light in his eyes. Perhaps taken aback by the boy's unexpectedly candid and pragmatic response, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Song Shaoyan was unperturbed, for he harbored no secrets before the protagonist, save for his little white lie. The wall continued to display the live stream, yet Song Shaoyan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He reclined once more, his body sinking into the surface, his voice soft and languid. "Dr. Pei, good night," Pei Shu quietly observed as Song Shaoyan drifted into slumber. The sharp voice of the stage manager still rang out, but the boy seemed oblivious, succumbing to dreams without the need for Pei Shu's in. Pei Shu's large hand, resting at his side, stirred slightly. He had recognized Song Shaoyan's silhouette at first glance. The boy's foray into live streaming had been anticipated. In this fast-paced environment, the youth, yearning for affection, could garner a multitude of small loves. Though these small affections might not fully satisfy him, they could serve to somewhat soothe his aching heart. Thus, when he received substantial gifts, he must have felt as if he were grasping at a lifeline. Although money could not equate to love in these live streams, it was indeed a form of expressing affection. The boy should have reacted like others, overwhelmed with gratitude, clinging to him, allowing him to take what he desired. Yet, inexplicably, Song Shaoyan did not. Pei Shu found himself perplexed until he received the answer from the boy's lips today. An unexpected response, yet it seemed entirely fitting for Song Shaoyan. Pei Shu could not deny that his interest in the boy was growing. He bent down, his cool fingertips gently lifting the hem of the boy's garment. A slender strip of pale waist was exposed to the air. Pei Shu's index finger lightly pressed against that tender side. Song Shaoyan's body trembled slightly, and that patch of skin quickly flushed a rosy hue. Pei Shu chuckled silently, pressing with his middle finger, his thumb and ring finger following suit until his entire hand encircled the boy's waist, leaving a red mark. Despite having weathered much, this beautiful form was surprisingly delicate. A gentle pinch suffused it with color. Pei Shu's throat involuntarily rolled as a thought emerged abruptly at that moment. Chapter 40. The Hypnotized Little Innocent. 11. A malevolent impulse struck unexpectedly, even overshadowing his calm nature in that instant. Pei Shu beheld his sinful form extending its claws toward the sleeping boy. In that moment, his body and soul seemed to separate. He gazed down at his own body with an unsettling calmness, bending low as if he were a knight in a fable, presenting his head to a prince. The so-called loyalty was merely a guise, concealing the crimson mark left by lips upon his waist. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged forth, akin to a torrent that pulled his serene soul into a searing abyss. He fell into it, his gaze drawn to the swollen, reddened skin that bore the marks of a bite. The slumbering youth seemed to sense something amiss, murmuring in discomfort. His head tilted slightly, revealing a faint blush even at the collarbone. Pei Shu pinched the flesh between his thumb and index finger, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. He pressed his lips together, still tinged with the lingering warmth of youth. Unaccustomed to such fervor, Pei Shu hastily turned and departed. The room was filled with the unrelenting fervor of the announcer's voice. Song Shaoyan awoke to the raucous sound. His mind momentarily clouded as memories rushed back. The announcer's voice echoed in his ears, and his body reacted faster than his consciousness, propelling him swiftly towards the exit. At the dining table, Pei Shu was indulging in breakfast, a cup of American coffee accompanied by 2 slices of toast. Just then, Song Shaoyan emerged from the multimedia room in haste, not sparing a glance at Pei Shu as he dashed for the door. Pei Shu called out to him, prompting Song Shaoyan to look back. Pei Shu gestured to the seat beside him, inviting him to join for breakfast. Still dazed, Song Shaoyan instinctively moved to Pei Shu's side, snatching a piece of toast from his plate and biting into it. "I'm gonna be late," he mumbled through the bread, the allure of 200 yuan overshadowing everything else as he rushed out. Pei Shu, unable to call him back in time, only regained his senses when the door slammed shut. He lifted his cup of coffee to his lips, taking a sip. "Having eaten my food, you are mine now," he murmured, as if addressing the absent Song Shaoyan, or perhaps speaking to himself. Meanwhile, Song Shaoyan sprinted towards the company. Upon his arrival, the announcer shot him an irritated glance. He feigned ignorance, knowing that standing guard was enough to earn him 200 yuan. The opinions of others mattered little to him, especially since that some would not last long. Having consumed Pei Shu's breakfast, he suspected his patience was nearing its end. In a live broadcast room, he contemplated his situation while poking at the little white dumpling. Little white, I estimate that within 3 days, Pei Shu will issue a command. He chuckled softly. This time, we might just earn 60 points. The cannon fodder division could only achieve a maximum of 100 points. If he managed to secure 60, that would be deemed satisfactory. Little White beamed with excitement. Host, you can do it. As Song Shaoyan and Little White envisioned a bright future, Dai entered the live stream, stepping onto a cloud. The announcer held a profound impression of this wealthy patron, clenching his fist with renewed confidence. This time, he was determined to retain this affluent individual. Despite the 1,000 viewers in their live room, most were merely company plants. The rewards bestowed by these virtual supporters are merely reflected in the company's accounts. And it is quite possible that after a single live session, there is still a financial loss. Especially recently, the audience's generosity has dwindled. This predicament has left the host in a state of distress. Yet there is little he can do but channel his enthusiasm into his work. Today, Dai has re-entered the live stream, and without a moment's hesitation, he exuberantly proclaimed, "Welcome my father to the live room." No sooner had he spoken than the screen was inundated with the dazzling effects of luxurious gifts. User Dai donated a luxury cruise X1. The host's eyes widened, and his voice grew increasingly fervent. "Thank you for the gifts, my father. What show would you like to see? Our first performer excels in the chicken dance, while the second is adept at." He began to introduce the acts. In the comments, Dai, bring number 5 to the front. The host, vigilant in monitoring the comment section, immediately shouted, "Number 5. Number 5. Song Shaoyan was engaged in a delightful conversation with Xiao Bai when he faintly heard someone calling his name. He twitched his ears, severing his chat with Xiao Bai, and listened intently. "Number 5. Come here." The host's voice was hoarse with urgency, as if he wished to physically pull number 5 into the frame. This time, Song Shaoyan clearly understood. The host was indeed calling for him. Without hesitation, he turned and walked towards the camera. His pivot was executed with such grace and precision that the audience was momentarily taken aback, captivated by his striking appearance. The youth in the live room was undeniably handsome, with fair skin that seemed to emit a soft glow under the dazzling lights. His bright eyes and radiant smile were breathtaking. At that moment, the young man curled his lips into a smile, his gaze sparkling. "Good afternoon, everyone." Even his voice was enchanting. The audience yearned to gaze upon the young man. Yet the overwhelming effects of the luxurious gifts dominated the screen, effectively obscuring his visage. Under normal circumstances, they would have marveled at the extravagant gifts and the generous donor's lavishness. However, at that moment, all they desired was one more glimpse of the youth. Alas, the gift effects could not be dismissed, and they had no choice but to wait for this wave of opulence to pass. Yet, User Dai donated a luxury cruise X1. User Dai donated a spaceship X1. User Dai donated for a full 4 hours. The stream of gifts showed no sign of abating. They could not catch sight of the young man's true face, but they could hear his soft, smiling voice. "Thank you for the gifts, Dai. Thank you for the little hearts from the blue skies and white clouds. Thank you for the gentle tremors from the snow that cannot be blown away." The youth expressed gratitude not only for the lavish gifts symbolizing wealth, but also for the barely perceptible small tokens hidden beneath the extravagant effects. He certainly did not need to extend such courtesy. In a live stream environment where monetary value reigns supreme, even genuine affection can seem trivial. Yet, he reciprocated their affection. It felt as though the young man held them dear in his heart. An unprecedented warmth surged from the depths of their hearts, and somehow, their hands instinctively clicked the button to send gifts. A small heart, a gentle tremor, a little duck. These tokens held little monetary value. Some were even free. But under the youth's heartfelt gratitude, they seemed to acquire significance, weighing heavily upon each person's heart, until the live stream came to a close. The audience caught a glimpse of the uncontainable mirth reflected on their faces against the black screen. Meanwhile, after the broadcast, Song Shaoyan prepared to change his attire and head home. Upon entering the changing room, a sudden chill enveloped him. Before he could react, he found himself pressed against the door. Looking up, he was met with a halo of light, causing his consciousness to waver. Then, the command from his master echoed in his ears. "Love me." Now, Chapter 41. The Hypnotized Little Victim, 12. Inside the changing room. Pei Shu gazed intently at the entranced youth. The boy's eyes were clouded with confusion, his rose-tinted lips nervously pursed. After Pei Shu issued the command to hypnotize him, the boy accepted it without any struggle, as if it were a natural occurrence, remarkably seamless. Hypnosis had always been a simple feat for Pei Shu. Yet at this moment, he found himself wishing for the process to be anything but effortless. Even he could not fathom the absurdity of such a thought. To alter a person's will and erode their self-awareness was one of his pleasures. However, an absurd notion began to take root in his mind. He wished for the boy to genuinely love him. Pei Shu's eyelashes fluttered, and a veil of mist inexplicably enveloped his glasses. The haze obscured his gaze before dissipating swiftly. Song Shaoyan blinked gently. The sensation of being controlled vanished in an instant. In his hazy state, he felt as though he had heard Pei Shu utter something, but he was uncertain. Pei Shu stood directly before him, compelling him to maintain his composure. "Dr. Pei?" He feigned surprise. "What brings you here?" Pei Shu adjusted his glasses, his voice soft and soothing. "I happen to be here on business." A question mark appeared in Song Shaoyan's mind as he surveyed the surroundings, uncertainly responding, "Here? On business?" What business could be conducted in changing room? Pei Shu remained unfazed, betraying no embarrassment at the exposed lie. Indeed, Song Shaoyan mused. Perhaps this is the essence of an evil male lead. He chuckled lightly, scratching his head. "Well then, Dr. Pei, please continue with your business. I must prepare to leave." As dusk approached, he hurried to change his clothes and return home. Song Shaoyan walked towards his locker, oblivious to Pei Shu's scrutinizing gaze. He opened the locker and retrieved his short-sleeved shirt. Clad in the standard uniform required for the live stream, it felt somewhat oversized. He needed only to unfasten 2 buttons to remove the shirt. Standing with his back to Pei Shu, he was unaware that Pei Shu's eyes were fixated on his back. A prominent scar traversed from his shoulder blade to his spine, stark against his fair skin, a grotesque reminder of a past trauma. It resembled a massive scar left by iron chains, evoking a haunting sense of sorrow. Pei Shu stepped forward, closing the distance behind Song Shaoyan. The youth sensed a shadow looming closer and instinctively turned to look. At that moment, Pei Shu seized his wrist, forcefully placing his left leg between Song Shaoyan's, pinning him against the locker in a dominating embrace. "Dr. Pei?" Song Shaoyan tentatively called out, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Pei Shu's right index finger gently traced the scar, his voice low. "How did this happen?" The chill of his fingertip sent a shiver through Song Shaoyan's body. He softly explained, "I was caught stealing buns, and, fearing incarceration, I jumped off the building to escape. I accidentally scraped against a plow below." Pei Shu remained silent, his slightly labored breaths serving as a reminder of his discomfort. Song Shaoyan was uncertain of the male protagonist's thoughts. Surely, he wouldn't soften at the sight of the scar on his back. The protagonist of this sinister world should not possess such tenderness. Could it be excitement? A flicker of contemplation crossed Song Shaoyan's eyes. If it were excitement, it would align with the male lead's character in this dark realm. However, if this sparked the protagonist's interest, wouldn't it delay his time to log off? No, such a thing must not occur. Song Shaoyan immediately struggled. "Let go of me." Pei Shu did not resist, allowing him to break free. He stepped back, gazing intently at the youth whose eyes were tinged with red. Song Shaoyan, having exerted some effort in his struggle, had a faint blush on his cheeks, appearing rather aggrieved. He quickly donned a short-sleeved shirt, leaning against the wardrobe. "Dr. Pei, I've already been punished for stealing. You wouldn't hand me over to the police, would you?" Pei Shu's glasses glinted slightly, and upon closer inspection, even the corners of his mouth held a subtle smile. "I won't." His voice was gentle, refined, and appropriate. "Does it hurt?" He took 2 steps closer. his left hand resting on Song Shaoyan's slender waist while his right hand, through the thin fabric, caressed the scar. Starting from his shoulder blade, he slowly moved down, ultimately pausing at the middle of the spine. Feeling the cold hardness of the spine and the raised scar, he gently stroked it, his tone tinged with a kind of compassionate sorrow. I wish I could have met you sooner. Song Shaoyan felt an itch on his back. Moreover, the male lead was acting strangely. He was eager to share his thoughts with Xiao Bai, but with Pei Shu right in front of him, he couldn't chat with Xiao Bai just yet. With a small sigh, Song Shaoyan asked, "If you had met me earlier, would you have helped me pay for the buns?" Pei Shu replied with a soft adding, "I will buy you many buns." With such an exchange, Song Shaoyan felt compelled to grant Pei Shu a good person card. He patted Pei Shu's shoulder. "Dr. Pei, you truly are a good person." Pei Shu fell unusually silent. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled softly. "Come with me to the treatment room." Song Shaoyan's eyes brightened. Did this mean the male lead intended to give him a directive regarding his demise? Although it was somewhat late, if he could log off tonight, he needn't worry about the encroaching darkness. After a brief moment of consideration, Song Shaoyan agreed. An hour later, he lay back in the chair, his body relaxed, ready to embrace Pei Shu's hypnosis. As Pei Shu closed the door, he excitedly shared the good news with Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, I'm going to log off tonight." Xiao Bai was also quite delighted. "Congratulations, host," Song Shaoyan remarked. "Hee, this time I will definitely earn 60 points. As he spoke, Pei Shu's footsteps grew nearer. Song Shaoyan severed the communication channel with Xiao Bai and turned his attention to Pei Shu. "Dr. Pei, shall we begin now?" Pei Shu took a seat beside him, his left hand gently resting on Song Shaoyan's knee. For some inexplicable reason, the youth's voice resonated with a hint of excitement, as if he were anticipating the hypnotic experience that would shatter his will. Pei Shu lowered his gaze slightly. "Are you looking forward to it, Ian?" Song Shaoyan felt an unsettling sensation creeping in, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. The thought of being able to log off that night quelled his concerns, and he nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I really enjoy Dr. Pei's treatment." A particular word seemed to ease Pei Shu's furrowed brow, and a trace of amusement flickered in his eyes. "Good," he murmured softly, as the light and shadow danced. Song Shaoyan felt as though a veil of fog enveloped his mind, rendering him unable to grasp reality, plunging him into a haze. His body seemed to drift among the clouds, the soft mist caressing him, sending delightful tingles through his being, ensnaring his senses. Chapter 42. The Hypnotized Little Victim. 13. Pei Shu observed the youth entranced in a hypnotic state, leaning down to kiss his fingertips. The fog glasses were set aside on the coffee table, exposing his cold, tranquil eyes to the dim light. His Adam's apple bobbed gently as his fingertips lifted the hem of the short sleeve. The coolness of his index finger grazed Song Shaoyan's warm skin, slowly ascending until it reached the scar. This time, however, he began at the spine, gradually moving upward, ultimately resting at the shoulder blade. The short sleeve was haphazardly pushed up, hanging loosely from his form. Under the muted glow of the lamp, the fair skin radiated a soft warmth, alluringly enticing. Pei Shu's gaze remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the beauty before him. Yet, the back of his large hand resting on the youth's waist revealed the faint outline of prominent veins, and even his fingertips bore a hint of desire. He lowered his head, his lips softly landing on a jagged scar, his throat subtly moving as he savored the intense warmth emanating from that rugged spot. The heat even imbued his lips with a fervent glow. Consequently, a warmth began to envelop his body, awakening a desire that should not belong to him. He had witnessed such cravings in countless individuals. They were filthy, tainted, and inherently sinful in their primal nature. This desire surged from within, consuming one's reason like a ravenous beast. The weak-willed would crumble under such an onslaught. Pei Shu had never lost control due to such base desires. In fact, he prided himself on his self-discipline. Thus, when the urge arose, he experienced a sensation of losing control for the first time. Yet curiously, his body seemed to possess a will of its own, trailing along the scar, leaving behind a trace of his coolness upon the searing heat. Night deepened gradually. The streetlights outside dimmed, having been rendered obsolete by the absence of passers-by, while the moon was cloaked by thick, heavy clouds, and, unbeknownst to them, rain began to fall. The gentle patter of rain against the window seemed intent on infiltrating the tranquil room, bringing with it a chill. Inside, Song Shaoyan remained in a deep slumber, his body weightless, devoid of any anchor. He felt as though he were drifting above the clouds, carried along by wispy vapors. His consciousness was hazy, only faintly registering Pei Shu's voice. "May I kiss your collarbone?" You acquiesced. "Will it tickle if I kiss here?" Song Shaoyan yearned to respond to Pei Shu, yet his body was utterly unresponsive. Even the act of speaking felt laborious. He could do naught but endure Pei Shu's musings. A cool sensation coursed through his body, swiftly replaced by warmth. Time slipped away from him, and soon he succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. In the examination room, Pei Shu gazed at the kiss marks adorning the scar, his brow furrowing slightly. It appeared he had been a touch too forceful. His fingertips grazed the red marks gently, and a flicker of emotion crossed his usually serene visage. He rose and made his way to the medicine cabinet, returning shortly with an unmarked tube of ointment, resembling a product without any branding. He scooped a small amount onto his fingertip and delicately applied it along the scar. The crimson blemishes faded at a visible pace, ultimately leaving behind only a faint blush. Pei Shu stowed the ointment away and dressed Song Shaoyan, then picked up the nearby black leather book, quietly perusing its contents. Song Shaoyan had slept for an exceedingly long time, so long that upon waking, he felt as if 3 or 4 days had elapsed. His head was clouded, and he struggled to grasp his identity until Pei Shu's voice broke through the haze. "Awake?" At the sound, Song Shaoyan turned to look, blinking slowly. As reason gradually returned, he widened his eyes in astonishment. "What is happening? I haven't logged out. Xiaobai, something has gone awry," Song Shaoyan exclaimed, disregarding the presence of the male lead as he urgently called for Xiaobai. Xiaobai arrived promptly. "Host, what is the matter?" Song Shaoyan, somewhat anxious, replied. "Why haven't I logged out yet? In that situation yesterday, Pei Shu did not command me to end my life. This is not right." "Xiaobai, do you know what transpired last night?" Xiaobai responded. "Host, I was confined in a small room watching television last night." Song Shaoyan realized that the system had once again been obstructed. How frustrating was that the main system resorted to such blockades so frequently. Was their work as expendable characters no longer considered work? He inwardly lamented the main system, wishing to exchange a few words with Xiaobai about the male lead. However, at that moment, Pei Shu seemed to sense something amiss and suddenly inquired, "What is Ian contemplating?" Startled, Song Shaoyan snapped back to reality, offering an awkward chuckle. "How long have I been asleep? Did I inconvenience Dr. Pei?" Pei Shu closed the black leather book, a gentle smile adorning his face. "You have slept for a day and a night. It is no trouble." Song Shaoyan was taken aback by the length of his slumber and abruptly sat up. "I still need to go live," he declared, attempting to make his way out, only to be halted by Pei Shu's voice. "I have taken the liberty of requesting a leave for you." Song Shaoyan turned back to look at him, his expression one of confusion. "How do you know the boss?" Pei Shu explained. "After all, as the top supporter in the live stream, requesting the boss's phone number is certainly acceptable." Song Shaoyan suddenly understood. He had nearly forgotten that Dai was indeed the top supporter. The generous gifts had not ceased during those 4 hours yesterday, and he estimated it must have amounted to around 20 million. Truly, the male lead is remarkably affluent. Song Shaoyan mused inwardly, allowing his weary body to recline once more. "Thank you, Dr. Pei." Pei Shu responded with a soft, Song Shaoyan could not quite discern what the male lead was contemplating, so after a brief rest, he excused himself, citing matters at home. Upon hearing of his departure, Pei Shu merely observed him for 2 silent seconds, uttering no words, only watching as he turned to leave. Once outside, Song Shaoyan discovered a thick layer of snow blanketing the ground. The day was growing increasingly colder. He wrapped his thin coat tighter around himself and sneezed. "I hope to leave before spring arrives," he murmured to Xiaobai, striding forward and stepping onto the snow. The snow crunched beneath his feet, becoming the sole sound in the vicinity. On the second-floor window, Pei Shu stood by, watching the receding figure, his index finger lightly tracing the glass. Fog swirled upward, revealing faint traces in accordance with his fingertip S movement. Upon closer inspection, The name Song Shaoyan appeared encircled without any gaps. Pei Shu gazed at those three characters, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Ayan, how adorable. Chapter 43. The Poor Soul in a Hypnotic State, 14. Upon returning home, Song Shaoyan flung himself onto his bed, staring at the ceiling in a state of confusion. Xiaobai, I have an unsettling premonition. Xiaobai responded with curiosity. Host, what premonition? Song Shaoyan stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can't shake the feeling that the male lead is acting strangely. Ever since the last time he hypnotized me into loving him, things have felt off. Xiaobai pondered. Host, why would the male lead hypnotize you to love him? Song Shaoyan suddenly realized, oh right. He sat up abruptly, as if struck by a revelation. Why would the male lead hypnotize me into loving him? That is not normal. He slapped his forehead, meticulously recalling the last hypnotic session. He only remembered the male lead mentioning something about love stemming from hate, or perhaps hate from love. At that moment, he must have been out of his mind to think the male lead had hypnotized him into loving him. I must have misunderstood. Song Shaoyan clenched his fist and struck his open palm. He must have hypnotized me to hate him. A person like the male lead surely does not comprehend love. He wouldn't hypnotize me to do something he himself does not understand. But hate he understands. The more Song Shaoyan discussed with Xiaobai, the more convinced he became of this possibility. No wonder the male lead has been acting increasingly peculiar since the last hypnotism. It turned out he had misinterpreted the male lead's intentions. During this time, he had diligently showered him with sweet words, which the male lead must have found quite baffling. He must have developed a flicker of interest because of this, which is why he has yet to issue a command for suicide. Indeed, it must be so. Song Shaoyan wore a look of chagrin. Had he realized this sooner, he could have exited the situation earlier. He let out a sigh. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobai finally inquired, So, what do you intend to do, host? Song Shaoyan propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. First, I shall feign hatred toward him. Let him perceive that his hypnosis has taken effect, that I have lost interest in him. Xiaobai responded with enthusiasm. Go for it, host. Song Shaoyan playfully squeezed Xiaobai's fluffy form. Rest assured, this time I will surely succeed. As long as he exhibited hatred, the male lead would come to understand that he was no different from anyone else. In this way, he could safely disconnect. Without hesitation, Song Shaoyan charged his old, battered phone and promptly placed Pei Shu on his blacklist. He also contacted the owner of a live stream, expressing his intention to resign. The owner attempted to persuade him to stay, but his resolve was unwavering. He had made up his mind to leave, unaffected by the owner's pleas. Ultimately, the owner had no choice but to acquiesce and generously provided him with 3 times the severance pay. In addition to the severance, there was also a share of the previous day's donations, amounting to 20,000 yuan. Song Shaoyan donated this sum to a charitable foundation, keeping only 1,000 for himself to purchase some noodles and vegetables. He knew he would face some hard times before disconnecting. Song Shaoyan unilaterally severed ties with Pei Shu, embodying his hatred to the fullest. Each day, he resided in his humble abode, consuming noodles and waiting for Pei Shu to come and eliminate him. However, before Pei Shu could arrive, an unexpected visitor appeared at his doorstep. When Ji Jingchuan stood at his door, Song Shaoyan initially thought he was seeing things. He turned to the side, puzzled, and asked, Mr. Ji, what brings you here? Ji Jingchuan, dressed impeccably in a suit with his hair slicked back, appeared quite formal. Shall we have a chat? He initiated. Song Shaoyan nodded, stepping aside to allow entry. The space here is limited, if you don't mind. Before he could finish, Ji Jingchuan interjected, I've reserved a private room at a nearby restaurant. We can talk while dining. Song Shaoyan's eyes brightened. After days of eating nothing but noodles, the prospect of a meal was enticing. Without hesitation, he replied, sure. He donned his coat, excitement evident on his face. Mr. Ji, let us go. He made his way downstairs, with Ji Jingchuan following closely, the listening device concealed beneath his collar flickering with a faint red light. 10 minutes later, in the warmth of the private room, Song Shaoyan cradled a cup of hot tea, his fingertips slightly reddened from the cold, and even the tip of his nose bore a hint of pink. His beautiful eyes were misty, reflecting a sense of vulnerability. Ji Jingchuan hastily lowered his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact with Song Shaoyan. Unperturbed, Song Shaoyan spoke warmly. "Mr. Ji, why did you seek me out?" Ji Jingchuan cleared his throat. "It concerns Pei Shu." Song Shaoyan took a sip of his hot tea, puzzled. What about Pei Shu? This time, he did not call Dr. Pei, but instead addressed him directly by name, emulating Ji Jingchuan's manner of speaking. Just a wall apart, Pei Shu absorbed every word spoken by Song Shaoyan. On the laptop before him, the surveillance footage from the adjacent private room played, magnifying Song Shaoyan's figure. Even the hint of red on his fingertips was distinctly visible. Pei Shu picked up the nearby teacup. The water had already cooled. He took a sip and set it down. From the Bluetooth headset, Song Shaoyan's voice resonated. "Did I misunderstand, Pei Shu?" His tone bore a hint of confusion, and the hands that once cradled the teacup fell to his sides. Song Shaoyan was genuinely perplexed as to why Ji Jingchuan had suddenly made such a statement. Ji Jingchuan pressed his lips tightly together. Although another voice in his mind urged him to refute his own words, a stronger voice overshadowed the dissenting thoughts. "In truth, we have all misjudged Pei Shu." A question mark slowly formed in Song Shaoyan's mind. Huh? Ji Jingchuan was wholly unaware of the implications of his words, merely echoing the voice in his head. The events of 2 years prior were indeed a misunderstanding. Aside from him, there was another survivor, the true perpetrator behind those suicides. Pei Shu was merely a scapegoat. Song Shaoyan. After Ji Jingchuan finished voicing the thoughts in his mind, he stood up, his expression slightly vacant. "I should leave," he murmured, turning to exit. "Wait," Song Shaoyan called after him. Ji Jingchuan turned back, and upon closer inspection, his eyes lacked focus. Song Shaoyan, with a slight flush to his ears, pointed at the table laden with food. "Did you pay?" Ji Jingchuan appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes before vanishing. "I've already paid." After uttering this, he walked straight out. Song Shaoyan let out a small sigh of relief. As long as he had settled the bill, everything was fine. Although Ji Jingchuan was behaving somewhat oddly today, the sumptuous meal beckoned, and he chose to indulge. As he savored the delectable dishes, his brow relaxed, and an air of ease enveloped him. Just as he finished his meal, the door to the private room was unexpectedly flung open. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to see Pei Shu silhouetted against the light, stepping inside. The light and shadow converged on him, resembling a demon descending into the world, come to claim his soul. Song Shaoyan felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, that familiar sensation of being entranced resurfacing. He offered no resistance as Pei Shu seized his wrist. Then, warmth brushed against his ear, and he heard Pei Shu's voice, laced with a slight huskiness. "Yen has finished eating. Now it's my turn, right?" Chapter 44. The Hypnotized Little Victim, 15. The warmth expanded, transforming into desire, landing upon Song Shaoyan's lips. His mind became a haze, and his body instinctively responded to Pei Shu's hypnotic influence. Outside, the sound of falling snow seemed to resonate clearly amidst the confusion. Pei Shu's murmured words lingered in his ears, gently rippling through the shallow depths of his consciousness. Yet, he could not discern the content of Pei Shu's utterances. Fortunately, in his hypnotized state, he did not need to form his own thoughts. His body naturally followed Pei Shu's commands. Completely relaxed and allowing his body to act without restraint, Song Shaoyan remained oblivious to the state he was in at that moment. In the warm confines of the private room, he found himself ensnared by Pei Shu, who grasped his chin. What had once been a soft, blush-toned lip now radiated a vivid hue, even appearing slightly swollen. Pei Shu, with his right hand holding a teacup, took a sip of the steaming beverage before lowering his head to kiss Song Shaoyan's lips. Under the spell of the moment, Song Shaoyan's reactions were somewhat sluggish. He failed to swallow in time, allowing the hot tea to trickle from his lips, leaving a glistening sheen upon them. Pei Shu tenderly wiped away the droplets, letting out a resigned chuckle. "How is it that Yen cannot even drink tea properly? But fret not, I shall assist you." Song Shaoyan wore a vacant expression, his bright eyes devoid of luster. Yet, Pei Shu seemed unfazed, continuing to feed him sip by sip until the tea had cooled. With a hint of regret, he finally released him, sighing softly. Petit had grown cold. He bent down, cradling Song Shaoyan in his arms. His large hand gently caressed the scar on the boy's spine through his clothing. The room was comfortably warm, and thus they were not heavily clothed, particularly Song Shaoyan, who had entered wearing only a short-sleeved shirt. The fabric was faded and worn, with frayed edges at the shoulders. It was clear that the youth had endured hardships. This shirt was evidently an old piece, yet he clung to it despite its tattered state. Pei Shu had long been aware of Song Shaoyan's struggles, but it was at this moment that he truly felt a pang of empathy. No, it would be more accurate to say that he experienced a stirring within him. His fingertips delicately lifted the hem of the shirt, revealing the grotesque scar beneath. "It must hurt, Ayen. A kiss will ease the pain," he murmured, his voice laced with tender concern. After a series of gentle kisses, Pei Shu adjusted Song Shaoyan's clothing, lifting him in a princess carry before departing from the room. Upon returning home, the once frigid atmosphere seemed to warm slightly with Song Shaoyan's presence. Pei Shu laid him upon the bed, lifted his shirt, and applied ointment along the scar, watching as the vibrant hue faded, the medicinal properties masking the traces of desire-laden kisses. Only the grotesque scar remained, glimmering faintly under the light. In the following days, Song Shaoyan found himself increasingly entranced, with the duration of his hypnosis lengthening. He struggled to maintain his lucidity and thought, even the time spent venting to Xiao by dwindling. With so little time spent awake, he remained oblivious to the peculiarities afflicting him, such as the crimson marks adorning the inner thighs and the encircling red impressions around his wrists. His moments of clarity were fleeting, allowing only a hurried speculation that he was nearing a point of no return before succumbing once more to the hypnotic state. Most often, he lay upon the bed like a marionette, permitting Pei Shu to speak to himself in the dimly lit room, where the curtains were drawn tight, allowing no light to seep through. This obscurity rendered Song Shaoyan incapable of discerning the passage of time upon awakening. Yet, he could feel his body grow heavy and weak, as though he had lost interest in everything. This was a harbinger of self-destruction. Song Shaoyan speculated that Pei Shu had lost interest in him. Yet out of consideration for Ji Jingchuan's investigation, he refrained from issuing a direct order for him to end his life. Instead, he likely first conveyed a subtle hint of despair, allowing for a premonition of future actions. However, unbeknownst to Song Shaoyan, Pei Shu had only given him a single hypnotic command during this time: "Ayin, love me." Amidst the swirling shadows and light, Pei Shu drew the dull-witted youth into his embrace, softly recounting the tale of their acquaintance. "We were childhood sweethearts, mutually infatuated from tender age." He wove a fabric of deception, a tale of a love that blossomed into a lasting bond. It was effortless for Pei Shu to implant a singular notion. Yet crafting a comprehensive narrative of a life together posed a significant challenge. He needed to meticulously identify each pivotal moment, ensuring every detail was precise to guarantee the success of his hypnosis. Any slip during this process could obliterate the entire illusion. Should the truth be unveiled, the youth would never forgive him. Thus, he had to approach each aspect with utmost seriousness and an almost obsessive attention to timing and detail. Pei Shu dedicated a month to implanting the story of their love within Song Shaoyan. On New Year's Eve, he prepared a lavish feast, a table brimming with dishes he had crafted himself. Sitting to Song Shaoyan's left, he placed his right hand gently on the young man's shoulder, leaning in a whisper in his ear, "Ayin, you ought to awaken now." As these words fell, Song Shaoyan's foggy mind cleared as if clouds had parted, revealing clarity. He blinked slowly, taking in a familiar yet strange room, fleeting thoughts racing through his mind. It seemed he had married his childhood sweetheart, Pei Shu. Today marked their first wedding anniversary, as well as their inaugural New Year's Eve together. Turning his head, he beheld Pei Shu seated beside him, a smile illuminating his face. Brother Pei. Even after their marriage, he remained accustomed to calling him that. At that moment, Pei Shu was not wearing his glasses, allowing his elongated eyes to be fully visible, where the delight within them easily spilled forth. "Ayin, do taste the food I've prepared." Song Shaoyan nodded obediently, though a sense of oddity lingered in the back of his mind. Yet, upon reflection, nothing seemed amiss. It was perfectly natural for him to be in love with his childhood companion, to share a home post-marriage, and to celebrate the new year together, especially with Pei Shu cooking. Unable to pinpoint any strangeness, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Pei Shu had always excelled in the kitchen, and upon tasting a bite, Song Shaoyan's eyes brightened. Delicious, although he found it curious that after so many years of enjoying Pei Shu's meals, he was still surprised by their exquisite flavor. Perhaps it was the sheer deliciousness that made each meal feel like the first. Dismissing his musings, he indulged heartily. Pei Shu watched from the side, occasionally serving him more food, his gaze tender and filled with affection. Noticing the warmth in Pei Shu's eyes, Song Shaoyan let out a small burp and set down his chopsticks. "Brother Pei, why aren't you eating?" He suddenly leaned closer, his warm breath cascading forth, his eyes shimmering with starlight. "Are you perhaps waiting for me to feed you, Brother Pei?" Chapter 45. The Hypnotized Little Poor Thing, 16. The teasing words slipped effortlessly from his lips, yet Pei Shu took them to heart. He replied softly, longing for Ian to feed him. "You can eat on your own," Song Shaoyan retorted, thrusting the chopsticks into Pei Shu's hands. "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we can watch the Spring Festival Gala." A hint of regret flickered in Pei Shu's eyes as he picked up the chopsticks, eating a couple of bites before declaring himself full. Song Shaoyan thought little of it, assuming Pei Shu simply had a small appetite. He settled onto the sofa, sinking into its embrace, lazily stifling a yawn. Meanwhile, Pei Shu busied himself clearing the dining table. Glancing over, Song Shaoyan complimented, "Brother Pei, you are so considerate." A gentle smile graced Pei Shu's lips. "As long as Ian is happy." Song Shaoyan raised a hand to pinch his warm earlobe. The word happy felt peculiar, as if he ought not to accept such affection from Pei Shu. Yet, memories reminded him that they were married, and expressing affection was entirely natural. Was it possible he had been sleeping too much lately? Shaking his head, Song Shaoyan dispelled the thoughts from his mind. The television broadcasted the Spring Festival Gala, filled with laughter and joy. Nestled on the sofa, Song Shaoyan dozed off, feeling drowsy. Pei Shu washed a plate of fruit and placed it on a coffee table before quietly sitting down. He gently supported Song Shaoyan's head, allowing it to rest on his shoulder. Though Song Shaoyan sensed Pei Shu's gesture, he was too lazy to move, merely letting out a soft hum. Pei Shu held his hand and quietly asked, "Are you happy, Ian?" Song Shaoyan responded with a soft hum. With a beloved companion by his side, free from worries about food and clothing, there was no greater happiness to be found. A smile graced Pei Shu's lips as he sat silently beside Song Shaoyan, watching the Spring Festival Gala. Despite the program's tediousness, to the point where the audience's laughter seemed disingenuous, having Ian nearby filled Pei Shu with an unexpected sense of bliss. In his entire life, he had never experienced such happiness. Suddenly, memories of his childhood flooded back. Like Song Shaoyan, he too was an orphan. However, he despised the orphanage, finding the children there overly naive, prompting him to escape. Being so young, he had no means of support after fleeing the orphanage, resorting to rummaging through trash bins for survival. Yet, scavenging for food was far from easy. Stray dogs and cats would compete with him for scraps, and elderly folks would snatch up empty bottles from him. Most of the time, he found himself starving, peering through shop windows at families enjoying their meals in blissful harmony. He harbored an intense hatred for the world. Thus, when the bloodied man, wanted by the entire world, collapsed before him, a singular thought consumed him: to learn the art of crime from him. That man was an extraordinary hypnotist, sought after for having hypnotized numerous influential figures to commit economic crimes, amounting to billions. He saved that man and learned the craft of hypnosis from him. Perhaps due to his innate talent in this area, within just 2 years, he had surpassed even his mentor. Regrettably, the man was consumed by jealousy. Upon realizing that another surpassed him in prowess, he contemplated murder. Thus, before he could act, he promptly notified the authorities, citing domestic violence. Yet, he was merely a child and could hardly comprehend the notion of a wanted criminal. Consequently, when the police informed him that the man was indeed a fugitive, he was taken aback and subsequently received a reward of 100,000 yuan. With this newfound wealth, He pursued his education and earned dual master's degrees. Money flowed effortlessly into his hands, and even power seemed readily accessible. Perhaps it was the ease of acquisition that rendered true happiness elusive. Pei Shu pondered. When had he last felt joy? It seemed like an eternity ago, in a moment of extreme hunger when a grimy child had offered him 2 sunflower seeds. Those seeds were plump and vibrant, unlike any he had encountered in his extensive travels. In his desperate state, he devoured the seeds whole, even the shells, crunching them without a thought, and felt an inexplicable surge of vitality. He had pushed the filthy child aside and fled, only to later encounter that man. Reflecting on the past, Pei Shu tightened his embrace around Song Shaoyan. Outside the window, fireworks erupted, marking the stroke of midnight. He leaned down, whispering into Song Shaoyan's ear. "Ian, will you stay with me forever?" Silence was his only reply. Unbeknownst to him, Song Shaoyan had drifted into slumber, awakening amidst the twilight. Song Shaoyan was astonished to find himself diminished in stature and grimy, as if emerging from a refuse heap. "Xiaobai, am I offline? Is this a new world?" Xiaobai responded, "Host, we are still in Pei Shu's realm." Song Shaoyan queried, "Have I regressed in age?" Xiaobai clarified, "No, host. It appears there has been a complication in the plot." As Xiaobai relayed the recent events of Pei Shu's hypnotic regression to Song Shaoyan, he grasped the gravity of the situation. This is not merely a complication. This is a significant crisis. The male protagonist is unhinged. Taking a deep breath, Song Shaoyan inquired, "So, what is my current predicament?" Xiaobai, equally perplexed, replied, "Host, it seems your consciousness has transported to Pei Shu's childhood. I shall report this immediately," Xiaobai asserted before hastily informing the relevant parties, leaving Song Shaoyan in a state of waiting. He gazed up at the sky. Dusk had settled, and darkness would soon follow. He needed to find a well-lit place to await Xiaobai's return. As young Song Shaoyan ventured a few steps, he spotted a filthy child squatting by the roadside. The child was frail, with wrists that appeared almost skeletal. Approaching, young Song Shaoyan retrieved 2 sunflower seeds from a small stash and offered them to the child. The child possessed striking eyes, reminiscent of a feral wolf, greedy and untamed. Almost instinctively, he snatched the seeds, unpeeling them not, and within moments, he crunched them down and swallowed them whole. Song Shaoyan had never encountered a child who devoured sunflower seeds with such unrefined ferocity. He tilted his head, gazing into the child's eyes, and inexplicably thought of Pei Shu. Though their eye shapes bore a resemblance, the depths of their gazes were starkly different. Pei Shu's demeanor exuded a superficial gentleness, concealing ambition and malice beneath the surface. In contrast, the child radiated an overt ferocity that immediately suggested he was not to be trifled with. Just as he pondered this, the filthy child abruptly shoved him aside and bolted away. Song Shaoyan muttered in irritation, "How infuriating! I hadn't even made him write an IOU yet." Those were the sunflower seeds I had painstakingly saved. Grinding his teeth, he contemplated chasing after the child when he heard Xiaobai's voice. "Host, I have returned. I will escort you back." A wave of dizziness washed over him, and after a brief darkness, Song Shaoyan slowly opened his eyes. Pei Shu cradled him in his arms, gently caressing the scar on his back with a tender tone. "Ian, shall we do it once more?" Song Shaoyan thought, "What on earth?" Chapter 46. The Hypnotized Little Pitiful, 17. Song Shaoyan exerted considerable restraint to avoid striking Pei Shu. The latter, confident in his hypnotic prowess, had taken liberties. He endured, closing his eyes to feign slumber while conversing with Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, what just transpired?" Xiaobai replied earnestly. The main system indicated that a temporal flux had occurred, but it has now been resolved. Song Shaoyan retorted, "No wonder it's a side gig. It clearly lacks significance." In contrast to the antagonist department, where even the slightest disturbance would prompt the leaders of the Quick Travel Bureau to convene meetings at midnight, the antagonist department's missions were all of SSS caliber, a feat only someone as deranged as X could accomplish. After a few grumbles, he inquired about their current mission. "Xiaobai, what if the male lead has gone awry? Will I still earn points?" Although he wasn't particularly concerned about the points, it seemed implausible to have none. He could manage to be frugal, as hunger would not claim him, but Xiao Bai genuinely could starve. Xiao Bai, too, appeared anxious. "Host, I shall inquire with the main system once more." Song Shaoyan readily consented. As Xiao Bai contacted the main system, he returned to his senses and looked at Pei Shu, who was kissing his collarbone. He struggled to suppress his emotions. After much restraint, he could no longer hold back and slapped Pei Shu's face. "Are you a dog?" As soon as he uttered the words, realization struck him. He and Pei Shu were now affectionate childhood sweethearts, having recently wed. Such fierceness seemed to shatter his carefully constructed persona. Song Shaoyan had no intention of revealing that he was already aware of the truth. The male lead had indeed begun to stray. He could not merely stand by and watch him descend further into chaos. Maintaining his facade might just make the male lead lose interest after a while. With this thought in mind, Song Shaoyan gently caressed Pei Shu's face and murmured, "You've hurt me." Pei Shu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Song Shaoyan. A bedside lamp cast a dim light, rendering their expressions indistinct. Song Shaoyan felt a twinge of unease within. Pei Shu did not wear glasses. His elongated, pitch-black eyes resembled a wolf lurking deep within a shadowy forest. He was adept at concealing himself, yet he never overlooked the prey he desired. And at this moment, he was indeed that prey. Song Shaoyan ground his teeth, his long eyelashes fluttering. "Brother Pei, Happy New Year." He raised his hand to smooth out his shirt. What a peculiar situation, having said they would do it again. Yet neither had even removed their clothing. "It's quite late. Shall we sleep?" he tentatively suggested. Pei Shu's large hand gently caressed his face, a slow smile curling at his lips. "All right, I shall heed Ian's wishes." He grasped Song Shaoyan's hand, placing it before the buttons of his shirt. "Could you help me unbutton?" It was both a request and a command. Song Shaoyan slightly tilted his head, his lips quivering in the dim light. He needed to maintain his facade until Xiao Bai returned. He must not act recklessly. After reminding himself repeatedly, he nodded gently. "All right." His fingers delicately began to undo the buttons. The fastenings were fragile, yielding effortlessly at the slightest touch. An expanse of pale, cool skin was revealed. Pei Shu's complexion was unusually white, devoid of any color, as if no warm blood coursed through his veins. Were it not for the absence of the supernatural in this world, Song Shaoyan might have doubted if Pei Shu were merely a lifeless body. Lost in thought, his fingers had wandered to the last button before he could react. Pei Shu, seemingly unable to contain himself, unfastened it himself. When Song Shaoyan raised his gaze, he was unexpectedly enveloped in Pei Shu's embrace. "Ian, let us sleep." Pei Shu gently patted his back, humming an unknown melody as if soothing a child. The lullaby held no hypnotic quality, indicating that Song Shaoyan's means of hypnosis was neither melody, clock, nor pocket watch. He lowered his gaze, eyes closed, awaiting Xiao Bai's return. Time passed, and eventually, Xiao Bai's voice echoed in his mind. "Host, I have returned." Song Shaoyan eagerly inquired, "What do they say?" Xiao Bai responded joyfully. The main system said as long as the host is hypnotized by the male lead to commit suicide and log off, there is no time restriction. Just logging off in this manner will earn you 10 points. Song Shaoyan remarked, 10 points is quite good. He relaxed and quietly opened his eyes. Pei Shu had already fallen asleep. In slumber, he appeared more vulnerable than when awake. Song Shaoyan was surprised to find himself perceiving the male lead's fragility. He raised his hand to gently stroke Pei Shu's brow, a wave of familiarity washing over him. A slight frown creased his forehead, a strange sensation flickering across his heart. Before he could ponder further, that sense of familiarity swiftly dissipated. At some point, Pei Shu awoke, grasping Song Shaoyan's wrist. "Ian, what is the matter?" Song Shaoyan gently shook his head, reassuring him, "It's nothing." He released his hand and smiled, "Sleep now." Closing his eyes again, he truly surrendered to slumber. Meanwhile, as he drifted off, Pei Shu gazed intently at his face, his deep-set eyes filled with an animalistic possessiveness, like an unfathomable abyss, tightly entwining around Song Shaoyan. He raised his hand to extinguish the lamp, and the bedroom was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Song Shaoyan accompanied Pei Shu in their portrayal of childhood sweethearts preparing for marriage. Pei Shu was indeed a commendable husband, adept in both the parlor and the kitchen, and capable of earning substantial wealth. There was no need for him to concern himself with the affairs of their home. If only Pei Shu were to kiss him a little less each day, it would be even better. However, the semblance of harmony and happiness in their current life was merely a facade, shrouded in the sweet veneer of deceit. Once that veneer was pierced, the truth would stand bare. Song Shaoyan awaited that moment, and it arrived sooner than he anticipated. He had been kidnapped. Kidnapped Bi Yingkun. Ji Jingchuan confined him in a small dark room, with only a tiny window allowing a sliver of light to penetrate. During the daytime, when he was abducted, sunlight streamed through that small window, rendering him relatively unafraid. Yet, as time passed, the light that could reach the small dark room diminished. Song Shaoyan shifted his body closer to the sunlight. In the dusk, Ji Jingchuan pushed the door open. I have already contacted Pei Shu and informed him of your situation. He shall come to you in a state of undress. Song Shaoyan was taken aback. Are you saying Pei Shu is coming here naked? Yi Yingkun nodded, his expression both sinister and fervent. I cannot believe he would be able to hypnotize anyone without being entirely bare himself. Song Shaoyan's lips twitched as he cast a glance at Ji Jingchuan. You might want to refrain from feeling inferior. Ji Jingchuan was momentarily taken aback. What? Song Shaoyan shook his head. Nothing, just don't feel inferior. Though he had never truly seen, he could surmise how Pei Shu looked in shorts. Well, it's quite a humbling thought. Ji Jingchuan pondered for a moment, his expression growing increasingly menacing. If he could succeed in hypnotizing anyone while being completely vulnerable, a flicker of barely perceptible fear crossed his eyes. No, it's impossible. He immediately dismissed his own speculation. There is nothing in this small dark room. If he comes here in the nude, I refuse to believe he could still hypnotize anyone. Ji Jingchuan stepped into the small dark room. We will wait for him here. Song Shaoyan shifted aside to make room for him. Ji Jingchuan had not bound him, allowing him the freedom to move. Resting his chin on his hands, he inquired with curiosity, why do you care so much about whether he can successfully hypnotize someone? You wouldn't understand. Ji Jingchuan's hands trembled. He has hypnotized everyone around me. My elder brother has always harbored distrust towards him, urging me to test him repeatedly, but 6 months ago, he unexpectedly instructed me to cease my investigations. He even had me withdraw all surveillance on him. Hatred marred Ji Jingchuan's face. It must be him. He must have hypnotized them. And you too. You have been hypnotized as well. Song Shaoyan yawned lazily, for with Pei Shu absent, he had no fear of revealing his awareness of the truth. I have indeed been hypnotized. Ji Jingchuan was taken aback. You know? Song Shaoyan nodded. Of course I know. He even fabricated a story for me. 6 months ago, he crafted a tale of our childhood romance. He probably had no time to hypnotize your brother and the others. Did he? To implant oneself into another's life is infinitely more challenging than instilling an idea. Even Pei Shu required a full month for the endeavor. He certainly did not believe that Pei Shu had the energy to hypnotize others during that time. Yet, at this moment, Ji Jingchuan was utterly impervious to Song Shaoyan's words. He stubbornly insisted that the change in the elder brother's attitudes stemmed from Pei Shu's hypnosis. He outright refused to engage in dialogue, standing at the door, awaiting Pei Shu's arrival. The sunset's glow gradually faded, yielding to the encroaching night. Song Shaoyan hugged his knees, his body trembling faintly. The darkness instilled fear within him, rendering him unable to quell his instinctive shivers. Fortunately, the night's duration was brief, as the moon ascended high, casting a silvery light that, though not as radiant as sunlight, still managed to offer a semblance of brightness. Song Shaoyan pressed against his chest, gradually exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the corridor. Ji Jingchuan straightened his posture at the door, lowering his voice. Pei Shu, you have arrived. It seemed he noticed Pei Shu was still dressed, and he immediately commanded, halt. Remove your clothes. Pei Shu's voice rang out in the hallway. Let me see him. The identity of him was self-evident. As Song Shaoyan attempted to rise, Ji Jingchuan's loud voice interrupted. No, you come here yourself. Soon after, the sound of fabric rustling filled the air. Pei Shu was indeed disrobing. Ji Jingchuan's voice boomed again. And your shoes. This time, Even the sound of footsteps faded away. All that remained were heavy breaths, drawing ever closer. Within a minute, Pei Shu stood at the doorway, bathed in moonlight. Song Shaoyan beheld Pei Shu clad only in a pair of shorts. Evidently, he still possessed a sense of modesty. Song Shaoyan blinked gently, intending to greet Pei Shu, only to witness his thin lips part. Kneel, Song Shaoyan. He actually wanted him to kneel? Before he could process this, Ji Jingxuan, who had been standing at the door, suddenly knelt with a thud. He had been hypnotized again. In this empty room, where even Pei Shu lacked attire, the hypnosis had once more succeeded. Pei Shu's tone was frigid, avoiding even a glance at Ji Jingxuan. Bow down. Ji Jingxuan's forehead struck the ground with a resounding thud. Like a marionette, oblivious to pain, merely obeying commands. Song Shaoyan wished to rise, but after sitting for so long, his legs had gone numb. He could only wait for the sensation to subside before standing. However, during this brief interval, Pei Shu had already approached him. He bent down, grasping Song Shaoyan's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Do you understand now? Pei Shu's expression was chilling, a demeanor Song Shaoyan had never witnessed before. This man, even when feigning kindness, would present himself in a gentle and humble manner. His inherent flaws had long been concealed beneath a calm exterior. Yet now, he radiated an aura of frostiness. His eyes imbued with a coldness that concealed a predatory possessiveness, tightly ensnaring Song Shaoyan. It appears I was mistaken. His thumb pressed against Song Shaoyan's lips, rendering that area pale. The most authentic tales are merely narratives. Hypnosis, no matter how profound, ultimately remains a mere illusion, destined to be unveiled. In Pei Shu's eyes, a unique emotion churned, deep and dense. The sound of Ji Jingxuan's kowtowing echoed loudly in the dim room, the scent of blood gradually permeating the air. Song Shaoyan gently pressed his lips together, as if kissing the tips of Pei Shu's fingers. Could you ask him to cease? He ventured tentatively. Ji Jingxuan's relentless actions would surely lead him to his demise. Pei Shu's gaze turned colder. Was this all Ian wished to convey to me? Song Shaoyan shook his head lightly. Pei Shu fixed his gaze on him for 2 lingering seconds before issuing a command to Ji Jingxuan. Stop. Ji Jingxuan froze mid-motion, resembling a marionette utterly dazed. Without turning back, Pei Shu raised his hand to cover Song Shaoyan's eyes. Undress and step outside, suddenly engulfed in darkness. Song Shaoyan's long eyelashes fluttered rapidly. Pei Shu felt a tingling warmth in his palm, his heart softening unexpectedly. Please hurry. Ian, can you wait a moment? He would never allow Ian to see another man's body. Song Shaoyan remained silent, fear creeping in from the darkness, causing his lashes to tremble even more. Moments latte. Moonlight spilled back into his vision. He glanced toward Ji Jingxuan, who had already departed. Retracting his gaze, he turned to Pei Shu. Pei Shu's eyes were cast downward, their gazes meeting under the faint moonlight. A wave of familiarity washed over Song Shaoyan, reminiscent of being hypnotized. He suddenly grasped Pei Shu's wrist. Pei Shu was momentarily taken aback. Song Shaoyan's chest rose and fell rapidly as he slightly parted his lips. Pei Shu, could you please put on some clothes first? Bent over before him, it was all too easy for his gaze to wander. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the moonlight vanished abruptly. Heavy clouds outside obscured the moon, plunging the small room into impenetrable darkness. As the darkness enveloped him, the familiar sensation of hypnosis faded, only to be replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear. His breathing quickened, and his mind became chaotic. Instinctively, he clutched Pei Shu's wrist tightly, his bewildered thoughts spilling forth. If I give you 2 sunflower seeds, could you turn on the light? His voice bore a hint of a sob, tinged with a sense of grievance and helplessness. Yet, at the sound of his words, Pei Shu's pupils dilated sharply. Chapter 48. The Hypnotized Little Pitiful. 19. 2 sunflower seeds. Pei Shu recalled a moment from his childhood when he had taken those 2 seeds from a dusty little boy, although he could no longer remember the child's face. The happiness those seeds had brought remained vividly etched in his mind. An absurd thought arose within him. He extended his hand, palm up. Sunflower seeds? A hint of curiosity lingered, devoid of any other emotions. Song Shaoyan responded with a slight nasal tone, slipping his right hand into his pocket. In truth, he had retrieved 2 sunflower seeds from his small stash. The plump, glossy seeds rested in Pei Shu's palm. The room was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light, rendering him unable to discern whether the 2 sunflower seeds resting in his palm were the same as those from years gone by. Yet, the warmth of the youthful essence clinging to the seeds provided a comforting solace to his frigid hands. As he picked one up and delicately pinched it between his fingers, the shell effortlessly fell away. The seed's subtle fragrance wafted through the air as he placed it in his mouth, and after merely 2 bites, he swallowed it whole. A gentle warmth surged from his stomach, radiating through his limbs, enveloping him in a familiar sensation. Pei Shu slowly grasped the last sunflower seed in his palm, his voice hoarse. "That child from back then was you." Song Shaoyan's thoughts were somewhat disoriented, yet upon hearing Pei Shu's words, he instinctively queried, "What?" In the pitch-black confines of the small room, the impenetrable darkness surrounded the two, obscuring his ability to discern the expression of the person before him. "Nothing," was all he heard Pei Shu murmur softly. "I will never let you go." His whisper was not a solicitation for Song Shaoyan's consent, but rather a declaration of unwavering truth. Pei Shu sought little in life, yet at this moment, he merely wished to be with Ian. He was even willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of his country. 6 months prior, he had reached out to the elder brother of Ji Jingchuan, forging a partnership with him. He would assist in unearthing the spies hidden within the nation, incite their betrayal, and extract the intelligence they desired from them. This was also the reason why Brother Ji had lifted the surveillance on him. As he yearned to be with the boy, he relinquished his animosity towards the world. Now, he felt no resentment at all. The only 2 instances of happiness he had ever experienced were bestowed upon him by the youth before him. Pei Shu gently cradled him in his arms, feeling Song Shaoyan tremble slightly in the darkness. However, Pei Shu misinterpreted this shivering. He believed the boy was afraid of him. This thought brought forth a painful contrast to his happiness, prompting him to hold him tighter, his voice growing even more hoarse. "Ian, my hypnotic medium." He leaned closer to Song Shaoyan's ear, his voice lowered to a mere whisper. "It is light. Light is omnipresent. It is even more common than darkness. People fear the uncertainties brought by the dark, thus they yearn for illumination. Sunshine, moonlight, and lamplight, these readily accessible forms of light became Pei Shu's hypnotic medium. No one fears light, hence no one could fathom his method of hypnosis. Yet now, Pei Shu had divulged this secret to Song Shaoyan, signifying that he held dominion over his life and death. With a mere thought, Song Shaoyan could easily bring about his demise. Pei Shu bowed his head, resembling a sinner awaiting judgment. At that moment, Song Shaoyan was oblivious to Pei Shu's words. He only registered a single word, light. Gritting his teeth, Song Shaoyan recalled giving Pei Shu 2 sunflower seeds. Having accepted his payment, he felt compelled to act. With a swift motion, he struck Pei Shu's chest with a resounding slap, his demeanor fierce. "Turn on the light." That audacious Pei Shu dared to take the seeds without fulfilling his end of the bargain. Pei Shu was momentarily taken aback, an overwhelming wave of joy flooding over him. Turning on the light signifies that the youth has forgiven his transgressions, even permitting the hypnosis that envelopes him. With a voice trembling, he hesitantly inquires, "Must we truly illuminate the room? Does his beloved truly wish to absolve him?" Upon hearing this, Song Shaoyan became even more incensed. A tempest of fear and anger surged within him, with the latter emotion ultimately prevailing. "Turn on the light." He barked fiercely. He was acutely aware that the protagonist of this wicked world was indeed a scoundrel, accepting payment yet failing to fulfill his duties. Utterly despicable. Could his sunflower seeds be anything but ordinary? Grasping Pei Shu's arm tightly, his nails nearly sank into flesh. With a single hand, Pei Shu lifted him effortlessly, fumbling for the light switch on the wall while soothingly murmuring, "All right, I shall turn on the light. Do not be angry, Ian." Song Shaoyan buried his head against Pei Shu's chest. The absence of clothing left him unable to secure his grip for stability. Fortunately, the switch was within their reach, and after a few seconds of searching, Pei Shu illuminated the room. The dazzling light instantaneously filled the space, rendering even the darkest clouds outside impotent against its radiance. A sigh of relief escaped Song Shaoyan. It was then he realized his arms were encircling Pei Shu's neck, inadvertently scratching the nape of his neck with his nails. Surely, that spot would be marked. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he withdrew his hands and hopped down from Pei Shu's embrace, turning his head away. Put on some clothes. Being bare like this is inappropriate. Yet Pei Shu merely stood there, the light cascading over him, leaving only shadows in his gaze. After a prolonged silence, Song Shaoyan turned to see Pei Shu's chest adorned with a crimson handprint, and his arms bore the evidence of Song Shaoyan's earlier grasp. His ears flushed with embarrassment, amplifying his guilt. Had he, a mere supporting character, injured the protagonist so severely? Would the Quick Transmigration Bureau deem him a failure in his mission? Panic gripped him at this thought. He stepped closer, seizing Pei Shu's arm. Does it hurt? Please, put on your clothes first, then we can retrieve your garments. As he reached to fetch clothing for Pei Shu, he was abruptly pinned against the wall. Due to their height difference, he was compelled to look up at Pei Shu. With his gaze lowered, Pei Shu's dark eyes became inscrutable in the interplay of light and shadow. Do you not despise me, Ian? Song Shaoyan, bewildered, responded. What I have to hate you for? His gaze shifted downward, and as if realizing something, he nodded contemplatively. Indeed, one should harbor resentment towards you. Pei Shu's eyes darkened at this revelation. It seemed that Ian truly did harbor ill feelings toward him. At that moment, Song Shaoyan could not resist reaching out to pat Pei Shu's chest. You, this self-deprecating little bookworm, certainly invite disdain. A flicker of confusion crossed Pei Shu's eyes. Song Shaoyan offered no explanation, instead clearing his throat. Will you wear your clothes or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Pei Shu momentarily set aside his bewilderment, his Adam's apple bobbing. I shall wear them. He released Song Shaoyan and turned to retrieve his clothing. Outside, the ominous clouds had dissipated, allowing the moonlight to intertwine with the overhead illumination, brightening the entire room. Chapter 49. The Hypnotized Poor Soul, 20. Since the kidnapping incident, Pei Shu has become increasingly vigilant regarding Song Shaoyan, almost to the point of not allowing him a moment's respite. Consequently, Song Shaoyan frequently overhears Pei Shu making phone calls, discussing matters presumably related to spies and confidential information. He suspects that Pei Shu might be engaged in nefarious activities. After all, the male protagonist in this wicked world aims to bring about the world's destruction, eager for everyone to perish alongside him. Unfortunately, as a mere cannon fodder, he remains oblivious to the trajectory of the plot following his demise, uncertain whether this world has indeed met its end at the hands of the male protagonist. Despite the male protagonist's malevolence, Song Shaoyan tirelessly seeks an opportunity to escape. Given that the condition for completing his task requires being hypnotized by Pei Shu, he has recently been subtly suggesting to him the idea of self-hypnosis. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Pei Shu has refrained from implementing hypnosis. Even in the brightly lit room, the more he hints, the more Pei Shu gazes upon him with a look of pity and guilt, leading Song Shaoyan to wonder if he has become some sort of ungrateful scoundrel. Waiting for the right moment, Song Shaoyan's chance finally arrives on Saturday. While Pei Shu busies himself in the kitchen, his phone rests on the dining table. As the phone vibrates, Song Shaoyan, passing by, instinctively picks it up and answers the call. A stern and solemn voice resonates from the device. As per your instructions, the spies have been deployed. Song Shaoyan's ears perk up. Indeed, this villainous Pei Shu is up to something. He remains silent, and the caller, unaware of any irregularities, continues. The operation will commence tonight. After concluding the conversation, the caller hangs up, and Song Shaoyan swiftly deletes the call log, returning the phone to its original position, feigning ignorance of the occurrence. Before long, Pei Shu emerges from the kitchen, a smile gracing his lips. Ian, dinner is ready. Song Shaoyan lazily responds. After dinner, he pulls Pei Shu to watch television. While he feigns enjoyment in the program, he is acutely aware of Pei Shu's frequent glances at his phone. It is evident that Pei Shu knows about the impending operation tonight. Around 9 o'clock, Pei Shu takes the initiative to speak. Ian, Are you feeling tired? Song Shaoyan shakes his head, his eyes languid. Not tired. Seemingly intrigued, he places his legs upon Pei Shu's lap, inadvertently or perhaps intentionally stepping on him. Pei Shu's body stiffens momentarily. Song Shaoyan blinks innocently, feigning ignorance. What is the matter? Pei Shu swallows hard, uttering his name, Ian, as his large hand rests upon Song Shaoyan's calf. Is your calf uncomfortable? Allow me to massage it. His palm, initially cool, gradually warms as he rubs the calf. Song Shaoyan lets out a soft hum, his eyes slightly mischievous. At that moment, Xiaobai interjects, Host, are you trying to seduce the male protagonist? Song Shaoyan replies, Is it that obvious? Xiaobai, puzzled, asks, Is the host intending to entice the male protagonist into hypnosis? Song Shaoyan shakes his head internally. No, I merely wish to persuade him to stay in tonight. Did you not hear the mentioned operation? I believe Pei Shu has no intentions of doing good. Though he is the male protagonist of this wicked world destined to bring about its ruin, there remains a glimmer of hope. He vigorously kneaded the little white ball in his mind. Even if he were to bring about the world's destruction, why should it commence with that be country or sea country? Why must it begin with the realm of flower cultivation? As a resident of the flower realm, I shall absolutely not allow Pei Shu to act in such a manner. Regardless of the world's potential demise, the flower realm must be the last to fall. Thus, he must thwart the male protagonist's plans for this evening, even if it means plunging himself into danger. At this moment, Song Shaoyan's words grew increasingly impassioned, his body leaning forward as he grasped Pei Shu's wrist. Pei Shu raised his gaze to meet him. What troubles you, Ian? Song Shaoyan feigned a soft tone. Brother Pei, you are hurting me. Pei Shu frowned slightly, reaching out to check his forehead. No fervor. Is there anything else discomforting you? Song Shaoyan pretended not to hear, maintaining his affected tone. Brother Pei, you are truly wicked. Pei Shu remained silent for 2 seconds, seemingly contemplating the reason behind Ian's sudden change. After a moment of stillness, he spoke slowly. Are you so captivated by that short play that you wish to act? If Ian desires to perform, I could fund a script of your choice. Song Shaoyan's eyes brightened, and he dropped the pretense. Really? Pei Shu nodded, but emphasized, you must not star in a domineering CEO drama. Just as Song Shaoyan was about to agree, he suddenly recalled his purpose for the evening. He nearly let Pei Shu lead him astray. Truly, one skilled in hypnosis employs cunning techniques. With a disdainful snort, seeing that Pei Shu was unaffected by gentle persuasion, he decided to take a firmer approach. He leaped atop Pei Shu, pinning his shoulders down. You're not going anywhere tonight. Pei Shu wrapped one arm around his waist, his eyes shimmering with subtle light. So, Ian is aware? Song Shaoyan spoke with righteous indignation, even fervently. Yes, I know. What of it? If you have the capability, come and kill me. His words were laced with venom. Today, unless you step over my corpse, you shall not leave. Pei Shu's large hand gently caressed the scars along Song Shaoyan's back, which had faded considerably. The ointment obtained from the Research Institute proved remarkably effective. Previously, he had hypnotized the researchers to acquire a jar. Now, they pleaded with him to accept it. Pei Shu found this situation agreeable. Despite the world's flaws, it held some utility. Very well, I shall not go out, he conceded, tilting his head to plant a kiss at the corner of Song Shaoyan's eye. Does Ian dislike it here? If so, I shall refrain from assisting them. Song Shaoyan regarded Pei Shu with suspicion. You are so easily agreeable. There must be a scheme afoot. Are you attempting to hypnotize me again? He gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination not to fall under Pei Shu's spell today. In the past, he had sought every means to induce hypnosis. But today, he was resolute in maintaining his clarity. Seizing Pei Shu's phone, Song Shaoyan manipulated the room's switches, extinguishing the lights. As darkness enveloped the room, he instinctively trembled, burrowing into Pei Shu's embrace, his arms tightly encircling his waist. Without light, let us see how you will hypnotize me. He evidently recalled Pei Shu's previous words to him. The darkness instilled fear within him, yet in a bid to prevent Pei Shu from leaving, he mustered his voice, trembling though it was. You cannot go out tonight. The once fierce tone now trembled with a hint of vulnerability, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Pei Shu's lips gently brushed against the edge of his eye. Sensing the teardrop, and his heart softened. Yin, do not cry. I will not go out. Song Shaoyan emitted a muffled sound from his throat, laced with suppressed sobs. Pei Shu softly patted his back, soothingly asking, "Are you feeling wronged, Yin?" Song Shaoyan's mind was in disarray. Yet he remembered not to reveal his fear of the dark too easily. Thus, he slapped Pei Shu's abdomen with a decisive motion. "Useless thing," he retorted. "Of course I'm feeling wronged." Chapter 50. The Hypnotized Little Pitiful, 21. Pei Shu's gaze shifted suddenly. In the obscurity, he could not discern the expression on the youth's face, but he imagined it was one of pitiful grievance and resentment. The quivering voice betrayed his emotions. Pei Shu continued to gently pat Song Shaoyan's back, straightening his posture to bring their bodies closer. "You are not useless," he murmured softly. He took hold of Song Shaoyan's hand, guiding it down slightly. "You may give a try." At that moment, Song Shaoyan could hardly comprehend Pei Shu's words. Once enveloped in darkness, his mind descended into chaos. Primal fear seized control of his body. He mumbled a couple of incoherent responses, his body trembling slightly. Pei Shu furrowed his brow, lifting him into his arms and carrying him towards the bedroom. After laying him on the bed, he leaned down to inquire, "What does Yin desire?" Song Shaoyan clung tightly to Pei Shu's arm, responding erratically, yes." Pei Shu seemed to chuckle softly. He had learned much recently. In the past, he had never entertained such thoughts. These base desires came too easily, lacking challenge. Thus, when Song Shaoyan mentioned Xiao Shu Shu, he did not react. However, keen as Pei Shu was, he reflected on the events and gained some understanding. Moreover, the fact that he harbored wicked thoughts towards the Yin prompted him to study a bit during this period. Pei Shu lowered his head, kissing the tear-streaked corner of Song Shaoyan's eye, his throat tightening. "Do you like me, Yin?" In the pitch-black room, the possibility of hypnosis was severed. Although he had no intention of hypnotizing the youth, he feared the cruel truth that might emerge from his lips. In that moment, shrouded by darkness, nothing could interfere with the answer that arose from the depths of the youth's heart. Pei Shu felt his heart race, as though thought itself had ceased. Time stretched endlessly, feeling as if a century had passed, when suddenly he felt a sharp slap against his abdomen. "Brat!" Song Shaoyan cursed, his voice still tinged with tears. "You ate my sunflower seeds and did nothing." He accused Pei Shu of his misdeeds. "Still talking nonsense, you big jerk." As he continued to scold, he leaned in and bit Pei Shu's abdomen fiercely. Pei Shu winced in pain, pulling him into an embrace, restraining him tightly. "What do you mean by nothing?" he pressed, as if determined to clarify. Song Shaoyan glared at Pei Shu. In truth, he could not see his face, nor could he discern his expression. Yet this did not deter him from speaking with a fierce demeanor. "What do you think?" he retorted, tightly embracing Pei Shu's slender waist. Fear had rendered him irrational, leaving only a fleeting obsession with Pei Shu. This fixation clouded his mind, causing him to speak without restraint. Pei Shu felt the warmth of the person in his arms and recalled the knowledge he had recently acquired. A glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. "So, it turns out a Yin enjoys this sort of thing?" he murmured, as if he had found an answer. "Then a Yin must indeed have feelings for me." He pressed his lips against his. Only genuine affection can remain faithful to the desires of the body. Song Shaoyan questioned, "What nonsense is this?" He bit Pei Shu's lip with considerable force, the faint metallic taste of blood spreading. Pei Shu's breath hitched. In that moment, reason slipped away. He grasped Song Shaoyan's head, deepening the kiss. At the operations headquarters, Ji Yuan wore a grave expression. With the news of the final successful capture, he suddenly exhaled in relief. He picked up his phone and sent Pei Shu a message. The operation was a great success. Following this endeavor, all domestic spies had been eradicated. Were it not for Pei Shu's insights, they would have remained oblivious to the infiltration of some core departments. The thought of the significance of those departments made Ji Yuan break out in a cold sweat. He expressed his gratitude to Pei Shu once more and resolved to visit in person to extend his thanks and present a commendation. A month later, Ji Yuan finally found time to visit Pei Shu's home, bearing a special bonus and a personal gift. He knocked on the door, which was opened by an exceptionally handsome young man. Dressed in an oversized shirt, the boy looked perplexed. "Who are you?" Ji Yuan presented the gift. I have come to thank Pei Shu. The boy accepted the gift, and in that moment, a fleeting glimpse of the red marks on his wrist caught Ji Yuan's eye. The kiss marks were deep, new overlapping old, revealing the extent of Pei Shu's fervor. Ji Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof Pei Shu harbored such intense desires. He swiftly averted his gaze and inquired, "Where is Mr. Pei?" "He is cooking," Song Shaoyan replied, placing the gift down and turning towards the kitchen. Pei Shu, clearly having heard the commotion, emerged from the kitchen, still wearing an apron and wielding a spatula, resembling a professional chef. Upon seeing Ji Yuan, his expression remained cool. "Please have a seat," he hastily dismissed, returning to his culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, Song Shaoyan warmly engaged Ji Yuan in conversation. As their dialogue unfolded, Song Shaoyan began to sense something amiss. Pei Shu had actually assisted in eliminating spies? Where was the male lead of the wicked world? How could he be performing good deeds? Song Shaoyan nearly choked on his breath. What then did his month-long insistence on keeping Pei Shu indoors signify? Was he a fool? Clutching his chest, he feigned heartbreak. Ji Yuan, perceptive to the shift in atmosphere, excused himself and departed hastily, feeling that remaining any longer might lead to unforeseen complications. After Ji Yuan departed, Song Shaoyan dashed into the kitchen, seizing the spatula from Pei Shu's hands. "Pei Shu," he exclaimed with a fierce tone, "you deceived me." Pei Shu extinguished the flame and gently reclaimed the spatula. "Be careful," he admonished softly, lowering his head to apologize. "I was wrong. I should not have misled Ian." With his arms crossed, Song Shaoyan huffed twice. "What was wrong?" Pei Shu pressed a kiss to the corner of his eye, replying, "The mistake was in saying it was the last time yesterday, yet returning twice more." Song Shaoyan turned his head away, his ears flushed. "You have no shame." Pei Shu found Ian's blushing ears utterly adorable. He kissed him again and confessed, "Indeed, I am shameless." He embraced him tenderly, murmuring, "As long as Ian is by my side, I can sacrifice anything." His voice was soft, yet Song Shaoyan discerned the possessive undertone in his words. A familiar warmth surged in his heart. He blinked slowly and replied, "Oh, I wish to open a small convenience store," he stated, voicing his desire. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Pei Shu's eyes, and he promptly responded, "All right." Ian's request indicated his willingness to remain with him. It was merely a convenience store. He was prepared to grant Ian anything he desired. Content, Song Shaoyan nodded, temporarily forgiving Pei Shu for his deception. Observing the scene, Xiaobai inquired, "Is the host not going to persuade the male lead to undergo hypnosis?" Song Shaoyan replied languidly, "It's futile. The male lead is beyond redemption." Xiaobai expressed surprise. "But if the host does not log off, the task cannot be completed, and you'll be trapped in this world." Song Shaoyan smiled as he watched Pei Shu busily cooking. "Do not worry, I have a plan." Chapter 51. Cards destined for abandonment must be confined to a small dark room. 1. Years later, within the Yinjin convenience store, Song Shaoyan cradled the faintly breathing Pei Shu. Poking his chest, "Will you still perform hypnosis?" Pei Shu wore a resigned smile. "That is my instinct, just as it is to love you." He reached up to caress Song Shaoyan's face, the light shifting in his eyes. After several years, he once again hypnotized the beloved youth. He spoke softly after I depart. "I may do anything he wishes." As the light faded, Pei Shu's fingers trembled slightly before gradually lowering his hand. Song Shaoyan blinked gently, his brow clear. He glanced at the convenience store he had operated for many years, rising to gather various trinkets for his small warehouse. Once finished, he approached Pei Shu, gently patting his chest. "Consider this payment for the seeds," he murmured, looking left and right before his gaze settled on the sharp corner of a table. "Xiaobai, I am preparing to log off," he called out. Xiaobai was taken aback. "Host, how will you log off?" Song Shaoyan pointed to the table corner. "I will collide with the corner to log off." Did Pei Shu not just hypnotize me to pursue what I desire? He said with a smile. "What I wish to do is log off." He closed his eyes and, with a determined bite, charged toward the table corner. "Points, here I come." After a fleeting moment of darkness, Song Shaoyan gazed at the little white fluff floating before him and embraced it in his arms, gently caressing it. "How did I fare? How many points did I accumulate?" The little fluff replied, 10 points. The host is truly remarkable. It had almost believed the mission would end in failure. Yet unexpectedly, success was achieved. Song Shaoyan reveled in the praise from the little fluff, letting out a satisfied hum. Of course, he opened the leaderboard and, as anticipated, his familiar name adorned the top position, with his points having increased once more. His eyes narrowed slightly. Was the sense of familiarity in this small world merely an illusion? Host, we must prepare to venture into the next world. The little fluff urged eagerly. Coming back to reality, Song Shaoyan responded with a cheerful smile. All right. No sooner had he spoken than the familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped him. The little fluff chirped, "We have arrived." As Song Shaoyan opened his eyes, he gazed uncertainly into the darkness, his body trembling slightly. "Are you certain?" The little fluff, brimming with joy, replied, "Host, the mission in this world is exceedingly simple. We need do nothing but patiently await abandonment. This is a carefully selected small world for you." From his little storage, Song Shaoyan retrieved a candle and ignited it. The flickering flame illuminated his face, allowing him to respond thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" The little fluff, filled with pride, explained. "This is a card world where each individual possesses a card for combat or daily life. However, the male protagonist, Lin Tianhui, can wield 10 cards." As it spoke, the little fluff transmitted the basic details of this world and the necessary storyline into Song Shaoyan's mind. Upon reviewing, Song Shaoyan confirmed that the task was indeed straightforward. As the protagonist's first card, and the most useless one at that, he would be abandoned after Lin Tianhui acquired the 11th card, the Azure Dragon card, thus becoming a discarded card. In the card system, being discarded equated to death. Therefore, all he needed to do in this world was wait for the protagonist to encounter the Azure Dragon card and forsake him. This world's task is truly uncomplicated. Song Shaoyan mused, reclining comfortably. Within the card space, all was shrouded in darkness. The cards remained in a slumbering state, unresponsive to their master's call. Thus, apart from Song Shaoyan, all other cards were asleep. Lin Tianhui had already acquired 9 cards, and upon obtaining one more, he would have to relinquish a card to contract additional ones. Song Shaoyan surmised that, given the protagonist's capabilities, he would soon contract the 10th card, implying that he would be offline shortly thereafter. He was thoroughly pleased with the little fluff's meticulous selection of this small world, convinced that he would undoubtedly earn 60 points this time. With great enthusiasm, he rummaged through his little storage, pulling out a bag of chips and munching away happily. His little storage was quite spacious. He had managed to stow away most of the items from the convenience store in the previous world. It was proven to be quite useful now. While he was enjoying his snack, he suddenly heard a timid female voice nearby. "Is it delicious?" Song Shaoyan was taken aback and turned his head to see a little girl with 2 pigtails standing beside him. Most of her body was shrouded in darkness, with only her round, glistening eyes fixated on the potato chips in his hand. Song Shaoyan recognized her as one of Lin Tianhui's cards. Although he was unsure why this little girl had awakened from her slumber, he extended the potato chips toward her. "Would you like a try?" The little girl swallowed hard, seemingly enticed, and after a moment's hesitation, slowly reached out her hand. In an instant, a gust of wind swept by, and the potato chips vanished from his grasp. Then, a crunching sound echoed from the corner. Song Shaoyan raised an eyebrow, realizing that even the card had a fondness for potato chips. As he pondered this, a beam of light illuminated from above, and a deep, sultry voice resonated throughout the card space. "Demon Child." This was Lin Tianhui summoning the card known as Demon Child. The crunching ceased, and soon after, the little girl, who had been joyfully munching on the chips, flew out from the beam of light. Once she disappeared, the card space returned to darkness, save for the flickering candlelight that emitted a faint glow before Song Shaoyan. Outside, Lin Tianhui's summoning of Demon Child swiftly concluded today's match. The card tournament was a world-class competition, and Lin Tianhui had already claimed 2 consecutive championships. Should he win again this year, it would mark a triumphant third. Lin Tianhui had always preferred solitude, participating only in individual matches and eschewing team competitions, which left him alone on the battlefield after the contest. After the battle, Lin Tianhui glanced at his card, Demon Child. The little girl, when not engaged in combat, appeared sweet and endearing, devoid of the brutal demeanor she exhibited during the match. In previous tournaments, Demon Child would often request to remain outside for a while after the battle. Yet today, she seemed rather eager to return to the card space. A hint of confusion crossed Lin Tianhui's mind, but he dismissed it, attributing her urgency to fatigue. As he prepared to place Demon Child back in the card space, he noticed crumbs at the corner of her mouth, remnants of some kind of cookie. Chapter 52. The card destined to be abandoned must be confined to the dark room. 2. The seemingly gentle little girl hastily returned to the card space this time. By the time Lin Tianhui realized what the crumbs were, the moment had passed. Inside the card space, the little girl resumed her crunching of potato chips in the corner. Hearing the sound, Song Shaoyan turned his gaze towards it. The area was engulfed in darkness, obscuring even the silhouette of the girl. He withdrew his gaze and produced another bag of chips, this time with a cucumber flavor. The crisp scent of cucumber wafted through the air, reaching the little girl's nose. She twitched her nose and tilted her head in the darkness to look at Song Shaoyan. She recognized him. The Master's first card, albeit a discarded one. The Master had stated that this card was merely a shell, devoid of combat prowess, unable to even pass a basic battle. It lacked any practical abilities and could not benefit its master. Thus, after being contracted, this card had never been summoned again. He had remained in a deep slumber within the card space until just now, when this particular card unexpectedly awakened. The little girl, devoid of any concept of beauty or ugliness, found the card before her to be remarkably attractive, indeed exceptionally so. Moreover, the snacks in his hand appeared to be quite delectable. Having finished the chips in her possession, she gazed intently at the ones held by Song Shaoyan, her small throat swallowing in anticipation. After finishing a packet of chips, Song Shaoyan retrieved another. Sensing the little girl's shyness, he tossed the chips in her direction as a gesture of goodwill. Yet, the card space remained eerily silent, indicating that the little girl seemed not to accept his offering. Unbothered, he contentedly rummaged through his small storage and produced several candles, lamenting the absence of a flashlight in the convenience store. Otherwise, he could illuminate the card space with ease. He muttered to himself, lighting the candles. Each flickering flame was feeble, but collectively they cast light upon a significant portion of the card space. With the newfound illumination, Song Shaoyan surveyed the interior, discovering it to be approximately 100 square meters in size and circular in form. Surrounding the center were 7 cards, which, while referred to as such, actually existed in their corporeal forms within this card space. Each card lay upon a rectangular bed resembling ice, with a card positioned at the foot of each bed. These cards remained blank, only revealing their true appearances in the presence of Lin Tianhui. Aside from the little girl, who was tucked away in a corner, all other cards remained in a state of slumber. However, Song Shaoyan was perplexed, as it appeared that there was no bed for him. The little girl's bed was empty. There were only 8 beds in total, yet Lin Tianhui's cards, including his own, amounted to 9. Did this mean he was denied even a place to rest? He mused aloud, expressing his discontent. How stingy, not even providing me with a bed. Fortunately, I shall soon log off. As he casually voiced his thoughts, the little girl emerged from her corner, standing a meter away from Song Shaoyan, her round eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. She timidly scrutinized him, pointing at her ice bed with her small hand. Raising an eyebrow, Song Shaoyan inquired, "What is this?" The little girl gestured toward the chips in her arms and then indicated her ice bed. Realization dawned upon Song Shaoyan. "Are you suggesting that I can sleep on your bed in exchange for the chips?" The little girl nodded slightly. With a light chuckle, he replied, "Well then, I shan't be polite." Rising to his feet and stretching, he asked, "What is your name?" The little girl tilted her head, seemingly processing his words. After a full minute of contemplation, she slowly responded, "Mao Tong." Song Shaoyan paused mid-stretch. "You, so adorably named, are called Mao Tong?" Lin Tianhui's naming skills leave much to be desired. He voiced his playful critique. Then, noticing the little girl's pigtails, an idea struck him. "What if I call you Little Sheep?" Mao Tong blinked slowly, a glimmer of surprise evident in her eyes. She nodded slowly, echoing Song Shaoyan's words. Little lamb. Song Shaoyan took a step forward, and little lamb did not retreat, instead watching him crouch before her. Little lamb, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not tired at the moment. He reached out to gently ruffle her hair. You must be weary after your battle. You should rest. Though he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of this card system, he speculated that these icy beds, which lulled the cards into slumber, likely had restorative properties. Of course, this was merely conjecture. Little lamb nodded obediently. Although her opponent had been weak, it had still been a battle. Any confrontation would drain card energy. She indeed needed to recuperate her strength on the icy bed. Little lamb returned to her bed, clutching a bag of unopened barbecue-flavored chips tightly, revealing only a small corner of it. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Lin Tianhui was preparing the card combinations for the upcoming competition. His possession of multiple cards in the Flower Country was no secret. In card battles, while the cards themselves were undoubtedly significant, the skill of the operator held equal importance. Lin Tianhui's talent in this regard was exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have claimed 2 consecutive championships at such a young age. He took out the card titled Demon Child, pondering for a moment before deciding to utilize it first in tomorrow's match. The card depicted a young girl with pigtails lying on her side. The card possessed self-awareness, and its surface would subtly change according to the card's condition. When Demon Child rested, she would curl up, hugging herself. However, today Lin Tianhui felt that Demon Child was holding on too tightly. He squinted, noticing a small scrap of red paper peeking out from her embrace. It resembled packaging from a snack. Suddenly, Lin Tianhui recalled the crumbs he had seen at the corner of Demon Child's mouth after the battle earlier that day. A strange sensation creeping over him. This peculiar feeling lingered until the conclusion of the first match the following day, when he summoned Demon Child back to his side. To his surprise, the usually reticent and somewhat socially anxious girl contradicted him. Little lamb. Her voice was tender yet cold. My name is Little Lamb. Lin Tianhui felt an intensified strangeness within him. He had not failed to inquire about her wishing to adopt another name when he had contracted Demon Child, but she had firmly declined. Demon Child was the name bestowed upon her by the card system, as well as her battle attribute. To hear another name from her lips today was unexpected. Lin Tianhui keenly sensed that something was amiss. What had transpired? Little Lamb kept her head bowed, remaining silent. As the card belonging to her master, she could not defy his command. Yet at that moment, she had no desire to respond to him. She recalled her master stating that Brother Song was merely handsome and lacked combat ability. Her master was mistaken. Chapter 53. Cards destined to be abandoned must also be confined in a dark room. 3. Lin Tianhui observed Demon Child's silence, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He returned her to the card space, preparing to face the upcoming battles. However, he would refrain from summoning Demon Child for the time being. Within the card space, Song Shaoyan warmly greeted the returning Little Lamb, saying, "Come and have some candy." A dark shadow swiftly materialized before him, extending a small hand. Song Shaoyan placed 2 candies into Little Lamb's palm. How was the battle today? Little Lamb, clutching the sweets tightly, replied slowly, "We won." Song Shaoyan affectionately ruffled her hair, exclaiming, "You're truly remarkable." Little Lamb's cheeks flushed with joy, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Fighting was her instinct, and winning battles was her mission. From a moment she was bound to her master, she was destined to engage in battle, triumphing time and again. Yet, her master never praised her. In truth, the cards did not require accolades, for victory was their very purpose. Thus, when Little Lamb heard Song Shaoyan, a fellow card, commend her, an indescribable joy welled within her, perhaps even more satisfying than the victory itself. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Song Shaoyan couldn't resist ruffling her hair once more. Although this world lacked the thrill of outdoor adventures, having these cards by his side brought him solace, dispelling his boredom. The two indulged in snacks and laughter within the card space. As time slipped by unnoticed, Song Shaoyan retrieved a bubble machine, a staple from the small storage, and began teaching Little Lamb how to blow bubbles. With wide, round eyes, she mimicked him and produced a large bubble. The bubble floated around the space, eventually drifting towards a plant-type card resembling a bloodthirsty wisteria. As it descended, it suddenly popped when pierced by the plant's sharp tendrils. Exchanging glances, Song Shaoyan and Little Lamb contemplated the scene. The wisteria had been stirred from its slumber, descending from its icy perch. It extended a tendril to snatch the bubble machine from Little Lamb's grasp, imitating the two as it blew bubbles. Observing its delight, Song Shaoyan introduced himself. "Hello, I am Song Shaoyan, and this is Little Lamb." The wisteria waved its tendrils, still stained with the remnants of its previous battle, exuding an ominous aura of death. At that moment, a beam of light descended from above the card space, accompanied by a familiar deep voice, bloodthirsty wisteria. It was summoning the wisteria. The plant, clutching the bubble machine, departed from the card space. Song Shaoyan glanced at Little Lamb, then at the now-closed card space above, suddenly speaking. It wouldn't blow bubbles in front of its enemies, would it? Little Lamb remained silent beside him. She too wished to blow bubbles. But she was no match for the bloodthirsty wisteria. In the outside world, at the arena, Lin Tianhui summoned the most ferocious of plant-type cards, the bloodthirsty wisteria. Once summoned, the bloodthirsty wisteria would not cease its assault until blood was shed. Lin Tianhui's invocation heralded that this match would inevitably turn violent. The card battles were broadcast globally, and as one of the prominent contenders of this season, Lin Tianhui's match drew an audience of over 100 million viewers. Despite this being merely a match to qualify among the top 64, the public remained intensely focused on Lin Tianhui's every move. His opponent in this high-stakes duel was none other than the equally renowned Ji-Wen. Ji-Wen's card is the Ice and Snow Bear, known for its thick hide and abundant flesh. Its attack skill can unleash freezing snowballs at any moment. Ji-Wen is not easily defeated, which is precisely why Lin Tianhui opted for the bloodthirsty wisteria. When the bloodthirsty wisteria made its appearance on the battlefield, all eyes were drawn to it. Towering approximately at human height, its twisting vines danced gracefully, emanating an aura both beautiful and terrifying. This was the impression people had of it from the past. So when they beheld the bloodthirsty wisteria enveloping a bubble machine with its vines, they were momentarily bewildered. What new attack skill was this? Lin Tianhui also noticed the bubble machine entwined within the vines, an odd sensation washing over him. However, the rapidly changing dynamics of the competition left him no time for contemplation, and he promptly issued an attack command. In stark contrast to its usual ferocity, the wisteria moved forward at a sluggish pace. The opposing Ice and Snow Bear let out a thunderous roar, launching a small snowball towards the wisteria. At that moment, the wisteria blew a large bubble, which lazily floated and collided with the small snowball. Strangely, the large bubble enveloped the small snowball, drifting through the air in a mesmerizing display. The wisteria, realizing something significant, immediately launched its assault. Vines ensnared the Ice and Snow Bear, compelling it to release more small snowballs. Additional vines floated nearby, creating bubbles that collided with the small snowballs, both swirling elegantly in the air. Lin Tianhui stood a short distance away, his brow furrowed. 30 minutes later, the match concluded, with the Ice and Snow Bear utterly exhausted and forced to retreat. Ji-Wen had not anticipated Lin Tianhui's cunning strategy and cast a fierce glare at him before exiting the competition. As soon as the match ended, the live stream was abruptly shut down. Lin Tianhui approached the bloodthirsty wisteria, surrounded by small snowball bubbles that resembled charming little snow spirits. "Where did the bubble machine come from?" he inquired, lowering his gaze. The wisteria, previously joyfully waving its vine branches, suddenly halted, encircling the bubble machine and concealing it. Lin Tianhui couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Was there still a need for secrecy at this point? Curious occurrences had transpired within the card space. As the card's master, he lacked the privilege to enter that realm. Furthermore, apart from the card itself, no external objects could penetrate the card space. Yet, the anomalies surrounding the demon child and the bloodthirsty wisteria hinted at something unusual within. Particularly, the existence of this bubble machine was quite unexpected. Lin Tianhui returned the bloodthirsty wisteria to its card space and exited the competition venue, making his way home. His residence was conveniently located adjacent to the competition base, merely a 5-minute walk away. This proximity allowed him to swiftly address any sudden competition-related situations and afforded him the luxury of a little extra sleep. After all, competitions commenced at 8 in the morning, and Lin Tianhui had made numerous requests to the organizers for a later start time, all of which had been categorically denied. With a resigned click of his tongue, Lin Tianhui summoned his cards one by one. As he did so, the cards within the space began to awaken. Song Shaoyan greeted each returning card with enthusiastic warmth. "Cool, me. Everyone, let us enjoy some bubble tea." Who could resist the sweetness of bubble tea with coconut jelly? A group of cards curiously regarded Song Shaoyan. Yet his subordinates dutifully accepted the milk tea he offered. Just as he handed out the final cup, a voice echoed from above in the space. "Lin Tianhui, the unnamed one." Upon hearing this, Song Shaoyan realized it was a call directed at him. A beam of light whisked him away from the card space, and he blinked lightly, intrigued by the man before him. The man had silver hair casually tied back, clad in a gray robe, with narrowed eyes that radiated scrutiny and danger. Chapter 54. The cards destined for abandonment must be confined in the small dark room. 4. While Song Shaoyan appraised him, Lin Tianhui was likewise observing him. The unnamed one was the first card he had contracted. True to its name, this card was utterly useless, serving merely as a decorative piece in the competition arena. Ever since he had contracted this card, Lin Tianhui had not summoned it again. To this day, he remained perplexed as to why he had summoned this card from the pool during his initial attempt, especially when the subsequent cards he summoned were increasingly formidable. Unable to fathom this, he considered it a test from the heavens. After all, since contracting the unnamed one, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation, reducing him from a genius to a mere failure. The path he now traversed was one painstakingly forged by his own efforts. An aura of solitude emanated from Lin Tianhui, prompting Song Shaoyan to steal another glance at him. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself and began to speak. "Why have you summoned me today?" The male lead was indeed peculiar, summoning one card after another only to send them back. The once quiet card space had become lively due to this unusual behavior. Fortunately, his small storage was stocked with fragrant milk tea. Otherwise, managing those cards would have proven quite challenging. Observing Lin Tianhui, he wondered if he too desired a taste of the delightful beverage. Lin Tianhui cast a surprised glance at the unnamed one. This card was exceedingly rare worldwide, not due to its prowess. Instead, it was because of its ineptitude. Each unnamed one card boasted strikingly handsome features, yet accompanied by this beauty was a frail constitution. It struggled with every step, unable to carry or lift anything, devoid of any combat skills or abilities. Even supportive skills were non-existent. The card could not even engage in basic communication with its contractor, nor could the contractor perceive the emotions of the unnamed one as they would with other cards. It seemed as though all the card's energy was concentrated in its appealing exterior, rendering it functionally useless. In a world where strength reigned supreme, such a decorative figure was evidently without value. This was precisely why Lin Tianhui had never summoned the unnamed one. Today's summoning was merely to investigate the anomalies among the cards. It now appeared that the most significant anomaly was the unnamed one. After all, it had never engaged in conversation with its contractor, and now it was proactively questioning him. Lin Tianhui crossed his arms and scrutinized him from head to toe. He could not deny the undeniable beauty of the card before him, yet that was all there was to it. His eyelashes fluttered slightly as he spoke softly. "It's nothing." Song Shaoyan responded with a nonchalant "oh," observing him standing there all alone, exuding an aura of desolation that seemed to repel others from a great distance. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Would you like some milk tea?" On the surface, Lin Tianhui remained unperturbed, yet waves of emotion stirred within him. "Ming de, where did that come from?" Noticing Lin's lack of response, Song Shaoyan assumed he was not interested and shook his head in disappointment. "It's such a pity if you don't drink it. It's quite delicious." Although Lin Tianhui was not particularly fond of sweet beverages, he nodded in agreement, motivated by his desire to uncover the anomaly in the card. "I'll drink it." Instantly, Song Shaoyan retrieved a cup of taro-flavored milk tea from his little stash, unwrapped it, and presented it to Lin Tianhui. You'll need to brew it with hot water yourself. Lin Tianhui accepted the milk tea, but the text on the cup was obscured, rendering it unreadable. However, it was evident that this was not a variety of milk tea one could purchase in Jiang City. He fetched some hot water and added the milk tea powder along with the coconut jelly. Song Shaoyan, unable to contain his enthusiasm, applauded, "You're amazing. You should know that the cards can't brew milk tea themselves. I had to prepare it for them one by one. Initially, they didn't even know how to use a straw." Hearing Song Shaoyan's praise, Lin Tianhui couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "I'm not a child." He inserted the straw and took a sip. The scalding liquid jolted him, and momentarily halting, he recalled his earlier words, forcing himself to swallow the scorching milk tea. Due to the heat, he couldn't discern much flavor, but he confirmed it was indeed milk tea and not something peculiar. He set the cup down, narrowing his eyes. "Care to explain?" Song Shaoyan glanced around, feigning ignorance. Upon noticing his reluctance to elucidate, Lin Tianhui toyed with a strand of silver hair. "If you choose not to explain, then you may remain here." The cards could not linger in the human realm for long. Their powers waned with the passage of time, and only by returning to the card space could they regain their strength. However, without the command of a contractor, the cards could not autonomously return to their realm. Lin Tianhui's words were undoubtedly intended to compel Song Shaoyan to yield. Yet upon hearing this, Song Shaoyan plopped down onto the sofa, having grown weary from standing. Taking a moment to rest, he poked at the little white bundle in his consciousness. "Little White, this male lead summoned me, but hasn't stated his purpose. And he expect me to explain what?" Little White, equally perplexed, replied, "Host, has he discovered something?" Stealing a glance at Lin Tianhui, who wore a gloomy expression, his brows furrowed tightly, all shrouded in an air of cold solitude, Song Shaoyan hesitantly responded, "That seems unlikely. This is my first time emerging. What could he possibly have detected? He had not displayed any extraordinary abilities, so why would Lin Tianhui harbor suspicions? I suspect the male lead is simply under immense pressure from recent competitions." He had heard from Xiao Yang that Lin Tianhui had been competing tirelessly lately. This particular competition was crucial for him to achieve a Triple Crown victory. However, this competition boasts a plethora of formidable participants, particularly as the rules for solo matches impose significant constraints on Lin Tianhui. In solo competitions, each contender is permitted to summon only one card. Those who possess a single card dedicate themselves to rigorous training, fostering a level of synergy and coordination that far surpasses Lin Tianhui, who wields 9 cards. This represents one of his considerable disadvantages. As the tournament has progressed to the top 64, the caliber of opponents has intensified, naturally amplifying Lin Tianhui's pressure. Song Shaoyan surmised that it was perhaps this mounting pressure that led Lin Tianhui to summon all his cards today, an uncharacteristic move. Was he striving to cultivate a semblance of camaraderie among his ace cards? While Song Shaoyan conversed with Xiao Bai, Lin Tianhui was closely scrutinizing him. The card known as Nameless One was undeniably exquisite. However, beyond its beauty, Lin Tianhui discerned a certain vivacity within it. It was as if a stunning vase had suddenly acquired a soul, radiating an inner cleverness that plunged Lin Tianhui into contemplation. Could it be that this card was not as inept as the legend suggested? After a moment of reflection, Lin Tianhui abruptly declared, "Follow me to the training ground." Song Shaoyan, bewildered, was given no time to respond as Lin Tianhui seized him by the collar and led him to the underground training facility. This space, meticulously crafted by Lin Tianhui, was replete with various simulated scenarios, specifically designed to prepare for diverse competitions. Upon entering the training arena, Lin Tianhui activated the most basic training setup. He released Song Shaoyan, instructing him, "Attack me." Still dazed from being set down, Song Shaoyan barely steadied himself before hearing Lin Tianhui's command. After a brief moment of hesitation, he delivered a punch to Lin Tianhui's chest. Lin Tianhui's brows knitted tighter. "Put some effort into it." Observing the redness blooming on his knuckles, Song Shaoyan retorted defiantly, "I exerted all my strength." Lin Tianhui, clearly noticing the crimson hue of Song Shaoyan's hand, concluded that it appeared less like self-inflicted injury and more akin to having been thoroughly battered. He assessed, "You're exceedingly fragile. Can you perform mental attacks?" Song Shaoyan shook his head, utterly perplexed. Lin Tianhui fell silent for a moment before suddenly drawing a dagger from his belt. He opened his palm and sliced his fingertip, crimson droplets seeping forth. "Heal," he commanded. Song Shaoyan, glancing between Lin Tianhui and the bleeding wound, cautiously stepped closer. He lowered his head and gently enveloped the fingertip with his mouth, offering a light lick. Lin Tianhui's body stiffened, and he swiftly withdrew his hand. "What are you doing?" With a sense of indignation, Song Shaoyan replied, "Didn't you ask me to heal you? I'm just using my saliva to disinfect it." Lin Tianhui's fingers, hanging at his side, twitched slightly, the warmth radiating from the bleeding fingertip palpable. In a low voice, he clarified, "I meant healing abilities." "I can't do that," Song Shaoyan responded, confusion etched on his face. "I'm a worthless card." Lin Tianhui had never encountered a card so unabashedly declaring its own inadequacy. No, it was not merely the card that was lacking. Even among humans, few possessed the audacity to utter such words with such nonchalance. Lin Tianhui suddenly recognized a remarkable trait of this card, nameless one, its brazen demeanor. His gaze darkened, and before Song Shaoyan could react, he retracted the card into his card space. As the card vanished, Lin Tianhui exited the training arena, glancing down at his bleeding fingertips, his throat shifting slightly. Moreover, his lips felt warm. Within the card space, each card cradled a cup of milk tea. Song Shaoyan sat in the center, boiling water, while the fire fox, endowed with fire abilities, continuously expelled fireballs. They gathered together, looking at Song Shaoyan with a mix of curiosity, dependence, and joy. Their memories of this card were scant. They only knew that it had existed since their contract, remaining dormant and never summoned to battle. Typically, cards not called upon by their master would face ostracism. Yet they cherished him. There was a comforting aura about him, coupled with his ability to conjure delightful treats. As cards, they were unable to utilize human world objects or savor the delicacies of humanity. Previously, they felt no longing for such experiences, but after tasting the beverage known as milk tea, they understood why their master relished competitions. Surely, it was to earn money for milk tea. They reached a tacit consensus to unleash their full potential in the next contest. Indeed, in prior competitions, these cards had only showcased up to 70% of their strength. This was due to the insufficient rapport between Lin Tianhui, their master, and themselves, as well as the card's inherent self-preservation instincts. However, since tasting the milk tea, they resolved to demonstrate their utmost capabilities. Unbeknownst to Song Shaoyan, the cards harbored these thoughts. After boiling the water, he retrieved instant noodles from the small storage. "Today, we shall have instant noodles." The aroma of spicy beef noodles wafted through the card space, causing the little sheep to swallow her saliva first. Recently, she had grown bolder and approached Song Shaoyan, inquiring, "Is it delicious?" Song Shaoyan replied with a smile, "Of course. We have spicy beef, and braised pork flavors." He gestured to the array of instant noodles before him, inviting everyone to choose. No sooner had he finished speaking than the cards eagerly selected their preferred noodles. The little sheep found herself in a brief dispute with Wisteria, ultimately conceding and clutching the braised pork noodles while waiting for hot water. Noticing the commotion, Song Shaoyan secretly swapped her choice for the braised beef flavor. The little sheep's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Brother Song." He reached out to tousle her hair, urging, "Eat up." As the group of cards relished their meal, an unexpected light fell from above. Lin Tianhui's voice resonated once more. "Demon child." The little sheep pouted, aware that her master was summoning her for battle. Yet, her noodles were not fully prepared. Torn between the summons and her noodles, she could only tightly embrace her instant noodles and soar into the fray. Upon entering the battlefield, the demon child immediately lunged towards the opponent. Her movements were so swift that only a fleeting shadow remained. The battle unfolded with astonishing rapidity, leaving the spectators scarcely time to react before the system announced, "Congratulations to Lin Tianhui for his victory." The onlookers marveled at Lin Tianhui's newfound strength. while he sensed the anxious desire of Demon Child to return to the card space. A swift glance revealed Demon Child clutching a cup of instant noodles. To avoid drawing attention, he promptly sent Demon Child back. This competition involved a knockout stage from 32 to 12, characterized by intense confrontations and a tightly packed schedule. Lin Tianhui was required to partake in 6 matches within a span of 2 hours, prompting him to summon different cards for each encounter. Each match concluded swiftly, often in under a minute, leaving the spectators bewildered by how his cards executed their moves. Standing on the battleground, Lin Tianhui observed the summoned cards, each cradling a cup of instant noodles, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Was it he who had lost his sanity, or had the cards themselves succumbed to madness? While the crowd speculated on Lin Tianhui's enhanced prowess, he found himself at home, contemplating the youth seated across from him, lost in thought. Did you provide them with those noodles? Song Shaoyan glanced up at the sky and then down at the ground, feigning ignorance. Lin Tianhui was determined not to let him escape easily this time. He rose to his full height, casting a deep shadow over Song Shaoyan. The darkness enveloped him, as if entwining him in its grasp. Is this your ability? To bring elements of the human world into the card space? Naturally, Song Shaoyan could not divulge the existence of his secret stash, so when Lin Tianhui posed a question, he hesitated only briefly before nodding. Yes, that is indeed my ability. Lin Tianhui raised an eyebrow, a glint of intrigue igniting in his wolf-like eyes. Chapter 56. Cards destined for abandonment must be confined to the darkroom. 6. He interlocked his fingers, pressing his thumbs against the webbing of his palms. After a moment's contemplation, he mused, fascinating. The sole intersection between cards and humanity should be the contract. Humans cannot enter the card space, nor can they extract items from it. Likewise, cards are incapable of utilizing tools from the human realm. This arrangement is both fair and merciless to both parties. Yet, as everyone adheres to this norm, no one raises objections. However, the emergence of a card capable of transporting objects from the human world into the card space could incite considerable uproar once the news spreads. Nonetheless, I must first ascertain one thing. Is it you alone, or do all nameless ones possess this capability? The nameless one represents your category of cards, while you refer specifically to Song Shaoyan. Song Shaoyan blinked slowly, uncertain. Although he was aware that his ability to bring instant noodles and milk tea into the card space stemmed from his secret stash, he could not reveal this to the protagonist nor exhibit any uniqueness. Thus, I do not know was the most prudent response. Lin Tianhui did not dwell on this matter for long, as the nameless one card had very few individuals bound by its contract. After all, this is a discarded card. Even if someone were to contract it, they would undoubtedly seek a way to dissolve that bond. To Lin Tianhui's current knowledge, he is the sole individual who has contracted the card known as the Nameless One. This is, indeed, a fortuitous circumstance for him. Lin Tianhui poured a cup of steaming tea and placed it before Song Shaoyan. Can you drink this? Song Shaoyan remained motionless, merely tilting his head slightly to gaze upon the male protagonist of this world. The silver-haired man exuded an air of solitude akin to an unapproachable, proud snow-capped mountain, cold yet undeniably lonely. At this moment, he lowered his gaze upon Lin Tianhui, his icy yet wild eyes concealing a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps this was a yearning even Lin Tianhui himself struggled to comprehend. Withdrawing his gaze, Song Shaoyan spoke softly, "I am but a worthless being." Lin Tianhui bent down, lifted the cup of hot tea, and brought it to the edge of Song Shaoyan's lips. A warm mist enveloped the air, clouding his vision. The delicate beauty of Song Shaoyan's eyes was momentarily shrouded in a faint veil of mist. The frail card could scarcely withstand the warmth of the tea, its pale skin blushing a vivid crimson. "Drink," Lin Tianhui commanded with an authoritative tone. Yet, Song Shaoyan remained unmoved. The card was incapable of utilizing anything from the human realm. Should he truly consume the hot tea, it would signify his uniqueness. Yet he perceived himself merely as a pawn. Having already revealed his exceptional existence, any further exposure could jeopardize his ability to withdraw gracefully. Thus, he turned his head slightly, delicately pressing his lips together. I cannot drink. Lin Tianhuai's gaze lingered on the reddening of Song Shaoyan's ears, his own eyes reflecting a profound depth. His irises, a pale shade of brown, now bore a hint of darkness, akin to deep ink. He fixated on Song Shaoyan for a full minute before finally setting down the tea. If you cannot drink, then so be it. He crossed his arms, exuding an air of authority befitting a superior. Do those cards have a penchant for instant noodles? Having observed each card clutching a bowl of noodles during the recent battles, he posed the question. Upon hearing Lin Tianhuai inquire about other cards, Song Shaoyan responded earnestly. They do enjoy them. Indeed, Lin Tianhuai murmured in acknowledgement, saying nothing further as he allowed Song Shaoyan to return to the card space. Within that realm, Song Shaoyan produced spicy strips to share among everyone, chatting amiably as they ate. Why does Lin Tianhuai, being so formidable, only participate in singles competitions? Xiaozi had much to contribute on this topic. The master believes that team competitions are troublesome and require coordination with others. Song Shaoyan pondered this. He had learned from the cards that the card teams from the Flower Country had consistently remained outside the top 8, never having entered that prestigious bracket, a significant pain point for various card clubs domestically. Naturally, outstanding solo players like Lin Tianhuai had received numerous invitations from card clubs. However, regardless of the offers presented, he had declined them all. Although the rules of team competitions favored individuals like Lin Tianhuai, who possessed multiple cards, he remained an enigma, never participating in such events. Perhaps, as Xiaozi suggested, Lin Tianhuai simply preferred to act independently rather than collaborate with others. He is a solitary wolf traversing the vast desert, accompanied by none and having no one to fight alongside him. Upon realizing this, Song Shaoyan felt a tinge of regret. If only Lin Tianhuai could participate in the team competition, while claiming the championship might be ambitious, entering the top 8 would surely be within reach. However, as a mere pawn, he could not intervene too much in the unfolding drama, merely engaging in light-hearted banter with the cards. Yet, the cards, munching on spicy strips, absorbed his commentary. Consequently, after the matches concluded the following day, the timid little sheep mustered the courage to speak up. Has the master ever considered participating in a team competition? Lin Tianhuai narrowed his eyes, almost instantly discerning the underlying implication. Did an unnamed individual mention this to you? The little sheep quickly countered, no, it's Song Gij. He's not some unnamed person. Song Gij has a name. He is Song Shaoyan, the finest brother in the card realm. Lin Tianhuai's gaze grew increasingly menacing. Song Gij, he repeated, savoring the phrase as if it were a delicacy. The cards, bound by their instinctual nature, rarely coexisted harmoniously, even when belonging to the same individual. In the past, his cards were like kings who never crossed paths, yet here he was, astonished to hear such an intimate reference from the formidable demon child. Clearly, the unnamed individual possessed some skill. Lin Tianhuai's curiosity about this person deepened, prompting him to summon the cards once more that very evening. When Song Shaoyan was summoned, he was in the midst of narrating the tale of Snow White to the cards. Though these cards appeared fierce and savage, they were, in truth, akin to children, innocent and oblivious, driven solely by their combat instincts. Out of boredom, he entertained them with stories and snacks, fostering a delightful camaraderie. Unfortunately, just as he was engrossed in his tale, Lin Tianhuai summoned him away. The abrupt interruption left Song Shaoyan feeling quite unsettled. He tightly shut his lips, striving to resist the urge to continue the story. However, Lin Tianhuai clearly had no intention of allowing him to remain silent. Little she calls you Song Gij, he stated, asserting this fact. What is your name? Song Shaoyan covered his mouth, holding back his breath, his eyes wide with apprehension. Lin Tianhuai leaned closer, grasping his chin with an aggressive intensity. Do they all know? Yet you refuse to tell me? Do they also know who your master is? In a relentless barrage of inquiries, he pressed for Song Shaoyan's name. The pressure was overwhelming, and as Song Shaoyan struggled under the grip, he could no longer contain himself. Would you like to hear the story of Snow White? Without waiting for Lin Tianhuai's response, he resumed the tale he had not yet finished. Once upon a time, after being spared by the hunter, Snow White wandered through the forest. Luckily, she stumbled upon a quaint little cottage, and upon entering, Lin Tianhui interjected, "I did not come here to hear your story." Before he could finish, Song Shaoyan covered his mouth, continuing fervently, "Inside this little cottage lived 7 dwarfs." He quickened his pace, delivering the story with fervor. Lin Tianhui cast his gaze downward, his lips pressed tightly together. Despite his restrained expression, the warmth emanating from the card in his palm still reached his lips. It was Lin Tianhui's first realization that cards possessed a semblance of body temperature, akin to that of humans. His silver hair cascaded down, a stray strand brushing against Song Shaoyan's hand, eliciting a slight tickle. Unperturbed by such trivialities, Song Shaoyan hastily completed his story, exhaling a sigh of relief. He felt a sense of comfort wash over him. With a mischievous grin, he introduced himself, saying, "I am Song Shaoyan." The character for Sha signifies youth, while Yin denotes speech. He lowered his hand, moistening his somewhat parched lips. A hint of rosy hue glistened upon his now hydrated, delicate lips, exuding an alluring charm. Lin Tianhui stared intently at him, his gaze lingering on a specific spot for a full minute. Embarrassed under such scrutiny, Song Shaoyan averted his eyes, a faint blush coloring his ears, feeling slightly guilty. The tasks in this world appeared deceptively simple, yet the male protagonist had summoned him twice within a mere 2 days, which deviated from their prior agreement. Song Shaoyan felt an unsettling premonition that he might not secure the requisite 60 points. Just then, Lin Tianhui, who had remained silent, spoke up. "I purchased some instant noodles. You shall deliver them." He placed a box of noodles before Song Shaoyan. "Can I carry them?" Song Shaoyan pondered, sensing that the male protagonist seemed to regard him as a mere transporter. He embraced the box of noodles, a sudden inspiration striking him. "I can indeed carry them." He envisioned a clever plan. He would first assist the male protagonist in delivering these snacks to the cards, fostering camaraderie and rapport among them. When he encountered the 11th card, he would feign an inability to continue as a transporter. This way, the male protagonist would likely abandon him in frustration. The strategy of offering hope only to lead to disappointment would surely incite the male protagonist's ire, making him wish to cast him aside immediately. Thus, he would no longer fear being unable to log off. The more he contemplated this approach, the more feasible it seemed, and his smile became genuinely earnest. "I can carry them," he emphasized, securing the box of noodles in his small storage. Lin Tianhui observed as the noodles vanished instantly, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Subsequently, he returned Song Shaoyan to the card space. Upon his return to the card space, Song Shaoyan retrieved the noodles. A group of cards sat together, radiating an extraordinary harmony. Should any outsider witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the cards' cohesion, a reality that transcended common understanding, one that was unimaginable to many. At this moment, an array of uniquely shaped cards attentively listened to the handsome youth seated at the center as he narrated a well-worn fairy tale, creating a warm and delightful atmosphere. As the solo competition progressed into the semifinals, various card clubs noted that Lin Tianhui's card prowess had intensified. Opponents who previously managed to hold their ground against him found themselves swiftly defeated in recent matches, often unaware of how the cards had executed their moves. Consequently, Lin Tianhui received an increasing number of invitations from clubs. However, he steadfastly declined, asserting that he would never join a club to participate in team competitions. This left many clubs feeling regretful yet powerless. On the day of the finals, Lin Tianhui summoned the Shadowless Cat, a card renowned for its elusive nature and decisive strikes, capable of vanquishing foes without a trace. His opponent was formidable, yet could not withstand the onslaught of the Shadowless Cat's 2 attacks. As the solo competition concluded, the triumphant melody of victory resonated throughout the arena. Lin Tianhui stood at the center of the field, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of solitude, as if he were the only soul in existence amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth, despite the fervent cheers of the audience reverberating throughout the venue. He felt an unshakable loneliness, a profound emptiness that seemed to emanate from the depths of his very soul. His calm gaze fell upon the Shadowless Cat, which had returned to his side, ready to be returned to the card space when it unexpectedly spoke. Brother Song said that if we win the match, I can make a request. This was Lin Tianhuai's first experience of hearing the shadowless cat utter words. Like its name suggests, it was shadowy and silent, never uttering a sound, even in battle, nor communicating with its master. Had it not been for the shadowless cat's exceptional prowess, their remarkable synergy might not have secured victory in this contest. A flicker of intrigue passed through Lin Tianhuai's light brown eyes. What request? He inquired. The shadowless cat pawed at its claws, its ears twitching. Could my master summon Brother Song for the next battle? Lin Tianhuai, maintaining his composure, asked why. The shadowless cat tilted its head, its dark eyes glimmering with delight. Brother Song is incredibly skilled. In the realm of cards, a powerful card is meant to engage in combat. They were born for battle, so Brother Song should be the same. The shadowless cat knew that its master had never summoned Brother Song to fight, and thus he was unaware of Brother Song's true strength. While it had helped its master secure victory in this match, the shadowless cat had many desires of its own, such as sweet milk tea and delectable sausages. Yet, its greatest wish was for Brother Song to fight alongside its master. Master, you should battle with Brother Song just once. The shadowless cat emphasized, its paws tugging at Lin Tianhuai's pant leg. Lin Tianhuai glanced down at it. All right, he acquiesced, subsequently returning it to the card space. Perhaps he truly ought to engage in a battle with Song Shaoyan at least once. After all, in terms of instilling loyalty in his cards, he had been remarkably successful. He had never anticipated that the amiable Song Shaoyan, who had garnered such significant credit for his little shadow, was now playfully involved in a game of eagle catching chicks with the cards. As the eagle, he spread his arms wide, feigning ferocity. The eagle is coming to catch you. Just as he exclaimed this, a beam of light enveloped him. Before he could react, he was summoned by Lin Tianhuai. Lin Tianhuai regarded the boy with arms outstretched, a rare hint of confusion crossing his features. Do you want a hug? He murmured, stepping forward to embrace Song Shaoyan. His large hands encircled the boy's slender waist, his thumb gently caressing the warmth of his skin. Is this how you curry favor with your master? Song Shaoyan. He is undeniably a fierce eagle. Chapter 58. The card destined to be abandoned must be confined to the dark room. 8. Song Shaoyan felt Lin Tianhuai's embrace was gentle, as if he feared to shatter him. Thus, he effortlessly pushed him away. Do not act recklessly. Please do not act recklessly. Song Shaoyan silently raged, nearly wanting to slap Lin Tianhuai to jolt him back to reality. After being pushed away, Lin Tianhuai quickly realized his misunderstanding, his brow furrowed. Though he maintained an impassive facade, the Shadow Cat hopes that I can engage you in a battle. There is a professional player named Qiu Yang, whose card is the Flame Hound. It can unleash fireballs with a diameter of 50 centimeters, but can only do so twice in a single match. Additionally, it can launch 5-centimeter fireballs that are instantaneous and highly concentrated. You must evade these smaller fireballs. Song Shaoyan listened intently, and when Lin Tianhuai finished speaking, he suddenly inquired, "Which club does he belong to?" "Tianqi," Lin Tianhuai replied, pausing before adding, "Who told you he is part of club?" "I guessed." Song Shaoyan boldly stepped closer, scrutinizing Lin Tianhuai. He found it peculiar. How does the protagonist know about these professional players? He had not heard Xiao Yang and the others mention that Xiu Yang participated in individual competitions. In reality, professional club players seldom compete in individual matches. Logically, the protagonist should be unaware of these club player situations, unless he had secretly studied them. As he pondered, Song Shaoyan slowly remarked, "I am useless. I cannot evade the fireballs." However, Lin Tianhuai's demeanor was resolute. Prepare to enter the arena. He grasped Song Shaoyan's wrist firmly, pulling him towards the competition stage. This time, Tianqi Club had privately arranged for Lin Tianhuai to battle their player, so the match was not broadcasted. Only the club's players and managers were present. Qiu Yang was already waiting. Upon Lin Tianhuai's arrival, a flicker of surprise crossed Qiu Yang's eyes. A nameless entity? As a professional player, Qiu Yang was clearly familiar with the card, known as Nameless Entity. However, he did not expect that Lin Tianhuai would choose this card for their battle. Did he underestimate him? Qiu Yang's expression grew increasingly complex as he summoned his card, Flamehound. The moment the Flamehound appeared, the temperature in the arena rose significantly. Song Shaoyan felt a rush of heat and hastily stepped back 2 paces. Lin Tianhui glanced at him, preparing for battle. He issued a command. Song Shaoyan remained still. He was, after all, useless and would not engage in any combat actions. Meanwhile, the Flamehound obeyed Qiu Yang's command and charged toward Song Shaoyan. A wave of heat surged forth, and the crimson flames danced in the air, reaching Song Shaoyan in an instant. Lin Tianhui stared intently at this scene, his hand rising, fingertips emanating a faint glow, an indication of card summoning. At the critical moment, the Flamehound abruptly halted, retracting its fireball and circling around Song Shaoyan, its tail wagging quickly, displaying a look of obsequiousness. Upon encountering the adorable puppy, Song Shaoyan could not resist the urge to gently stroke its furry head. The Flamehound, upon receiving this affectionate gesture, appeared noticeably more jubilant, rolling over on the ground in delight. Clearly, the creature had lost all desire to engage in battle, rendering the outcome of the match evident. Qiu Yang approached, observing his card's infatuated demeanor, and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he retracted it. In doing so, he sensed that the Flamehound was reluctant to return. With a complex expression, Qiu Yang remarked to Lin Tianhui, "You are quite formidable. I concede this match." He offered a slight nod and exited the training ground. Lin Tianhui departed with Song Shaoyan, and only upon reaching home did he inquire, "Do you train dogs?" Song Shaoyan gently shook his head, "I do not train dogs." Lin Tianhui raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "You do not train dogs?" That Flamehound seemed eager to accompany you home. Sensing the skepticism from the male lead, Song Shaoyan fervently argued, "I truly am useless. Aside from being able to bring snacks in the card space, I have no other utility. Perhaps the dog was merely tempted by the scent of the sausage I carried." This possibility was not unfounded, as he could see the canine's desire. Lin Tianhui remained uncertain as to whether he believed this assertion. The shadowless cat was correct. "Perhaps I should allow you to battle more frequently." Song Shaoyan lamented, "That treacherous feline. Had I known, I would not have groomed it. This is nothing short of ingratitude." His face contorted in frustration, nearly emblazoned with the words, "I don't want this," written across it. Lin Tianhui, being a man of action, upon deciding to train the card known as Nameless One, led him to the underground training facility. This arena was a labor of love for Lin Tianhui, featuring not only a basic training area, but also a holographic simulation space, closely mirroring the conditions of an official competition. The simulation arena comprised 4 distinct maps, and the first he chose to unveil was the desert map. As its name suggests, the expanse was devoid of anything but endless sand. In team matches, such a terrain is exceedingly disadvantageous for evasion, and the arid climate is particularly unsuitable for heat-sensitive cards. Lin Tianhui's initial test would be to assess Song Shaoyan's heat resistance. Upon entering the desert, Song Shaoyan felt no discomfort, glancing around and then at Lin Tianhui, tentatively asking, "Should I lie down?" Lin Tianhui responded, "Are you not feeling unwell?" At this, Song Shaoyan promptly collapsed, exclaiming, "I feel unwell. Very unwell." He clutched his abdomen, his beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. "Everything hurts." Lin Tianhui did not respond verbally, instead summoning Bloodthirsty Wisteria with a flick of his hand. The Bloodthirsty Wisteria, being a heat-sensitive card, would suffer a significant decrease in combat effectiveness within the desert environment. As the small creature emerged, its imposing and fierce vines, which exuded an eerie aura, immediately wilted. It draped limply around Song Shaoyan's calf, the 2 leaves it bore encircling his ankle-like arms. The contrast between the pale skin of his ankle and the almost inky leaves of the wisteria created a striking visual clash, which did not escape Lin Tianhui's notice. His gaze was icy, the light brown pupils radiating a chilling aura that compelled one to retreat. The sharpness in his eyes pierced towards the frail little Ji. Instinctively, little Ji sensed the impending danger. However, surrounded by a desolate landscape and unable to discern the source of threat, it clung more tightly to Song Shaoyan's leg, nuzzling against him with an air of grievance. Song Shaoyan was covertly observing little Ji's frail demeanor, determined to substantiate his own worthlessness. Thus, he remained oblivious to the turbulent depths swirling within Lin Tianhuai's gaze. Chapter 59. Cards destined for abandonment must be confined to the dark room. 9. The temperature of the desert map escalated with the passage of time. In merely 10 minutes, little Ji could no longer support its own weight, even failing to cling to Song Shaoyan. It lay limply on the ground, its 2 tiny leaves drooping pitifully. One leaf gently curled around Song Shaoyan's finger. Seeing the little creature in such a pitiful state, Song Shaoyan could no longer maintain his facade. He propped himself up, cradling little Ji in his arms, delicately pinching its wilted leaves. Little Ji sluggishly rubbed against the tips of Song Shaoyan's fingers. With a hint of annoyance, Song Shaoyan glanced up at Lin Tianhuai, demanding, "Let it go back." Lin Tianhuai crouched down, gripping Song Shaoyan's ankle with his left hand. The heat emanating from his palm was searing, even more so than the scorching sands of the desert. In response, Song Shaoyan kicked at Lin Tianhuai's arm. Little Ji needs to rest. Without a word, Lin Tianhuai summoned the bloodthirsty wisteria back into the card space. The desert map had always been its Achilles heel. If it did not overcome this weakness, what would happen in the future? Song Shaoyan regarded him with curiosity. You only compete in solo matches. How would you encounter a desert map? The 4 major maps are designed for team battles. Solo matches never involve them. Lin Tianhuai tightened his grip on Song Shaoyan's ankle, feeling the intense warmth radiating from his palm. He then murmured, "My card should not possess weaknesses." Song Shaoyan couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Do you not have weaknesses? Little Ji inherently cannot withstand heat. That is its nature, not a flaw. As its master, you should devise a strategy based on its characteristics rather than forcing it to adapt. You are being excessively domineering. This marked the first time he had spoken so harshly to the male lead. Though he constantly reminded himself that he was merely a pawn and should refrain from shouting at the male lead, little Ji was simply too adorable, and it was abominable that the male lead trained it to endure heat. Lin Tianhuai fixated on Song Shaoyan, suddenly declaring, "I have no weaknesses." As formidable as he was, he indeed had no vulnerabilities. None in the past, none in the present, and none in the future. Song Shaoyan pondered. The male lead's assertion was not entirely unfounded. This individual was undoubtedly superior to others and appeared to have no weaknesses, not even a fear of darkness. Feeling deflated, Song Shaoyan's spirits waned. Noticing the despondency etched on his face, Lin Tianhuai loosened his grip on his ankle. "Did I hurt you?" He withdrew his hand, observing the red mark left upon the fair skin, his expression darkening. "I apologize." Song Shaoyan rubbed his eyes and spoke softly. "I am useless. You should let me return." Lin Tianhuai remained silent for a couple of seconds before ultimately releasing Song Shaoyan back into the card space. Upon entering the card space, Song Shaoyan immediately sought out Xiao Zi. "Xiao Zi, how are you feeling? That villain Lin Tianhuai bullied you so." Xiao Zi nuzzled against Song Shaoyan's fingertips, puzzled by his anger. "Brother Song, this is training." Her voice carried a hint of childishness. "The master often trains me this way. It's my fault for being so inadequate, unable to endure for long." The cards yearned for strength, and combat was their instinct. Overcoming the weaknesses inherent in their nature was something that cards required human assistance to achieve. This had long been an accepted truth between cards and humans. Realizing the truth, Song Shaoyan cleared his throat. "Is that so? Am I the only card that wishes to be useless? Why is everyone so competitive?" Xiaozi wrapped her little leaves around Song Shaoyan's fingers. "Brother Song, what did the master train you on today?" With this question, the other cards also looked on with curiosity. Lin Tianhuai was a good master. Although he had many contracted cards, he tailored specific training for each one. Before Brother Song arrived, they had cherished Lin Tianhuai as their master. Thus, they believed he would provide Brother Song with the finest training plan. Under the gaze of so many cards, Song Shaoyan gazed upward, his lips twitching. "Training me on how to curse, perhaps?" "Ha!" He chuckled awkwardly at his own words. A little sheep tilted its head and suddenly spoke. "Demon." Song Shaoyan turned to see the little sheep's ears tinged with crimson. She softly explained, "An opponent once cursed me like that. I'm passing it on to Brother Song." Upon hearing this, the other cards chimed in excitedly. "Worse than pigs and dogs. Wolf-hearted and dog-livered. Lying flat. Cunning little chick." Song Shaoyan replied, "That's not necessary." Yet, having uttered those words, he felt compelled to retract them. Smiling as he expressed his gratitude, "Thank you all. I've learned a lot. I'll use these curses on Lin Tianhui next time." Xiao Zi, listening nearby, added, "Heavenly solitary star. Someone once cursed a master like that," she clarified. Song Shaoyan was taken aback. Heavenly solitary star? This implies that the protagonist truly has no parents, siblings, or friends. Could it be that the protagonist was indeed a heavenly solitary star? Lost in thought, Song Shaoyan remained dazed when Lin Tianhui summoned him once more. "What is it?" Lin Tianhui's deep, alluring voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Coming back to his senses, Song Shaoyan blinked lightly. Lin Tianhui pointed to 2 boxes of instant noodles beside him. "You could take them back." Song Shaoyan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to place the 2 boxes into his little storage. Observing this, Lin Tianhui raised his finger slightly, preparing to recall him. At that moment, Song Shaoyan spoke up. "Wait." He stood up, straightening his back. "Aren't we supposed to train? Let's train a bit more." He aimed to prove that he was indeed a useless card. Lin Tianhui replied with a low leading Song Shaoyan to the underground training ground. The remaining 3 maps consisted of the rainforest, town, and snowy mountain terrains. Each of these landscapes bore its own perils. A moment's carelessness could result in damage to the cards. Yet, Song Shaoyan navigated these maps with remarkable composure, remaining unfazed even after an hour, his demeanor betraying no hint of distress. However, when Lin Tianhui issued an attack command, Song Shaoyan gently pushed against a nearby tree trunk, only to have the coarse bark redden his palm. Even his fingertips bore a vivid crimson hue. Feeling a pang of guilt, Song Shaoyan lowered his gaze, while Lin Tianhui fell into contemplation. The youth was surprisingly resilient, a delicate vase, yet one that could withstand the fiercest winds, torrential rains, and biting frost without shattering. He was ill-suited for combat, better positioned to quietly observe as he collaborated with other cards in battle. As Lin Tianhui gazed upon Song Shaoyan, whose ears had turned a shade of rosy red, sunlight illuminated him, and motes of dust floated gently, settling softly upon his shoulders. It seemed that no matter the circumstances, he would remain there, by his side, offering companionship, just as he had often heard the word accompany from the lips of smiling faces. Lin Tianhui swallowed hard. "Song Shaoyan, would you be willing?" Before he could finish, Song Shaoyan interjected loudly, "Not willing." Lin Tianhui's eyes flickered. He had intended to inquire whether he would be inclined to bring snacks for the other cards. If he was unwilling, so be it. Song Shaoyan responded with a soft "oh," retracting his earlier declaration. Emma Weeding. He patted his chest, adding, "I thought you were going to ask me to fight alongside you." Lin Tianhui's gaze shifted, and he countered, "What if that was indeed my intention?" Upon hearing this, Song Shaoyan's hair stood on end. "No way, no way. Look at me. I have no combat abilities at all. How could I possibly accompany you in battle? You are already a 3-time champion with millions of fans. Bringing me along would surely lead to defeat." His words rang with undeniable truth. Lin Tianhui harbored grand ambitions and had never tasted defeat since entering the competition. Naturally, he would not allow himself to tread a path of loss in the future. Song Shaoyan's remarks plunged Lin Tianhui into deep thought. After a brief contemplation, he ordered some snacks for Song Shaoyan to take back to the card space. Once the snacks arrived, Song Shaoyan eagerly urged him to return him to the card space. Lin Tianhui scrutinized him for a moment before complying. For several consecutive days, Lin Tianhui refrained from summoning him, allowing Song Shaoyan to relax. Indeed, he had become a perceived liability in the eyes of the male protagonist. When he encountered the Qinglong card in the future, he could simply assert that he was unable to bring snacks back to the card space. The protagonist would undoubtedly discard him without hesitation. Each day, Song Shaoyan joyfully played with the other cards, while Lin Tianhui spent this time observing practice matches at various clubs. seldom speaking and remaining a quiet presence on the sidelines. The club's practice matches are predominantly team-based, with members who have honed their synergy over time engaging in combat across various maps. Of utmost significance is the allowance for the simultaneous summoning of 3 cards during these team competitions. The realm of Huagua is replete with talent. Although none have yet matched Lin Tianhuai's remarkable ability to contract 9 cards, many possess the capability to summon 3 concurrently. Such individuals typically emerge as the club's star players, showcasing their prowess in battle by calling forth 3 cards at once. Rumors have circulated regarding Lin Tianhuai's frequent observations of the team matches, leading many to speculate whether he is contemplating a club to join. However, in light of his prior rejections and declarations, clubs have been circumspect in their approach. Observing the situation, it was the Tianqi club's Qiuyang who first took action. Qiuyang approached Lin Tianhuai discreetly, concealing his intentions from his manager. He expressed his purpose candidly, stating that their club is in dire need of a star player, and should Lin Tianhuai choose to join, he would undoubtedly fill that role. Lin Tianhuai, his gaze lowered, focused on the steaming cup of tea before him, offering no response. The rising vapor blurred his vision, and within the mist, he seemed to glimpse the figure of Song Shaoyan. That individual bore a fondness for laughter, his eyes sparkling with joy when he smiled. How would he respond if he were present? Qiuyang, observing Lin Tianhuai's silence, wore a palpable expression of disappointment, aware of Lin Tianhuai's consistent refusals to join any club. He had come after overhearing a conversation between the manager and coach, who speculated that Lin Tianhuai had been monitoring the practice matches, possibly seeking a club to affiliate with. Upon hearing this news, Qiuyang had been elated, prompting his impulsive visit. Realizing his impulsiveness, Qiuyang stood, bowed respectfully to Lin Tianhuai, and departed the private room. Lin Tianhuai remained seated, waiting until the tea had cooled before taking a sip, only to find it bitter. The establishment had steeped the tea leaves excessively, allowing the bitterness to permeate the brew. Setting the cup down, he summoned the nameless one. Song Shaoyan appeared, initially bewildered, with a lollipop in his mouth and 2 playing cards in hand. A quick glance revealed that the card were a pair of bombs, 2 wild cards. As anticipated, the young boy, upon being summoned with such a favorable hand, became agitated. I can win right away. His annoyance was underscored by the striking beauty of his eyes, rendering his frustration endearing. Lin Tianhuai placed the cool teacup before him. I apologize. Would you care to try? Song Shaoyan regarded him with suspicion. Was the protagonist truly without fault? Had he summoned him merely to drink tea? As he instinctively reached for the cup, he hesitated just before his fingers brushed its surface. Wait, he recalled that cards could not utilize items from the human realm. If he drank the tea, would he expose himself? Quickly retracting his hand, he regarded Lin Tianhuai with newfound caution. Truly, the protagonist was cunning. I cannot drink that, he declared, tucking the cards away. Lin Tianhuai furrowed his brow. Could he embrace instant noodles, yet not sip tea? Song Shaoyan exclaimed, how infuriating. He has long since exposed himself. Lin Tianhuai once again placed the teacup before him, this time commanding him to taste it. Song Shaoyan clicked his tongue, reluctantly picked up the cup, and took a hefty gulp. The bitterness instantly engulfed his palate, and he swallowed hastily, disbelief etched across his face. If you wish to discard me, must you resort to such cruel means? This tea was more bitter than any tragic drama he had ever witnessed. Lin Tianhuai's gaze sharpened. I will not abandon you. He lifted the cup, and whether intentional or not, his lips touched the very spot where Song Shaoyan had drunk. In 2 large swallows, he finished the remaining cold tea. That settles it. Song Shaoyan, disinclined to engage with the eccentric protagonist, licked his lollipop twice before speaking slowly. Settle what? You deceived me into drinking this bitter tea. How can that be considered even? Upon hearing this, a smile unexpectedly graced Lin Tianhuai's lips. Can you truly discern its bitterness? The youth shared the same array of experiences, sweet and sour alike. Even his taste for bitterness resonated with Lin Tianhuai. This gave him the fleeting illusion that the youth was, indeed, human. The tea was undeniably bitter. He rose, lowered his head, and with sincerity in his expression, said, I apologize for deceiving you into drinking bitter tea. What do you desire? Song Shaoyan stepped back a couple of paces, finding the protagonist's demeanor rather baffling. Yet, with opportunities presented before him, it would be a shame not to seize them. A thought crossed his mind, and he instantly devised a plan. I wish for promise. He lifted his chin, forthrightly declaring, You must agree to any demands I make in the future. Having learned from previous failures, he had now devised a safeguard for himself. Should the Qinglong card manifest again, and the protagonist become reluctant to part with him, this promise would serve as a bargaining chip. The mere thought of having dual assurances to secure his position brought an even more genuine smile to Song Shaoyan's face. To Lin Tianhuai's eyes, it was as if an endless desert had welcomed a gentle spring rain, subtle, silent, yet capable of coaxing buried seeds to quietly sprout. Chapter 61. Cards destined to be abandoned must be confined in the dark room. 11. Lin Tianhuai naturally would not refuse Song Shaoyan's request. He acquiesced, offering him a promise. Upon hearing his agreement, Song Shaoyan grinned. Master, you are truly kind. Lin Tianhuai noted that this was the first time the youth had called him master. Unlike other cards, hearing those words sparked an unexpected, alluring thought within him. Lin Tianhuai felt a dryness in his throat and took another sip from the nearly empty teacup. The remaining tea was even more potent and bitter. With each swallow, it seemed to resonate with the bitterness in his heart, barely suppressing the dryness in his throat. Do you still remember the fire hound? He brought up the topic voluntarily. Song Shaoyan nodded. What of it? His words were slightly muffled by the lollipop in his mouth. Thus, Lin Tianhuai had to lean in a bit closer. The contractor of the fiery hound belonged to the Apocalypse Club, which boasted commendable strength, having made it to the top 16. However, their combat style was rather cautious, lacking in adaptability to unforeseen circumstances. Song Shaoyan grew increasingly uneasy as he listened, his mind forming a hypothesis. You don't mean to join the Apocalypse Club, do you? Lin Tianhuai did not respond directly. Instead, he posed a counter-question. Do you like it? Song Shaoyan looked perplexed, his expression a jumble of confusion. He had a lollipop lodged between his lips, cheeks slightly puffed out, resembling a little hamster. Lin Tianhuai cast his gaze downward, the faint sweetness lingering in the air. The most formidable member of their club was Qiuyang, who possessed 2 cards, one fiery hound and another auxiliary card, Qingshu. Qiuyang served as the focal point of their battles, yet his youth and impulsive nature, coupled with a tendency to speak without thinking, had strained his relationships with the team members. Song Shaoyan blinked slowly, clearly baffled. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Tianhuai's eyes glimmered with ambition as he spoke earnestly. If I were to join the Apocalypse Club, I would gain absolute authority. As a 3-time champion of the individual competition, armed with 9 cards, I would undoubtedly become the club's ace. Song Shaoyan's face lit up with realization. So that's what you meant. He smiled, tilting his head slightly, the lollipop emitting a sweet aroma. If you participate in the team competition, you will surely lead them into the top 3. First, Lin Tianhuai corrected him. We will lead them to first place. Song Shaoyan patted Lin Tianhuai on the shoulder, offering a few words of encouragement. Go for it. After a brief moment of symbolic motivation, he could no longer contain his impatience. Can I go back now? My Double King's Haven tea been played yet? Lin Tianhuai scrutinized him for a couple of seconds, as if searching for something in his expression. Yet, Song Shaoyan appeared completely unbothered, preoccupied solely with his unplayed Double Kings. Lin Tianhuai's eyes darkened slightly. He chose not to speak further and returned Song Shaoyan to the card space. The private room instantly felt empty. He picked up the now empty teacup, his thumb tracing the rim, and suddenly burst into laughter. This is what you promised me. We shall win the championship together. The news of Lin Tianhuai, the 3-time champion of the individual competition, joining the Apocalypse Club spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy online. Some were astonished that he chose a club from the top 16, while others questioned whether he was merely the champion of individual matches, deeming his participation in team competitions foolish. Yet, some supported his decision. The discussions online grew fervent, while Lin Tianhuai, the focal point of the chatter, met with his teammates. Qiuyang was taken aback to discover that Lin Tianhuai had truly joined his club, beaming with excitement as he boasted to everyone. Although the other teammates shared in the exhilaration, they also harbored concerns. After all, Lin Tianhuai's accomplishments were solely in individual competitions, and the dynamics of team battles were markedly different. However, after a training match, the teammates were genuinely impressed. Lin Tianhuai surpassed their expectations. With the team consisting of 5 members, his addition meant an extra player, prompting Qiu Yang to voluntarily offer himself as a substitute. Lin Tianhuai did not deter him from this decision. Indeed, Qiu Yang required further honing. Once the team was established, training commenced. He devoted his days to rigorous training, devising intense schedules for all cards except for Song Shaoyan, observing the cards emerge from the card space, brimming with fervor, yet returning utterly exhausted. Song Shaoyan felt a pang of sympathy. To alleviate their fatigue, he retrieved an assortment of snacks from the small storage room to share with everyone. Fortunately, Lin Tianhuai's demanding training proved effective, as Song Shaoyan noted a marked improvement in everyone's abilities. On the eve of the team competition, Lin Tianhuai forged a contract with the 10th card. This contract was unexpected. During a brief respite following the intense training, he sensed the call of the card's summoning space. His consciousness was drawn into that realm, and a card swiftly flew into his palm. The contract was formed in an instant, catching even Lin Tianhuai by surprise. Upon regaining his awareness, he discovered that he had contracted a card named Judgment Stone. True to its name, Judgment Stone manifested as a palm-sized black stone. This card possessed a unique attack skill. When activated during a match, Judgment Stone would randomly select an opposing player for judgment. The questions posed were arbitrary, ranging from inquiries like "Did you lie today?" to "Was it sunny a month ago?" These questions were bizarre and varied, and if the judged individual answered incorrectly or lied, Judgment Stone would deliver a fatal blow, eliminating them from the competition. Conversely, if the judged individual answered correctly, Judgment Stone would enter a silence period lasting 10 minutes. In essence, if wielded effectively, this card could serve as a trump card. If mishandled, it could become a liability. Since Judgment Stone could not engage in communication and function like a fixed program, Lin Tianhuai was unable to conduct targeted training with it. On the other hand, upon learning that Lin Tianhuai had contracted the 10th card, Song Shaoyan nearly burst into laughter. With the 10th card already contracted, how far could the 11th card be? During this period, Song Shaoyan was in high spirits, and while other cards were training, he would fondle the black stone, regaling it with various peculiar tales. Judgment Stone remained unresponsive, as silent as a true stone. Amidst these busy yet leisurely days, the team competition commenced. In the first match, Lin Tianhuai encountered a desert map, where he devised a battle plan and subsequently summoned Sand Scorpion and Nameless One. Upon being summoned, Song Shaoyan glanced at the desert map, then at Lin Tianhuai, raising a finger to point at his own nose. The match? Me? This protagonist is certainly eccentric. Chapter 62. Even the Doom card must be confined to the little black room. 12. Song Shaoyan looked at Lin Tianhuai in disbelief. Did he truly expect someone as inept as himself to compete? Perhaps his astonishment was too evident, for a rare smile flickered in Lin Tianhuai's eyes. He retrieved a lollipop from his pocket and offered it to him. "Have a candy." Song Shaoyan, perplexed, clutched the lollipop in his hand, increasingly convinced of Lin Tianhuai's eccentricity. He had heard from other card players that Lin Tianhuai had been training fervently for the upcoming team competition. Today marked the first match of the tournament. As the game commenced, instead of strategizing, this individual summoned him to indulge in candy. He regarded Lin Tianhuai with suspicion. "Are you all right?" Lin Tianhuai suppressed his smile. "Me fine." He raised his gaze forward, noting the arrival of their opponents. Within the team channel, he directed his teammates in battle while also integrating Scorpion into the fray. Song Shaoyan, having received no orders, could only remain on the sidelines for the moment. The opposing team was not particularly formidable, lacking both the strength of their cards and strategic prowess compared to the Apocalypse team. However, Lin Tianhuai, intent on training, refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead honing his team's skills during the skirmish. Shadows danced across the arid landscape, and as time passed, the temperature rose steadily. Song Shaoyan blinked gently and settled into a cross-legged position. His fingertips toyed with the lollipop, its wrapper becoming pliable in the heat, easily crumbling at a light squeeze. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to pop the now unwrapped lollipop into his mouth. It was peach-flavored. At the heart of the battle, Lin Tianhui caught a glimpse of Song Shaoyan sucking on a lollipop from the corner of his eye. His gaze flickered with interest as he commanded Scorpion to maintain its assault. Just as Song Shaoyan was finishing the lollipop, the match concluded with a victory for the Apocalypse team. Lin Tianhui retracted Scorpion and approached Song Shaoyan, extending his hand. After a brief hesitation, Song Shaoyan placed the finished lollipop in his palm. "We shoot tea litter, right?" he remarked as he stood. "Make sure to dispose of it properly in a trash bin." Lin Tianhui quietly affirmed with a soft His eyes lingered on the glistening sheen of Song Shaoyan's lips before he spoke suddenly. "I didn't intend for you to fight." He was aware of Song Shaoyan's lack of combat ability. Hence, he had no intention of involving him in the battle from the outset. Song Shaoyan scratched his head, leaning slightly forward. "Then why did you summon me? Surely it wasn't merely to watch him compete?" Lin Tianhui did not respond to that inquiry, but instead asked, "Was the lollipop good?" Song Shaoyan nodded. "It was delicious." "Indeed," Lin Tianhui replied, collecting the trash. "Next time, let's try a different flavor." Song Shaoyan raised an eyebrow, and Lin Tianhui glanced at the battle channel. Noting that time had elapsed, "You should return to the card space." Song Shaoyan nodded and was subsequently transported back to the card space by Lin Tianhui. Inside the card space, Song Shaoyan recounted the events of the day. He sat in the center, resting his chin on one hand, a look of perplexity on his face. "Do you think he summoned me just to eat lollipops? Has he been under too much stress from training lately?" The little sheep beside him pondered earnestly. "Brother Song, it must be because you are simply too handsome," the little sheep exclaimed with certainty. "The master surely wants you to serve as the face of the team." Song Shaoyan's interest was piqued. "How so?" The little sheep's round eyes sparkled. "Among us cards, you resemble a human the most. The master must need someone to hold down the fort." Song Shaoyan chuckled softly, gently pinching the little lamb's cheek. The lamb was undeniably adorable. It shook its head, causing its two fluffy tails to sway playfully. The aesthetic of humanity diverged significantly from that of our cards. This was indeed a truth. In the realm of cards, strength reigns supreme. They do not place value on appearances, but rather on the prowess one possesses. The mightier one is, the more appealing they appear in their eyes. Song Shaoyan understood that the thought processes of cards and humans differed. After some contemplation, he found the little lamb's statement to be profoundly insightful. He had not anticipated his own vanity. With a sigh, he remarked that he was indeed worthy of being a decorative piece. Smiling, he added, "I estimate that I will only be called upon to command the stage until the top 16. After that, the competition will require your efforts." Recalling something, he retrieved some candies from small storage and distributed them to everyone. "Enjoy the sweets." The cards, upon receiving the treats, obediently indulged. Before long, they lay sprawled on the icy beds, drifting into slumber. A gentle luminescence enveloped them, and a warm aura gradually healed the minor scars left by their training, nurturing their bodies. Noticing that everyone had succumbed to sleep, Song Shaoyan yawned lazily and poked at the judgment stone before him. "Today, I shall narrate the tale of Lin Daiyu, descending to repay her debts and rescue Sun Wukong." Slowly, a symbol began to emerge from the dark stone of the judgment stone, but due to its inky hue, Song Shaoyan remained oblivious to it. What he recounted was far from historical truth. Rather, it was a whimsical tale he had encountered in an obscure CP video online. He began to ramble, and the symbol on the stone transitioned from an initial form to a more defined one. However, all these symbols were black, rendering them nearly invisible against the dark stone. So Song Shaoyan remained unaware of the judgment stone's response. As he spun his yarn, the little lamb awoke, feeling a surge of newfound strength. She was acutely aware that it was Song Gij's candies that had empowered her. Glancing at the other slumbering cards, she sensed that they too had grown stronger. Indeed, Song Gij was the mightiest of all. It was common knowledge that once cards are born into the card realm, their levels are predetermined. For instance, Bloodthirsty Wisteria is an S-class card, while she is an A-class. During this period, they had been consuming snacks provided by Song Gij, which were not only delicious but seemed to harbor a special energy that nourished their bodies. coupled with their master's rigorous training. They had subconsciously transformed that energy into their own. The true catalyst for their breakthrough, however, was that sweet, delectable candy, oblivious to the effects of his snacks. Song Shaoyan contentedly concluded his bizarre CP tale. Stretching, he turned to see the little lamb awake and beckoned her over. "Would you like some milk tea?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Tianhuai's voice resonated through the card space. "Unnamed individual, Song Shaoyan. He has been summoned by the protagonist again." As soon as he was called forth, a cup of freshly purchased milk tea was thrust into his hands. Song Shaoyan glanced at the milk tea in his hand, on the verge of speaking when Lin Tianhuai interjected, "Add pearls, 5 parts sugar, and ice." Song Shaoyan silently swallowed the words of critique. This male lead truly possesses an uncanny understanding of him. In Chapter 63, the card destined to be abandoned must also be confined in the little black room, 13. Song Shaoyan obediently sipped his milk tea while Lin Tianhuai repeatedly reviewed the day's match, analyzing and summarizing. The two remained silent, the tranquility seemingly sufficient for Lin Tianhuai's contentment. Although Song Shaoyan yearned to converse, he refrained upon noticing Lin Tianhuai, engrossed in his work, enduring the urge. After a prolonged silence, he finally could no longer hold back once Lin Tianhuai sent the organized materials to the manager. "Did you summon me merely to witness your toil?" He huffed. "Do you wish for my sympathy? Let me assure you, it is utterly impossible. My heart is as unyielding as steel. I cannot feel pity for you." Lin Tianhuai turned to him, his gaze earnest. "What can make you feel pity for me?" he asked, genuinely seeming to desire Song Shaoyan's compassion. Song Shaoyan feigned contemplation for a couple of seconds before coolly declaring, "Nothing would ever evoke pity. I am simply a card with a heart of stone." Lin Tianhuai's eyes lowered, casually twirling a lollipop with his long fingers, the veins on the back of his hand quite pronounced, even his fingertips exuding a hint of allure. The lollipop danced at his fingertips, leaving only a fleeting impression. Time seemed to stand still, yet rushed forward with incredible speed. He acknowledged, his demeanor steady and composed, devoid of any overt emotion. Perhaps he had long learned to conceal his feelings through countless matches, or perhaps his emotions were inherently subtle. The radiant emotions that blossomed in Song Shaoyan's presence, upon colliding with Lin Tianhuai, did not elicit a reaction, but instead seemed to be carefully preserved within him, unspoken and serene. "It'll be a bit busy these days." Lin Tianhuai gently broached the subject. The schedule for the elimination rounds was tightly packed, with 2 matches each day for the upcoming week. Song Shaoyan cradled his milk tea, pressing further. "So, what do you want to eat?" Lin Tianhuai posed a question that took Song Shaoyan by surprise. Song Shaoyan mentally translated the inquiry, knowing that this week's matches would be strenuous. He understood that the card would also endure hardships. Thus, the cards required sustenance, something delightful to soothe their spirits. Hence, Lin Tianhuai was inquiring about the card's culinary preferences. He slapped his thigh and cheerfully responded, "Anything like chocolate, fruit, or candy is welcome." Lin Tianhuai nodded, "All right." Song Shaoyan felt a sense of satisfaction. Despite the male lead's peculiarities, he was undeniably kind to the cards, knowing to bring them snacks and proactively asking what they desired. Truly, he was worthy of the ability to contract 10 cards. His thoughtfulness surpassed that of others. However, he lamented that once the Azure Dragon card appeared, he could no longer bring treats for the cards. Contemplating this, Song Shaoyan couldn't help but suggest prepare a bit more. "I need to stock up for the cards." Lin Tianhuai acquiesced. As the conversation unfolded, Song Shaoyan had finished his milk tea. He stretched languidly and naturally spoke up. "It's time for me to go back." Lin Tianhuai, who was toying with a lollipop, paused momentarily. 1 hour, 5 minutes. Song Shaoyan asked in confusion, "What?" Lin Tianhuai rose, taking a long stride towards him, and placed the lollipop into the palm of his hand. "Could you accompany me a bit longer next time?" he inquired, his head slightly bowed, the long lashes casting shadows over his eyes. His tone remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. It was at that moment that Song Shaoyan realized the significance of the time. This was the duration he had spent outside today. Did it really take him over an hour to savor a cup of milk tea? It was all due to the slightly hard tapioca pearls that had kept him chewing for ages. Song Shaoyan ground his teeth and patted Lin Tianhuai's shoulder. These pearls are a bit too hard. Let's not purchase from this place again. A gentle smile graced Lin Tianhuai's lips, as if he had received an unspoken promise. All right, next time. He repeated those words in his mind, finding solace in the notion that Ian mentioned there would indeed be a next time, implying he would accompany him. Very well, he affirmed this promise. The team competition was in full swing. As the matches progressed, the Tianqi team surged into the public eye with remarkable vigor. Those who had previously doubted Lin Tianhuai's ability to adapt to team competitions were now silenced, kneeling in reverence and calling him a master. Nevertheless, despite his prowess, Lin Tianhuai had a peculiar quirk during competitions. He had a penchant for summoning the card known as Nameless One, which was nearly devoid of utility. While fans acknowledged its aesthetic appeal, it contributed nothing in terms of combat effectiveness. Each time, Nameless One merely stood on the sidelines, akin to a decorative vase. This led to fervent discussions among fans, with some even choosing to unfollow him. Upon learning of this, Lin Tianhuai sent out a brief message. He is here, and only then can I win. This succinct statement seemed to carry a deeper significance. Many speculated that the Nameless One card possessed undisclosed abilities. Otherwise, how could someone as astute as Lin Tianhuai consistently include it in every match? Amidst the chatter, the Tianqi team achieved an impressive 16 consecutive victories, securing a place among the top 8 globally. Before the quarterfinals began, they had a 3-day respite. Lin Tianhuai spent an entire day reviewing and summarizing, addressing various public opinions and invitations. Half a day was dedicated to formulating tailored strategies for the cards other than Song Shaoyan, followed by another half day engaging in one-on-one training sessions with them. On the final day, Lin Tianhuai summoned Song Shaoyan, accustomed to being summoned at any moment. Song Shaoyan plopped down on the sofa, grabbing sunflower seed from the coffee table to munch on. What is it that you summoned me for? Lin Tianhuai handed him a cup of milk tea with a straw. I changed places, give it a try. After taking a sip and chewing on a tapioca pearl, Song Shaoyan remarked, this one is quite good. Lin Tianhuai nodded in agreement and sent a message through his communicator. No need to deliver any other milk tea. After sending the message, he stowed away his communicator and settled beside Song Shaoyan. The clock read 9:10 in the morning. The quarterfinals of the round-robin tournament would commence at 9 tomorrow morning. Song Shaoyan pondered, attempting to unravel the significance of Lin Tianhuai's words. With a day remaining before the competition, Lin Tianhuai had already trained with all the other cards. Was he reserving a day solely to train him, considering him a liability? The realization dawned on Song Shaoyan. It seemed the male lead still found him too feeble. Summoning him during the previous match was merely a test to gauge whether he possessed any latent abilities. Regrettably, he had disappointed the male lead, lacking any combat prowess. Song Shaoyan surmised that this would likely be Lin Tianhuai's final attempt at training him, especially given the impending global top 8. Thus, he nodded earnestly, feigning seriousness. Rest assured, I shall cooperate with you. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Tianhuai's eyes. A yin promised to accompany him for 23 hours and 50 minutes, signifying that they could share a bed that night. Chapter 64. The card destined to be abandoned must be confined. 14. Song Shaoyan sat on the couch, finishing his milk tea in a swift manner. Within half an hour, it was all consumed. After savoring the beverage, he straightened up and spoke earnestly. What shall we do next? Since this is a private training session, it must be of utmost importance, correct? He gazed at Lin Tianhuai with anticipation. Lin Tianhuai retrieved a packet of sunflower seeds from a nearby cabinet, pouring them into the fruit platter placed before him. Eat some seeds. Song Shaoyan raised an eyebrow, momentarily turning his gaze away in disdain. These seeds were nowhere near as delectable as his own. He had no intention of indulging. Lin Tianhuai perceived his aversion. Plucking a seed, delicately shelling it with his fingers, revealing the white kernel. Would you like some? Song Shaoyan shook his head. I do not wish to. Lin Tianhuai's eyes lowered slightly, his voice deep and alluring. Do you not enjoy sunflower seeds? Noticing Lin Tianhuai's insistence, Song Shaoyan huffed softly. I do enjoy them, but yours are not palatable. Reluctantly, he retrieved 2 of his own seeds from his small stash. They were plump and vibrant, exuding a freshness as if just harvested. Perhaps it was Lin Tianhuai's imagination, but he could have sworn that a halo of white light surrounded these seeds. At that moment, Song Shaoyan declared, "Mine are far more delicious." He offered one to Lin Tianhuai, placing it in his hand. "In gratitude for your treat of milk tea, allow me to share one with you." He said this as he shelled the remaining seed, popping it into his mouth. A look of enjoyment washed over his face, and his body visibly relaxed. "Mine are the most delectable seeds in the world." Lin Tianhuai observed him quietly, his fingers gently curling around the seed he held. It seemed to carry the warmth of youth, radiating in his palm. He responded softly, but did not shell the seed, instead choosing to store it carefully. "Ayan seeds are the most exquisite in the world." He echoed Song Shaoyan's words, simultaneously placing the sunflower seeds back into the fruit platter while retrieving some candies. "Candy?" Song Shaoyan smacked his lips, picked up a piece of candy, unwrapped it, and tossed it into his mouth. With the candy resting on his tongue against his cheek, the right side of his face bulged, and he spoke in confusion. "Is my training merely about eating and drinking?" Lin Tianhuai shook his head. "Iron does not require training." Realization dawned on Song Shaoyan. It must be because he was utterly useless that the male lead deemed training unnecessary. Truly, even though the male lead had been somewhat peculiar lately, it did not hinder him from fulfilling his tasks. "If there's no training, then I shall return." Lin Tianhuai did not respond, but rose to wash some fruits, presenting them to him. "Eat some fruit." The corners of Song Shaoyan's mouth twitched as he pointed to his mouth. "There are still candies." Lin Tianhuai acknowledged with a hum and sat closer to him this time. Unaware of the shift, Song Shaoyan continued eating candy while discussing other cards with Lin Tianhuai. Lin Tianhuai was well acquainted with his cards. Whatever Song Shaoyan mentioned, he could respond fluently. He even knew that the little sheep enjoyed spicy strips. Song Shaoyan had to concede that Lin Tianhuai was a commendable master, truly capable and deserving of contracting 10 cards. This was not merely a gift from the heavens. More importantly, he was worthy of it. The conversation seamlessly transitioned into the evening. In the midst of their chat, Song Shaoyan had no idea how much he had consumed. The array of fruits and snacks on the coffee table had scarcely diminished. As night approached, he quickly chewed and swallowed the candy in his mouth. "I shall return." Lin Tianhuai's gaze flickered slightly. "Tired?" Song Shaoyan would never admit to his fear of the dark, so he feigned a yawn. "Yes, I'm tired. I want to sleep." Although he was a cards also required rest. This was something Lin Tianhuai understood better than anyone else. He nodded gently. "Let's go to sleep." Just as Song Shaoyan was about to agree, he quickly sensed something amiss. He pointed to himself and then to Lin Tianhuai, his slender fingers gesturing back and forth. "Sleep?" Lin Tianhuai rose, his tall figure casting an overwhelming sense of solitude. Yet, as the shadow fell over Song Shaoyan, it transformed into a gentle embrace. In that moment, even the slightest hint of loneliness seemed to dissipate. Lin Tianhuai's gaze settled on Song Shaoyan. "We shall sleep." The repetition felt more like an emphasis. Song Shaoyan suddenly sprang to his feet. Hands on his hips, he scrutinized Lin Tianhuai from head to toe before letting out a cold snort. "I want to sleep with you. I want to go back to my big ice bed." Lin Tianhuai's eyes flickered. Big ice bed? Humans cannot enter the card space, nor can they glimpse into the lives within it. Thus, Lin Tianhuai was unaware of how the cards lived in that realm. Rather, one could say that before Song Shaoyan awoke, the lives of those cards were exceedingly simple. Summoned to battle, they would return to the card space and fall into slumber to restore their energy. Day after day, it was always the same, until Song Shaoyan awakened from his slumber. The card space was bustling with activity, perhaps even a bit too lively. A covert sense of jealousy and curiosity surged within. Lin Tianhuai inquired with an air of nonchalance. "What was the big ice bed like?" Song Shaoyan offered a brief description. Lin Tianhuai responded with a simple acknowledgement, grasping Song Shaoyan's wrist. "There was no time for preparation today. I will arrange it later." Lowering his head, he asked, "Can you accompany me tonight?" Just as Song Shaoyan was about to decline, The overhead lights flickered twice before the room was plunged into darkness. Startled, he instinctively leapt into Lin Tianhuai's embrace, clutching his waist tightly, his voice quivering. Why you? Why is there a power outage here? Lin Tianhuai held him close, his brow furrowed. There shouldn't be a power outage here. He settled down, guiding Song Shaoyan to sit on his lap, wrapping his right arm around his waist while dialing a number with his left hand. Nestled in his embrace, Song Shaoyan shut his eyes tightly, too frightened to look up. Before long, Lin Tianhuai spoke. Someone has sabotaged the power system here. It must be related to tomorrow's competition. Song Shaoyan clutched the fabric of his shirt, gritting his teeth. Which scoundrel would do such a thing? Yet, even in his fury, his voice trembled, lacking any semblance of menace. Noticing something amiss, Lin Tianhuai activated the screen of his communicator, its faint glow illuminating his face. Afraid of the dark? With a bit of light, Song Shaoyan calmed slightly. Why you are the one afraid of the dark? He retorted, puffing out his chest in a feigned display of bravado. I have a great deal of courage, except when it comes to darkness. Lin Tianhuai chose not to expose his little fib, simply patting his back gently. The MS team was currently in training, and the power outage would trap them in the training area. Clearly, someone was employing underhanded tactics. Song Shaoyan recognized the MS team as last year's championship team, astonished that someone would resort to such tricks on the eve of the competition. As Lin Tianhuai spoke, the communicator shifted slightly, causing the light to waver. Just as he intended to adjust it, Song Shaoyan seized his wrist, guiding his hand to a better position for illumination. Lin Tianhuai glanced down, the dim light flickering. Soon enough, the communicator was once again misaligned, only to be repositioned by Song Shaoyan's firm grip. In the darkness, Lin Tianhuai's lips curled into a subtle smile. Song Shaoyan, still preoccupied with thoughts of the MS team, found the flickering light disconcerting. Unable to resist, he grasped Lin Tianhuai's hand, holding the communicator. Why is your hand so unsteady? He asked curiously. Just hold still, Lin Tianhuai instructed. Gazing at the hand resting on his smile deepening. MHM, he replied softly, his Adam's apple bobbing gently. Do not worry, Ian. The MS team is formidable. They will not remain trapped in the training area for long. Curious, Song Shaoyan ventured. What happens if they are stuck in the training area? It depends on what map they have activated, Lin Tianhuai explained. In the event of a desert, rainforest, or snow-capped mountain map, one would only suffer bodily harm induced by the natural disasters characteristic of these terrains. Song Shaoyan emitted a soft sound of contemplation, oblivious to the fact that he was being cradled in Lin Tianhuai's embrace at that moment. Intrigued by the matter, he pressed further. What if it were an urban map? He recalled that the urban map possessed a complex topography, replete with numerous obstructions, rendering combat significantly more challenging than in other maps. During the course of the competition, he had only witnessed the urban map once, an event that had consumed Lin Tianhuai a full 3 hours. As he reminisced, Lin Tianhuai interjected, people would appear. Song Shaoyan raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean? The urban map is a meticulous replica of a real locale. Lin Tianhuai elucidated its peculiarities to Song Shaoyan. Typically, the inhabitants of the urban map are absent. However, in the event of a power outage, these figures would manifest. Song Shaoyan's curiosity intensified. What happens when people appear? Lin Tianhuai's large hand caressed the soft flesh at Song Shaoyan's waist, his gaze flickering. They become assimilated. There had been a prior incident during a competition where a power outage occurred. It was the championship match between our nation's Myth team and the BC team. Following the outage, all team members were assimilated by the inhabitants of the town. To this day, those players remain in a state of unconsciousness. Song Shaoyan was taken aback by this revelation, his astonishment growing. Then why not disable the urban map? Lin Tianhuai grasped his fingers and gently toyed with them in his palm. It cannot be disabled. Following the power outage incident, all maps became immutable. The organizers can only ensure that the power remains on during the competition, having prepared 10 contingency plans. At this moment, Song Shaoyan comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated the competition to be so perilous. This time, the power outage seems truly insidious. It's designed to prevent the MS team from participating in the contest. Lin Tianhui nodded in agreement, his expression serious. Indeed, this competition may harbor danger. His eyes narrowed slightly as he encircled Song Shaoyan's hand with his own. Ian, you must stay close to me, do you understand? Song Shaoyan replied. Couldn't you simply summon me instead? Summoning me occupies a card slot. He playfully pushed Lin Tianhui away. Yet, as he did so, darkness enveloped him, leaving only the faint glow of the communicator in his hand. Thus, he reluctantly returned to Lin Tianhui's embrace. He coughed lightly. I'm not afraid of the dark. I just find this position quite comfortable. A glimmer of amusement crossed Lin Tianhui's eyes. Yes, I know. He adjusted his posture, ensuring that Song Shaoyan could sit more comfortably. The surrounding darkness was stifling, prompting Song Shaoyan to take several deep breaths. When will the power return? Lin Tianhui shook his head. Uncertain. Are you feeling sleepy, Ian? He gently patted Song Shaoyan's back. You may rest. Although Song Shaoyan was not actually tired, the oppressive darkness compelled him to succumb to slumber. I want to return to the card space, he insisted, gripping the fabric of Lin Tianhui's shirt tightly. Let me go back quickly. Lin Tianhui lowered his gaze, observing him in silence for 2 seconds. The thumb gently caressed his hand, and in a hushed tone, he inquired, May I defer this time? Song Shaoyan replied, I don't quite understand, but I wish to return. Thus, he nodded absent-mindedly, muttering, you. Lin Tianhui responded affirmatively, allowing him to retreat into the card space. Once Song Shaoyan's figure vanished, an emptiness enveloped him. His fingertips lingered with a trace of warmth, the boy's body heat leaving him yearning. With a delicate motion, he grasped his communicator and sent a message. Investigate the mastermind behind this power outage. Had it not been for his commitment to accompany Ian today, he would have been training with his teammates. This outage would likely impact them as well. The competition was bound to be tumultuous. At 9 o'clock the following morning, the fierce battle commenced as the top 8 contended for the Final Four. Lin Tianhui led the Apocalypse team, dazzling on the battlefield with his unparalleled judgment and exceptional card manipulation skills. Beyond the thrilling competition, the most captivating presence remained the card known as the Nameless One, standing resolutely at the center of the arena. Even though spectators were aware that the striking youth was merely a card, many found themselves entranced by his beauty. The boy seemed to attract attention merely by his presence. As the competition progressed, people began to recognize his uniqueness. Regardless of the intensity of the battle or the extremity of the conditions, he stood as steadfast as a pine tree, embodying the belief that victory belonged to the Apocalypse team. After 3 days of fierce contention, the Apocalypse team advanced into the Final Four with an undeniable advantage. Following another 2 days of relentless battles, they faced the MS team in the ultimate showdown. The finals commenced on Saturday evening, with a day of respite preceding it. After organizing the competition details, Lin Tianhui entered the bathroom, filling the tub with water, preparing for a soak. The warm mist gradually enveloped the space, rendering the bathroom hazy. As he observed a small rubber duck floating on the water's surface, he couldn't help but think that Ian would surely adore this little duck if he were here. Just as this thought emerged, a splash resonated, and Song Shaoyan unexpectedly fell into Lin Tianhui's embrace. Lin Tianhui was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wrapping his arms around the boy's slender waist. Ian? Song Shaoyan, bewildered, seemed to have brushed against something, though it was somewhat impolite. Wasn't the male lead a tad too peculiar? Chapter 66. Even cards destined to be abandoned must be confined to a small dark room. 16. Song Shaoyan attempted to retreat. Yet Lin Tianhui held him firmly at the waist, rendering him immobile. He instinctively tilted his head to gaze up at him. What are you doing? Lin Tianhui picked up the rubber duck floating on the water and presented it before him. Do you like it? Song Shaoyan hesitated, staring at the yellow duckling. It was no larger than half of Lin Tianhui's palm, petite and charming, even smaller than the current size of his own hand. Realizing the implications of his thoughts, Song Shaoyan quickly shook his head. This gesture, however, was misinterpreted by Lin Tianhui. His eyes darkened as he tightened his grip on the duck. You don't like it? My apologies, he murmured. I merely thought of you. I didn't intend to summon you. Song Shaoyan emitted a soft gasp. How did I end up here? Questioned Song Shaoyan. Perplexed, as he realized that a card could not leave its space without the summoning of its master. Lin Tianhui shared his curiosity. "I would not summon you at such a moment," he clarified. Song Shaoyan's fingertips twitched, the warmth prompting him to swiftly retract his hand. "You had better do so," he threatened menacingly. "Now let me return." He struck Lin Tianhui's chest with a resounding slap, splashing water and leaving a faint imprint where his palm had made contact. Lin Tianhui seized his wrist, gently rubbing his thumb across his palm, eliciting a ticklish sensation in Song Shaoyan. "Yin will be misunderstood if he returns like this." Song Shaoyan's clothes were drenched, revealing his delicately sculpted collarbone. "I shall fetch some clothing," Lin Tianhui remarked, yet he did not release Song Shaoyan. Instead, he lifted him effortlessly. The steam in the bathroom thickened, obscuring their figures. As they drew nearer, Song Shaoyan took in Lin Tianhui's physique, raising an eyebrow in appreciation. "Not bad at all," he mused. "No wonder he is the male lead. His physique is exemplary." Lin Tianhui remained silent as he placed Song Shaoyan on the edge of the bathtub before stepping out to collect clean garments. With his hands propped against the bathtub's edge, Song Shaoyan yawned lazily. The finals were tomorrow. Calculating the time, he surmised that Lin Tianhui would soon encounter the Qinglong card. Once the Qinglong card appeared, he would inform Lin Tianhui that he could not bring snacks back to the card space. At that point, finding himself of no use, Lin Tianhui would surely opt for the more formidable Qinglong card, allowing him to gracefully exit. As he contemplated his exit strategy, the bathroom door swung open once more. Lin Tianhui entered, bearing the clothing amidst swirling steam, his figure becoming increasingly distinct. Song Shaoyan looked up at him. "You won't summon me to watch the match tomorrow, will you?" Lin Tianhui draped a silver robe beside him and casually tied back his slightly long silver hair. He crouched down and grasped Song Shaoyan's ankle. "I will," he asserted with unwavering conviction. "Tomorrow is the finals. I wish Yin to witness me claim the championship." Song Shaoyan had no doubts about Lin Tianhui's ability to secure victory, yet he found the notion rather peculiar. He leaned forward and poked Lin Tianhui's chest. "My watching the match will have no impact on the outcome." Lin Tianhui paused, gently lifting the hem of Song Shaoyan's trousers, rolling them up bit by bit. "It will have an impact. Yin can determine the result of the match." The boy's strength surpassed Lin Tianhui's expectations, though he remained unaware of it. Lin Tianhui understood his cards better than anyone. Despite the intense, targeted training he had conducted recently, it could not elevate their levels. Yet, curiously, all cards except for Yin had indeed leveled up. The A-grade Demon Child had ascended to S-grade, while the S-grade Bloodthirsty Wisteria had reached SS grade. Each card had advanced a level. He was oblivious to the exact occurrences within the card space, yet he was certain that this was undoubtedly the work of Yin. However, given the gravity of the matter, Lin Tianhui refrained from disclosing it to anyone. Even during the competition, he had not permitted the cards to reveal powers beyond their levels. Until he possessed absolute authority, he could not allow Yin to be exposed. Lin Tianhui suppressed his thoughts, rolling up Song Shaoyan's pant legs to his calves. The youth's slender and well-proportioned calves yielded softly under a gentle squeeze. The area around his knees bore a slight redness, accentuating the surrounding skin's alabaster hue. The boy seemed oblivious to his own allure. Lin Tianhui chastised himself internally for harboring such ignoble thoughts, yet his body responded with undeniable honesty. He needed to remove his pants. His voice was hoarse, muffled amidst the steam. Song Shaoyan acknowledged with a soft "oh," feeling damp and decidedly uncomfortable. Since he was already out, a bath seemed a splendid idea. He noticed that Lin Tianhui had no intention of sending him back to the card space just yet. Song Shaoyan had never been one to deny himself, and with Lin Tianhui's suggestion, he replied, "I'll take the bathtub. You go outside first. I'll call you once I'm done." Lin Tianhui glanced up, momentarily overtaken by a terrifying sense of possessiveness. Upon closer inspection, however, nothing was amiss. "Do you not require my assistance?" Song Shaoyan scoffed lightly. "Of course not." He crossed his arms, exuding an air of pride. "I am quite clever." Lin Tianhui recognized his exceptional intelligence. Yet at that moment, he wished he would not be so astute. A fleeting regret crossed his mind. but he respected his wishes, responding, "All right." He rose, slightly turning to avoid revealing his unease. "I'll wait for you outside." He wrapped himself in a bath towel, which, albeit loose, revealed subtle discrepancies upon closer inspection. After hastily stating this, Lin Tianhui made his way to the door. Soon, the sound of humming filled the bathroom. Lin Tianhui had never heard the song before. It struck him as a light melody, akin to a bird soaring freely among the clouds or a fish joyously swimming in water. The essence of carefree liberty spilled forth in the humming, spreading throughout every corner. A breath of spring arrived in the barren desert, and the seeds long buried in his heart began to sprout quietly. Lin Tianhui closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling slowly. After a moment, he glanced down, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. "Useless," he murmured, pressing his thumb against the webbing of his hand until the skin turned slightly blue before withdrawing his hand. Before long, Song Shaoyan emerged in a silver-white robe, his hair still dripping with water, darkening his shoulders. Lin Tianhui picked up a dry towel and approached him, meticulously drying his hair. Song Shaoyan stood quietly, unusually silent. It wasn't until his hair was nearly dry that he finally spoke softly. "Aren't you going to control yourself? This male lead has an excessive amount of energy." Chapter 67. The car destined to be abandoned must also be confined in the darkroom. 17. Song Shaoyan had not anticipated that after finishing his bath, Lin Tianhui's towel had not yet diminished in its fullness. Was extraordinary talent and boundless energy a prerequisite for being the male lead? No wonder he could never assume that role. His vitality was far from such exuberance. Lost in thought, Song Shaoyan failed to notice the flicker of panic that crossed Lin Tianhui's face. Discovered. Those words echoed in Lin Tianhui's mind, rendering his body somewhat rigid. He stood there like a condemned sinner awaiting judgment, lingering in silence for what felt like an eternity. Meanwhile, Song Shaoyan had already seated himself in the chair by the desk. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he lay down and murmured to Lin Tianhui, "Remember to put me back." With that, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. By the time Lin Tianhui regained his senses, Song Shaoyan had already succumbed to sleep. He treaded lightly toward him, gently lifting him and placing him on the bed, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Song Shaoyan. Lin Tianhui was uncertain whether to lament that he placed such trust in him or to acknowledge the card's lack of desire. He watched him quietly, and after an indeterminate span of time, he bent down, pressing his lips softly against Song Shaoyan's fingertips. "I'm sorry," he whispered. It was his own indiscretion that had led to such disgraceful behavior. Fortunately, Ian had not taken it to heart. Yet, it was also tragically sad that Ian had not taken it to heart. No matter how human-like the card appeared, it was ultimately not human. His fervent desires, even when ignited upon the youth, could not shake him in the slightest. The torrent of emotions he felt would remain unreciprocated by the card. A profound sense of loneliness engulfed him, leaving an abrupt emptiness within his heart. Lin Tianhui's complexion suddenly paled, and his deep-set eyes quickly dulled. At that moment, a force tugged at his consciousness, drawing him into the card summoning space. Inside the summoning space, Lin Tianhui beheld the card suspended in midair. The upper left corner of the card displayed the letters SSS. Should he contract this SSS grade card, he would become the first individual to do so, immortalized in history with an elevated status. For others, this would have evoked overwhelming excitement to the point of fainting. Yet, Lin Tianhui merely regarded the card, which pulsated with a desire to be contracted, with an unsettling calmness that bordered on numbness. Lin Tianhui was acutely aware that if he were to contract this SSS grade card, he would have to relinquish his first contracted card. His first card was Ian. Without hesitation, he spoke coldly, "I will not contract you." The pulsating SSS grade card momentarily stilled, seemingly unable to fathom that its chosen contractor had rejected it. A beam of light swept across Lin Tianhui, quickly revealing the reason for the contractor's refusal. This contractor could only contract 10 cards, and there was no place for it among them. However, as an SSS grade card, it arrogantly declared, "Abandon the nameless one." Lin Tianhui furrowed his brow, responding, "I will not forsake him." The Qinglong card, incredulous, questioned, "Why?" Lin Tianhui lowered his gaze, his voice calm to the point of resembling an unshakable truth. "Without him, I would perish." After uttering this phrase, he voluntarily withdrew from the summoning space. As consciousness returned, Lin Tianhui's eyelashes fluttered rapidly. Light converged in his eyes, transforming into the visage of Song Shaoyan. Noticing that he was still asleep, Lin Tianhui took a deep breath, his large hand gently caressing Song Shaoyan's face. It mattered not if Ian did not comprehend. The unspeakable sins that could not be articulated, that the youth could not fathom, and that could not be openly displayed in the sunlight, were inconsequential as long as Ian remained by my side forever. He spoke softly, as if making a profound resolution. His light brown eyes darkened, heavy as black ink, devoid of any light. The room's illumination dimmed, as though heralding some latent possibility. Darkness crept in quietly, while Song Shaoyan remained in slumber. The global card game finals commenced promptly at 6 o'clock in the evening. The entire event was broadcast live, with real-time viewership exceeding 1 billion. In the Tiankai Team's lounge, Lin Tianhui, who usually reminded everyone of the necessary precautions, was unusually quiet today. His teammates exchanged puzzled glances, sensing something was amiss. Qiuyang, who was set to play in this round, found it particularly strange. "Captain, what's wrong? You don't look well." Lin Tianhui lifted his gaze, his tone nonchalant. "It's nothing. It's the finals. Everyone give your best." As the announcer declared the commencement, Lin Tianhui tied his silver hair back and led his team toward the competition arena. The audience was fervently enthusiastic, their excitement palpable, with the din of celebration ringing out, making it difficult for the host to restore order for several minutes. While Lin Tianhui appeared to be attentively listening, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. As the match officially began, the two teams were randomly transported to the same map. This time, the dungeon was the most challenging town map among all available. Lin Tianhui focused his mind, first ensuring the positions of his teammates before instructing them to execute Plan A during the battle. He then summoned the Nameless One. Song Shaoyan had grown accustomed to Lin Tianhui summoning him. Having slept well the previous night, he felt energized and jested. "You can't seem to part with me, can you?" He spoke casually, but was surprised when Lin Tianhui nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I cannot." His seriousness made Song Shaoyan feel a bit bashful. He cleared his throat, his ears tinged with warmth. This was the town map, after all. He quickly shifted the topic and then leaned closer to Lin Tianhui's ear. "There won't be a power outage during the finals, right?" No sooner had he spoken, the ground trembled and shadows flickered wildly around them before becoming indistinct. Lin Tianhui's gaze was tranquil as he looked toward an unknown distance. Reaching out to grasp Song Shaoyan's wrist, his voice hoarse. "The power is out, Song Shaoyan." No, he was just being a harbinger of doom. He smacked his lips, exclaiming, "I shouldn't have said that." Lin Tianhui glanced at the team channel, which already displayed disconnected. "Ian, stay close to me." Song Shaoyan felt a twinge of fear as darkness began to envelop his surroundings. It seemed as though an unseen shadowy creature was consuming the light of the town, and it would not be long before all illumination was devoured. He edged closer to Lin Tianhui and whispered, "Do you have a flashlight or something similar?" Lin Tianhui shook his head, indicating he did not. Noticing the boy's fear of the dark, his gaze darkened, and he lowered his voice. "Ian, do not be afraid. We will find a way." Song Shaoyan's long lashes fluttered slightly, and his voice was soft. "You won't abandon me, will you?" Lin Tianhui's throat bobbed gently. "I will not." Beneath his calm demeanor lay a torrent of love. "I will never forsake you." Chapter 68. Cards destined to be abandoned must be confined in a dark room. 18. The darkness swallowed these words, leaving them unheard by Song Shaoyan. In the pitch black, he could not even discern the outlines of their figures. The only sensation he felt was the coolness of Lin Tianhui's embrace. But as the darkness seemed to possess a peculiar magic, he gradually lost even that awareness. He shut his eyes tightly, a mist gathering on his long lashes. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until a beam of light fell upon him. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find the previously desolate street bustling with numerous vendors. The sounds of people mingling, haggling, and laughing filled the air. Standing a meter away was Lin Tianhui. Seeing him there, Song Shaoyan quietly exhaled in relief. He took a large stride toward him and patted his chest. "Are you all right?" Lin Tianhui lowered his gaze, the pale hues of his eyes reflecting the boy-esque figure. Despite the surrounding commotion, his focus rested solely on him. "I'm fine," he replied simply. He moved his fingertips, attempting to summon demonic child and bloodthirsty wisteria. But after a moment, nothing changed around them. His eyes flickered. "Ian, we cannot summon cards here." Song Shaoyan was startled. "Without power, we can't even summon the cards? What does that mean for us now?" Lin Tianhui's voice deepened. "Those already summoned should remain unaffected. I wonder how others are faring." Song Shaoyan patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. Everything will be fine." After all, Lin Tianhui was the male lead, the backbone of a small world. Even through countless trials, the male lead would ultimately succeed, and those around him would share in that success. Although Song Shaoyan had not gathered information about the team competition from Xiao Bai, he had faith that Lin Tianhui would secure victory. Thinking of Xiao Bai, Song Shaoyan prodded the little dumpling in his mind. Lost in a drama, the little dumpling stirred. "Host, has the task been completed?" Song Shaoyan replied no. His tone carried a hint of exasperation. "Xiao Bai, you should watch fewer dramas." The little dumpling seemed somewhat guilty. "Host, human dramas are simply too captivating." Song Shaoyan chose not to respond, gently ruffling the little dumpling before withdrawing his consciousness. With Xiao Bai engrossed in dramas every day, he could offer little assistance. He would have to find a way on his own. Song Shaoyan gently blinked and proactively spoke. "We must now locate your comrades." Lin Tianhui took his hand, clasping it warmly. "Ian, stay close to me." The town map, shrouded in darkness, posed a perilous threat, capable of assimilating individuals unbeknownst to them. 20 years prior, the members of the mythical squad and the BC squad found their consciousness ensnared within this very map, and to this day, they remain in a state of unconsciousness within a clandestine research facility. Fortunately, the town map is not extensive. Lin Tianhui, being well acquainted with the positions of his teammates prior to the power outage, managed to gather them in a mere 10 minutes. The other teammates had summoned their cards at the onset of the competition. After assembling, these cards congregated, awaiting the secrets of their respective contract holders. While Lin Tianhui conferred strategies with the teammates, Song Shaoyan remained with the cards. He retrieved a small assortment of snacks from his possession, distributing them with warmth and inviting. "Please, everyone, enjoy." Though his supply was limited, each card received a piece of candy. The cards, having never tasted sweets before, cautiously unwrapped the candy wrappers and placed the translucent confections into their mouths. The sweetness spread, nourishing their beings, and faintly, a glimmering white light emanated from them. As time slipped by quietly, Song Shaoyan sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward Lin Tianhui, who sat in the private box. His eyes were downcast, his right hand resting on the table, gently tapping with his index finger. Suddenly, Qiu Liang, seated to his left, turned his head toward Song Shaoyan's direction. "Flame Hound, come here," he commanded, his tone dripping with disdain and superiority. The Flame Hound, unaware of the peculiar tone of its contract holder, wagged its tail and approached. Qiu Liang impatiently grasped the hound by the scruff of its neck. "Useless mutt." The Flame Hound continued to wag its tail. Song Shaoyan furrowed his brow, sensing something was profoundly wrong. Though Qiu Liang was impulsive, he treated his cards exceptionally well, particularly the Flame Hound, which he cherished as if it were a companion to be carried on his back during peaceful moments. Not only would he not insult the Flame Hound, but he wouldn't even dare utter a harsh word. Before he could ponder further, the other teammates summoned their cards back with similarly disdainful attitudes. It was as if they had conspired, calling their cards to their sides before departing. Soon, only Song Shaoyan and Lin Tianhui remained in the private box. Rising from his seat, Song Shaoyan rubbed his wrist. If Lin Tianhui dared to scold him, he would certainly retaliate. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Tianhui spoke. "Ian, come here." Song Shaoyan assessed him for a moment. Lin Tianhui's expression was tranquil, his eyes calm and unwavering, devoid of commands or contempt. As he gently beckoned him over, relieved, Song Shaoyan thought, as expected of the protagonist, he had not succumbed to the influence of this eerie map. He approached and plopped down on the seat opposite Lin Tianhui. What do you intend to do next? Lin Tianhui poured a cup of hot tea for him and placed it before him. I have rented a room. Shall I accompany me? Song Shaoyan picked up the teacup and took a sip. The faint fragrance of chrysanthemums permeated the air. He nodded, acknowledging the moment. Engrossed in his tea, he failed to notice the fleeting darkness that clouded Lin Tianhui's eyes after his acquiescence. Desire, as tangible as a physical entity, coiled around Song Shaoyan, inch by inch unraveling the robe that adorned him, invading every inch of his skin. How could Lin Tianhui remain untouched by the influence of this bizarre map? He was merely different from others. While humanity viewed cards as instruments of combat, means of protection, and pathways to elevation, he regarded his ayin as an embodiment of desire. Regardless of how barren his wasteland was, or how tedious his world, under the sway of desire, everything transformed into a flourishing wilderness, rampant and consuming Lin Tianhui's reason. Thus, he led Song Shaoyan into a completely sealed room. The moment the door clicked shut, Lin Tianhui suddenly burst into laughter. Ayin, it is just the two of us now. Song Shaoyan's gaze fixed on a solitary large bed in the room, lost in contemplation. Was this impoverished town so destitute that there was only one bed? While he pondered, Lin Tianhui's words broke through his thoughts, prompting an instinctive response. What's wrong with two people? Lin Tianhui grasped his wrist, a flicker of madness shimmering in his eyes. He guided him to the bedside and placed his hand upon the waistband. Ayin, could you assist me in removing my garments? Song Shaoyan. Chapter 69. Even the cards destined to be abandoned must be confined in a small dark room. 19. Song Shaoyan struggled free from Lin Tianhui's grasp, resolutely refusing no. Lin Tianhui, seemingly unfazed, merely expressed a hint of regret. Then I shall have to undress myself. Clad in the attire of the Apocalypse battle team, he swiftly shed his outer jacket, revealing only a short-sleeved shirt beneath. Under Song Shaoyan's astonished gaze, he quickly donned only a pair of shorts. His silver hair cascaded down, languidly resting upon his shoulders. Song Shaoyan silently shifted away. The male lead was acting rather peculiar. Lin Tianhui noticed Song Shaoyan's movement and chuckled softly. Does Ayin feel fear as well? Without waiting for a response, he continued, Indeed, fear is an instinct of all living beings, even if not human. The essence of fear is etched within the biology of creatures. Like a mouse fearing a cat, even without understanding, fear remains ingrained in the mouse's genes. Thus, it is only natural for my ayin to feel fear. Song Shaoyan twitched his lips, sensing an unsettling neuroticism in the male lead. It had transcended mere madness. It was a peculiar neurosis. His demeanor was strange, pallid complexion, vibrant lips, and a glimmer in his eyes reminiscent of a villain succumbing to darkness. Was the male lead truly affected? Song Shaoyan regarded him warily. Did you not mention that the organizers prepared 10 plans? Why has the electricity not yet arrived? Lin Tianhui did not respond to Song Shaoyan's inquiry, instead guiding his hand to his own abdominal muscles. Design like this? Song Shaoyan, I do not like it. I am envious. Lin Tianhui observed Song Shaoyan's expression, disappointment deepening in his gaze. Ayin truly does not comprehend the essence of affection. Indeed, how could a card grasp the nuances of human fondness? How could it fathom love? His overwhelming ardor is bestowed upon a card that knows nothing of such sentiments. Thus, it is destined to remain unreciprocated. Like a traveler in a barren desert beseeching for rain, regardless of the fervor or desperation, a miraculous downpour will elude him. Therefore, he is doomed to perish in the desolation. Lin Tianhui swallowed hard, his voice raspy. Ayin, this space is confined. The oxygen here is sufficient for only one person to survive for 2 hours. If you kill me, you may witness the world return to normal. Song Shaoyan remarked, Is this the terror of power failure? Even the protagonist cannot escape its clutches. Although he did not harbor the same disdain towards the card as others, his current state was hardly better. As Song Shaoyan picked up the clothes that had fallen to the ground, he dressed Lin Tianhui while saying, I will not kill you. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Tianhuai's eyes. Are you reluctant? Song Shaoyan retorted, what do you think? Lin Tianhuai was momentarily taken aback, the light in his eyes swiftly dimming. Indeed, a card cannot harm its master. This is the rule, the very constraint that binds the card. He had overthought it. How could he have believed that a yin would be reluctant to part with him? A card, after all, cannot comprehend human love. As Song Shaoyan finished dressing Lin Tianhuai, he began to assist him with his trousers. Lift your leg. Lin Tianhuai, like a marionette, raised his leg. Song Shaoyan slid the pants on and gave his waist a pat. Lift your rear. Lin Tianhuai snapped back to reality, his ears flushing crimson. Ayan. Song Shaoyan paid him no mind, merely humming dismissively. Your mind isn't quite right at the moment. I shan't hold it against you. As he spoke, he patted Lin Tianhuai's thigh, casting a glance towards a certain direction. You should exert some control. Lin Tianhuai pressed his lips together, murmuring an apology. Song Shaoyan retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket and offered it to Lin Tianhuai. Have some candy. Lin Tianhuai looked at the candy, lifted his hand to take it, but did not consume it, merely cradling it in his palm, lost in thought. Bored, Song Shaoyan rummaged through his own pockets, and, upon feeling something hard, he exclaimed softly, pulling it out. The Judgment Stone? When did you find your way into my pocket? Lin Tianhuai raised his gaze at the black Judgment Stone, his fingertips twitching slightly. The Judgment Stone seemed to respond to an unseen command, suddenly soaring into the air. A beam of light illuminated Song Shaoyan, and a line of text materialized in midair. Is the stone saved by Lin Daiyu's son Wukong? Song Shaoyan recalled the bizarre pairings he had shared with the Judgment Stone, tentatively replying, Is it? The Judgment Stone replied, Correct answer, judgment successful. Once the judgment was successful, it would enter a 10-minute silence period. Thus it floated motionless in the air. Clearing his throat, Song Shaoyan said, I often tell stories, haha. It might have taken me seriously. Lin Tianhuai softly responded with an In the confined space, the air dwindled, barely sufficient for two individuals to endure for another half-hour. Song Shaoyan distinctly sensed Lin Tianhuai's breathing had significantly slowed. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. We must find a way out, he murmured. Lin Tianhuai lifted his gaze, a shadowy hue enveloping his eyes. If you kill me, Ian, you will be able to escape. Song Shaoyan dismissed Lin Tianhuai's words as the ramblings of a muddled mind. He was not one to resort to such drastic measures. I can never harm you, so do not entertain such thoughts. Lin Tianhuai pressed his lips tightly together, fully aware that Ian's reluctance to harm him stemmed from the card's inability to kill its master. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to quell the yearning stirring within him, a desire deeply embedded in his being and soul. Ian does not kill me, because his voice was laced with hoarseness, suppressing a barely perceptible tremor of sorrow. Do you care for me? His desires were modest. All he sought was a semblance of concern. His Ian need not love him fiercely or hold him in high regard. Merely a flicker of thought, a fleeting consideration would suffice. Song Shaoyan could sense the profound sense of desolation emanating from Lin Tianhuai. The familiar sensation that he would perish the moment he departed caused him to pause momentarily. His ears flushed a delicate crimson. Just a little bit, truly merely a hint, but that was enough to rekindle the light in those ashen eyes. Lin Tianhuai's gaze brightened, and he abruptly enveloped Song Shaoyan in his embrace. The depths of his eyes churned with an insatiable possessiveness, and as reason was consumed, only pure obsession remained. Enough. Sufficient. Even if it was just a fragment, his love had found a resting place. He was no longer a drifting cloud. Song Shaoyan bit his lip, acutely aware of Lin Tianhuai's almost overflowing joy, muttering, You are only pleased because your mind is clouded. Once the competition concludes and Lin Tianhuai regains his clarity, this elation will fade. After all, the Azure Dragon card awaits his contract, and soon he would be abandoned by the male lead. Lin Tianhuai caught his murmurs, leaning down to kiss the tips of his slightly flushed ears. I am quite lucid, more so than ever, for he realized that love could indeed be felt by Ian. Chapter 70. The card destined for abandonment must also be confined in the little black room, 20. Song Shaoyan felt a ticklish sensation from Lin Tianhuai's touch. He was uncertain whether it was intentional, but the lack of a kiss suggested it might have been inadvertent. At that moment, the 10-minute silence period of the Judgment Stone elapsed, and a gentle light descended upon Song Shaoyan. He looked up at the Judgment Stone, where a line of text materialized in the air. "Do you trust the person before you?" Without hesitation, Song Shaoyan responded, "I trust him." The white light of the Judgment Stone flickered, and a line of text drifted forth. "Judgment successful." It then returned to its state of silence. Lin Tianhuai, who had been holding him, felt his heartbeat quicken, a storm brewing in his previously tranquil gaze. His breath faltered, and his voice carried a hint of choking emotion. "Ian." The card naturally trusts its contractor, a fate sealed at the moment of the contract's formation. Lin Tianhuai understood this well. At this moment, he deluded himself into believing that the youth's trust stemmed solely from his identity as Lin Tianhuai, rather than from being the boy's contract holder. An overwhelming tide of emotions surged forth, entwined with deception, transforming stubbornness into obsession. Longing words emerged from the depths of his throat. "Ian, trust me," he murmured, as if reiterating a self-evident truth, while simultaneously imploring Song Shaoyan to place his faith in him. Song Shaoyan raised a hand to check his forehead, which felt somewhat warm. "You're not running a fever, are you?" he muttered, patting Lin Tianhuai's cheek. "Come on, Lin Tianhuai, you need to pull yourself together. You are the protagonist." Lin Tianhuai slowly lifted his gaze, his light-colored eyes reflecting the image of Song Shaoyan. The thin air rendered each breath laborious, while the overhead light cast shimmering halos. He felt as though he had entered a pre-death illusion, gazing at the boy's slightly parted pink lips. Ian seemed to be inviting him, beckoning him to kiss him. Lin Tianhuai's lips curled into a smile. "You want a kiss?" Song Shaoyan could sense the surrounding air dwindling, yet perhaps due to his nature as a card, his need for air was not acute, and thus he felt relatively fine. However, Lin Tianhuai's face grew pale, clearly indicating something was amiss. He appeared to be hallucinating. Lin Tianhuai's gaze lost its focus, as if he were looking at him, yet also at something else entirely. His long eyelashes fluttered, and he raised a hand to cover Lin Tianhuai's eyes. Subsequently, he leaned in to kiss him. Lin Tianhuai's body stiffened, despite the enveloping darkness. He could still feel the warmth of those lips. It was incredibly sweet, akin to jelly, bursting with sweetness upon a gentle bite. His mind blanked, yet his body, more aware than his thoughts, instinctively wrapped around Song Shaoyan's waist. "Ian, his Ian." He repeatedly whispered his name in his heart. The thin air seemed to thicken with the kiss. The iron rust taste of desolation vanished, replaced by sweetness that coursed through every cell in his body. Lin Tianhuai chuckled softly. Suddenly, the floating Judgment Stone cast a beam of light, this time illuminating Lin Tianhuai. Song Shaoyan immediately sensed the state of the Judgment Stone and withdrew his lips. Lowering his hand, he nudged Lin Tianhuai beside him. "How could the Judgment Stone judge you?" Lin Tianhuai's eyelashes fluttered as he shook his head in response. "I don't know." He looked up to see a line of text suspended in the air. "Have you abandoned the contract with the Azure Dragon card?" Song Shaoyan was taken aback upon reading this line. Lin Tianhuai had encountered the Azure Dragon card and had abandoned the contract? No. Lin Tianhuai hadn't responded yet. He turned to him, awaiting his answer. Lin Tianhuai replied resolutely, "Yes, I have relinquished the contract with that SSS grade card." Song Shaoyan. He paid no heed to the Judgment Stone, seizing Lin Tianhuai's arm. "When did you give it up? Why would you abandon it?" Lin Tianhuai's expression turned serious. "I can only contract 10 cards. If I were to contract that SSS grade card, I would have to give up Ian." He gently grasped his hand. "Ian, I shall never relinquish you." Song Shaoyan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Good heavens! It would be preferable to faint from lack of oxygen. This was nothing short of a calamity, an utter catastrophe. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Song Shaoyan replied, "I can no longer bring snacks back to the card space. At this moment, I am of no use to you. You should contract that Azure Dragon card." Lin Tianhuai gazed at Song Shaoyan for a couple of seconds before suddenly reaching out to caress his face. "Ian, I have never regarded you as merely a medium among the other cards. He seemed to express a hint of regret, as though feeling somewhat helpless. Yet he still proclaimed his affection. I love you, Ian. I love you. Song Shaoyan felt as if struck by lightning, utterly frozen in place. Meanwhile, the successful judgment stone did not enter a period of silence. It slowly floated into the palm of Song Shaoyan's hand, a character, emerging from the black stone. Perhaps aware that Song Shaoyan had not noticed the inscription, it bounced twice in his palm. Coming back to his senses, Song Shaoyan asked, "What's wrong, little stone?" The judgment stone leisurely replied, he loves you. Looks like you've encountered a love-struck fool. Song Shaoyan. The judgment stone then lazily inscribed, "Love-struck fools are terminally ill." No cure. With a heavy sigh, Song Shaoyan placed a hand on his forehead. These were words he had spoken while discussing bizarre pairings with the little stone. Particularly the line about love-struck fools being terminally ill. He had uttered it countless times. He never imagined the little stone would remember it and now use it to mock him. At that moment, Lin Tianhuai chimed in. Indeed, love-struck fools are terminally ill. Only Ian can save me. Song Shaoyan shot Lin Tianhuai a glare. You should be contemplating how to escape from here. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly paused. Wait, is there more air here than before? Lin Tianhuai's complexion appeared significantly improved as well. Has the organizer resolved the situation? Lin Tianhuai shook his head, his gaze fixed on the judgment stone. It shouldn't be. He slightly raised his fingertips, sensing that the connection typically felt with cards was now absent from the judgment stone. There was something peculiar about this judgment stone. Ian, the judgment stone has slipped from my control. Song Shaoyan let out a soft gasp, looking down at the black stone in his hand. Little stone, have you been assimilated as well? Judgment stone, this is my domain. Exchanging glances with Lin Tianhuai, they both discerned the same perplexity in one another's eyes. Was this bizarre town map somehow related to the judgment stone? Song Shaoyan nudged the little stone. What's going on? Judgment stone, you should kiss him. Song Shaoyan. Judgment stone, be more passionate. Chapter 71. Even the abandoned cards are to be placed in the little black room. 21. Upon reading this line, Lin Tianhuai's expression grew somewhat complex. After pondering for a couple of seconds, he spoke with a hint of resignation. Are you telling him that, it's time for a passionate scene? Song Shaoyan's face flushed crimson in an instant. When emotions run deep, passion naturally follows. A glimmer of amusement danced in Lin Tianhuai's eyes as he lowered his head. May I steal a kiss from you, Ian? Song Shaoyan glanced at the judgment stone, then at Lin Tianhuai, closing his eyes as if he were a warrior prepared for death. This was tacit consent. Lin Tianhuai chuckled softly and pressed a gentle kiss upon his lips, a kiss imbued with tenderness and affection. Upon opening his eyes, Song Shaoyan cast a glance at the judgment stone, which seemed rather displeased, slowly articulating 20 years ago. The mention of 2 decades past caused a simultaneous shift in expression for both Song Shaoyan and Lin Tianhuai. The events recounted by the judgment stone likely bore significant relation to the anomalies on the map. They were poised to listen to the judgment stone's tale, only to see it inscribed, Master, kiss him on the collarbone. Song Shaoyan felt an unsettling premonition. Lin Tianhuai's atoms apple bobbed gently, a tumult of desire and affection swirling in his gaze. Ian, is this permissible? Closing his eyes once more, Song Shaoyan's ears flushed crimson. Quickly. His curiosity about the events from 20 years prior was insatiable. After all, it was merely a kiss on the collarbone, nothing more. What harm could it do? Lin Tianhuai enveloped him in his embrace, placing a kiss upon Song Shaoyan's collarbone. The 2 prominent bones nestled beneath his skin appeared breathtakingly beautiful, encased in luminescent flesh. With a mere touch, the kissed skin flushed a vivid hue, reminiscent of ripening strawberries. Song Shaoyan's ears grew even warmer, a faint blush creeping toward his neck. To witness the unfolding story, he reluctantly opened his eyes. The judgment stone indeed commenced its narrative. Yet, with every 2 sentences, it demanded Lin Tianhuai to shower him with kisses from collarbone to waist, from ankle to inner thigh. Amidst these kisses, Song Shaoyan gradually pieced together the story from 20 years ago. 2 decades prior, The captain of the mythical team had also forged a contract with a judgment stone. Despite the card's history spanning over a century, humanity remained far from omniscient regarding them. Unique cards like the Judgment Stone existed singularly within the card pool. Only when a Judgment Stone was abandoned by its master or met its demise could a new one emerge in the card pool. 20 years ago, following a power outage, the town's map succumbed to darkness. Coincidentally, the captain of the BC team suffered from claustrophobia, and the sole means to emit light was by destroying cards. When a card was destroyed, it would radiate light for 10 minutes. After obliterating all the cards of his team, the BC team's captain set his sights on the mythical team. The captain of the mythical team, possessing a kind-hearted nature, fell prey to the BC captain's words and relinquished his card to him. At a critical juncture, the Judgment Stone unleashed an assault, unveiling the opposing team's conspiracy, thus igniting a fierce battle. The captain of the mythical team was stabbed, losing too much blood and slipping into unconsciousness. As a card, the Judgment Stone was oblivious to the machinations of human deceit. It only knew that its master must not perish. Thus, it harnessed the remaining energy from the cards to awaken the residents concealed within the town map. The power of the cards transformed the energy of this map and roused the once comatose leader of the mythic team, who, however, had forgotten his identity and merely regarded himself as a local inhabitant. The Judgment Stone card, witnessing that its master still lived, ceased its actions. Not long ago, the card had exhausted its energy due to prolonged absence from the card space for recovery. Subsequently, a new Judgment Stone card was birthed and contracted by Lin Tianhui. After 2 decades, Lin Tianhui returned here with a new Judgment Stone, once again triggering a power outage reminiscent of the one from 20 years prior. After listening to the entire story, Song Shaoyan suddenly lifted his gaze towards Lin Tianhui and inquired if the power had not returned after the outage. Would you not have destroyed the cards to procure light? Although he was reluctant to admit it, Lin Tianhui, being astute, surely understood his fear of darkness. If, as he claimed, he loved himself, would he then sacrifice the cards for his own sake? Lin Tianhui's gaze remained tranquil. No, Song Shaoyan exhaled in relief. The cards are our loyal companions. We cannot destroy them. Lin Tianhui nodded, gently adjusting the collar that had fallen on Song Shaoyan's shoulder, concealing the blush that bloomed there. Within moments, Song Shaoyan posed another question. What would you do if the light did not appear? Lin Tianhui answered this with action. He withdrew a card and, with a sharp force, pierced his fingertip. The dazzling crimson flowed softly through the room, emitting a faint glow. Your blood can shine? Song Shaoyan exclaimed in astonishment. A human-shaped light bulb? Lin Tianhui chuckled wryly. No, I once sustained an injury in a desert map and discovered that my blood could illuminate this simulated environment. Song Shaoyan was somewhat taken aback. While the Judgment Stone leisurely inscribed, because your energy is abundant, you are a supersized energy orb. We are all willing to contract with you. Song Shaoyan suddenly understood. It was said that these simulated maps also evolved from cards, with the energy therein originating from the same source as that of the cards. As the male protagonist, Lin Tianhui could be regarded as an embodiment of card energy. Thus, it seemed reasonable that his blood could shine within the simulated map. It was only fitting for the protagonist to possess such extraordinary utility even in his blood. At that moment, the Judgment Stone added, the master possesses abundant energy. You are fortunate. Wishing you a blissful life. Song Shaoyan seized the Judgment Stone and thrust it into Lin Tianhui's hands. You take care of it. A smile played at the corners of Lin Tianhui's lips. Indeed, we shall tend to it together. Song Shaoyan pushed Lin Tianhui slightly, attempting to rise. But his body felt weak from the affection he had received. Just as he stood, he fell back into Lin Tianhui's embrace. Lin Tianhui held him securely. Will Ian appreciate my kisses? He believed Ian could feel his love, yet he remained uncontrollably adrift in an unreciprocated affection. Reason and emotion appear to have parted ways, tugging at him incessantly, ultimately manifesting as a humble inquiry. Do you like it? Song Shaoyan struck Lin Tianhui's heart with a resounding slap. Questioning. The answer lay in the asking. He tilted his head back, light cascading into his eyes, which shimmered with a hint of starlight. How should I know? His ears flushed, yet his lips stubbornly held their ground. In any case, it's not dislike. Lin Tianhui chuckled softly. Not dislike, then it must be affection. Thus, within his eyes, usually languid and steeped in solitude and disdain for the world, a flicker of new moonlight finally emerged. Chapter 72. Even cards destined for abandonment must be confined to the dark room. 22. In the outside world, on the competition stage. The sudden blackout sent everyone into a frenzy. Both the organizers and the spectators were engulfed in a sense of panic reminiscent of 20 years prior. Particularly for the Zhuanghua family, after 2 decades, their team had once again entered the finals. Should any mishap occur, they feared a return to prolonged stagnation, let alone the multitude of Lin Tianhui's fans. If the situation were to echo the events of 20 years ago, he might find himself in a perpetual state of unconsciousness. In truth, the organizers promptly activated the backup power, yet the town map did not revert to normal as anticipated. Fortunately, the live broadcast continued. Viewers witnessed the harsh treatment the card masters exhibited towards their cards, perceiving them merely as tools in their hands. This incited considerable outrage. It is essential to recognize that not everyone can ascend to the status of a card master. Only a scant few can respond to the call of the cards and successfully forge a contract, let alone join a professional team. People regarded their cards as companions, akin to kin. How could they tolerate the disdainful conduct of players towards their cards in the live stream? Amidst the rising tide of indignation, the organizers stepped forward to elucidate the anomalies of the town map. In this peculiar landscape, influenced by a special energy, players found themselves at odds with their cards. Due to the events of 20 years ago, the crowd reluctantly accepted this explanation. At that moment, Lin Tianhui, who had been absent from the broadcast, suddenly made his appearance. He was seen kissing Song Shaoyan's earlobe, seemingly dissatisfied with a mere peck, even going so far as to gently nibble. The soft earlobe trembled slightly, flushed to the point of appearing as if it might bleed. The crowd? Is this what it means to stand in opposition? Why then, was a usually indifferent and solitary Lin Tianhui kissing the unnamed person so fervently in the live stream? Not only the audience, but even the organizers and other clubs were left dumbfounded by this scene. They had previously dealt with Lin Tianhui and knew him to be notoriously heartless and cold. Even after joining the Tianchi Club and fighting alongside his teammates, he remained frigid and isolated, as though no one could penetrate the fortress of his heart. He resembled a lone wolf, detached from its pack, perishing in the ceaseless cycle of battle and solitude. How unlike the current moment, where an overwhelming desire to conquer the one in his arms radiated from him. There is no doubt that if a grand bed were offered to them at this moment, Lin Tianhui would immediately succumb to overwhelming desire. However, it seems they are already situated upon a bed. In the town's map, Song Shaoyan forcefully pushed Lin Tianhui aside. Kissing again. Can't we focus on something more substantial? He glared fiercely at Lin Tianhui. The competition has yet to conclude. We must expedite its end. Lin Tianhui's voice bore a hint of hoarseness. I apologize. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions. The judgment stone, observing the commotion, leaped onto Song Shaoyan's lap. A message appeared. Haha, have you been kissed into submission? Song Shaoyan retorted. Who claims the judgment stone is merely a stone? It certainly has a lot to say. He grasped the judgment stone firmly and demanded, what must be done to restore normalcy here? He speculated that the organizers had restored power, but the map had undergone a transformation following the power outage. Thus, even with power reinstated, normalcy could not be achieved. Their immediate task was to restore the map to its original state before resuming the competition. The judgment stone leisurely floated a message. The master must undergo a trial to expend the remaining energy of the previous judgment stone to restore normalcy. Lin Tianhui did not hesitate. I accept the trial. The judgment stone immediately cast a beam of light, enveloping Lin Tianhui. However, unlike the previous textual trial, this light enveloped him and then vanished. Song Shaoyan blinked in surprise. What has happened? The judgment stone hopped into his embrace. The previous judgment stone harbored an obsession. The master must deplete its energy of obsession. Song Shaoyan nodded thoughtfully. The Judgment Stone inquired, "Would you like to take a look?" Song Shaoyan raised an eyebrow playfully and poked the black stone. "Can I?" The Judgment Stone bounced twice in his arms. "With conditions." Though Song Shaoyan sensed a potential trap, the strangeness of the situation compelled him to agree. Very well. A gentle light descended upon him, and amidst the flutter of his long lashes, he found himself in a dilapidated orphanage. In a shadowy corner, a young Lin Tianhui curled up, his gaze vacant. The orphanage occasionally received visitors seeking to adopt. Yet those who came favored well-behaved children. A gloomy and subdued child like Lin Tianhui was seldom desired. The scene rapidly unfolded, and as young Lin Tianhui grew, he transformed into a car master. His first card was Nameless One, a card known for its beauty yet incapable of fighting alongside him. After enduring a period of hardship, he ultimately contracted a second card through his talent and perseverance. Then came the third, fourth, and up to the 10th card. Lin Tianhui, relying on these cards, secured victory after victory, ascending to the pinnacle of power, becoming an existence that others could scarcely hope to rival. Eventually, he encountered his 11th card, the SSS grade Azure Dragon card. In a world devoid of any SSS grade card, once Lin Tianhui contracted this card, he would ascend as the world's strongest. No one could shake him even slightly. Wealth and fame were within his grasp. All he needed to do was relinquish the unnamed individual to contract the Azure Dragon card. Just a simple act of abandonment. As Song Shaoyan observed the unfolding scenes, he realized this was likely the original career path of the male protagonist. In these visions, the unnamed individual had never awakened nor appeared by sight again. Song Shaoyan gazed at Lin Tianhui, who stood at the center, and impulsively prodded the little white ball in his consciousness. "Little white, if the male protagonist were to abandon me here to contract the Azure Dragon card, would that count as a successful mission?" Little White, in a daze, replied, "Host, that would be considered successful." With a hint of confusion, Little White continued, "If the male protagonist were to contract the Azure Dragon card here, it would indeed be a genuine contract." Song Shaoyan raised an eyebrow. Truly a contract? This implied that the Azure Dragon card floating in midair was not merely an illusion created by the previous Judgment Stone's residual energy, but a genuine SSS-grade Azure Dragon card. As he pondered this, a line of text suddenly appeared in the air. "Do you wish to contract the Azure Dragon card?" At this moment, Lin Tianhui did not remember Song Shaoyan. He was meant to follow the preordained script and choose to abandon the unnamed individual to contract the Azure Dragon card. That was how it was supposed to be. Yet, as he gazed at the Azure Dragon card, glowing with golden light, an inexplicable anxiety gripped his heart. It felt as though agreeing to this would mean losing the most vital thing in this world, though he could not ascertain what that was. Lin Tianhui opened his mouth. Reason dictated that he should respond affirmatively, yet his throat tightened, rendering him speechless. His gaze dulled, and his silvery hair seemed to lose some of its luster. The long hair was somewhat bothersome, so he reached into his pocket to tie it back. At that moment, his fingers brushed against something hard. Lin Tianhui paused, retrieving a seed that had somehow fallen into his pocket. It was an exceptionally plump and lustrous seed, even without peeling away its shell. He knew the white kernel beneath was equally abundant. The seed exuded a faint sweetness, reminiscent of a certain person's scent. Lin Tianhui struggled to recall. He fixated on the seed, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, the question echoed in the air once more. "Do you wish to contract the Azure Dragon card?" Lin Tianhui ignored the question, instead focusing on the seed in his palm. Its enticing aroma caused a subtle stir in his throat. He lifted the seed and gently cracked its shell. The full kernel was placed in his mouth, and upon a gentle bite, sweetness flooded his senses. A warm current flowed down his throat, spreading through his limbs and awakening memories within his body. A hand caressed delicate flesh. A thigh had borne the weight of a perfectly rounded form. On his lips, he tasted the most exquisite sweetness in the world. Lin Tianhui's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively clenching his fist, the seed shell pierced his palm, yet he remained oblivious. "No." The voice was deep and alluring, with a tone that was resolute and obsessive. "I do not wish to contract the Azure Dragon card. How could he possibly abandon Ian? He had promised him that he would never forsake him. Never. As soon as the words left his lips, the text abruptly vanished, and the floating Azure Dragon card seemed to become enraged, plunging headlong into the white light and disappearing from view. With the departure of the Azure Dragon card, the peculiar energy within the town map also dissipated. The scattered teammates suddenly regained their awareness, oblivious to what had transpired, only vaguely recalling their poor treatment of their cherished cards. Consequently, they were seen coaxing their cards like devoted admirers. At that moment, Lin Tianhui embraced Song Shaoyan, who stood before him, his hands still trembling. It was a near miss. He had almost faced irretrievable ruin. Song Shaoyan patted Lin Tianhui's back, acknowledging the close call. He could have logged off. With a gentle sigh, he leaned his head against Lin Tianhui's chest. Let it be for now. If he couldn't achieve a score of 60, so be it. It was not the first time. Lin Tianhui lowered his head, eagerly savoring the sweetness of their lips. Nearby, the Judgment Stone chimed in. Another kiss? Not shy at all. Heh. After their deep kiss, Song Shaoyan breathed heavily. Let us compete. Lin Tianhui grasped his hand and replied solemnly, All right, let us compete. He glanced at the team channel, realizing that communication was restored, and immediately reached out to the other teammates. The subsequent events unfolded with greater simplicity. The team regrouped and launched a dimensional assault against the MC team. In less than half an hour, the match concluded with the victory of the Apocalypse team. The cheers from the crowd were deafening, and the live stream was inundated with gifts. Yet, Lin Tianhui merely held Song Shaoyan's hand, a possessive glint flickering in his eyes. Ian, please don't return to the card space. Song Shaoyan shook his head, saying, You still have matters to attend to. I'll come out once you're done. Lin Tianhui understood he was referring to the power outage and pursed his lips in agreement. Subsequently, Song Shaoyan returned to the card space while Lin Tianhui attended to the aftermath. Within the card space, Song Shaoyan poked at the black stone. Quickly, tell me what is going on with the Azure Dragon card. The Judgment Stone responded. ZZZ. Song Shaoyan huffed. Don't pretend to be asleep. I know you can't sleep now that you're in the coffee liquid. The Judgment Stone replied, Wow, how cruel. Song Shaoyan clicked his tongue. Yes. Cruel. Now hurry up and tell me what is happening with the Azure Dragon card. The Judgment Stone swayed slightly before slowly revealing the matter regarding the Azure Dragon card. As previously mentioned, humanity knows very little about the cards. To this day, humans remain unaware that SSS-level cards can communicate freely and enter and exit the summoning space at will. The Azure Dragon card, having been rejected by Lin Tianhui last time, was unwilling to accept defeat and thus orchestrated this spectacle in collaboration with the Judgment Stone, all in hopes of compelling Lin Tianhui to contract with it. To their surprise, Lin Tianhui still rejected it. When this matter was brought up, the Judgment Stone let out a haughty laugh, exclaiming, The little Azure Dragon is truly inadequate. Song Shaoyan voiced his confusion, questioning whether the previous Judgment Stone was a fabrication. The Judgment Stone replied, It is indeed genuine. The need for the master to be judged is real, but the content of the judgment does not pertain to whether or not to contract the little Azure Dragon. Enlightened, Song Shaoyan grasped the situation. However, a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. He lifted the Judgment Stone, examining it closely from various angles, even prodding it a bit. I recall you being merely an S-level card. If only SSS-level cards can communicate freely, then the Judgment Stone clearly does not belong to that category. As soon as he finished speaking, the Judgment Stone gently nudged his fingertip, displaying a hint of endearment. I am indeed SSS level. All thanks to Brother Song. Startled, Song Shaoyan pondered me. He remained perplexed until a nearby little lamb approached him, explaining how his snacks could facilitate the upgrading of cards. Realizing the truth, Song Shaoyan felt a wave of dread wash over him. This could mean I might not even earn 10 points. As a mere pawn, he was not permitted to alter the storyline at will. Completing tasks was already quite challenging, and he had not anticipated that the snacks in his small storage would possess such an effect. He retrieved his sausage, unwrapped it, and took a hearty bite. Now you can only watch me eat. The cards lamented in unison, No, please. Among them, the Judgment Stone cried the loudest, a flurry of woo-woo appearing on its dark surface. Song Shaoyan pretended not to notice, waiting for Lin Tianhui to summon him. A day passed, and Lin Tianhui's voice resonated above the card space. Yuan. As soon as Song Shaoyan emerged from the card realm, Lin Tianhui enveloped him in a warm embrace. He lightly pecked the corner of his lips, his voice tinged with delight. Yuan, I have proposed the idea of intermarriage between humans and cards to the Card Association. Upon hearing this, Song Shaoyan felt a wave of darkness envelop him. This is disastrous. I won't even earn a single point. Chapter 74. Cards destined to be abandoned must be confined to the dark room. 24. Song Shaoyan felt dizzy, unable to clearly discern Lin Tianhui's features. Please, don't say any more. If you continue, I might faint. The greatest taboo for a pawn is altering the course of the world. Though he had no idea when humans and cards could intermarry, it was certainly not the right time. Now, with Lin Tianhui broaching the subject, given his influence, it was highly probable that the Card Association would acquiesce. Not only had he failed to log off properly, but he had also altered the world's trajectory. Song Shaoyan could already envision the grim fate of his points. There was even a chance they might be deducted. As this realization struck him, darkness clouded his vision, and he fainted. Lin Tianhui, quick to react, caught him, his gaze darkening. Does a Yuan not wish to marry me? Shortly after the power outage incident, the players from the mythical team and the BC team regained consciousness. During the 20 years, their consciousness was trapped within the map. They had gleaned extensive knowledge about card energy, remnants left behind by the former Judgment Stone. The contestants were safeguarded and, while receiving treatment, began collaborating with the Card Association to supplement card information. Lin Tianhui made significant contributions to this endeavor. Particularly noteworthy was the revelation that SSS-level cards could freely select their contractors and enter and exit the card summoning space at will. A revelation that sent shockwaves through the current card world. Lin Tianhui learned of this from Song Shaoyan, with the condition that they would not marry. Song Shaoyan exchanged his secrets, revealed through the Judgment Stone, for the opportunity to avoid marrying Lin Tianhui. Although Lin Tianhui desired to wed him, he sensed Song Shaoyan's reluctance and temporarily set aside that thought. As for the proposal he had presented, it was shelved due to Song Shaoyan's opposition. Lin Tianhui also refrained from suggesting a union with the cards to the Card Association, which was preoccupied with supplementing card information and did not advance this plan. This brought a sigh of relief to Song Shaoyan. He had successfully retained his point. His efforts to extract card information from the Judgment Stone had not been in vain. Ever since the Qinglong card was exposed, it had a tendency to appear unexpectedly, urging Lin Tianhui to contract it, even interrupting moments when Lin Tianhui would kiss him. This made Lin Tianhui's refusals even more resolute. Later, perhaps fearing that Lin Tianhui might genuinely become angry, Qinglong ceased to appear during their affectionate moments. It persisted in sowing discord around Song Shaoyan. Lin Tianhui is exceptional, but you are not. Are you certain you wish to hinder him from dominating the world? If he contracts me, he will become the strongest human in this realm. If you truly care for him, you ought to relinquish him. Each time, Song Shaoyan found himself drowsy from hearing such declarations, until he could no longer restrain himself and finally said, "Why don't you go tell him?" "I have." But he does not listen. Qinglong's voice conveyed a profound sense of lament. It could not comprehend why Lin Tianhui was unwilling to contract with it, especially since it was the strongest in combat among the cards. Surely, if it called out, countless individuals would be eager to contract it. It only had eyes for Lin Tianhui. He does not wish to abandon you. Qinglong shrank in size and flew before him, its round eyes fixated on Song Shaoyan. What is it about you that is so appealing? Song Shaoyan, feeling languid, yawned and casually pulled out a piece of candy to eat. Qinglong huffed in disdain. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can win my favor. Unfazed, Song Shaoyan unwrapped the candy and stuffed it into Qinglong's mouth. Regardless of anything else, Qinglong was undeniably loud. After being kissed by Lin Tianhui for an entire night, he was genuinely exhausted and had little desire to listen to Qinglong's chatter. Once the candy was lodged in its mouth, Qinglong fell silent, its wide eyes reflecting disbelief. After a prolonged silence, the drowsy Song Shaoyan heard Qinglong's voice again. Now I understand why he is unwilling to give you up. Song Shaoyan felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. You are worth it. A slight smile graced Song Shaoyan's lips as he drifted into slumber. From that point onward, Qinglong ceased to pester Lin Tianhui and instead began to attach itself to him. Were it not for the prohibition against mutual contracts among cards, Qinglong might have insisted on contracting with Song Shaoyan. Lin Tianhui also noticed the transformation of the Azure Dragon. With an overwhelming sense of possessiveness, he pulled Song Shaoyan into his embrace. As he leaned down to kiss him, he inquired, Ian, would you be willing to marry me? Song Shaoyan, in a daze, replied, let us wait a bit longer. That wait extended to 5 years. It was only after 5 years, when numerous humans began to develop feelings of affection for their cards, making the union of humans and cards inevitable, that he finally said to Lin Tianhui, I am willing. At last, he could safeguard his points. Every point counted, and he was no longer picky. Lin Tianhui, filled with excitement, lifted him into his arms and kissed him fervently. Ian, he called out repeatedly, as if he wished to engrave that name deep within his soul. Song Shaoyan's ears flushed slightly. I'm here, stop calling me. Save some energy for the bed. The moment he uttered those words, he regretted it. How could he say such things to someone so full of vigor? Was he not inviting his own demise? As expected, on their wedding day, he found himself bedridden for 3 days and nights. Although this mission ended in failure as anticipated, in the years to come, to preserve his 10 points, he made a promise to Lin Tianhui just before his passing. The contract of the Azure Dragon card. Lin Tianhui raised his hand, gently caressing Song Shaoyan's face, his gaze tender. All right. He had long ceased to feel lonely. Within his desolate realm, wild grasses flourished, representing both his longing for Ian and his love for him. Henceforth, he would no longer be alone. Lin Tianhui contracted the Azure Dragon card. Finally, the long-awaited Azure Dragon card was contracted. Huh? You realize you're about to die upon contracting me. The Azure Dragon was furious. Yet after receiving 100 candies from Song Shaoyan, it contentedly contracted with Lin Tianhui. Song Shaoyan, having automatically been forsaken due to the 11th card's contract, was on the verge of vanishing. Lin Tianhui grasped his hand, his voice gentle. Ian is not my card. He is my beloved. He referred to him in this way. As Song Shaoyan's figure gradually faded, closing his eyes, within the system space, Song Shaoyan saw the settlement of 1 point, his heart aching. Fake. It's all a lie. He was indignant, convinced that it was because his character was not villainous enough. In the next world, I shall be a villain, the most wicked kind. Little White was excited. Host, be a villain. Song Shaoyan nodded emphatically. Indeed, a villain. Little White responded. All right, host, initiating the transfer. In the 10th year of the Mingyi era, the government appeared harmonious, borders peaceful, and devoid of war. Civil officials held the reins of power, while military generals were stripped of their authority, reduced to mere figures with no combat prowess. The current emperor was enthralled by wine and pleasure, with eunuchs holding absolute sway, leaving the populace disconnected from the emperor's will and officials distant from his presence. What seemed lavish and prosperous on the surface concealed deep-seated wounds within. Song Shaoyan, on this occasion, found himself a small eunuch under Lu Feng, the most powerful eunuch of the time. Upon realizing his identity, Song Shaoyan instinctively touched his precious asset. It was a bit small, but not a significant issue. His current mission was arduous. He was to play the role of a malicious pawn, insulting the esteemed General Xie Yizhou under the guise of a lowly eunuch. The methods of insult included, but were not limited to, trampling on faces, stepping on Xiao Yizhou, and licking. When Song Shaoyan beheld his assignment, he was utterly astonished. Such audacity in this task. Xiao, by expressed some confusion. Host, isn't it merely stepping on a face? Song Shaoyan replied, it appears that the more risque elements have been censored by the main system for Xiao Bai. Thus, he pondered whether being censored exempted him from execution of the task. Chapter 75, The Malicious Little Eunuch's Scheme. 1. Lost in Thought. Song Shaoyan received a task from the chief eunuch to insult Xie Yizhou in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. He accepted the task and hastily made his way to the dungeon. At that moment, Xie Yizhou stood before the innermost cell, where his deputy, Wu Chong, was imprisoned. Wu Chong, known for his impulsive and irritable nature, had been apprehended for assaulting someone in public and was incarcerated on the orders of the eunuch Lu Feng. Now, Wu Chong knelt on the ground, his face a mask of remorse. "General, it is all my fault. Had I not been so rash, the general's household would not be in this predicament." The thought of the general personally coming to his aid left him unable to fathom the humiliating methods Lu Feng might employ. Presently, the emperor was lost in debauchery, swayed by the slanders of the eunuchs, and the general's influence had been steadily diminished. Only the Xie family army remained loyal to the general, while other forces had long been usurped by the chief eunuch's men. Wu Chang's face reflected his deep regret, while Xie Yizhou, standing opposite him, displayed no emotion. He seemed accustomed to being schemed against, as if he had reached a resolution within. Meanwhile, Song Shaoyan entered the dark, damp dungeon, resolutely recalling his task, to insult Xie Yizhou. In ancient times, a man's worth was measured by his ability to kneel only before heaven, the earth, and his parents. For him to kneel before another would be a profound insult. To then step on his face would elevate that insult further, especially in front of his subordinates. Song Shaoyan was determined to embrace his role as a malicious pawn, vowing not to show any mercy. He would not settle for just one point. That would be too demeaning. Fueled by indignation, Song Shaoyan stormed deeper into the dungeon. In the distance, he spotted a man clad in armor. The man possessed long black hair, likely tied up due to the demands of martial duty, revealing a sharp profile. Song Shaoyan hesitated momentarily, feeling a flicker of trepidation. What if this man were to kneel before him? Would he be overwhelmed by the weight of such an act? Yet, thinking of the highly insulting one point, Song Shaoyan clenched his teeth and advanced. He approached quickly, clearing his throat. "Isn't this General Xie Yizhou? What brings you here?" Xie Yizhou lifted his gaze, his dark eyes sharp and laced with a hint of menace. He did not recognize the young eunuch before him, but it was evident who had sent him. He let out a cold laugh. "When did it become the place of a mere eunuch to question my actions? Even if I have fallen from grace in the emperor's eyes, it does not grant a small eunuch the right to interrogate me here." Upon witnessing this attitude, Song Shaoyan thought to himself, "My points are saved. This protagonist is certainly not unwell." Unable to suppress a laugh, he quickly composed himself, reminded of his mission. "General Xie, my master has decreed that if you kneel and plead, you may save this esteemed individual." He cast a scornful glance at the kneeling Wu Chang. The term esteemed individual fell from his lips, yet he could scarcely utter the name, his tone dripping with disdain. Wu Chang, upon hearing those words, displayed an expression of urgency. "General, you must not kneel. If you do, what will become of your reputation?" Song Shaoyan was well aware that Xie Yizhou would not easily submit. Hence he issued a grave ultimatum. Should General Xie refuse to kneel, this esteemed individual's life will be forfeit. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "The one who was struck by this esteemed individual is hanging by a thread. If he truly dies, Wu Chang must pay with his life." The slender thread of hope now rests on General Xie's actions. A smirk graced Song Shaoyan's lips. Does General Xie comprehend what it means to kneel? Wu Chang, aghast, sought to intervene, but at that moment, Xie Yizhou knelt decisively. His movements were swift and clean, as though he had not required any mental preparation. Song Shaoyan suppressed the urge to flee, pressing one trembling hand against his thigh while the other mockingly patted Xie Yizhou's face. "General Xie, today you find yourself in this position." He laughed arrogantly. If one were to overlook his quivering fingers, he appeared truly malicious. Yet that slight tremor betrayed his inner turmoil, allowing Xie Yizhou to perceive a chink in his armor. At this juncture, Song Shaoyan found himself trapped. Witnessing Xie Yizhou's silence, he sneered once more. Does General Xie understand what it means to kneel? He grasped the general's shoulder, bending down to speak softly, yet with venomous intent. It is the kind of kneeling that requires bowing one's head. Wu Chang's face flushed with indignation, his anger nearly spilling over as he restrained himself from charging at Song Shaoyan. Meanwhile, the insulted Xie Yizhou remained eerily silent, his gaze fixed intensely on the small eunuch before him. The eunuch, with his rosy lips and sparkling eyes, appeared the victim despite his bullying demeanor, trembling even as he commanded Xie Yizhou to kneel at the behest of that elderly eunuch. Xie Yizhou scoffed quietly. "You pitiful wretch." Song Shaoyan, seething, retorted, "You refuse to drink the toast, and instead choose the penalty. I shall return to inform my master." Just as he turned to leave, Xie Yizhou seized his ankle. Looking down at Xie Yizhou, Song Shaoyan noted the general, clad in heavy armor, kneeling on the ground. One hand gripping his ankle while the other rested at his side, his head bowed against the damp, cold floor. He had indeed knelt and bowed his head. Song Shaoyan's long lashes fluttered as he continued his taunt. "Since General Xie has knelt and bowed, why not lick my feet as well? You hardly appear to be a general now." Rather, he leaned in closer to whisper maliciously into Xie Yizhou's ear, like a dog. Xie Yizhou kept his head lowered, his gaze deep and unfathomable, his throat subtly moving as he swallowed. The delicate ankle beneath his palm felt fragile, as though it could shatter with the slightest pressure. The young eunuch, who is merely a pawn of the old courtier, now finds himself insulted as a dog. As Song Shaoyan observed that Xie Yizhou remained silent, he reached out and playfully patted Xie Yizhou's face. "Xie dog, lick my feet, understand?" In the dim and damp dungeon, a pungent odor of mildew lingered unpleasantly in the air. Had it not been for his intent to deeply humiliate Xie Yizhou, he would have long since departed. Song Shaoyan glared at Xie Yizhou, who finally lifted his gaze to meet his own. Their eyes locked, and a profound understanding seemed to spark between them. Just as Song Shaoyan attempted to discern the meaning in Xie Yizhou's eyes, a sharp pain shot through his ankle. Instinctively, he looked down to see the hem of his trousers sliced open by a sharp blade, revealing his fair skin beneath. At that moment, blood began to seep from his ankle, the pain radiating from the wound. Song Shaoyan had barely registered how Xie Yizhou had struck him, but he was certain that it was indeed Xie Yizhou who had caused his injury. "You wretched dog," he cursed, appearing furious, while internally he reveled in delight. Yes, indeed. It was only by maintaining such an attitude that the male protagonist could fulfill his mission and earn points. He struggled to stifle his laughter, allowing himself to savor the pain radiating from his ankle. His complexion paled, his expression twisted with a hint of agony. Meanwhile, Xie Yizhou lowered his head, exerting force as he pinned Song Shaoyan to the ground. With his right hand, which had rested at his side, he grasped Song Shaoyan's waist, rendering him unable to escape. His left hand gripped Song Shaoyan's ankle, allowing blood to trickle down to his fingertips. Song Shaoyan, both furious and vexed, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Xie Yizhou, with a teasing smile, replied, "Didn't you want me to lick your feet?" He leaned closer, his gaze fixed on Song Shaoyan, his lips hovering over the bleeding wound, his tongue tasting the blood. A shiver coursed through Song Shaoyan. The warmth enveloping the pain surged to his head, and his previously pale face flushed crimson. Though Xie Yizhou knelt, his head bowed, appearing to be in a subordinate position, his piercing eyes bore into Song Shaoyan with an aggressive intensity. With each taste of blood, it felt as if he was utterly dominating the audacious young eunuch before him. Song Shaoyan's face burned with shame, his foot taut. The skin around the bleeding ankle flushed red. The blood gradually ceased to flow under Xie Yizhou's ministrations, leaving only a faint throbbing sensation to stimulate Song Shaoyan's consciousness. As Xie Yizhou savored the final drop of blood, his sharp features were stained red, imparting an almost enchanting quality to his visage. His throat bobbed slightly, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. "Are you satisfied now?" Song Shaoyan's expression was a mixture of indignation and embarrassment. Yet, Xie Yizhou had committed no wrong. He had indeed licked his foot, fulfilling the humiliation to perfection, albeit injuring his right ankle in the process. Nevertheless, considering his points, Song Shaoyan resolved to endure the pain. Song Shaoyan swiftly retracted his leg, yet could not resist delivering a light kick to Xie Yizhou's knee. "What good dog you are," he remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm, eager to reduce the lofty general to mere dust. Xie Yizhou remained kneeling, his right hand resting at his side, and spoke in a calm manner. "Do you wish for your left foot to be licked as well?" Song Shaoyan responded, "Is that a threat?" It must surely be a threat. One injured foot was tolerable, but there was no way he would allow both to be harmed. He snorted in disdain, bemused by General Xia's ability to submit so lowly, kneeling to lick the foot of a subordinate. If word of this were to spread, the general's reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished. He chuckled brazenly, his cheeks flushed with a hint of arrogance. Unmoved, Xia Yizhou inquired, "Can we overlook Wu Chang now?" With a flick of his sleeve, Song Shaoyan awaited his response. He then turned and limped out of the dungeon. Once he departed, Wu Chang broke down in tears. "General, it is all my fault. Had I not acted impulsively, you would not have been humiliated by a mere eunuch. A man's knee is worth gold, let alone that of a general. It is all my fault, all my fault," Wu Chang lamented, wishing he could end his own life in despair. Xia Yizhou perceived Wu Chang's inner turmoil and spoke solemnly, "You have more pressing matters at hand." He then cast his gaze upon the small pool of crimson before him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "His blood is quite sweet, sweet enough to quell the bloodlust within me." The era of peace they now enjoyed had been won through a decade of relentless struggle led by Xia Yizhou and his soldiers. Since childhood, he had accompanied his parents in a battle. Blood and gunpowder had long since become an intrinsic part of his being. Yet now, in this peaceful world, the borders remained undisturbed, with no enemy soldiers daring to invade. The absence of bloodshed and conflict in his life had made their specter loom larger than ever. Over the years, Xia Yizhou had been suppressing himself. As the general tasked with defending the homeland, he was not a beast driven by the desire for slaughter. Thus, he had to endure and restrain himself. When the emperor, swayed by the slander of the old eunuch, sought to diminish his military power, he harbored no complaints. Xia Yizhou understood better than anyone what a man of great power could become when subjected to extreme repression. He did not wish to become a monster, yet he found himself ensnared. Until this day, Xia Yizhou drew a dagger from his side, the blade still stained with remnants of blood, a mark left by the little eunuch. He toyed with the dagger, malice flickering in his eyes. After emerging from the dungeon, Song Shaoyan hurried to report to the chief eunuch, embellishing his tale of how he had compelled Xia Yizhou to kneel and lick his foot, even fabricating that the general had bled from the humiliation. Lu Feng, the eunuch, listened intently, his high-pitched voice brimming with excitement. "Excellent, excellent. So, Xia Yizhou has met his match today." Lu Feng rewarded Song Shaoyan handsomely, neglecting to inquire about the injury to his ankle. After all, he was merely a pawn, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. Lu Feng had no regard for the life or death of a mere eunuch, let alone his injuries. Song Shaoyan did not mind. After accepting the rewards, he returned to his dwelling. Perhaps due to his significant potential, Lu Feng had arranged for him a modest single room, which was well equipped and required no further arrangements on his part. Upon returning to his small abode, Song Shaoyan rummaged through his belongings in search of medicinal supplies for his injuries. Despite turning over nearly everything in the room, he could not locate the healing salve. As the pain in his ankle intensified, he could no longer bear it. He retrieved some medicine from his small storage, disinfected the wound, and applied the ointment. Finally, letting out a sigh of relief. It should not become inflamed, he muttered, feeling the surrounding skin. Xia Yizhou had not only licked the blood, but had also tended to the surrounding area, leaving it somewhat reddened. Truly, he was a dog. Chapter 77. The Malicious Scheme of the Cunning Eunuch 3. Having traversed the humiliating scenes of the dungeons, Song Shaoyan found himself momentarily idle. As a mere eunuch without a specific master to attend to, his days were spent observing the extravagance of the current emperor, only to be scolded by the arrogant consorts who basked in their favored status. Song Shaoyan had grown accustomed to the cold words of the consorts, discreetly learning from their barbs, intending to employ them the next time he had the opportunity to insult Xia Yizhou. In just 7 days, Song Shaoyan received another assignment from the Grand Eunuch. This time, he was to seduce Xia Yizhou. Not only that, but he was also instructed to publicly humiliate Xia Yizhou before the civil and military officials during the autumn hunt, tarnishing his reputation. The Grand Eunuch did not specify the details of the task, only commanding him to ensure Xia Yizhou suffered disgrace in front of the dignitaries. With a plan forming in his mind, Song Shaoyan awaited the arrival of the autumn hunt. Early in the morning, the emperor showcased his archery skills by shooting at a wild chicken, which was, in fact, a mere performance orchestrated by the eunuchs. After this brief display, The emperor retreated to the imperial chambers to attend to his duties. Song Shaoyan often felt that the emperor would one day perish in bed, though he dared not voice such thoughts. This time, he accompanied the grand eunuch for an important mission, donned in eunuch attire. As the civil and military officials set off for the hunt, he stealthily followed Xiaizhou. Riding a spirited steed, Xiaizhou moved swiftly, quickly disappearing from view. The plan had not even begun before it faltered. How impressive to possess martial prowess. Song Shaoyan gritted his teeth. Noticing that time was still on his side, he realized that returning would only invite inquiries from the grand eunuch. Thus, he opted to climb a picturesque tree. Perched on a branch near the trunk, he swung his legs idly. Before long, sounds emerged from the thicket ahead. A wild boar burst forth from the underbrush, charging directly towards the tree he occupied. With a resounding crash, the once sturdy tree shook, and a portion of the trunk splintered. The branch upon which Song Shaoyan sat swayed perilously. Startled, he instinctively sought to escape, but the damaged branch was no longer as easy to descend from as it had been when he climbed up. Moreover, the boar, having collided with the tree, had spotted him and was now glaring menacingly, seemingly poised to charge him down. Song Shaoyan found himself in a perilous predicament. At that moment, a familiar figure ambled into view atop a horse. Xiaizhou, clad in fitted attire, his hair elegantly tied up, leisurely pulled on the reins with one hand. Casting a slow glance at the quivering young eunuch before him, the eunuch appeared utterly disheveled, his pale face betraying his distress, and his robes hung loosely, with sharp branches having torn through, revealing the white lining beneath. Just days prior, his eyes had brimmed with arrogance. Now, however, they reflected a timid fear. Resembling a startled rabbit, Xiaizhou halted at a distance of 5 paces from the wild boar, which seemed to sense the danger posed by this formidable figure and intensified its futile assault on the obstructing tree. The boar, clearly lacking in intelligence, failed to consider a detour and stubbornly continued to batter the trunk. The branches trembled violently, causing Song Shaoyan's body to sway uncontrollably. Focusing on his task, Song Shaoyan grasped a nearby branch with his left hand, steadying himself to stand. He looked down from his elevated position at Xiaizhou on horseback, a mocking glint in his eyes. Was this not General Xia? How was it that, after 2 hours into the autumn hunt, he bore nothing in his hands? Xiaizhou slightly raised his head, his gaze landing on Song Shaoyan. Sensing this, Song Shaoyan puffed out his chest. What? Was Xia the dog once again eager to lick his feet? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt Xiaizhou's gaze shift to his ankle. Is your injury healed? Xiaizhou inquired. Song Shaoyan scoffed, ready to retort, when the wild boar suddenly escalated its assault. With a loud crack, the trunk splintered, and the branch beneath him collapsed to the ground. Closing his eyes, Song Shaoyan braced for the impending pain. With a thud, he found himself seated upon the wild boar, which let out a wail, seemingly knocked unconscious by the weight of his fall. Song Shaoyan was taken aback, although the boar served as an unintentional cushion. His own backside must surely be bruised. Meanwhile, Xiaizhou, riding his horse, approached him and asked, "Does it hurt?" Song Shaoyan glared at him. "What do you think?" It was rumored that General Xia was valiant and skilled in battle, yet here he was, unable to capture even a wild boar. It appeared that his esteemed title was but an empty boast. Xiaizhou allowed Song Shaoyan's taunts and jibes to wash over him, his gaze fixed on the torn inner garment of the young eunuch. The eunuch, not particularly favored, wore no fine fabric. Both his outer and inner garments could not withstand even a gentle scrape from a branch. The inner garment bore 2 rips, one at the waist and another at the front, the pale waistline highlighted against the desolate autumn backdrop drawing the eye. The adornment upon his front seemed to infuse this autumn day with a hint of spring. With his right hand, Xiaizhou wielded a long spear, thrusting it towards Song Shaoyan's waist. With a deft twist of his wrist, he effortlessly lifted Song Shaoyan onto the horse with the spear. Caught off guard, Song Shaoyan had hardly comprehended Xiaizhou's swift movements before he found himself face to face with him atop the horse. However, recalling his mission, he quickly regained his composure, clasping the reins tightly behind his back. Meanwhile, he provocatively remarked, Is General Xie not afraid of me informing the master? Xie Yizhou retorted. What shall I tell that old eunuch? Song Shaoyan let out a derisive snort, leaning slightly forward. Inform the master that General Xie is a pervert who delights in licking. He paused deliberately, forcefully whipping the reins. The steed, startled, surged forward with great speed. Though spirited, the horse was well trained and, after being frightened, headed straight towards the outskirts of the hunt. At that moment, the civil and military officials were gathered there, exchanging insights while awaiting the return of other hunters. As the fiery steed approached, some sharp-eyed individuals recognized the rider as General Xie Zhou. A voice called out, "General!" Everyone turned to look, witnessing the horse coming under Xie Yizhou's control, rearing back and letting out a triumphant neigh. However, alongside him on the horse was a small eunuch, who appeared quite disheveled, his garments seemingly torn, revealing skin that was a vivid scarlet, indicative of some brutal mistreatment. Such a sight led many to indulge in unsavory thoughts. At that moment, the small eunuch unexpectedly slapped Xie Yizhou's face, the act seeming fierce yet tinged with a whimpering tone. "Xie dog." The venomous words escaped the eunuch's lips. "You can't even," he continued, "worthless creature." The crowd was taken aback, some closing their eyes in empathy, fearing the sight of the eunuch's head severed from his body. Just then, another familiar yet suppressed voice rang out, hit him harder. This voice was unmistakably that of General Xie Yizhou, sending waves of astonishment through the assembly, some even forgetting to breathe. Those of high rank gazed upon the small eunuch seated on the horse. With rosy lips and white teeth, he was indeed handsome. Yet his disheveled attire and the exposed skin marked by red hints of torment were distressing. His fingers trembled as if he were gripped by utmost fear, tears glistening in his eyes, embodying both pity and grievance. It was hard to fathom what kind of abuse this small eunuch had endured at the hands of the mighty general, leading to such a state. While some felt sympathy, others' thoughts began to stir. Xie Yizhou was a man without apparent weaknesses, excelling in both literature and martial prowess, his military strategies earning him an enviable peace along the borders. Many sought to curry favor with him at court. Even though his power had been significantly diminished by the current emperor, he remained a figure of desire among many ministers. However, no matter their attempts, Xie Yizhou had always rebuffed them, often issuing warnings. Now, witnessing him torment the small eunuch to such an extent, some began to entertain lively thoughts. Who would have imagined that the seemingly disinterested Xie Yizhou had an affinity for male beauty? If that were the case, it would be quite manageable. As for the slap Xie Yizhou had received moments ago, they dismissed it as mere playful banter. After all, even a cornered rabbit may bite. It was expected for the favored eunuch to be somewhat arrogant. Furthermore, Xie Yizhou himself had suggested hitting harder, indicating his enjoyment of such a prickly dynamic. Indeed, excessively docile pets hold little significance for someone like Xie Yizhou. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the thoughts of the crowd had shifted several times. At this moment, Song Shaoyan, held captive by the little Yizhou, was perplexed. Is this person deranged? He mused, casting a bewildered glance at Xie Yizhou. The latter furrowed his brow, a flicker of pain evident in his features, as if his dignity had been sullied. This realization allowed Song Shaoyan to relax slightly. It seemed to be merely a physical reaction, while deep down, Xie Yizhou still felt humiliated. He trembled slightly, leaning closer to Xie Yizhou's ear. He whispered, "General Xie, in such a disheveled state, do you require my assistance?" Xie Yizhou raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the sudden flattery from the young eunuch. He responded with a low, affirmative sound. However, just as he did, the very eunuch who had been so solicitous gave him a shove, hastily dismounting. Consequently, his disarray was laid bare for all to see. Seizing the moment of astonishment among the onlookers, Song Shaoyan fled without a backward glance. In the distance, he faintly caught snippets of discussion. "Truly, it is General Xie," someone remarked. Song Shaoyan was left bewildered, unsure of what they were praising. Yet he understood that some harbored a blind admiration for Xie Yizhou. Regardless, the exposure of Xie Yizhou's intimate encounter with the young eunuch in public would undoubtedly lead to severe disdain. Once this news circulated, the public's perception of Xie Yizhou would surely diminish. Contemplating this, Song Shaoyan hurriedly sought out the chief eunuch to report back. The chief eunuch, perhaps having secretly witnessed his scheme of humiliation, appeared quite pleased. With a grand wave of his hand, he rewarded Song Shaoyan with 100 taels of silver and reassigned him to a more leisurely post, thus sparing him from enduring the ire of the concubines alongside other eunuchs. As for Xie Zhou, Song Shaoyan held no concern for him. That very evening, rumors regarding Xie Zhou began to circulate quietly within the palace. It was said that he had coerced a young eunuch during the autumn hunt, and the two engaged in intimate activities on horseback. The young eunuch, emboldened by his favor, even struck Xie Zhou. Allegations of Xie Zhou's exceptional prowess soon emerged, with whispers claiming that he possessed extraordinary attributes. Within just a couple of days, these rumors reached the common folk. In fact, they were woven into tales recited by storytellers in brothels, ensuring that nearly everyone in the capital was aware of Xie Zhou's alleged deeds. In the general's residence, Xie Zhou had thrown out countless men who had stealthily entered his chambers. His countenance was as dark as ink, a storm brewing within. His strict code as a general had never before permitted such intrusions. Yet, in recent days, they had become increasingly frequent. He refused to believe that there were no traitors within the general's household. He had been foolish, allowing that old emperor to wield power unchecked, remaining oblivious to when the general's residence had been infiltrated by spies. Even with only the Xie family army at his command, he would not allow such insolence. With a cold smile playing on his lips, Xie Zhou turned and made his way to the study. He summoned his 4 deputy commanders, and they entered the hidden chamber within the study, where they deliberated throughout the night. By dawn, all the deputy commanders, save for the one from Wuchang, had departed. Wuchang remained to report to Xie Zhou about the recent rumors circulating in the streets, unable to meet his gaze for even a moment. Xie Zhou toyed with a dagger in his hand, and upon closer inspection, he noticed dried crimson blood on the blade. When he heard Wuchang mention that the Nanchuan Pavilion had engaged craftsmen to create that object and was to hold some sort of contest, a grimace twisted his lips. He was not unaware of the gossip that had spread in recent days. On that fateful day, he had donned tight-fitting attire, and due to the actions of a young eunuch, he had found himself in a compromising position. He had initially thought that subduing the young eunuch would provide some cover, but unexpectedly, the same eunuch who had previously sought to curry favor had pushed him aside. In that moment of unguardedness, or perhaps it could be said that he had been beguiled by the flattering young eunuch, he allowed himself to be shoved away. Thus, his embarrassment was laid bare, and although his trousers provided some concealment, they did little to hide the entirety of the situation. However, with the throngs of people around, he could not possibly eliminate each one who might spread the tale. He could only let the rumors circulate. Initially, it had merely been idle chatter among bored individuals. But now Nanchuan Pavilion had audaciously replicated that object and even planned a competition. This revelation darkened Xie Zhou's expression. Who was behind the Nanchuan Pavilion? Wuchang cautiously replied, "Is the powerful eunuch." A cold chuckle escaped Xie Zhou's lips. It was as he suspected. Only Lu Feng would dare to orchestrate such a scheme, capable of both humiliating and mocking him. Xie Zhou's fingers lightly tapped on the table, and after a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Is there an image of that object?" Wuchang carefully produced a piece of paper from within his robes and presented it with both hands before Xie Zhou. As Xie Zhou unfurled the drawing and beheld the depicted object, a sardonic smile crept across his lips and a glint of malice sparkled in his eyes. The young eunuch's throat constricted as if he wished to shred those 3 words. The rendering was so lifelike that who, apart from that young eunuch, would possess such knowledge? He rolled up the drawing and asked, "When does the contest commence?" Wuchang respectfully replied, "At the hour of the pig today." Xie Zhou waved him away and once more opened the drawing, scrutinizing it closely. After a considerable time, Xie Zhou's throat stirred slightly. For such an affront, punishment is warranted. In the palace, Song Shaoyan suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, glancing left and right, and upon confirming he was alone, he leisurely returned to his small quarters. In recent days, that powerful eunuch had been inexplicably insistent that he describe Xiao Zhou to an artist. At that time, he had been preoccupied with the desire to humiliate Xie Zhou, hardly recalling any details about Xiao Yizhou. He had simply exaggerated in his descriptions. Yet, that was not sufficient. He was required to reflect deeply and articulate every detail clearly. If he failed to do so, he was made to stand there and recollect. In truth, he was at a loss and fabricated a few half-hearted remarks. After all, they were all somewhat similar, and he doubted that the powerful eunuch would go so far as to strip Xie Yizhou to verify the truth. The constant pressure to remember had deprived him of sleep. As soon as he returned to his bed, he fell into a deep slumber. In a haze, he sensed someone carrying him, but he was far too weary to realize it was anything but a dream. After an indeterminate time, a chill brushed against his face. With a sudden jolt, Song Shaoyan abruptly opened his eyes. Before him stood Xie Yizhou, casually rolling an orange against his face. Song Shaoyan? He gasped in surprise. What are you doing here? Xie Yizhou nonchalantly thrust the orange into his hand. Why shouldn't I be here? He retorted. The competition today is rather thrilling. Naturally, I had to come and witness it. Song Shaoyan felt a bit disoriented. Competition? What competition? Xie Yizhou lightly tapped the booklet in front of him. Glancing at it, Song Shaoyan noticed that the first page contained the very descriptions he had shared with the artist over the past few days. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he scrutinized the smaller print. The Nanchuan Pavilion will host a competition at the hour of the pig. The winner shall spend a night of passion with the head courtesan. He swallowed hard. He was aware that the Nanchuan Pavilion was an establishment maintained by a powerful eunuch, where patrons of all genders could indulge in their desires. Perhaps due to the eunuch's own physical limitations, the establishment had notably liberal standards. It was rumored that there were even individuals engaging in such activities in the main hall. In truth, Song Shaoyan had only heard whispers of these things, never witnessed them firsthand. Yet, even mere rumors suggested a level of depravity that would land one in prison in modern society. Given that this was the nature of the establishment, it was no surprise that the first page bore such illustrations. It was all too evident what kind of competition was at hand. Truly, this eunuch was quite perverse. Song Shaoyan internally scoffed, a forced smile escaping him. This competition, haha, I can't possibly participate. I would be eliminated in the first round. Xie Yizhou, momentarily speechless, lowered his gaze and chuckled derisively. You, a mere eunuch, wish to compete? Song Shaoyan gritted his teeth. He could concede that he was incapable, but he would never allow the male lead to undermine him. With a decisive slap upon the booklet, a wicked glimmer sparkled in his eyes. General Xie was once at my feet like a dog. It seems he hasn't been a sycophant of late. He removed his shoes and playfully placed his foot on Xie Yizhou's thigh, the implication quite clear. Xie Yizhou grasped his ankle, toying with it casually. The first time, you threatened me with the command of Wu Chang. The second time, you seduced me with your body. He lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the blushing eunuch. Now, what do you seek from me? Song Shaoyan cast a glance at the booklet, arms crossed defiantly. If you refuse, I shall proclaim that these illustrations belong to General Xie. Xie Yizhou's eyes narrowed. It was apparent that the drawings were indeed the product of a eunuch's collaboration with the old matron. Initially, he believed the eunuch had merely assisted, but upon closer inspection, he discerned details that were distinctly different from his own. He had assumed the individual who observed closely had fabricated the account. However, the eunuch's current assertion confirmed his involvement. A chill flickered in Xie Yizhou's gaze as he tightened his grip. Oh, how did you describe it to that old matron? Naturally, Song Shaoyan would not divulge any absurd fabrications. Furthermore, he was intent on opposing the male lead. How could he allow any concession? Did General Xie not realize he was overthinking? On the day of the autumn hunt, you embarrassed yourself in front of the assembled officials who observed it all quite clearly. In recent days, rumors have been rampant in the streets. How can you claim that I spoke of this to our sovereign? Song Shaoyan's brows knitted slightly, his demeanor tinged with impatience. I see that you, this dog, are not a good dog at all. Suspicion brews within you, suggesting a lack of loyalty. Xie Yizhou fixed his gaze on Song Shaoyan for a brief moment, his grip gradually loosening. You seem quite devoted to that old eunuch. He lowered his eyes, his finger curling around the edge of his sock, rolling it down, exposing his slender ankle to the air. Upon the originally unblemished skin, there appeared vivid red fingerprints. A jarring sight. Is the wound healed? Xiaozhou's fingertips brushed over a faint scar on the ankle. Song Shaoyan was uncertain about the efficacy of the healing salves in this world, having pilfered from his own small stockpile of medicine. Just as he pondered what excuse to concoct, he heard Xiaozhou remark, "That old eunuch truly cares for you. He is willing to provide you with the finest healing ointment. Yet, in just a few days, the injury has reduced to a mere shallow scar." Aside from the imperial healing salve, he could not fathom any other remedy. Upon hearing this, Song Shaoyan understood. Naturally, the sovereign holds affection for me. Oh, Xiaozhou raised an eyebrow. How deep is that affection? That old eunuch, with his frail body, what could he possibly do to show such care? Song Shaoyan scoffed coldly. My sovereign would never think of such sordid matters as you do. Xiaozhou's fingertips traced the shallow scar, choosing not to respond. At that moment, the competition in the Great Hall had commenced. In the center lay the mold, surrounded by eager participants taking turns to showcase their talents. The hall resonated with alluring melodies. As dancers and courtesans twirled gracefully, their figures swaying beneath delicate veils. This place was undeniably a paradise of primal desires. People indulged recklessly, their gazes blurred and dazed, ensnared in the throes of passion, unable to extricate themselves. On the second floor, Xiaozhou lifted a corner of the curtain to take a glimpse. Song Shaoyan, filled with curiosity, leaned in but was promptly covered by Xiaozhou's hand, pulling him back. It's unsightly. Song Shaoyan shot a glare at Xiaozhou. Better than a dog. Xiaozhou was in a good mood today, initially not intending to act against the young eunuch. However, upon hearing this, an inexplicable flame ignited within him. Instantly, his gaze darkened, pulling the young man closer. Better than me? He chuckled coldly. Let us see who can take the lead today. After struggling for a moment and failing to break free, Song Shaoyan spoke defiantly. What if you take the lead? Xiaozhou's eyes glimmered with coldness. Then I shall have you punished. You're simply envious. Seeing no escape, Song Shaoyan slapped Xiaozhou's face. You wicked dog. Let me go. Xiaozhou's throat bobbed, a glimmer of regret flashing in his eyes. Why is your strength not as formidable today? Song Shaoyan, male lead, pervert. Chapter 80. The Malicious Young Eunuch's Scheming Plan. 6. Xiaozhou wrapped his arms around Song Shaoyan's waist, his thumb caressing the soft flesh at his side. Has that old eunuch been harsh with you? Song Shaoyan rubbed his palm, replying with irritation. No, my sovereign treats me very well. Just yesterday, he rewarded me with 100 taels of silver. Upon mentioning this, his tone became notably more animated. After all, it was a sum of 100 taels of silver. In a time when an entire family would subsist on merely 50 taels a year, this amount was indeed substantial. It could sustain him for 2 to 3 years on his own. Xiaozhou scoffed. You assist him in humiliating me, and he rewards you with 100 taels of silver? Song Shaoyan's eyes suddenly sparkled. The male protagonist was aware of the humiliation directed at him. His task was indeed on the verge of completion. I am unwaveringly loyal to my master. Even if my master bestows upon me just a single tael, I would gladly serve him. Xiaozhou fixated his gaze upon his face, attempting to discern any trace of deceit. Yet, the young eunuch bore an expression of unfeigned honesty, revealing no hint of falsehood. A flicker of irritation crossed his mind. That old matron treats you so well? Is she truly deserving of your unwavering loyalty? Who in the capital was unaware of her insatiable greed, leveraging her position as a favored confidant of the emperor to deceive the sovereign? The sordid dealings of the capital were inextricably linked to her machinations. Such a person was hardly worthy of allegiance. Song Shaoyan confidently replied, Indeed, my master has rewarded me with 100 taels. He has even assigned me a leisurely post, granting me a private chamber. In the palace, there are countless eunuchs, and those of my rank are typically forced to share quarters. Not only has the high-ranking eunuch arranged a single room for me, but he has also exempted me from serving the troublesome concubines. Thus, my loyalty is assured. Most importantly, he was currently a malicious pawn, destined to meet his end alongside the powerful eunuch at the hands of the male protagonist. One could say he was bound to the high-ranking eunuch by a thread. Naturally inclined to support him, Xie Yizhou listened in silence, his gaze fixated on the young eunuch's lips as they moved. He endeavored to concentrate on the words spoken, yet his attention was repeatedly drawn to those delicate, pink lips. It was only when the lips ceased their movement that Xie Yizhou slowly began to speak. You are rewarded with silver and granted some favors. And thus you exhibit such steadfast loyalty to him? A slow smile crept across his face, his cold, sharp features acquiring a hint of allure. Do you not realize the price you will pay for such humiliation directed at me? His large hand gradually ascended, resting upon the young eunuch's shoulder. His palm was substantial, while the eunuch's slender frame appeared fragile beneath his touch. The delicate collarbone, hidden beneath the thin fabric of his garment, subtly revealed itself. Xie Yizhou's gaze darkened. Are you not afraid that I might take your life? Song Shaoyan's long lashes fluttered slightly, betraying a hint of trepidation. Yet inwardly, he reveled in arrogance. To be killed by him? Was that not an ideal exit? His current mission was to continually provoke humiliation towards Xie Yizhou, only to meet his demise as a result. As for what would transpire after Xie Yizhou ended his life, that fell beyond the scope of his assignment, and he could not glean any subsequent plot details from the system. This was the beauty of being cannon fodder. One merely needed to tend to their own small plot of land. Song Shaoyan inwardly rejoiced, yet on the surface, he continued to taunt, "If you kill me, my master will seek vengeance on your behalf." He lifted his chin, a look of disdain adorning his features. "General Xie, do not forget that you now command only the Xie family's army. Should my master desire, your general's residence would be trampled by the troops. The current emperor is ensnared by indulgence, having missed court for 2 months. Even now, the memorials are reviewed by the chief eunuch, while the emperor revels nearby with his concubines. He has seen the emperor from a distance. Though merely 35 years of age, he appears as a withered elder of 60. It seems his days are numbered. The chief eunuch's words are now gospel to the emperor, and should he slander Xie Yizhou in the emperor's presence, his life would certainly not improve. Song Shaoyan speculated that the narrative would lead to Xie Yizhou raising an army to unify the realm, for as the male protagonist, he is destined to ascend as the paramount figure. Alas, he is unable to witness it. Song Shaoyan gently shook his head, patting Xie Yizhou's shoulder with a hint of regret. General Xie, much of this world now bears the surname Liu. Xie Yizhou did not contest this statement. With the eunuchs in power, the court has been thoroughly infiltrated by that old eunuch's influence. The young eunuch spoke truthfully. Indeed, a considerable portion of this realm belongs to the old eunuch. The contests in the grand hall below continued, yet none could surpass the others. The atmosphere grew increasingly exuberant, with lascivious melodies pervading the entirety of Nanchuan Pavilion. Fortunately, the soundproofing on the second floor was commendable. Closing the windows effectively muted the raucous noise below. The unsavory sounds did not reach Song Shaoyan's ears. After provoking Xie Yizhou, who had fallen into contemplation, he quietly rose and seated himself across the room. He had been sound asleep, only to awaken in this place, and he could easily surmise who was responsible. However, the palace's strict regulations and his proximity to the chief eunuch, with even more guards stationed there, made it astonishing that Xie Yizhou could abduct him unnoticed. This man's skills were evidently beyond his expectations. While lost in thought, Xie Yizhou suddenly spoke. "If I were to gain power and wealth, would you pledge your loyalty to me?" Startled, Song Shaoyan hastily replied, "Impossible." He raised 3 fingers to the heavens in solemn oath. "My heart belongs to my master. My loyalty is a testament to heaven and earth. I could never betray my master. Xie Yizhou, you are inciting discord. How despicable. Truly a vile dog, incapable of even loyalty." Xie Yizhou's gaze was profound, his dark pupils devoid of any light. There were no others present. He seemed to imply something. "You need not profess your loyalty." Song Shaoyan covered his ears. "I hear nothing. I hear nothing." The dog recites scriptures. Xie Yizhou remained silent for 2 seconds, then moved. A gust of wind swept by, and Song Shaoyan found himself cradled in Xie Yizhou's embrace. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Xie Yizhou struck down with a swift hand. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted instantly. Xie Yizhou caught his limp form, lifting him effortlessly. The contest below had concluded at some unknown moment. As he had stated, there were no victors this time. With a mere glance, Xiaizhou departed with Song Shaoyan in his arms. The night was heavy, shrouding the capital in a thick shadow. A gentle breeze stirred, and a shadow emerged, stealthily infiltrating the imperial palace. Chapter 81. The Malicious Eunuch's Scheming Plan 7. That night, the emperor was startled and spent a sleepless night. The following day, he unusually attended the morning court and announced his intention to journey to Tianling Temple for blessings. Tianling Temple is approximately a week's travel from the capital, and the blessings would take 7 days, meaning the round trip would consume nearly a month. During this month, matters of state would be jointly deliberated and managed by the chief eunuch Lu Feng and the current Grand General Xiaizhou. On that day, the emperor set forth, escorted by the imperial guard, without bringing a consort, embarking grandly towards Tianling Temple. This sudden decision sparked a flurry of speculation in court. Some whispered that the emperor, having indulged a consort the previous night, was haunted by nightmares, prompting his wish for blessings. Others claimed he was beset by malevolent spirits, necessitating the blessings to rid himself of them. Even more rumors suggested that the emperor had taken a fancy to a village maiden near the temple and intended to personally indulge her. In essence, various narratives proliferated, leaving the populace both curious and apprehensive. It was well known in the court that the chief eunuch and the grand general were at odds. Yet the reasons for their discord remained a mystery. The eunuch had whispered countless slanders into the emperor's ear, undermining Xiaizhou's military power. Now, Xiaizhou could only command the Xie family army, no longer the powerful general he once was. This month promised to unfold with dramatic events. When Song Shaoyan heard of these developments, he had just been rewarded 100 taels of silver by the chief eunuch. He felt bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired. All he recalled was being struck unconscious by Xiaizhou the previous night and awakening in his own bed. Had it not been for the lingering pain in his palm, he might even have doubted the reality of the previous night. The emperor's hasty departure to Tianling Temple caught him off guard, and he found it peculiar to have received 100 taels of silver without cause. Thus, he prodded the little white creature in his consciousness. Little White, what happened last night? Little White whispered, Host, you were knocked unconscious by the male lead last night. Song Shaoyan nodded, I know, and then Little White appeared somewhat troubled. When the male lead brought you back, you kept squeaking like a hamster. Little White seemed astonished by its host's behavior. It was particularly realistic, it emphasized. Song Shaoyan felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Little White continued, the emperor happened to emerge from the restroom and heard your squeaking. Song Shaoyan felt darkness encroach upon his vision. Trembling, he incredulously asked, I frightened the emperor? Little White affirmed, Yes, host, you frightened the emperor. Song Shaoyan attempted to protest. Could it be that Xiaizhou frightened the emperor? Little White replied, Host, it was you. Song Shaoyan was engulfed in despair. He had pondered countless reasons for the emperor suddenly seeking blessings at Tianling Temple, but never anticipated that it could be due to himself. He merely dozed off and uttered a couple of sounds. What fault lies with him? Song Shaoyan gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Will the emperor's visit to Tianling Temple affect my mission? Little White promptly replied, Host, you only need to be stabbed in the heart with a sword in front of Lu Feng and die. The emperor need not be present. In an instant, Song Shaoyan comprehended the situation. The emperor's involvement bore no consequence for his current assignment. This simplified matters considerably, although he felt a twinge of remorse for startling the emperor. It was entirely unintentional. He hoped the emperor could exercise restraint during this visit to Tianling Temple. Otherwise, even a robust constitution would struggle to endure such turmoil. Song Shaoyan silently offered a few prayers as he collected the silver granted by the chief eunuch. It was no wonder the chief eunuch had suddenly bestowed upon him 100 taels of silver, with the emperor's absence expected to last at least a month. This duration provided ample opportunity for the chief eunuch to orchestrate numerous schemes. Not to mention, the emperor had delegated authority to the chief eunuch this time. Song Shaoyan pursed his lips thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something. Does this mean I can log off within this month? With the chief eunuch and Xiaizhou balancing each other, He merely needed to provoke and insult the male lead to incite his wrath. At that point, he could log off after enraging him in front of the chief eunuch. However, the conditions for logging off were rather stringent, requiring Ijo to pierce his heart. He had never witnessed Ijo wield a sword, nor did he know if his skills were precise. Resolving to fulfill his mission, Song Shaoyan promptly rose to seek out the chief eunuch. After flattering him, Song Shaoyan successfully acquired a piece of information. The kitchen servant at the general's residence was an informant for the chief eunuch. Although this servant only washed vegetables, his range of activity was extensive, and many pieces of information had been relayed through him. The chief eunuch further mentioned that he had been performing admirably and urged him to continue seducing Ijo in the coming days, ideally making him infatuated publicly. In simpler terms, the chief eunuch wished for Ijo to behave like the current emperor, oblivious to practical matters and lost in desire. For this purpose, the chief eunuch also provided him with a token, granting him unrestricted access to the palace. Elated with the token in hand, Song Shaoyan hastened to exit the palace. He soon arrived at the general's residence, bypassing the need for the steward's announcement and proceeding directly inside. When confronted, he boldly proclaimed, "General Xie has summoned me. Do you dare obstruct my path?" He flicked his sleeves with a hint of arrogance born from favoritism. Recently, rumors concerning Ijo had been rampant, and the soldiers at the general's residence were undoubtedly aware of them. This audacious little eunuch, with his rosy lips and white teeth, was undeniably the favored attendant of the general. The soldiers hesitated, unwilling to genuinely impede him. After a token gesture of obstruction, they stepped aside. Thus, Song Shaoyan brazenly entered the general's residence. He did not seek out Ijo. Instead, he headed straight for the kitchen. At this hour, mealtime had yet to arrive, and the kitchen remained devoid of smoke, with only two individuals washing vegetables and preparing ingredients. Song Shaoyan observed carefully and confirmed the identity of the insider, then leisurely spoke. "Do not wash it too thoroughly. General Xie enjoys eating things that retain some mud." The servant washing the vegetables was taken aback by these words. Exchanging glances with a companion, both hesitant to speak. One of them even glanced behind Song Shaoyan, as though witnessing something terrifying. Unaware of anyone behind him, Song Shaoyan continued, "It would be best if it still contained some raw materials. Yes, the pig's trotter, leave it unwashed. The one trodden upon by pig dung is even better." The two servants bowed their heads, nearly burying their faces in their chests, washing the vegetables with increased vigor. Song Shaoyan clicked his tongue lightly, remarking if washed too clean, "The dog won't eat it. Dogs prefer a bit of dirt." As soon as he spoke, he sensed a sudden chill in the air surrounding him. He blinked lightly, gradually realizing something was amiss, and turned slowly to find Ijo standing behind him, wearing an enigmatic smile. "You enjoy eating things that are dirty?" Ijo grasped Song Shaoyan's chin, his voice laced with mischief. "I must see if the little eunuch is indeed dirty." Chapter 82. The Malevolent Eunuch's Scheming Plan. 8. Song Shaoyan swatted Ijo's hand away. "Is General Xie attempting to take liberties with me in broad daylight? If this were to spread, your reputation would surely be tarnished." Ijo tugged at the hem of Song Shaoyan's garment, idly toying with it. "Do you think they would dare to speak of it?" He cast a sidelong glance at the two vegetable-washing servants, who remained with their heads bowed, too afraid to raise them, let alone say anything further. Moreover, Ijo paused, seemingly exasperated. "My reputation has long been ruined by you. Ever since the autumn hunt, your dalliance with me transformed my once chaste and unblemished name. Now, the whispers in the streets speak only of how fiercely I have tormented this fair-skinned little eunuch beyond recognition. What reputation do I possess now? The little eunuch must pay the price," he continued, "for ruining my good name. You must bear the responsibility." Song Shaoyan's ears perked up, understanding the implication. The price would be his life. The male lead had already harbored murderous intent towards him. All it required was a spark to ignite that murderous desire, and he would be finished. Glancing sideways, he noticed the insider was washing a pig's trotter. An idea struck him. The price? He let out a cold laugh. "Very well. I shall invite the general to partake of the pig's trotter." With that, he swiftly approached the insider. snatching the pig's trotter from the servant's hands and tossing it towards Xiaizhou. Xiaizhou caught the trotter effortlessly, the sensation in his hand peculiar, his gaze flickering as his index finger twitched. Why is there a trace of soft powder on this pig's trotter? Xiaizhou, maintaining composure, tossed the trotter to the ground and in a swift motion appeared beside Song Shaoyan. Come with me. He seized Song Shaoyan's wrist, disregarding his will, and forcefully led him away. After they departed, the insider hurriedly picked up the pig's trotter, quickly rinsing it under clean water. He had received orders today to infuse the trotter with the soft powder. The peculiar soft powder possesses an extraordinary quality. Merely coming into contact with it may induce a slight weakness in one's limbs. However, when infused into a pig's trotters and subjected to high-temperature stewing, it transforms into an exceptional medicine. Even the renowned martial artist Xiaizhou, upon tasting this soft pig's trotter's powder, would be rendered as feral as a beast. Given Xiaizhou's formidable nature, he would undoubtedly commit some uncontrollable acts in a bid to liberate himself. The Grand Eunuch has already positioned his agents outside the general's residence, ready to ambush Xiaizhou the moment he steps out with an unsuspecting man passing by. At that moment, the entire street, nay, the entire capital, would be abuzz with whispers of the general's brazen abduction of a common man. Thus, the illustrious reputation Xiaizhou has cultivated over the years would be significantly tarnished. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. The young servant had already infused the soft powder during the cleaning process. Success was imminent, yet unexpectedly, Song Shaoyan arrived, bringing Xiaizhou along with him. The internal aide could only pray that Xiaizhou remained oblivious to the peculiarities of the pig's trotters, lest his own identity be compromised. Furthermore, he feared he might not leave the general's residence alive. Meanwhile, Xiaizhou led Song Shaoyan directly to the study. Just as Song Shaoyan was about to voice his inquiry, he realized his limbs felt somewhat feeble. He had no choice but to collapse into a chair, glaring at Xiaizhou. "You despicable fiend! You resort to poison." Xiaizhou paused in his search for the antidote, casting a chilling glance at Song Shaoyan. "Is this truly how you perceive me? If I wish to do you harm, would I need to resort to poison?" Grinding his teeth, Song Shaoyan, feeling powerless, slumped in his seat. "What do you intend to do to me?" Xiaizhou tucked the antidote into his long sleeves, turning to fixate intently on Song Shaoyan. "What do you presume I could do to you? Do you consider me so malevolent?" Song Shaoyan bit his lip, a hint of crimson blooming at the corners of his eyes. "What good are you, Xiedog?" Xiaizhou was both amused and incensed. "You call me a dog so easily. You should be aware that had it been anyone else, you would have been dead by now. No matter how diminished his power, he would not allow a mere eunuch to insult him so. Only a small eunuch would dare speak to him in such a manner." But Song Shaoyan was indifferent to such decorum. He craved death. Encouraged by Xiaizhou's words, he grew increasingly audacious. "If you have the guts, kill me. What is mere threatening? You're nothing more than a dog." Unbeknownst to him, it was a particular word that incited Xiaizhou's ire, causing his expression to darken. With a firm grip on Song Shaoyan's chin, and under the astonished gaze of the latter, he pressed his lips against his. No, it could not be termed a kiss. It was more akin to a bite. The soft lips were pierced, crimson blood staining their mouths. The metallic scent of blood wafted between them. Xiaizhou swallowed the vivid blood, the murderous intent simmering from within gradually subsiding. After the kiss, Xiaizhou slowly released Song Shaoyan's lips. "Should you utter such unpleasant words again, this shall be your punishment." "Song Shaoyan!" He gently pressed his lips together, the sting of pain surging through him, rendering him momentarily motionless. He even hesitated to speak. Xiaizhou found great satisfaction in his current silence. Indeed, only in this manner could he compel the young eunuch to remain quiet. He retrieved the antidote from his long sleeves and administered it to Song Shaoyan, alleviating the effects of his soft dispersal poison. Gradually, Song Shaoyan sensed strength returning to his limbs, further affirming his belief that the poisoner was none other than Xiaizhou. After all, where else would the antidote have come from? Yet, the male protagonist was truly peculiar. He poisoned him and then countered it. Was there some psychological affliction at play? Noticing the young eunuch's hesitant gaze, Xie Yizhou gently caressed his lips with his thumb. Do refrain from uttering anything that may displease me. Understood? With the pain in his mouth subsiding, Song Shaoyan found his courage rekindled. How am I to know what you dislike? He retorted, I can't simply call you a dog. Previously, when he had referred to him as such, the reaction had not been nearly as intense. Xie Yizhou smirked, dismissing the remark. I would not be angered by such a title. He delicately wiped the redness from between Song Shaoyan's lips. Do not let me hear you mention your master again. Do you comprehend? The old eunuch had evidently bewitched the young one, rendering him so devoted. This realization only intensified Xie Yizhou's irritation, which he stifled before speaking again. A kiss for every mention of him. Only in this way could he temper the rising discontent within him. Song Shaoyan was taken aback by Xie Yizhou's audacity. What did he mean by a kiss for every mention? His master was indeed his master, and he should not be silenced. I will mention him. He provoked. My master is the finest of masters, and you, mere dog, can never compare. Yet before he could finish, Xie Yizhou silenced him with a kiss, this time biting down harder, even breaking the skin of his tongue. Chapter 83. The Malicious Young Eunuch's Scheming. 9. Song Shaoyan found himself so overwhelmed by the kiss that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The pain from his injured tongue made his speech slurred. You scoundrel. Xie Yizhou accepted this title with ease. Yes, I am a scoundrel. That is preferable to being called a dog. Having accepted the latter, he found no reason to reject the former. Song Shaoyan's eyes glistened with tears, the result of both oxygen deprivation and indignation. If you have the audacity, then kill me. I could never cease mentioning my master. Before he could finish, he was kissed once more. Kill me now, Song Shaoyan cried out, eventually leaving the Grand General's residence with his mouth covered. His lips were so swollen that he could hardly bear to face anyone. In the study, Xie Yizhou felt a sense of relief. Though Song Shaoyan had mentioned the old eunuch a tad too frequently, the sweetness lingering on his lips was undeniably pleasing. The image of the young eunuch's swollen lips before his departure brought a smile to Xie Yizhou's face. How endearing! With such a thought flitting through his mind, he chuckled softly, his fingers delicately pinching together. It seemed necessary to investigate the kitchen regarding the soft dispersal poison. 2 hours later, a figure burst forth from the Grand General's residence, audaciously disrobing and making advances towards men in public. Fortunately, General Xie intervened, preventing a potential scandal. Under General Xie's restraint, the individual rambling incoherently even went so far as to accuse the current chief eunuch, Lu Feng, of orchestrating the poisoning. Word of the audacious plot by the great eunuch to poison General Xie spread like wildfire throughout the capital within mere hours. Xie Yizhou's reputation among the common folk was already stellar. Thus, upon the revelation of this insidious scheme, the eunuch's name became even more infamous. Some citizens even took to stealthily hurling rotten eggs and refuse at the eunuch's residence on the outskirts of the city. Within the palace, Lu Feng trembled with rage. He summoned his confidant to interrogate him regarding the incident involving the soft-hearted attendant. Unbeknownst to him, the confidant was unaware of Song Shaoyan's clandestine meeting with the insider servant and recounted instead what Xie Yizhou had discovered about the traitorous servant. Lu Feng was taken aback to learn that Xie Yizhou still had allies at his disposal, and a heaviness settled in his heart. It seemed that his recent actions had incited the ire of Xie Yizhou. Lu Feng waved his hand, dismissing his confidant, and began to ponder his next course of action. As he was deep in thought, a figure suddenly came to mind. Song Shaoyan, the young eunuch who had captured Xie Yizhou's affection during the autumn hunt. Lu Feng summoned Song Shaoyan post-haste. Upon receiving the summons, Song Shaoyan hurried to the palace. Upon meeting him, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. What is that on your face? He inquired. Song Shaoyan adjusted his mask and replied in a muffled tone, A mask, my lord. I have contracted a chill today, hence, I wear it to cover up. Lu Feng took a couple of steps back, his expression reflecting disdain. Song Shaoyan coughed lightly, prompting Lu Feng to retreat another couple of steps. At this point, they were separated by a distance of 5 meters, requiring them to raise their voices to converse. Lu Feng raised his hand to shield his nose and mouth, demanding, Have you succeeded in enticing Xie Yizhou as instructed? Song Shaoyan rubbed his ears and shouted back, What did you say, my lord? I can't hear you. Lu Feng found himself compelled to raise his voice once more. As Song Shaoyan stepped forward, he queried, "Why are you standing so far away?" Lu Feng, in irritation, "Wave him off, get back. Keep your distance." Song Shaoyan halted, slightly disappointed, and called out, "I've almost succeeded. He dares not go east when I direct him west." Lu Feng's heart leapt with unexpected joy at the revelation that this young eunuch possessed such capabilities, managing to sway the iron-willed Xie Zhou. Just as he was about to delve deeper into inquiries, Song Shaoyan shouted, "He will only go south or north." Lu Feng's elation swiftly morphed into disappointment, albeit with a hint of understanding. It was, after all, improbable that someone as resolute as Xie Zhou could be swayed by a mere young eunuch. Lu Feng's patience waned, especially considering the young eunuch was afflicted with a chill. This ailment was no trifling matter. If not treated properly, it could lead to severe illness or even death. Concerned for the eunuch's health, Lu Feng waved him away. "You may leave." Song Shaoyan blinked obediently, and upon perceiving that the great eunuch was no longer in a foul mood, he turned and departed. Once back in his quarters, he removed his mask and touched his swollen lips. Indeed, it was wise to wear the mask. Otherwise, the great eunuch might have suspected he was poisoned. The thought of being abandoned by the eunuch and denied the chance to humiliate Xie Zhou was too great a loss to fathom. He resolved to rest well in the coming days and refrain from venturing outside. For several consecutive days, Song Shaoyan remained indoors, with other young eunuchs delivering his meals to his doorstep. Having remained indoors, engrossed in idle gossip, he was blissfully unaware of the rumors circulating within the palace, that he was gravely ill from a chill and had but a short time to live. As these whispers spread, they morphed into tales that the beautiful young eunuch had been abandoned by the great general and was now consumed by thoughts of death due to his illness. When Xie Zhou received this news, he had just eliminated Lu Feng's influence in the Ministry of Justice. Without hesitation, he infiltrated the royal palace. After the passage of a single incense stick's worth of time, Xie Zhou found himself observing the lively young eunuch in the chamber, raising an eyebrow. "Abandoned by me? Afflicted by a severe illness? Consumed by thoughts of death?" At that moment, Song Shaoyan, who was performing sit-ups, paused in confusion. "What? Who was abandoned?" he exclaimed, his hands clasped behind his head as he executed a remarkably precise sit-up. Bored during these days, he had resolved to engage in some fitness, aiming to sculpt his abs, which had led him to this exercise. Upon hearing Xie Zhou's words, his curiosity sparked. "Who was abandoned by you?" After a brief pause, he scoffed. "What sorrow is there in being abandoned by a dog?" He chuckled, appraising Xie Zhou with a scrutinizing gaze, as if measuring his loyalty. "Just a useless dog," Xie Zhou retorted, arms crossed and a chill emanating from his brow. Yet his deep, ink-like eyes were fixed intently on the slender waist of Song Shaoyan, which was now exposed. In an effort to observe the results of his abdominal workout, Song Shaoyan had hiked up his inner garments and tied them at the waist, thereby revealing a segment of his waist without any cover. The warmth from his exertion had turned his fair skin a delicate shade of pink. Xie Zhou found himself irresistibly drawn to this sight, oblivious to Song Shaoyan's jibes about him being a useless dog. After delivering a thorough scolding, Song Shaoyan noted Xie Zhou's persistent silence and heavy gaze, realizing that his patience was waning. "Did the great general come to me merely to share this trifling gossip? You barged into the palace recklessly. Do you believe I wanted to call out, summoning my master to seize you?" The mention of master jolted Xie Zhou back to the present, and in a swift motion, he appeared before Song Shaoyan. He leaned against the hard wooden bed, gripping the slender waist with one hand. The heat of his palm mingled with the warmth of the young eunuch's skin, and in an instant, it became indistinguishable whose warmth it truly was. "Evidently, my previous punishment was insufficient," Xie Zhou remarked, a cold glint in his eyes, as he disregarded Song Shaoyan's resistance and leaned in to kiss him. Chapter 84. The Malicious Eunuch's Scheming Plan 10. Once again, Song Shaoyan was engulfed by the fear he had felt on that day of submission. His vision darkened, and gritting his teeth, he decided to take charge, biting down on Xie Zhou's lip. "If I am to swell, let us both swell." He wanted to show his master that he was no coward. Xie Zhou winced in pain, but responded with a smile. The metallic taste of blood mingled between their lips, and Xie Zhou swallowed it all cleanly. After a prolonged moment, Song Shaoyan covered his mouth, glaring fiercely at Xie Zhou. "Are you a dog?" Xie Zhou, wiping his mouth with a thumb, noticed the blood from where Song Shaoyan had bitten him staining his fingertip. He stared at the vivid crimson and chuckled coldly. "Am I not a dog? Only a young eunuch in this capital would dare to call me such." He permitted only the young eunuch to insult him thus. A sly smile curled at the corners of Xie Zhou's mouth, his handsome visage imbued with a hint of mischief. Should he mention that old eunuch again? Song Shaoyan yearned to respond affirmatively, yet the pain in his mouth rendered him speechless. Enduring the discomfort seemed the better choice, so he resolved to bear it. Nevertheless, despite his silence, he let out a soft snort, subtly conveying his stance. A flicker of irritation crossed Xie Zhou's eyes. This young eunuch was truly impervious to reason, unyielding to both gentleness and severity. For the first time, Xie Zhou felt utterly at a loss regarding another. After a brief silence, Song Shaoyan covered his mouth and spoke in a muffled tone. "What are they saying outside?" Xie Zhou recounted the rumors he had heard. A twitch at the corner of Song Shaoyan's mouth elicited a twinge of pain. "Even if I were to entertain thoughts of death, it would not be due to your abandonment." He intended to depart in a dignified manner, refusing to succumb to despair merely because the male protagonist had forsaken him. However, these words, upon reaching Xie Zhou's ears, took on a different meaning. The young eunuch seemed prepared for death, all for the sake of that old eunuch. He wished to laugh, yet found himself utterly unable to do so. To his dismay, he felt a surge of panic stirred by the young eunuch's words. Despite the humiliation he endured from the young eunuch, he wished for his survival. The current political climate within the court was fraught with tension. Outwardly, factions appeared divided. Yet undercurrents of intrigue ran rampant, leading to many untimely deaths in the shadows. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable ruin. Should the young eunuch remain loyal to that old eunuch, he would inevitably fall victim to the ensuing turmoil. Even if Xie Zhou did not desire such an outcome, he could not avert unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, he felt a growing need to keep the young eunuch close. Xie Zhou's thoughts underwent a clandestine transformation. "If you think this way, then you must remain by my side, at least for the time being." Before Song Shaoyan could fully grasp this, Xie Zhou struck down with a swift motion, causing him to lose consciousness once more. As he drifted into the abyss, a singular thought occupied his mind. The male protagonist, "You scoundrel." This swoon lasted half a day. Upon awakening from his slumber, he found himself in an unfamiliar chamber. No, it would be more accurate to call it a dark room. The walls were cold and unyielding, with only a dim light emanating from the candle embedded in the wall. In this shadowy chamber lay a bed upon which he reclined, facing a wooden table. The table bore an assortment of food and a pot of tea, steam still rising, indicating it had been freshly poured. "Xie Zhou?" he called out, yet received no reply. A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped Song Shaoyan. Surely, the male protagonist would not confine him, would he? How could he serve his master then? How could he present himself before his master only to be stabbed to death by Xie Zhou? No, no, he must escape. With determination, Song Shaoyan sprang to his feet, groping for a way out of the darkroom. The sparse furnishings offered little, yet he examined each item meticulously, even feeling along every brick, but found no switch. Exhausted from his search, he lifted the teacup from the table and took a hearty sip. Suddenly, the wall directly before him split down the middle. The figure of Xie Zhou emerged from behind the wall, a platter of freshly washed fruit in his hands, glistening with droplets of water. Upon noticing that he had awakened, Xie Zhou briskly approached and placed the fruit platter on the table. "How did you sleep?" he inquired. Song Shaoyan remained silent, his gaze fixated on the wall that was split in two. He contemplated the feasibility of escaping in Xie Zhou's presence. Recognizing his thoughts, Xie Zhou casually picked a grape and offered it to his lips. "Even if you manage to escape this dim chamber, you cannot evade the general's residence." Song Shaoyan regained his senses, feeling the coolness of the grape against his lips. Slightly parting his mouth, he accepted the fruit, taking it halfway within. With a delicate twist of his fingers, Xiaizhou ruptured the fragile skin of the grape, releasing its juice. Before the turmoil in the capital settles, you shall remain here comfortably. Song Shaoyan bit down on the grape, drawing it from Xiaizhou's fingertips, chewing with such vigor that it resembled an act of aggression rather than mere consumption. Xiaizhou, unfazed, allowed a smile to play at the corners of his mouth. Unconvinced, remembering his mission, Song Shaoyan boldly provoked, General Xie, let us not forget that my master is a favored figure beside the current emperor. Even if you share power with my master at present, once the emperor returns, you will find yourself groveling before him like a wretched dog, pleading for mercy. This time, Xiaizhou did not react with anger, but rather replied with a sardonic smile. The emperor must be able to return for that to happen. A jolt of alarm surged through Song Shaoyan's heart. Did Xiaizhou harbor ambitions of usurpation? Xiaizhou continued to toy with the grape, allowing its juice to make his fingertips sticky. His long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow over his eyes. I shall bring you food daily. During this period, you will remain here. His words were resolute and devoid of room for negotiation. After merely 2 seconds of contemplation, Song Shaoyan obediently nodded. Xiaizhou raised his hand and playfully pinched his cheek. You're quite compliant today. With a soft murmur, Song Shaoyan replied, could you perhaps leave more candles here? Torches would suffice as well. Unlike modern times, we may not experience power outages, yet this chamber is poorly ventilated. Should you forget to light a candle in your busyness, I would have nowhere to lament. A flicker of understanding passed through Xiaizhou's gaze as he solemnly replied, very well. Satisfied, Song Shaoyan nodded, waved his hand, and began to eat another grape. Xiaizhou did not linger in the dim chamber for long before taking his leave. For the next half-month, he visited the chamber daily. In addition to bringing food and replacing the candles, he occasionally shared tales of intrigue from the capital, such as the courtesan from Nanchuan Pavilion who eloped with a destitute scholar only to be caught and have her legs broken, or the prime minister's son who had fallen ill with a debauchery-related disease, now hidden away in his estate. Although Xiaizhou recounted these stories with a languid air, Song Shaoyan understood that beneath the gossip lay a struggle for power between the high-ranking eunuchs and Xiaizhou. As time passed, however, there was no news of the emperor's return to the capital. At long last, a month later, Song Shaoyan, noticing that the emperor had yet to return to the capital, made a request when Xiaizhou arrived in the secret chamber. If you truly encounter our master in battle, could you spare his life? Xiaizhou fixed his gaze intently upon Song Shaoyan. This past month, the capital had undergone cataclysmic changes, yet the young eunuch remained oblivious in this hidden room. He had now reached a point of irreconcilable enmity with the old eunuch. It was a matter of either the old eunuch's demise or his own. There was no possibility for either to tolerate the other's existence. Nevertheless, the young eunuch still sought to protect the old eunuch's life. Xiaizhou felt a tightness in his throat, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Do you know what my relationship with that old eunuch is now? Song Shaoyan shook his head honestly. He did not know, but he could make some educated guesses. In recent days, the scent of blood had grown increasingly potent around Xiaizhou, making it evident how tense the situation had become. Yet, the grand eunuch must not die, at least not before his own demise. Xiaizhou raised his hand to gently caress Song Shaoyan's face, a slow smile spreading across his lips. It is now a matter of either his death or mine. He spoke with a nonchalance that belied the danger inherent in his words. The young eunuch, being astute, should have been able to comprehend his underlying meaning. Song Shaoyan's long lashes fluttered as he lowered his head, avoiding Xiaizhou's gaze. Can you spare his life? Xiaizhou felt a sudden hollowness in his heart, as if someone had forcefully extracted the softest part of him with a sword. He spoke through gritted teeth. Are you so loyal to him? Do you not know that within the palace, it is rumored you succumbed to a cold? That old eunuch showed no reaction upon hearing of your demise, not even bothering to verify your body. Xiaizhou could not fathom why the old eunuch deserved such unwavering loyalty from the young eunuch, even when it was clear that one of them had to perish. In the choice between himself and the old eunuch, the young eunuch still opted for the latter. His chest heaved rapidly, a mix of anger and profound helplessness. He had hoped to extract many things from the young eunuch, flattery and obedience, loyalty and compliance. Yet in the end, he had received nothing. Ijo slowly lowered his hand, his voice hoarse. Is it because that old eunuch is like you, a rootless being? At first, Song Shaoyan did not comprehend. It was only when Ijo drew his sword to lift the hem of his garment that he suddenly grasped the implication. He hastily grasped the sword's hilt, shock written across his face. What are you doing? If this is what makes you so devoted to the old eunuch. Ijo's eyes were filled with desolation. Then I too can be so. After all, it is merely a matter of being rootless. Song Shaoyan exclaimed, no, the male lead is unwell. I have. He hastily replied. Yet Ijo did not believe his words. Once one became a eunuch, they were rendered rootless. Having spent many years in the palace, how could the young eunuch still possess roots? It was merely a ruse to deceive him. As Ijo exerted force, the blade of his sword was poised to slice through the hem of the garment. In a moment of desperation, Song Shaoyan seized his hand and swiftly exclaimed, I truly possess it. His voice resonated with urgency, nearly on the brink of tears. Ijo momentarily paused, taken aback. You, Song Shaoyan gritted his teeth. I was too young when I entered the palace, and later I underwent a second maturation. Instances like this were not unheard of, yet other eunuchs, upon being discovered post-maturation, would invariably be summoned back to the cleansing room. He, however, was merely fortunate enough not to have been found out. Otherwise, he would indeed be devoid of such luck. With a complex expression, Ijo withdrew his hand and sheathed his sword, yet this only deepened his confusion regarding the young eunuch's unwavering loyalty. Once Song Shaoyan realized that Ijo had abandoned the notion of self-harm, he let out a long sigh of relief. If he were to harm the male protagonist, not only would he forfeit points, but he might also find himself in debt by thousands of points. No, it would be a direct debt, and that would spell the end of his good fortune. Cautiously, Song Shaoyan took the sword from Ijo's grasp and concealed it behind himself. General Xie, do not act rashly, please. Ijo's eyes flickered. Had he refrained from calling him a dog this time? Song Shaoyan thought to himself. How could he dare to do so? Given the situation, if the general were to harm himself before him, what if he were to perish right there? He could not bear that cost. Clutching the sword tightly, he smiled ingratiatingly. General Xie, you jest. You exude such majesty, far surpassing that of a mere dog. A dog could never embody the might of General Xie. Ijo lifted his hand to grasp Song Shaoyan's chin and chuckled derisively. I'm not as loyal as a dog. He leaned down, capturing Song Shaoyan's lip between his own. A faint metallic taste of blood spread between them. This dog, however, is capable of betraying its master. Ijo released Song Shaoyan, gently rubbing his thumb across his lips. I shall spare the old eunuch's life, but I can only guarantee he will draw breath. Song Shaoyan nodded vigorously. That is sufficient, more than enough. Ijo's brows furrowed slightly, a strange sensation washing over him. If the young eunuch were genuinely devoted to the old eunuch, how could he agree to permit only a breath of life? Did he not understand that sometimes living could be more agonizing than death? Yet Song Shaoyan could not afford to ponder such matters. The male protagonist was on the verge of self-destruction, and if he did not fulfill his mission, he would suffer a deduction of points. Observing Song Shaoyan's flushed countenance, Ijo suddenly realized something and hastily withdrew his hand. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the tips of his ears appeared slightly reddened. Moments later, he lowered his voice. A little is perfectly acceptable. A small one can be quite adorable. Get lost. Song Shaoyan could no longer bear to look at Ijo. He pushed the man out of the dark chamber and swiftly closed the door behind them. Afterward, he fervently rubbed the little white ball in his consciousness, lamenting, Little White. This male protagonist is even more deranged than in the last world. Little White, ever innocent, replied, Host, are you saying the male protagonist intends to take his own life? Song Shaoyan clarified, No, he intends to destroy the symbol of his masculinity. Little White remained puzzled, primarily due to the latter part of the statement being obscured by the main system. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Little White from advising Host. We must not allow the male protagonist to take his own life. The entire little world would collapse. A collapse would result in severe consequences. Song Shaoyan was acutely aware of this. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to prove himself earlier. He no longer harbored any extravagant hopes of attaining 60 points. Such a feat was exceedingly difficult. Instead, he merely wished to secure 10 points, enough to safely log off. He silently prayed that no events would unfold to alter the course of the world. However, a day later, Idle arrived at the hidden chamber, drenched in blood. The blood had thoroughly soaked through his trousers, staining them crimson. Song Shaoyan, startled, rushed over and gripped Idle's thigh, his voice trembling with concern. "Is little Idle all right?" Idle was weak and had barely made it to the secret chamber on sheer willpower. Upon hearing Song Shaoyan's words, he summoned unexpected strength and pushed him down onto the bed. "Is that all you care about?" he said, his eyes cold. "Aren't you concerned about your master?" Song Shaoyan was hardly in a position to think about any master. If anything happened to little Idle, he would owe the Quick Transition Bureau thousands of points. He understood the choice between being in debt and having just 1 point. Thus, he shook his head fervently. "I'm not asking or concerned." His hands moved lower. "Just tell me, how is little Idle?" Idle slowly lowered his gaze, as if he had found some reassuring answer, and gradually slumped on his Song Shaoyan. He lay entirely upon him. Song Shaoyan instinctively touched him and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was still intact. He gently supported Idle's body, carefully laying him down on the bed. Idle had sustained grave injuries and seemed on the verge of losing consciousness. Song Shaoyan dared not contemplate how Idle had survived such injuries in the original storyline, but he knew that he absolutely could not die. He began to tend to Idle's wounds. However, the supplies in the hidden chamber were woefully inadequate, so he retrieved some healing ointment from a small storage. Yet, these remedies could only alleviate superficial wounds. They were incapable of addressing the internal injuries that truly posed a threat to life. Watching Idle's pallid complexion, devoid of any color, Song Shaoyan gritted his teeth and, despite the pain, retrieved 2 seeds from his small storage. He carefully cracked open the shells and brought the plump kernels to Idle's lips. At this point, Idle had lost consciousness, unable even to swallow the seeds. His breath was faint and his body was growing cold. The internal injuries relentlessly ravaged him. Taking a deep breath, Song Shaoyan held the 2 seeds in his mouth and kissed Idle. He closed his eyes, guiding Idle to swallow the seeds. Idle knew he was dying. This was a natural acceptance. He had long prepared himself for this day. Yet, he felt a sense of unwillingness. He resented the thought of the little eunuch returning to serve that old matron after his demise. He was reluctant to think that the little eunuch would gradually forget him in the years to come. There seemed to be an abundance of unfulfilled desires in relation to the little eunuch. He failed to even express his affection to the young eunuch, not the fondness of friends, nor the playful affection one might show to a pet. Rather, it was a primal instinct, a yearning to possess him, to embrace him, a desire for a lifelong devotion. Perhaps out of sheer unwillingness to concede, he mustered the last vestiges of his strength to reach the dim chamber. There, he beheld the young eunuch, still as captivating as ever, especially those bright, penetrating eyes. He longed to confess his feelings, yet the young eunuch preempted him with a question about his sense of belonging. Driven by an urgency that surpassed his thoughts, he interrogated the young eunuch. The response revealed indifference towards the fate of the elderly matron. How splendid! The young eunuch had finally shed his blind loyalty. In that instant, Idle felt the last bit of his resolve dissipate. Death loomed ever closer, and he sensed a chill enveloping his body, as if he were witnessing the dark, damp underworld spoken of in hushed whispers. Darkness engulfed him. If the young eunuch were to witness this, he would surely be terrified. Idle was astonished that, even at this moment, he could think of the young eunuch's fear of darkness. Ultimately, he was not ready to yield. The strife between factions inevitably claimed lives. Why should his be the one to extinguish? He believed he had fought valiantly throughout his life, bringing peace to the realm. Unlike those in power, who were mired in corruption and debauchery, he merely wished to hold the young eunuch close, to shower him with affection, to be but a humble servant at his feet. His desires were modest. Why should he be the one to perish? Perhaps it was his fierce will to survive, or perhaps there truly were celestial beings in this world. But a warm current surged from his core to permeate his limbs. His body seemed to regain strength. Instinctively, he harnessed his energy to expel the poison within him, and that warm flow appeared to move with purpose alongside his efforts. As a mouthful of dark blood erupted forth, Xiaizhou slowly opened his eyes to find Song Shaoyan's face etched with concern. "How do you feel now?" Xiaizhou stared intently at Song Shaoyan, his gaze unwavering, unmasked, nearly overflowing with affection. Seeing Xiaizhou's silence, Song Shaoyan, anxious, reached to check his forehead. His temperature was normal. Could it be that his internal injuries hadn't healed? Surely, 2 seeds should suffice. Gritting his teeth, Song Shaoyan prepared to retrieve another seed from the small storeroom, only to feel Xiaizhou grasp his wrist. "Ayan." His voice was hoarse yet resolute. "I have survived." He had survived. Song Shaoyan sighed in relief. That was all that mattered. "If it chicked, and little Izhou is fine too, you needn't worry." Xiaizhou suddenly smiled. "Ayan, you're truly adorable." Song Shaoyan thought, "Oh no, the protagonist seems to have lost his mind." Xiaizhou raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lips, gently caressing Song Shaoyan's wrist with his fingertips. "The elderly matron did not perish. I kept my promise and did not take her life. Yet, I had not anticipated that she would leave a hidden poison for me. Had it not been for this, he would not have sustained such grave injuries." He fled. Song Shaoyan sat down and patted his shoulder. "Let that old eunuch do as he pleases. The most crucial matter now is you. The protagonist must not perish." Xiaizhou's eyelashes fluttered, a flicker of surprise swiftly crossing his gaze. Does he no longer care about that old eunuch? Indeed, he does not. Song Shaoyan shook his head repeatedly, declaring, "I have come to realize that old eunuch is of no merit. You are the best." With fervor, he clasped Xiaizhou's hands. "You must live well." He truly could not afford to lose points. Xiaizhou leaned closer, lowering his head. He perceived sincerity and determination etched upon the young eunuch's face. The young eunuch spoke these words from the heart. Joy surged from within, and a gentle smile tugged at his lips, his mouth a mere half-centimeter from Song Shaoyan's. It seemed he was about to kiss him. Even Song Shaoyan thought so. Yet, Xiaizhou slightly turned his head and brushed his ear with a kiss. Song Shaoyan was momentarily taken aback. He was ready to remove his trousers, yet the protagonist did not proceed. Xiaizhou's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he softly explained, "Ayan, I am tainted." He just coughed up black blood. How could he kiss his beloved? Even the kiss upon the ear was driven by an overwhelming impulse. Chapter 87. The Malicious Young Eunuch's Scheming Plan. 13. Song Shaoyan had not anticipated that Xiaizhou would think this way, his ears turning slightly red. Well then, it sounded almost regretful. Xiaizhou observed his reaction, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. His Ayan, so adorable. Perhaps the melon seeds had played a significant role. After resting in the dark chamber for merely half a day, Xiaizhou was already able to move freely. With the capital undergoing tremendous upheaval, both Xiaizhou and the high-ranking eunuch had gone missing, leaving the officials in a state of alarm. Xiaizhou had to step out to take charge of the situation. He informed Song Shaoyan of this and intended to take him along out of the dark chamber. Upon hearing this, Song Shaoyan silently tugged at the blanket around him. "You stabilize the situation first, and then I will emerge." Pausing for a moment, he emphasized, "You must protect Xiaizhou." Xiaizhou understood the young eunuch's determination well. People often cling to that which they cannot obtain. Much like the young eunuch's attachment to Xiaizhou, just as he himself was attached to the young eunuch. Xiaizhou left the dark chamber, and within half an hour, returned with some food and fruit. He then hurriedly departed again. Alone in the dark chamber, Song Shaoyan tidied up, ensuring there was nothing left in his small storehouse. Before washing his hands and indulging in the fruit, given the current circumstances, it seemed the world would soon belong to Xiaizhou. Indeed, the ultimate fate of ancient male protagonists often led them to become emperors. Yet, one could not help but wonder where the original emperor had gone. Counting the days, it had been 3 months. Surely the emperor was not still praying for blessings? One's home could be lost, yet still pray for blessings? Lost in thought, Song Shaoyan eventually drifted into slumber. Not long after, the door of the dark chamber quietly swung open. Xie Yizhou returned, having changed into a new set of clothes. He had hurriedly dealt with matters in the court and rushed back at the first opportunity. In this capital city, it has now become his domain, free from any threats. Yet, when the dust settled, the only thought occupying his mind was not the ascension to the exalted throne, but rather a return to this modest chamber. He yearned to see him. Xie Yizhou tiptoed to the bedside. Song Shaoyan slept soundly, oblivious to his arrival. Xie Yizhou quietly sat by the bed, gazing at the slumbering young eunuch. He did nothing but merely accompany him, and that was sufficient to fill the emptiness in his heart. Xie Yizhou came in haste and departed just as swiftly. By the time Song Shaoyan awoke, he had long since left. But the freshly prepared food on the table bore witness to his visit. 7 days later, news arrived from Tianling Temple. The current emperor passed away at the hour of the rat. As the emperor had no heirs, Xie Yizhou ascended to the throne on that very day. The era name changed from Tianqi to Qi, and a general amnesty was proclaimed. At the hour of the dog, within a secret chamber of the Grand General's residence, Xie Yizhou, clad in royal robes, knelt partially on the ground, massaging the feet of the former dynasty's young eunuch. Song Shaoyan's face flushed red as he spoke softly. Otherwise, should I do it myself? Now that Xie Yizhou was emperor, he dare not ask him to do such a thing. It was his own fault. He had carelessly tossed the jujube to eat, and it had fallen to the ground, only to be crushed underfoot. Now, with a twisted ankle, he found himself needing the emperor's assistance. Song Shaoyan wished he could reprimand his earlier self. He attempted to withdraw his foot, but Xie Yizhou held it tighter. Just think of me as your dog, Ayan. Song Shaoyan, seeing his silence, lifted his hand in a gesture of surrender. Your Majesty, you are now the emperor, the highest in the land. How could I dare to do such a thing? Xie Yizhou gently shook his head. Ayan is the true sovereign of this realm. No matter how high I stand, I am but a dog to Ayan. Song Shaoyan truly believed the emperor had lost his mind. Who would wish to be a dog? Surely, that poisoning had muddled his brain. Xie Yizhou lowered his gaze, half kneeling, so that Song Shaoyan's feet rested upon his knees. The young eunuch's ankles were slightly swollen, contrasting sharply against the pale skin nearby, creating a stark and poignant beauty. In the past, such a sight would have stirred something within Xie Yizhou, but now he simply caressed the swollen area with his thumb, eyes filled with concern. I'll summon the imperial physician. Song Shaoyan lazily replied, Oh. Xie Yizhou lifted him up and strode out of the chamber. The moonlight poured over them, reflecting in Xie Yizhou's eyes. He paused, as if realizing something, and suddenly looked down to say, Ayan's eyes shine brighter than the moon. Song Shaoyan, with a hint of weariness, replied, Indeed, they're made of titanium alloy. A flicker of confusion crossed Xie Yizhou's gaze. Titanium alloy? Song Shaoyan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. My foot hurts. Hurry and let the imperial physician take a look. If we continue this, I might die from the pain. Song Shaoyan moved into the Yangxin Palace. Indeed, it was the sleeping quarters of emperors throughout the ages. The male protagonist, in a perplexing turn of events, arranged for him to be placed in the Yangxin Palace, while he himself resided in a side hall. Newly crowned Emperor Xie Yizhou was exceedingly busy, yet he made it a point to spare an hour each day to keep him company. Strangely, he did not engage in much. They merely shared meals and tea, and at times, Xie Yizhou would simply watch him as he slept. Song Shaoyan initially suspected that Xie Yizhou might have done something while he was unconscious. But after inquiring with Xiao Bai, he discovered that the protagonist had done nothing of the sort. He merely gazed at him, and that was all. Xie Yizhou was an exceptionally capable emperor, enjoying great popularity among the populace, and aside from the notorious autumn hunting incident from years past, there were scarcely any negative rumors surrounding him. Feeling idle in Yangxin Palace, Song Shaoyan began to cultivate flowers and plants. Privately, he utilized his savings to hire someone to investigate Lu Feng's whereabouts. Lu Feng was still alive, hidden away in some unknown location. As long as Lu Feng drew breath, there remained hope for his secondary mission. Although it was challenging to have Xie Yizhou stab him in the heart with a sword, he could certainly hurl himself onto it. After a period of calm, lasting nearly half a year, he found himself once again coveting the elusive 60 points. However, Lu Feng was exceptionally well hidden, and it was not until a year later that Song Shaoyan caught a glimpse of his trail. On the day of the autumn hunt, Song Shaoyan followed Xie Zhou to the hunting grounds. He planned to stealthily slip away to find Lu Feng, capture him, and conceal him in Yangxin Palace, then deliberately throw himself onto Xie Zhou's sword in Lu Feng's presence. This secondary mission would then be easily accomplished. As the autumn hunt commenced, Song Shaoyan quietly made his escape. Amidst the throngs of officials and the commotion of horses, Xie Zhou maneuvered through the crowd, his gaze settling upon the agile little eunuch clad in his garments. The little eunuch moved swiftly, reaching the outskirts in the blink of an eye. Xie Zhou gripped the reins tightly, his previously fierce and enchanting demeanor replaced by a tranquil calm. His affection, once fervent, had now transformed into a restrained intensity. Yet this restraint did not signify tranquility. He had merely learned how to make the little eunuch care for him. Just as now, Xie Zhou snapped the reins and charged forth on his spirited steed. The little eunuch's fondness demanded a sacrifice of blood. In an instant, the current emperor, renowned for his martial prowess and exceptional horsemanship, fell from his mount, leaving a trail of blood smeared on the ground. Just as Song Shaoyan prepared to slip away, he witnessed Xie Zhou collapsing before him, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Chapter 88. The Malicious Little Eunuch's Scheming Plan. 14. Song Shaoyan instinctively took half a step back. However, upon seeing Xie Zhou covered in blood, he hesitated for a moment before stepping forward again. "Your Majesty?" He ventured cautiously. "What has happened?" Xie Zhou, supporting himself on the ground, lowered his gaze. "It's nothing. I merely fell from my horse." He spoke with a calm demeanor, yet the scent of blood in the air betrayed the tempest beneath his composure. Ultimately, Song Shaoyan could not bear it. He crouched down and grasped Xie Zhou's wrist. "Where are the imperial physicians? I will summon them." The moment Xie Zhou fell from his horse, the surroundings erupted in chaos. Yet, no one dared to approach and assist him. The entire court was acutely aware that only one person could come close to the emperor. He is but a young eunuch residing in the Yangxin Palace, the emperor's favored one. Even the imperial physician stands at a distance, anxious yet hesitant to make any rash movements. In the distance, Xie Zhou gazes at the worried Song Shaoyan and suddenly bursts into laughter. "A yin cares for me?" He lowers his head, drawing closer, his body slightly hunched, adopting a demeanor that makes him appear half a head shorter than Song Shaoyan. In this moment, Xie Zhou resembles a large dog yearning for forgiveness from its master after committing an error. Song Shaoyan's fingers twitch, and he instinctively reaches out to pat his head, only to withdraw quickly. He clears his throat and states, "Of course, you are the emperor. What if something were to happen?" After all, he could not afford the consequences. A flicker of emotion dances in Xie Zhou's eyes. In front of Yin, I am no emperor. He leans in closer, warm breath cascading against Song Shaoyan's neck, a wave of heat enveloping them. His gaze fixates hungrily on the fair skin of that neck, an insatiable malice glimmering within. His throat constricts, his voice tinged with a husky tone. "I am Xie Dog." He had long since accepted this identity, having savored the sweetness of a young eunuch's blood 2 years prior, at the moment when he was saved from death. Perhaps even earlier, before he realized he had fallen into the cage named Song Shaoyan. He willingly donned a noose, handing the other end to Song Shaoyan. "A yin claims I am disloyal, that I am a wicked dog." His voice now carries a tender infatuation. "Now, I am entirely yours." Song Shaoyan's hair stands on end. The male lead's demeanor is decidedly unsettling. He feels as though he is holding a leash to a dog, especially as this dog seems to anticipate being taken for a walk. He hesitates for a moment, then says, "You should bandage it first." Pausing, he adds slowly, "I won't leave." He knows that Xie Zhou is aware of his clandestine investigation into Lu Feng's whereabouts. Otherwise, how could the formidable Xie Zhou possibly have fallen from his horse? He is deceiving him. He will not fall into the trap. Before Xie Zhou can respond, Song Shaoyan shouts, "Imperial physician, hurry!" At his call, the physician rushes over. The autumn hunting day is abruptly halted due to Xie Zhou's injury, and the group returns to the palace in a grand procession. Inside the carriage, Song Shaoyan looks across at Xie Zhou, clearing his throat. Do you know I plan to sneak out today to find Lu Feng? Although framed as a question, it carries a tone of certainty. Xie Zhou does not deny it. I know. Everything concerning you is known to me. Song Shaoyan's eyes brighten. And do you know where Lu Feng is? Xie Zhou pauses, a hint of resignation crossing his features. The young eunuch often utters surprising words. Yet, he does not conceal the truth. I know. He is in a small town by the river, crippled and blind, a mere shell of a man. Upon hearing this, Song Shaoyan quickly pokes at the little white dumpling in his mind. Lu Feng is blind. Even if I find him, he won't see me being struck by the male lead. How am I to accomplish this task? Xiaobai promptly responded, I will report it immediately. Song Shaoyan, satisfied, turned his attention back to Xie Zhou. Since you have found him, why did you not eliminate him? Xie Zhou leisurely peeled an orange, replying, I promised you I would spare his life. The fragrance of the orange wafted through the carriage as he offered the peeled fruit to Song Shaoyan. Would you care to taste? Song Shaoyan accepted it, took a segment, and silently returned it to him. Xie Zhou chuckled softly. Moreover, he currently suffers more than death. Song Shaoyan had heard of Xie Zhou's methods. Although he had never witnessed them, it was evident that one who rose to the position of general must possess remarkable skills. Lu Feng likely clung to life by a mere thread. Noticing Song Shaoyan's silence, Xie Zhou quietly consumed the tart orange segments. The sourness spread across his lips, yet it paled in comparison to the bitterness within his heart. As he reached the final segment, Song Shaoyan suddenly snatched it away. If you dislike it, why consume it? He remarked, tossing the segment into his mouth. He bit down hastily and swallowed. It is quite sour. Who prepared this fruit? It is exceedingly sour. Xie Zhou lowered his gaze. I arranged for it. Oranges from the border city are sweet and juicy. Elsewhere, they turn sour. Just as he had taken the young eunuch from the old matriarch, his body was present, but his heart remained with her. Song Shaoyan fell silent. An hour later, upon returning to the palace, Song Shaoyan pulled Xie Zhou towards the Yangxin Hall. Xie Zhou, filled with curiosity, obediently followed him. Soon, they arrived at the Yangxin Hall, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. The open space before the main hall had become a garden, brimming with flowers, grasses, vegetables, and fruits. Song Shaoyan led Xie Zhou to a corner where he plucked a slightly yellowed orange from the tree. Eat. Xie Zhou hesitated for a moment before instinctively peeling a segment and placing it in his mouth. The sweetness unfolded. Song Shaoyan crossed his arms and let out a light hum. Who said oranges from beyond the border are sour? This one is sweet. Xie Zhou gradually tightened his grip on the orange. The sweetness spread across his lips and deep within his heart, as if he had come to a realization. The young eunuch was ultimately a product of the previous dynasty. He had usurped power, rendering his former master's life a living hell. It was only natural for the young eunuch to harbor resentment towards him, with a proud and contradictory disposition, even if he held some affection. He would never express it openly. If this sour fruit could become sweet in the hands of the young eunuch, then how could it not suggest that he had not yet encountered an insurmountable obstacle, but rather that he himself lacked sufficient effort? Indeed, he had found himself in a dead end. If he were to wait until the young eunuch tightened his grip on the reins, he might wait until the end of time. He must become the one in control, compelling the young eunuch to hold the reins and follow him. Ultimately, he was a vicious dog that needed to be led by its master. Chapter 89. The malicious young eunuch's scheming plan, 15, as the clouds of confusion dispersed. The gloom between Xie Zhou's brows gradually faded. He slowly curled the corners of his mouth, savoring each segment of the orange. His chewing was vigorous. His gaze fixed intently on Song Shaoyan. It appeared less like he was consuming an orange and more as if he were devouring the young eunuch whole. Song Shaoyan, who had initially crossed his arms, gradually lowered them, sensing an unusual tension in the air. There was something distinctly different in the male protagonist's eyes. Now, those eyes bore a semblance of familiarity, imbued with a desire that seemed intent on stripping him bare. The recognition sent a shiver through Song Shaoyan. He had no inkling of what Xie Zhou might be contemplating. After all, he merely wished to showcase his prowess. Those artisans who could not cultivate sweet oranges had managed to yield sweetness in his hands. He could boast of this feat for 3 days and nights. Yet, it seems Xiaizhou had misconstrued something. Song Shaoyan racked his brain, perplexed as to what thoughts had crossed the male lead's mind in those fleeting minutes. Surely, it could not be that his ability to cultivate sweetness in oranges had somehow transferred a fondness for the fruit onto him? Was the male lead truly infatuated with oranges? Just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, he heard Xiaizhou chuckle softly. I understand now. Song Shaoyan, huh? He felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Xiaizhou reached out, caressing his face. How could one allow the master to wield the reins personally? His gaze was enamored, his voice gentle. It is I who should be teaching the master. An ominous premonition stirred within Song Shaoyan. Wait a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaizhou swept him into his arms. Today, since there is naught to do, I shall teach you, Ian. In the blink of an eye, Xiaizhou transported him to the Yangxin Palace. It was only after Song Shaoyan felt utterly depleted, akin to a thoroughly consumed orange, that he realized the truth. The male lead was indeed a rogue. 3 days later, Song Shaoyan finally received a response from Xiaobai. Host, the main system indicates that as long as Lu Feng learns of your demise at the hands of the male lead, the task will be deemed complete. Song Shaoyan sprang up, exclaiming, That's easily arranged. Although Lu Feng had lost his sight, he was not deaf. He could simply have someone inform Lu Feng, and the message would reach him. This issue was straightforward. The more challenging dilemma lay in persuading Xiaizhou to meet Lu Feng. Moreover, he needed to convince Xiaizhou to plunge a sword into his own heart. Achieving these two conditions felt more daunting than imposing a 3-day vow of chastity upon Xiaizhou. Song Shaoyan delved deep into thought. Meanwhile, in the court, matters concerning soil improvement were under deliberation. The land, once bountiful, had suffered a decline in quality since a divine punishment had befallen it a decade prior. Where once fields yielded hundreds of pounds per acre, they now produced a mere 100. This predicament was not limited to the Yin dynasty. Even neighboring small states faced the same plight. The previous emperor had shown little concern for this issue, as the Yin dynasty had ample reserves, and the gradual decline in yield had gone unnoticed for years. After Xiaizhou ascended the throne, he granted amnesty and reduced taxes. The farmers could still fill their bellies. And although a few expressed concern, the matter had yet to reach the court's attention. It was only today that a small official from the border city risked his life to voice the long-standing changes in land and the current severity of the situation. The morning court session commenced at the hour of the rabbit, and now, as the hour of the snake has arrived, no one has proposed a truly effective solution. Xiaizhou sat upon the throne, idly toying with an orange presented by the small official. This orange appeared wilted, its skin a dull yellow, suggesting it was overripe. Yet, it did not resemble the vibrant oranges from the border city that he recalled from his visit years ago, where the fruits were plump, exuding a fragrant aroma even when slightly aged. In contrast, the orange in his hand bore no scent whatsoever. With a downcast gaze, Xiaizhou peeled the orange and lifted a segment to his lips. It was dry, devoid of juice, sweetness, and even acidity, leaving only a hint of bitterness. The court officials continued to deliberate without reaching a conclusion, prompting Xiaizhou to raise his hand. A nearby eunuch announced loudly, Your Majesty is fatigued, court dismissed. After the court adjourned, Xiaizhou dismissed the crowd and wandered alone to the Hall of Nurturing the Heart. Before the hall, the foliage was lush, leaves rustling in the breeze. Red chili peppers and purple eggplants stood side by side, while grapevines intertwined, bearing the weight of loofah vines that hung like arms. Heavy and laden, Xiaizhou gazed intently for considerable while before moving to a corner. The orange tree bore numerous yellowed fruits, and he had caught a whiff of their fragrance from several meters away. Now, as he approached, the aroma intensified. He plucked one, peeled it, and tasted a segment. It bore the same delightful flavor he had savored years ago in the border city. No, the juice was even richer. Xiaizhou scrutinized the orange in his hand, his expression deepening with contemplation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from beside him. Xiaizhou, are you stealing my oranges? It was Song Shaoyan. Astonished at the sight of Xie Yizhou holding the fruit, he realized that the male lead must have wanted him nearby for the sake of the delicious oranges he cultivated, even willing to immerse himself in the situation. Truly, the male lead possessed such cunning and determination that he would succeed in whatever he undertook. Xie Yizhou turned to him and, seeing him clad only in undergarments, sighed in exasperation. "Why are you dressed so lightly?" Song Shaoyan shrugged, replying, "No one else will come here except you." Xie Yizhou approached him, lifting him into his arms as they walked into the hall. Noticing the furrow in his brow, Song Shaoyan curiously inquired, "Did something significant happen in court today?" Xie Yizhou did not conceal the truth and recounted the events of the day. Song Shaoyan's eyes widened in realization. "So, you wish to know how I cultivate them?" Xie Yizhou responded with a soft yes. A playful glint sparkled in Song Shaoyan's eyes as he grinned. "Well, it depends on the local conditions. The situation you described is indeed serious. I believe we should conduct a field investigation to resolve the issues." Xie Yizhou's gaze softened with a hint of regret. "Yin, I apologize for burdening you." Yet, he could not afford to neglect the affairs of the realm. Song Shaoyan smiled and shook his head. "No burden at all. I am delighted to serve the world." Most importantly, he could seek out Lu Feng under the pretext of improving the soil. Those 60 points would be readily at his disposal. Of course, prior to that, he would assist Xie Yizhou in addressing the soil issue first. Xie Yizhou cradled him in his arms, his heart swelling with tenderness. What merit did he possess to warrant such devotion from Yin? He kissed the nape of his neck, his voice gentle as a flowing stream. "Yin, I love you dearly." Song Shaoyan mused. The male protagonist truly demonstrated both resilience and adaptability, capable of uttering sweet nothings for the sake of the world. He was familiar with this sentiment and instinctively replied, "I love you too. Therefore, dear protagonist, do ensure that no mistakes occur." He gently patted Xie Yizhou's head, his fingers lingering for a moment. Xie Yizhou's eyelashes fluttered, his heart ablaze. His Yin had begun to love him. Chapter 90. The malicious young eunuch's scheming plan. 16. Perhaps the situation in the border city was exceedingly dire. For that afternoon, Xie Yizhou set forth with Song Shaoyan. They hastened their journey and arrived at the border city within 3 days. On the day of their arrival, Song Shaoyan commenced his study of the local soil. Xie Yizhou remained by his side, summoning craftsmen to learn from Song Shaoyan. He generously shared his knowledge, although his theoretical understanding was minimal. Every piece of land he touched would flourish with vitality. Yet, when questioned about the reason, he found himself at a loss. After much contemplation, he could only surmise that it must be the blessings bestowed upon him by his card friends from the previous world. It was no wonder he felt as though his small storage had gained something, even though he had never discovered any tangible items. It now seemed likely that it was the primordial power from his card companions, perfectly suited to counter the soil variations of this world. However, this method could not be imparted to others. Each inch of land required his personal presence for improvement. With such a vast realm, he wondered how long it would take to traverse it all. Fortunately, Song Shaoyan was not in a hurry. He simply needed to find Lu Feng before his demise. Additionally, Song Shaoyan gently blinked, his fingertips brushing against the orange Xie Yizhou had provided for him. If he were to log off, Xie Yizhou would surely be heartbroken. He pressed a hand to his chest, suppressing the strange pang of melancholy within, and turned to Xie Yizhou. "Where shall we go next?" Xie Yizhou poured him a cup of hot tea, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "To Mo City." Song Shaoyan let out a soft hum in response, acquiescing. In the subsequent years, the two embarked on journeys across the land. Xie Yizhou would dedicate a month each year to return to the capital to attend to significant matters. Yet the majority of his time was spent with Song Shaoyan, enhancing the soil. During their travels, they also addressed the corruption of various local officials. Perhaps due to their prolonged presence among the common folk, the public held Xie Yizhou, the emperor, in high esteem. He became a truly benevolent ruler. The citizens of the Yin dynasty lived in peace and prosperity, and even the neighboring small nations were eager to become vassals of the Yin dynasty. Without the scourge of war, Xie Yizhou unified the surrounding small nations, becoming the first superpower in history. In the 30th year of Yin Qi, Song Shaoyan received news that Lu Feng was nearing death. Upon receiving the news, Song Shaoyan immediately took Xie Yizhou to the riverside town. Lu Feng resided in a nearly abandoned courtyard on the outskirts of the town, overrun with weeds and enveloped in an eerie silence. He sat beside a withered tree in the yard, his posture hunched and breath shallow. Perhaps sensing their footsteps, Lu Feng turned slightly. Blinded and unable to see, he could still discern some sounds, two individuals it seemed. "Who are you?" Lu Feng's voice was coarse, as if weathered by gravel, lacking the sharpness of his youth. Song Shaoyan tightened his grip on Xie Yizhou's hand and softly spoke. "I am Song Shaoyan." Lu Feng paused, a flicker of recognition igniting in his dimmed memory. It seemed that even in death's shadow, memories could resurface. He recalled that Song Shaoyan was the young eunuch who had succumbed to illness in the imperial palace. "I never expected you to still be alive." His tone bore no astonishment, for at this stage, little could surprise him. He merely tilted his head and inquired, "And who is the other person?" Xie Yizhou, his gaze calm, regarded the old eunuch who had nearly led him to his demise, and introduced himself. Lu Feng erupted into laughter. "So that is it. So that is it." He repeated the phrase, his entire body shaking with mirth. Noticing Lu Feng's peculiar state, Song Shaoyan discreetly withdrew his sword and handed it to Xie Yizhou. Xie Yizhou lowered his eyes upon it. Song Shaoyan felt a twinge of unease. He had prepared for a decisive conclusion today. He turned his head, evading Xie Yizhou's gaze. Xie Yizhou slowly unsheathed the sword, its tip directed at Lu Feng. "Does Ian wish for me to end his life?" Just as Song Shaoyan was about to respond, Lu Feng interjected, "Xie Yizhou, do you know that the emperor once had a prince left in this world?" Song Shaoyan was taken aback. "What?" He was astonished. The former emperor had a son? Xie Yizhou, still holding the sword, did not lower it. "I do." Song Shaoyan, bewildered, pressed further, "You know? Then where's that prince now?" A faint trace of resignation crossed Xie Yizhou's eyes. "In the palace. He is now called Song Ji." A jolt of realization struck Song Shaoyan. 20 years prior, during their travels, he had encountered a child of remarkable spirit and keen intellect, prompting him to consider taking the child in. He had merely mentioned it to Xie Yizhou, who had then adopted the child and renamed him Song Ji. Over the years, Xie Yizhou had groomed Song Ji as if he were the emperor himself. The court was effectively under Song Ji's command. Otherwise, Xie Yizhou would not have hastened to find Lu Feng. But the revelation that Song Ji was the offspring of the former emperor was staggering. "When did you discover this?" Song Shaoyan asked in astonishment. Xie Yizhou did not withhold the truth. "From the moment I first laid eyes on him. He bears a striking resemblance to the late emperor." The emperor Xie Yizhou referred to as the father of the former emperor, a legendary figure, albeit one who fathered such a prince. Grandson resembling grandfather. There's no fault in that, Song Shaoyan mused internally, feeling somewhat dazed. "Does he know you killed his father?" Xie Yizhou let out a resigned laugh. "I did not kill him. He was slain by his own mother, who was forced by him at Tianling Temple. He merely employed some tactics to ensure that man remained at Tianling Temple." Song Shaoyan, caught by surprise at this revelation, could only sigh in acknowledgement. Truly, as the male protagonist, he possessed the favor of heaven, the advantage of geography, and the support of the people, ultimately leading him to seize the imperial throne. Song Ji would undoubtedly make a benevolent emperor. Xie Yizhou grasped Song Shaoyan's hand, reassuring him, "We need not worry." Song Shaoyan concurred, "Indeed. Song Ji's character is kind and upright. He is intelligent yet not cunning, and harbors the well-being of the realm in his heart. He will indeed be a good emperor." After a brief moment of astonishment, Song Shaoyan discreetly pinched himself. He could not afford to be distracted. He had important matters to attend to today. While Lu Feng still drew breath, he must strike with his heart against the sword. Lu Feng, overhearing their discourse, pieced together much of the truth. He appeared even more aged, nearly devoid of vitality. Observing this, Song Shaoyan quickly spoke, "Lu Feng, hold on a little longer." He released Xie Yizhou's hand and positioned himself opposite him. Just as Xie Yizhou began to speak, he was interrupted. "Xie Dog." Xie Yizhou smiled. "I enjoy being called that." Song Shaoyan felt a slight flush of embarrassment and turned his head. "Xie Dog, pick up the sword." He knew Xie Yizhou would not refuse him. So he gently closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the expression on Xie Zhou's face as the sword pierced his heart. True to his expectation, Xie Zhou lifted the sword, its tip aimed directly at Song Shaoyan's heart. Have you ever seen the celestial maiden scattering flowers? As chapter 91 unfolds, the accompanying sprite must strive to recharge and nurture the scientist. Song Shaoyan slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. Xie Zhou twirled the sword gracefully. May I perform this for Ian? Without waiting for a response, the sword energy burst forth. This was the first time Song Shaoyan witnessed Xie Zhou in action. He had anticipated a display of overwhelming might, yet the ethereal and fluid figure transformed into a gentle shadow. It was as if flowers were raining from the heavens. Looking up, Song Shaoyan saw the illusory sword blossoms cascading through the air. This was Xie Zhou's swordsmanship. Meanwhile, behind them, Lu Feng erupted in laughter. Ha ha! The celestial maiden scatters flowers, ha ha! Xie Zhou, you are nearing death, ha ha ha! His laughter was brazen, a stark contrast to the frail state he had just displayed. Song Shaoyan watched as the blossoms enveloped him, his long eyelashes fluttering. He had long sensed that Xie Zhou's health was deteriorating. Years of battles and his confrontation with Lu Feng had left him with significant ailments. Although some remedies had aided him, the medical practices of this ancient era could not compare to those of the present. Life was indeed too fleeting. He had thought that Xie Zhou might endure a while longer, but he had not anticipated that today he would be prepared for death. Perhaps days prior, when he had insisted on seeking out Lu Feng, Xie Zhou had already orchestrated everything. The celestial maiden scattering flowers was a metaphor for the vitality he was relinquishing. Suddenly, the figure in the air plummeted, and Song Shaoyan swiftly caught his body. With his right hand grasping the fractured sword, he aimed it at his own heart. "You are truly a dog," he cursed, reminiscent of that young eunuch who once forced Xie Zhou to kneel in the dark prison, a hint of arrogance coloring his features. Xie Zhou gazed at him with a gentle smile, love shimmering in his eyes. Even the wind seemed to soften. Song Shaoyan bent down, biting his lip teasingly. "You scoundrel." As he leaned forward, the sword's tip pierced his heart, warm blood trickling onto Xie Zhou's lips. He pressed his lips together, savoring that drop of blood. It was sweet, effortlessly soothing the resentment that had lingered in his heart for years. Slowly, he closed his eyes, allowing the final bloom of the sword to rest upon his heart. Life force extinguished. Enduring the pain, Song Shaoyan addressed Lu Feng behind him. "Xie Zhou's sword has pierced my heart. I am dying." Without waiting for Lu Feng's reaction, he urged Xiao Bai to hasten their departure. A gust of wind swept through the desolate courtyard, plunging it into silence. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted, only to cease abruptly. Lu Feng was dead as well. In a pure white expanse, Song Shaoyan rubbed his chest, a look of anticipation in his eyes. "Xiao Bai, did I earn 60 points this time?" After all, he had allowed Xie Zhou's sword to pierce his heart in front of Lu Feng. Xiao Bai hesitated, reluctant to speak. "Could it be 70 points?" Xiao Bai replied. "Host, perhaps you should rest for a moment." Song Shaoyan furrowed his brow. "It can't be 90 points, can it? I have logged off years later than originally planned." Xiao Bai hesitated again, and under Song Shaoyan's questioning gaze, spoke softly. 0 points. Song Shaoyan. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at his points tally. 0. How can it be 0? He nearly gasped for breath. How could it be 0? I had at least 1 point in the last world. How can this world have only 0? Xiao Bai, with a hint of sympathy, replied, "Host, you altered the course of history. The main system stated that not deducting points is already generous, given you indeed completed the task." Song Shaoyan was astonished. How'd I alter the course of history? Shouldn't Xie Zhou be the emperor? Xiao Bai shook his head. "No, host, let me show you. Soon." Song Shaoyan received the original plot settings transmitted by Xiao Bai. In the original narrative, the young eunuch perished amidst the factional strife between Lu Feng and Xie Zhou. This part was expected, and he had long been aware of it. However, the events following the eunuch's death diverged significantly. Originally, Xie Zhou was poisoned by Lu Feng and gravely injured. Although he miraculously survived, he was left with lingering dangers. Lu Feng died in that battle, and Xie Zhou ascended to the throne. Despite his capable governance, he soon faced a crisis of resources. The court was powerless, leading to the suffering of the populace. Rumors spread among the people that Xie Yizhou had offended the heavens by seizing the throne, prompting divine retribution. The borders were incessantly harassed, leading to countless wars erupting across the land. In just 20 years, the prince left behind by the previous dynasty rallied to confront Xie Yizhou. At this point, Xie Yizhou's body had become a tapestry of wounds, and as the prince led the civilian army into the imperial palace, he sat alone upon the throne, meeting his end in solitude. After reviewing the original plot, Song Shaoyan remarked, "No wonder he has 0 points. Not only did he grant Xie Yizhou an additional decade of life, but he also attracted surrounding small nations to willingly join the Yin dynasty, allowing it to become the first superpower in history. Furthermore, Xie Yizhou enjoyed an unparalleled reputation among the populace, with even historians extolling him to celestial heights. More importantly, the son of the previous emperor, Song Ji, did not rise in rebellion. He didn't even change the name of the nation to a new title. Song Shaoyan felt a wave of darkness envelop him. Finally, he trembled as he spoke, 0 points is what I deserve. Simply not having points deducted is a blessing." He gently patted the little white creature before him, lamenting, "You have suffered, little one. I have no surplus points to exchange for dramas, films, or variety shows for you." The little white creature nudged his fingertip. "Host, the main system has assigned us an exceptionally simple task, simpler than any previous world. You will surely succeed." Instantly invigorated, Song Shaoyan exclaimed, "Quick, let us move on to the next world." He could not fathom the thought of acquiring less than 60 points. Even if he fell short, he would never accept a complete failure. The humiliation was unbearable. Song Shaoyan urged the little white creature to guide him to the next realm. After a familiar wave of dizziness, he received the mission details for this world from the little white creature. As it had indicated, the task in this world was indeed straightforward. The male lead, a scientist, stumbled upon a peculiar stone in a desolate area one day. Driven by his scientific instincts, he brought the stone back to his laboratory. In this narrative, Song Shaoyan's identity was that of the stone's accompanying spirit, indeed, a diminutive one at that. As the accompanying spirit, his sole purpose was to energize the stone. In essence, he was nothing more than a power bank. Once the male lead thoroughly studied the stone, he would cease to exist due to energy depletion. The task could not be simpler. Upon absorbing the details of his mission, Song Shaoyan opened his eyes with excitement. Before him lay a large hand, its fingers defined and glistening with desire, brushing against him. Chapter 92. The accompanying spirit must strive to energize the scientist, too. Instinctively, Song Shaoyan lowered his gaze, noticing that the finger passed through his form and made contact with the black stone behind him. A question mark slowly emerged in his mind. The male lead cannot see him. Tentatively, he poked the finger, but the male lead showed no reaction. Song Shaoyan suddenly realized that the male lead could neither see nor touch him. However, he was different. He could touch the male lead. At that moment, he felt the warmth of the male lead's fingertip, which was surprisingly pleasant. Leaning against the palm, he gazed at the irregular black stone before him. The stone, roughly the size of half a basketball, emitted a faint glow under the illumination of the lights. Song Shaoyan could sense the connection between himself and the small stone. At present, the stone was in a semi-slumber state, and based on his intuition, it would likely awaken in 3 days. As he pondered this idly, he suddenly looked up at the male protagonist, only to notice a small nameplate on the left side of his chest, inscribed with the name Yichuan. So, the protagonist was named Yichuan. Song Shaoyan mused slowly, while playfully swinging his short legs. This world was truly delightful. The protagonist was oblivious to his presence and would not suddenly go into a frenzy. He felt quite content with his purpose and identity in this realm, and thus reclined comfortably in the palm of Yichuan's hand. Yichuan's hand was large, and the warmth emanating from his palm provided an excellent resting place. At that moment, Yichuan had begun recording data on this peculiar stone, which he had collected the previous night. Although black stones existed, they were quite rare in this locale. The research facility, situated deep within the desolate plains, was surrounded by wind-swept gravel and rough stones, all of which appeared lifeless and white. making the singular black stone strikingly conspicuous. This was precisely why he had decided to bring it back. The stone was remarkably unusual. After duly noting the surface data, Yi Chuan closed the observation chamber and moved to a nearby computer to resume his work. The laboratory was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of his fingers tapping on the keyboard. To ensure the instruments remained functional, the air within the laboratory was dry and cool. However, today, this unchanging atmosphere experienced a subtle shift. Yi Chuan glanced at the temperature monitor in the room, which remained unchanged as always. Yet his gaze fell upon his right hand. Gripping the mouse, his index finger was damp, as if all the moisture in the room had condensed at his fingertip. He clicked the left mouse button, and the sensation of dampness dissipated swiftly. Regaining his focus, he immersed himself back into his work. Meanwhile, the little figure resting on the mouse let out a lazy yawn and fell asleep, even drooling. Had Yi Chuan not moved his finger, he would have continued to slumber. Song Shaoyan plopped down on the desk, feeling a chill on his backside. Lacking any attire to wear, having just come into existence, and with the stone still in a semi-slumber, he was entirely neglected as a companion spirit. Unable to endure the cold any longer, he stood up again. He needed to devise a means to acquire a pair of trousers, for remaining unclothed was too frigid. He resolved to stealthily follow the protagonist, hoping to scavenge a small piece of fabric from him. He waited and waited, nearly dozing off, until Yi Chuan finally concluded his work for the day. Rising, he made his way outside, prompting Song Shaoyan to flutter his small wings and follow closely behind. His wings, transparent like those of a butterfly, were quite lovely. Thus, Song Shaoyan trailed Yi Chuan as they flew out of the laboratory, traversing the lengthy corridor, until they arrived at the door at the end of the hallway. Yi Chuan unlocked it with a code, and the door clicked open. Song Shaoyan darted ahead, squeezing through the gap. This was Yi Chuan's bedroom. Against the left wall rests a bed approximately 1.5 meters wide, adorned with a thin layer of bedding, neatly folded like a delicate piece of tofu. Beside the bed stands a nightstand, upon which an alarm clock resides. Adjacent to the clock lies a calendar, the date having advanced to 79. Next to the nightstand is a table, cluttered with several books. A cursory glance from Song Shaoyan reveals that these volumes are all science fiction novels. Beyond this, the bedroom contains little else. It is starkly simple, yet profoundly dull. Even the novels are of a perplexing nature. Leisurely, Song Shaoyan perched himself on Yi Chuan's shoulder, swinging his little legs. Unaware, Yi Chuan proceeded directly to the desk, pulled out a chair, and seated himself, picking up the topmost novel to peruse. Song Shaoyan fixated on the book, contemplating the likelihood of tearing out a page for his intended purpose without detection. Yi Chuan read at a leisurely pace, seemingly intent on digesting every word. Time slipped by, and after what felt like 10 minutes, he slowly turned a page, a pace that left Song Shaoyan feeling a twinge of impatience. This was excruciatingly slow. At this rate, it would take a century to finish the stack of books. Moreover, with Yi Chuan's meticulous nature, even a slight imperfection would be readily noticed. His plan to fashion a pair of trousers from the book pages was destined to fail. Pouting, Song Shaoyan leaned closer to Yi Chuan's neck and playfully nipped him. "Hurry up, you fool." Yi Chuan furrowed his brow and reached up to touch his neck, feeling a slight dampness, less intense than before. A fleeting sense of curiosity crossed his mind, and he lost interest in reading, closing the book and rising to head towards the bathroom. This time, Song Shaoyan did not follow. He began to search the room for materials suitable for his makeshift trousers. The book pages were out of the question, and the bedding was too large. After scouring the room, he found nothing that could serve his purpose. In contemplation, Song Shaoyan decided to burrow into the neatly folded blankets, seeking warmth. Despite it being July, the temperature in the research facility was uncomfortably low, leaving him on the brink of catching a cold. He stifled a large yawn and, without realizing it, drifted off to sleep. In the bathroom, Yi Chuan changed into his sleepwear and dried his hair. After returning everything to its rightful place, he turned off the bathroom light and stepped back into the room. It was eerily quiet, so much so that he could hear the sound of his own breathing. He had grown accustomed to this silence. Approaching the bedside, he grasped a corner of the blanket, shaking it open. He switched off the light and tucked himself under the covers. The corners of the blanket felt cold, mirroring the chill of the research facility. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the portion covering his heart was warm. Yichuan paused momentarily, lifting a corner of the blanket to glance beneath. The space was empty, devoid of anything. He replaced the blanket, yet that section remained warm. With a calm demeanor, he closed his eyes, entering a state of rest. Meanwhile, Song Shaoyan lay nestled against his heart, limbs sprawled, soundly asleep. Chapter 93. The companion sprite must strive to recharge and nurture scientific education. 3. As night fell, the research institute plunged into darkness. In this desolate wilderness, few could fathom the existence of such a clandestine establishment. It was a matter of utmost secrecy, known only to a select few in positions of authority. The purpose of this institute remained shrouded in mystery to the outside world. Within its confines, only Yichuan resided. Each year, a specialized team would arrive to deliver supplies, providing him with a rare opportunity to interact with outsiders. Yet, he remained taciturn, often refraining from appearing before them. The team members were always in a hurry, oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the institute. They were aware only that secret experiments were underway, but the specifics and the number of personnel involved were unknown to them. The institute's research findings had never been disclosed, and the world remained unaware of its existence. It stood, much like its presence, in a realm unknown to the masses. This night was no different. The darkness felt cool, and everything remained unchanged. However, Yichuan found himself unusually restless, unable to sleep. After an indeterminate period in the enveloping darkness, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay an abyss devoid of light. The air carried a chill. Even the blanket could not shield him from the coolness that seeped in from the outside. Yet, his heart burned with an inexplicable heat, as if a fire were kindling within him. He raised a hand to his chest, feeling only the softness of his sleepwear and the rhythm of his heartbeat. The space was empty, yet the warmth was searing. Yichuan inhaled deeply, closing his eyes in an attempt to dismiss the anomaly coursing through him. However, after several breaths, instead of alleviating his discomfort, he found his mind increasingly drawn to it. Sleep eluded him entirely. After a sleepless night, Yichuan rose at 7 in the morning. He proceeded through his morning routine with practiced ease, folding his blanket with meticulous care. He then made his way to the dining area, where he prepared a cup of milk, accompanying it with compressed biscuits. The milk was not particularly palatable, yet sufficed to mitigate the dryness inflicted by the biscuits. In a corner unseen by Yichuan, Song Shaoyan quietly took a sip of the milk, smacking his lips at its plainness, pure milk devoid of flavor and sweetness. He then surreptitiously nibbled on a piece of the compressed biscuit. The texture was unyielding, akin to chewing on dry straw. It was a culinary experience unlike any he had encountered in the human world. It was no wonder the protagonist could consume such fare with an unflinching demeanor. After struggling to swallow that small morsel, Song Shaoyan discreetly glanced at Yichuan, noting that he had not paid attention to the milk. Seizing the opportunity, he greedily drank 2 large gulps. The milk barely masked the unpleasantness of the biscuit, and with a languid flutter, he settled onto Yichuan's shoulder. Yichuan, oblivious to the milk cup, lifted it and drank it in one go. Following a brief tidying up, he returned to the laboratory. This time, Song Shaoyan did not follow him. Instead, he stealthily slipped into Yichuan's bedroom, lifting a corner of the bedsheet and beginning to tear at it with determination. He had resolved to wrap himself in a piece of the bedsheet. He certainly cannot remain bare. Song Shaoyan exerted some effort and finally tore off a small piece of the sheet wrapped around him. Subsequently, he tucked the torn corner beneath the mattress, ensuring that Yichuan would remain oblivious. With a downward glance at the gray sheet encircling his waist, his fingertips gently tapped. A peculiar energy rippled from his fingertips. Soon, the sheet clung tightly to him, transforming into a nearly transparent pale pink, just like him. Song Shaoyan smiled with delight. His energy bank was quite impressive, capable of assimilating objects and rendering them invisible, just as he was. Now adorned with makeshift trousers, Song Shaoyan leisurely floated towards the laboratory. Upon arrival, he found Yichuan absent and decided to search for him in the dining hall. As expected, Yichuan was indulging in lunch. Approaching, Song Shaoyan caught sight of those compressed biscuits once again. The corners of his mouth twitched as he plopped down on Yi Chuan's shoulder. No wonder Yi Chuan was so thin. Consuming this every day would make anyone lose weight. Unable to resist, he poked Yi Chuan's cheek. The chewing momentarily paused. But after half a second, Yi Chuan resumed his munching nonchalantly. Song Shaoyan quickly withdrew his hand, pretending nothing had occurred. Yi Chuan's life was monotonous. After lunch, he returned to the laboratory for work. Today, he intended to test the peculiar stone. Song Shaoyan hovered nearby, occasionally flying around the black stone in circles. He could sense that under Yi Chuan's experimentation, the black stone was exhibiting a certain level of activity. In simple terms, it was on the verge of awakening. Song Shaoyan was uncertain about the stone's ultimate purpose. Though he was a companion spirit, his only utility lay in energizing the black stone. Nevertheless, it was evident that the black stone held significant importance for the protagonist. Once the protagonist thoroughly researched this stone, it might well revolutionize the entire era. Lost in his musings, Song Shaoyan watched as Yi Chuan concluded the experiment and dashed off to devour those dreadful compressed biscuits again. Although not particularly hungry, Song Shaoyan struggled to resist the temptation. He considered retrieving some snacks from his small stash, but all his treats had been given to his card friend. Now, his little store contained only sunflower seeds and a gold chain. Reflecting on this, Song Shaoyan felt a profound sense of loss from the last world. He hadn't even asked Xie Yizhou to procure some gold for him. Not only had he failed to earn points, but he hadn't taken a single piece of gold. It was a tremendous loss. He couldn't help but grind his teeth. His teeth itched. He needed to bite something to alleviate the discomfort. Biting a person was out of the question, so he took a hearty bite of the compressed biscuit before him. He bit down with force, and with a crisp crack, a large portion of the biscuit broke off. Instinctively loosening his grip, the bitten piece tumbled onto the table. Yi Chuan picked up the small remnant of the biscuit. Examining it closely, Song Shaoyan straightened his posture, feeling anxious. Surely the protagonist wouldn't notice him, would he? Just as he was on edge, Yi Chuan placed the small piece of biscuit into his mouth, chewing slowly. Song Shaoyan let out a breath he and realized he was holding. It seemed the protagonist had not detected anything amiss. Indeed, the notion of companion spirits is not something that would readily come to the minds of ordinary individuals. Moreover, he has observed that the world currently exists within a phase of technological advancement. Beings such as fairies and mythical creatures are merely the stuff of legends and folklore. Particularly for a scientist like Yi Chuan, belief in supernatural phenomena is utterly implausible, and he certainly would not suspect such things to befall him. Song Shaoyan, brimming with confidence, stood with his hands on his hips, his youthful face radiating arrogance. He was certain that he would succeed in his mission within this world, undoubtedly earning at least 60 points. In his triumphant reverie, Song Shaoyan failed to notice the slight curve at the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth as he munched on a biscuit. It seemed something rather extraordinary had arrived at this research institute. Chapter 94. Companion spirits must strive to recharge and nourish the scientist. 4. Yi Chuan's life was exceedingly mundane, verging on the monotonous. Even his daily meals were devoid of variation. While such a routine would be torturous for most, Yi Chuan had long since grown accustomed to it. He bore no resentment and did not find his existence tedious. He preferred immersing himself in experiments over engaging with others. The intricate experiments and wondrous phenomena were sufficient to soothe the slight loneliness within his heart. For a decade, the atmosphere here had remained unchanged. Lowering his gaze, Yi Chuan consumed the last morsel of his biscuit with lukewarm water. He rose calmly, tidied up, and then returned to his bedroom. Yi Chuan adhered to a strict schedule of work, leisure, and rest. It was now 8 in the evening, time for him to delve into a novel. He turned a page, reading each word with deliberate care, pondering the unvarying text repeatedly. Unbeknownst to him, Song Shaoyan was languidly stifling a yawn. The science fiction novel was rendering him drowsy, and he wondered how Yi Chuan could possibly enjoy such literature. The individual words were appealing when examined separately, yet their combination possessed an inexplicable hypnotic quality. Song Shaoyan fluttered to the top of Yi Chuan's head, settling down comfortably. Yi Chuan's air was soft, with two whirlpools at its center, perfectly accommodating Song Shaoyan as he reclined between them, hands cradling his head, legs crossed in a relaxed pose. How delightful, he mused. Regrettably, he had not earned any points in the previous world, thus limiting the energy available for conversing with his companion, Bai. Otherwise, he would have enjoyed a chat with Bai at this moment. As Song Shaoyan swung his little feet, observing his bare toes, an idea struck him. Should he craft a pair of shoes for himself? Although he could fly, his tiny wings grew weary from constant fluttering. With nothing better to do, Song Shaoyan began to seek a task to occupy himself. Unlike trousers, shoes required more than simply tearing off a piece of cloth to wrap around his waist. A shoe needed a sole and an upper, which must be adhered together with glue. He surveyed his surroundings and deemed that the pages of the book in Yi Chuan's hands would serve well as a sole, and they could even be rolled up to form an upper. Song Shaoyan began to ponder how to discreetly tear out a page without Yi Chuan noticing. He wondered if there were any mice in the research institute. Surely, a mouse could tear a book without issue. Peering outside, he realized that night had already fallen. He abandoned the notion of venturing out to catch a mouse, leisurely lowering his legs and lying down in a starfish position atop Yi Chuan's head. The clock quietly ticked away, and as the hands struck 10, Yi Chuan closed the novel he had only perused for 5 pages and returned it to its place. He rose and headed to the bathroom, turning on the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade over his body. In a state of drowsiness, Song Shaoyan jolted upright. Who dared to scald him? The hot water drenched him completely, even soaking his trousers. Gradually coming to terms with the fact that Yi Chuan was bathing, Song Shaoyan paused for half a second before removing his own little pants and setting them aside. He then began to wash himself using the shampoo from Yi Chuan's hair. He hummed softly to himself, but the sound of the water drowned out his voice. Yi Chuan remained oblivious, finishing his shower and donning his pajamas before starting to dry his hair. Song Shaoyan hovered above him, spreading his arms wide, allowing the warm air to dry his body. Not stopping there, he picked up his pants and held them in front of him, letting the warm breeze